During a daring rescue mission, the valiant Special Forces soldier Meng Qingluo was propelled into the air by an explosive device unleashed by malevolent foes. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself inhabiting the body of a peasant girl named Meng Qingluo, who was fleeing with her family amidst a desperate escape from famine. Was the heavens conspiring against her? Worry not, for she possessed a spatial ability and wielded silver needles. Nurturing a pair of buns was but a trifling matter. In an unexpected turn of events, the so-called short-lived ghost, the Prince of Yen, galloped out of the capital, blocking Meng Qingluo's carriage and insisting, "Luo, if you depart, you must take me along. Get lost, I shall serve you tea, massage your back, wash your feet, and warm your bed." From within the carriage, two small heads popped out in unison, exclaiming, "Childish." Did they truly believe that by indulging in his antics, their mother would acknowledge him? Chapter 1. A new edition of Fuck. In the Great Yan Dynasty, during the 15th year of the reign of Shenda, in the month of July, in Yunzhou. "Boss, do you think we should feast on the larger or the smaller one?" The sharp, piercing voice was laced with excitement. "The smaller one is tender, but the larger should also be quite delectable." After speaking, the sound of someone slurping their saliva followed. "Let's go for the larger one. Cook it up. The two smaller ones are tender enough for roasting." A rough voice chimed in. The sound of a knife being sharpened abruptly ceased. "Please, please, don't eat my daughter." The voice of a third individual was fragmented and filled with fury. As Meng Qingluo opened her eyes, she was immediately met with this unsettling dialogue. A torrent of memories surged within her, causing a cold sweat to break out across her body. What the hell? The two individuals were discussing feasting upon her. She was a Special Forces soldier, a military doctor, who had, under the guise of her medical profession, embarked on a mission to rescue hostages. However, the criminals had suddenly gone berserk, and a bomb had sent her and the hostages flying. Now, not only was she blasted to pieces, but the heavens had also decided to toss her into a twist of fate, trapping her in the body of a girl named Meng Qingluo. Her name mirrored her own, save for an additional fuck atop the character Lu Ode. It was akin to a stampede of 1,000 furious steeds racing through her mind. The original owner of the body hailed from Mingjia village in Qining County, Shizhou Prefecture, of the Great Yan, the tender age of 18, she ought to have been journeying with her family, fleeing from calamity. Instead, just days prior, she had become separated from them and had been captured by two vile men, who intended to cook her for sustenance. Shizhou, once a land of prosperity, had succumbed to 3 years of natural disasters, transforming fertile lands into barren wastelands. To recount her misfortune, the previous year had witnessed locust plagues, followed by flooding, and this year, a harrowing drought had emerged. Indeed, if not for her ill fate, how could she have found herself in such a predicament? "Please, please, don't eat." Luo, the urgency and fear in the voice jolted Meng Qingluo from her stupor. She sat up abruptly, startling the individual holding a gleaming kitchen knife, nearly causing it to slip from their grasp. Another voice gasped in surprise. As she mustered her strength to rise, she quickly assessed her dire situation. Before her stood two ruthless brutes, emanating a repulsive stench, their eyes gleaming with a ravenous hunger. The one who had been calling out, "Eat me, daughter," Luo, was the original owner's foolish father, currently bound to a post, struggling desperately to free himself and rescue her. Nearby, at the entrance of the courtyard, lay two woven baskets, each cradling an infant, the original owner's two children. The wretched woman is quite resilient. She has awakened. The two men stepped back in fright, only to quickly regain their composure, leering at the original owner with unrestrained malice. "Brother, since she is awake, let's keep her around. We can feast on the smaller ones first. After all, there are two." The lean man's depraved gaze swept over Meng Qingluo once more. The one referred to as brother understood the nefarious intentions of his companion and, with a lewd grin, replied, "As you wish." Neither man was concerned about Meng Qingluo attempting an escape. They believed her incapable of it. Thus, having reached a consensus, they simultaneously turned toward the baskets by the door, preparing to select one. Meng Qingluo scoffed inwardly. To attempt to demean and belittle a soldier who had once bested all adversaries in her former life would exact a severe price. Casting a swift glance around the empty courtyard, she found nothing. No sticks, no bricks, not even a small stone. Her gaze settled upon the large kitchen knife in the hands of the burly man. Yes, that would do. Like a leopard lurking in the shadows, Meng Qingluo fixated on the backs of the two men, biding her time for the perfect moment to seize the knife. The lean man's filthy hand reached for one of the children in the basket, seemingly sensing impending danger, Both infants erupted into tears. The sound pierced through Meng Qingluo's heart, a reminder of the lingering consciousness of the original owner. With her gaze turning icy, Meng Qingluo lunged at the burly Man, flawless display. She executed a disarmament maneuver, swiftly striking the back of the lean man's neck with the knife's spine. He collapsed without a sound, and before the burly man could react, Meng Qingluo swung the knife again, sending him crashing to the ground as well. With both men incapacitated, Meng Qingluo hurried to untie her foolish father, binding the two adversaries back to the post, securing them tightly. Once satisfied with her handiwork, she retrieved the kitchen knife and sank down beside the baskets containing the two children. That moment, she felt utterly wretched, her stomach ablaze with hunger, her throat parched, and her body fatigued to the point of dizziness, drenched in cold sweat. The original owner bore no mortal wounds. She had been starved to the brink of death. Perhaps sensing their mother's presence, the infant's cries subsided. "Ah, Luo! Father is scared." Scared. The foolish father squatted before Meng Qingluo, pointing at the bound captors. After a brief moment of rest, although the gnawing hunger remained unbearable, her head was no longer spinning. Casting a glance at the two incapacitated men, she reassured him softly, "Fear not. They cannot move. I have tied them up." "Oh." The foolish father nodded obediently. Then, he patted his belly. "Ah, Luo. Father is hungry. The babies are hungry." Meng Qingluo managed a bitter smile. She understood all too well that they were starving, herself included. Just moments after piecing together the original owner's memories, she realized that she, her foolish father, and the two children had not eaten or drunk anything for 2 days and nights since being captured, nearly becoming the very food the men had intended to consume. At this point, she felt utterly drained, contemplating simply lying down and surrendering to her fate. But she knew that if she did so, she would likely meet the same fate as the original owner, leaving her father and children to perish alongside her or continue as mere fodder for others. She needed to devise a plan to procure food. Her gaze fell upon the bound villains. Rising, she approached and rummaged through their belongings, retrieving 3 pieces of silver and 2 small dried vegetable cakes. She wiped the silver clean on her clothing and tossed it into her satchel. Surveying the dried cakes with disdain, she handed them all to her foolish father. Even if she were to perish from hunger or thirst, she would rather leap from a mountain than consume the moldy cakes that had been tainted by those vile men. "Oh, I am so hungry. If only I could have a big, fluffy bun." Meng Qingluo clutched her burning stomach, clinging to her last shred of resolve. Yet, in the next moment, as if in a dream, a warm, fluffy bun appeared in her hand. Thinking she was hallucinating, she felt the heat against her palm, unmistakably real. Could it be? The mere thought of that possibility sent a surge of exhilaration through Meng Qingluo's heart, causing it to pound vigorously, and every pore of her being seemed to exude sheer joy in her previous life. Although she was a formidable presence in the military, she harbored the heart of a young girl, often indulging in novels with her comrades during moments of respite. Could this be what the story spoke of? A divine twist of fate granting her the opportunity to traverse realms. Meng Qingluo could hardly contain her delight, yearning to laugh uproariously at the heavens. Indeed, the ancients spoke the truth. Virtuous individuals are rewarded for their goodness. For someone like her, whose family had sacrificed 2 generations in service to the nation, it seemed implausible that misfortune would befall her. "Do not eat that. It is spoiled and could be fatal." After the initial excitement, Meng Qingluo stumbled slightly before returning to her seat. "You sit and rest your feet." Her doting father, concerned for her well-being, obediently returned the dried vegetable cake she had been about to consume, though his small, longing eyes remained fixated on the delicacy with evident reluctance. Chapter 2. The Manifestation of Space. Meng Qingluo sat there, her eyes closed, her thoughts dwelling on steamed buns. Indeed, a bun materialized in the palm of her hand. At this moment, she dared not test whether she could enter the space herself. Instead, she opted to probe with her consciousness. The result was astonishing. The bustling marketplace where she had sacrificed herself had inexplicably followed her here. Was this a divine reward for her selfless act of saving others? The marketplace was vast, leaving her no time to scrutinize it in detail. With a fleeting glance, Meng Qingluo reluctantly withdrew her focus. "Father, let us seek sustenance." Perhaps it was due to the simplicity of her companion's nature, or perhaps the genuine concern he held for her, but Meng Qingluo called out father effortlessly, without a hint of strain. "Very well, let us find something to eat." Upon hearing the mention of food, her father's face lit up with an innocent smile reminiscent of a child. just before they departed, recalling the dangers they would encounter along the way. Meng Qingluo resolved to teach her father to wield an electric baton, ensuring he could at least protect himself in critical moments. The operation of the baton was not overly complicated. As long as he did not inadvertently electrocute himself, he would be fine. Such items were plentiful in the security office of the marketplace. Casting her gaze upon the two bound individuals, a smirk crept across Meng Qingluo's lips. In her previous life, she had taken it upon herself to save others, but these villains who had developed a taste for human flesh would not escape her retribution. With a singular thought, a glimmering silver needle appeared in her hand. Excellent, her medical kit had accompanied her as well. She would awaken them with the silver needle, while her father would deliver the shocks with the baton. After a few repetitions, accompanied by muffled groans, her father had successfully learned the skill of self-defense. Observing the two bound individuals succumb to unconsciousness once more, her father gazed at the baton in his hands, his eyes sparkling with delight. "Luo, this is wonderful." Seeing her father's foolish expression, Meng Qingluo could not help but smile, a rare display of warmth. "Yes, father, we must be on our way." Her father, Meng Wujin, meticulously assisted Meng Qingluo in carrying one child on her back, while he hoisted another onto his own. Besides the two children strapped to their backs, they also had a small bundle containing some dry rations and worn clothing. Upon opening it, she found only the original owner's tattered garments, devoid of any food. Fortunately, it now contained 2 pieces of dried vegetable cakes and 3 shards of silver, scavenged from the 2 villains. The silver could be saved for future use. And as for the food, now that she had a space of her own, she would not consume items belonging to such vile individuals. Nor would she allow her father to eat them. Nevertheless, she placed them into the bundle. For even a seemingly insignificant piece of dried cake could be bartered for a child. With one hand grasping the small bundle and the other wielding a kitchen knife, Meng Qingluo stepped out of the dilapidated house that had nearly claimed their lives. Her father trailed behind her, holding the electric baton and carrying the child on his back. Just as she crossed the threshold, Meng Qingluo hesitated and turned back. The 2 villains lay barely alive after several shocks from the baton. With a thought, the silver needle returned to her hand, her gaze icy as she struck at the vital points of both individuals. Even with the original owner's memories indicating a severe drought, the scene outside still shocked Meng Qingluo. In the sweltering summer, not a hint of green could be seen. Everything was parched and yellowed. The earth cracked open, and the riverbed lay bare, strewn with nothing but sand and stones. "Oh my heavens!" Meng Qingluo gasped in disbelief. They found themselves outside a crumbling house on the mountainside. Not only was there an absence of human voices, but even the chirping of birds was conspicuously absent, the silence unnerving. She dared not linger in this desolate place any longer, especially with the sun setting to the west. They needed to find shelter before nightfall. With a single thought, Meng Qingluo retrieved 2 large, cold-steamed buns from her space. The previous 2 white buns had been discreetly returned to her storage. She felt immense relief that her father was simple-minded. Otherwise, she would not have dared to openly take food from her space. Although her father was naive, prudence dictated that she did not take warm buns, only the cold ones. "Father, here." She offered one of the buns to him. Upon seeing his daughter excavate a bun from the bundle, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Is it for you?" he stammered, struggling to retract his outstretched hand. Meng Qingluo's heart warmed as she pressed the bun into his palm. "There is another." Despite her father's simplicity, he possessed an immense affection for her. "Another?" Her father watched in awe as Meng Qingluo indeed produced another bun from the small bundle, and he then devoured it ravenously. Meng Qingluo herself was famished and quickly consumed her bun before retrieving 2 bottles of water from her space. She unscrewed one cap and poured it into the bamboo tube in the basket for her father to drink, while she drank from the other bottle. Once they finished, the empty bottles were sent back to her space. With sustenance in her belly, the weakness and gnawing sensation in her stomach dissipated, and her strength returned. At this moment, the 2 children in the basket remained deeply asleep due to their hunger. However, the surroundings were too desolate for Meng Qingluo to dare feed them here. They hastened their pace. Just as darkness enveloped the land, they finally discovered a small cave at the foot of the mountain. The cave was well concealed, obscured by dry grasses and thorny brambles, which greatly pleased Meng Qingluo. The 4 of them, a simpleton, 2 small children, and a frail woman, were vulnerable to any threat that could jeopardize their lives. Squeezing through the thicket, they entered the cave, which was not large but allowed for a clear view of the interior. It could accommodate 3 adults lying down to rest, with a height of 1 to 2 meters, containing some dry grasses, but thankfully devoid of any foul odor. It appeared to be a natural formation, not a den for wild beasts. After entering the cave, Meng Qingluo disguised the entrance once more. If anyone were to search, it would be exceedingly difficult to locate them. After a flurry of activity, they finally took a moment to rest, and Meng Qingluo carefully examined the 2 little ones in the basket. Both were boys, twins, and appeared quite frail. Their small faces, soiled and grimy, appeared darker than they should be. In her memory, the 2 children were nearly a year old. They were preterm infants, and due to the original owner's insufficient milk supply and the lack of food since the calamity, they had been left to starve, losing weight day by day. Meng Qingluo believed wholeheartedly that they only looked like they were 6 or 7 months old. These 2 children were born out of wedlock, their father unknown. Reflecting on the original owner's plight, Meng Qingluo sighed softly, clumsily reaching to embrace the elder twin, cradling him in her arms. "Father, please feed the baby." Upon hearing this, her father instinctively turned away, presenting his back to her. At this moment, using hot water to prepare formula was impractical. Meng Qingluo retrieved some paper-packaged milk suitable for children from her space, along with a bottle. She poured the milk into the bottle and offered it to the elder twin. The nipple found its way into his mouth, and the little one suckled vigorously, nearly flattening the nipple. Listening to the sound of the tiny creature gulping down the milk, Meng Qingluo felt a wave of emotion wash over her. This sentiment was a blend of the original owner's feelings and her own. Poor little one. After a lengthy slumber, the elder twin opened his eyes, revealing beautiful, dark orbs reminiscent of grapes, and he flashed a cheeky smile at Meng Qingluo. Meng Qingluo, Chapter 3, The Noble Identity of the Original Owner. In her past life, having been single for 26 years, she found it difficult to articulate what sort of feeling this was. A sense of profound happiness and contentment enveloped her. Her heart softened to the point of melting into a pool of spring water. All right now, big brother is full and ready to sleep, but little brother is still hungry. It's time to feed him. Meng Qingluo gently placed her elder brother into the carrying basket. Before long, her younger brother too had feasted to his fill, his face radiating satisfaction akin to that of his elder sibling. After finishing his meal, he regained his energy and opened his eyes wide, gazing curiously at Meng Qingluo, as if he were unfamiliar with her as their mother. His long eyelashes fluttered adorably, capturing Meng Qingluo's heart instantly. The little one, now satiated, drifted off to sleep. She nestled both children into the basket. Perhaps due to their full bellies, they remained quiet and soon succumbed to slumber. She looked up to find that night had fully descended, the darkness enveloping them. The single steamed bun she had consumed was hardly sufficient for someone who had endured hunger for several days. Especially after walking for half the day, it left Meng Qingluo feeling hungry once more. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to test her father's response once again. She could not squander the treasure at her disposal, and given the children's tender ages and her father's simplicity, she had no choice but to rely on her spatial abilities for sustenance. "Father, the little ones have been fed," she announced. Her father, Meng Wujin, who had been facing away from her, finally turned around. "Here, father." Before him, Meng Qingluo retrieved 4 large steamed buns from her worn sack, handing over 3 to him while keeping 1 for herself. "Are you going to eat?" Meng Wujin's eyes widened in surprise as he glanced at her hand, and upon seeing the bun, he reached out eagerly to accept it. Meng Qingluo observed her father closely, noting his clear gaze which reflected nothing but joy, devoid of any confusion or questions about the origin of the buns. This revelation eased her mind. She preferred not to explain the source of her food every single time. It appeared that as long as her father had something to eat, he was content. A bit of foolishness was no issue as long as he obeyed. After a moment's contemplation, she pointed at the buns and cautioned him, "Father, remember, don't speak of the bad people." Upon hearing this, Meng Wujin's pupils dilated, recalling the 2 villains who sought to take from them, and he shook his head vigorously. "I want to say anything, I'm scared." Meng Qingluo devoured one of the large buns and drank a portion of the milk stored in a bamboo tube, finally feeling her stomach settle somewhat. Her father consumed 2 buns and finished the remaining milk in the bamboo tube, licking his lips in delight. "Luo, it's delicious." Meng Qingluo chuckled lightly. "Are you full now, father?" "Full." He nodded enthusiastically, patting his belly with satisfaction. Having eaten her fill, Meng Qingluo decided to rest for a while, assigning her father to keep watch for the first half of the night while she took the latter half. Watching her father, armed with a kitchen knife in one hand and an electric baton in the other, standing guard like a sentinel at the entrance, she carefully moved the children to the innermost part of the cave. She settled outside, using her small bundle as a pillow, and closed her eyes. There was nothing uncomfortable about it, a testament to her past life experience as a soldier, where camping and training in the wild were commonplace. Meng Qingluo did not fall asleep immediately. Her thoughts were tumultuous. She had perished while attempting to save others, only to find herself reborn at a critical moment, along with the mysterious space that accompanied her. The original identity she inhabited was that of the eldest daughter of Meng Wujin and Yang Shi. Yet she was not their biological child. 2 years prior, her original family had sought her out and reclaimed her. Her father was a general, often stationed at the borders, while her mother was the matriarch of the general's household. She was meant to be the legitimate daughter of the general's estate. Yet she had languished in Mingjia village for many years. What had transpired to warrant her return after a little over a year remained unclear. Upon her return, she had been pregnant and gave birth to a pair of twin sons 7 months later, yet they remained unnamed, referred to simply as Big Treasure and Little Treasure. Despite her original self's melancholic disposition upon her return, her love for the 2 children was genuine and deep-seated. Memories of her time in the general's residence were hazy, consisting of mere fragments, suggesting a strong aversion to that period. Given the original's reluctance, Meng Qingluo did not expend energy trying to piece together those memories. Regardless, the abandonment of the children at such a young age and the inability of their parents to protect them were thoughts she chose to dismiss. Her adoptive family was large, still graced by the presence of her grandparents, uncles and aunts, and their offspring, including married elder sisters and younger sisters. Her father was the youngest, a cherished son despite his simplicity. Thus, when he reached adulthood, his parents had expended a significant sum to secure a wife for him, Yang Shi, her adoptive mother. Her adoptive parents bore 3 sons, her 3 stepbrothers. This family had once been united, but they had been scattered by other refugees and bandits in a place called Bitter Orange Grove. She had no knowledge of their current situations, but the thought of that warm family brought moisture to Meng Qingluo's eyes. She brushed away the tears at the corners of her eyes, momentarily taken aback by the original's emotions. She felt a deep reluctance to part from them. Perhaps, at this very moment, that family was anxiously searching for them. Tomorrow, at first light, she would set out with her father to find them. The night was tranquil. After a brief period of rest, Meng Qingluo awoke. Upon opening her eyes, she found her father still steadfastly seated at the entrance, holding a knife in one hand and an electric baton in the other. His large eyes fixed intently on the cave's mouth, his ears twitching as if attuned to the sounds outside. His earnest demeanor elicited both amusement and a surge of emotion within her. Meng Qingluo closed her eyes again, sinking her consciousness into the spatial realm. She was well acquainted with the vast marketplace, as she had previously disguised herself to observe the terrain when planning an exchange for hostages. The marketplace spanned 3 levels. The first level featured a car dealership, a pharmacy, specialty clothing and shoe stores, and a jewelry shop. The second level housed a large supermarket selling food and beverages, seafood, fruits, vegetables, meats, and cooked dishes, alongside electric scooters and bicycles. The third level comprised the management area of the supermarket. Behind the marketplace lay a modest courtyard, encircled by warehouses and cold storage facilities designed to store supplies for the marketplace. Uncertain whether all these items had come along with her, she needed to investigate further. After her examination, Meng Qingluo could not help but gasp in astonishment. Aside from the door leading to the management area on the 3rd level, which remained locked, everything else had indeed followed her. She also discovered a well had miraculously appeared in the center of the courtyard, an ancient well with crystal-clear spring water. It had not existed there before, she distinctly remembered. Someone is coming. Her father's voice jolted Meng Qingluo back to reality. Is someone here? She gasped, sitting up. Listening intently, she indeed heard footsteps approaching, but soon fading away. It was merely a false alarm, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. However, this incident made her realize that her father's hearing seemed unusually acute. Father, you sleep. I will keep watch. Oh. Exhausted from keeping his eyes open, Her father obediently handed her the electric baton and kitchen knife before collapsing onto the ground, instantly falling asleep. Witnessing his swift descent into slumber, Meng Qingluo couldn't help but smile and feel a pang of sympathy, mixed with envy. If an ordinary person could fall asleep instantly, even amidst exhaustion, they would still harbor concerns. However, the foolish are often blessed in unexpected ways. Meng Qingluo placed the electric baton and kitchen knife beside her, casting a glance at the peacefully slumbering children. After contemplating for a moment, she tenderly gathered both the elder and younger treasures into her arms. In a state of semi-consciousness, she proceeded to feed each of them 2 dumplings and a box of children's milk. Once they had finished their business, she gently placed them back into their basket to resume their slumber. The little ones, with their eyes half closed, sipped their milk before drowsily attending to their needs. Meng Qingluo was amused by the sight of them, her lips curving into a smile, though she lamented their slender frames. If only they were a tad plumper, they would be even more adorable. With the children asleep and the foolish father also in slumber, the surroundings fell into a tranquil silence. Meng Qingluo rifled through the memories of the original owner within her mind, but found little of substantial value. She learned that the nation was called Dian, with its capital located in the north, far removed from her hometown in Shizhou. The drought had particularly ravaged her homeland, and the Meng family, along with the villagers, aspired to flee to the capital or nearby regions in search of a more hospitable dwelling. The Meng family was notably united, under the guidance of the grandparents. They departed Shizhou in its entirety, venturing into Yuzhou. Observing the landscape, it was evident that the drought here was scarcely better than in Shizhou. Meng Qingluo absorbed the realities and information from both her past and present, noting how swiftly time passed. As dawn's light began to creep into the sky, she endeavored to utilize the electric kettle in the marketplace to boil a pot of water. She felt a surge of excitement. The electricity in the marketplace was functional, the power unwavering, and the faucet yielded a continuous flow of water. To her astonishment, the marketplace had an automatic replenishment feature. Anything she took would miraculously be restocked, abundant and inexhaustible. She first boiled a kettle of water, filling her sizable bamboo container, which was shared between her and her father. After filling the 2-liter kettle, she added a pinch of salt and sugar to prepare water for the adults, as well as for the 2 little ones. She then procured a water bag from the supermarket, washed it thoroughly, and wrapped it tightly in her tattered clothing to obscure its material, disguising the cleaned baby bottles with ragged cloth as well. Once the boiled water cooled to a warm temperature, she mixed in the milk powder, shook it gently, and stored it away, ensuring the little ones had sustenance for the day. By the time Meng Qingluo completed these tasks and fed the 2 children, her foolish father remained blissfully unaware. "Father, wake up. It's time for breakfast." Oh. At the mere mention of food, her father instantly awakened, his tousled hair standing on end as he gazed dazedly at Meng Qingluo's bundle. All the good food his daughter had was retrieved from that very package. This time, Meng Qingluo did not hesitate but directly handed him 3 large meat buns. Seeing that his daughter also had some, her father joyfully accepted the fragrant buns. Concocting a narrative in his mind, and with a look of endearment, he said, "Daughter, I won't tell the bad people." Meng Qingluo felt her cheeks twitch. She was not a bad person, truly. Chapter 4. Family. With a basket on her back and her bundle in hand, Meng Qingluo descended the mountain with the children and her foolish father, embarking upon the official road. Rather than heading directly towards the capital, she recalled from the original owner's memories that they needed to go to Bitter Orange Grove, where a small grove awaited them with their family. As they fled Mingjia village to escape the disaster, her grandfather repeatedly advised the family that if they were to become separated, they would wait in that spot for 3 days for any lost members to return. Today marked the 3rd day. If she could return with her foolish father and the children today, they would be reunited with their family. Her grandfather had been a man of the world in his youth, well-versed and possessing commendable martial skills. She was a child he had picked up during his travels, raised by her parents who had been married for several years without children. Her grandmother was the daughter of a rural doctor, possessing some medical knowledge, tending to her family's ailments and occasionally assisting neighbors in need. Her uncles were kind and respectful, never taking advantage of her father's simplicity, but instead offering him the utmost care. Her second uncle had gone off to the battlefield 5 years ago for conscription and had yet to return, although there were occasional letters suggesting he was still alive. Her third uncle, having been injured while hunting on the mountain, now walked with a limp. "Ah, Luo, where are we going?" her father asked hesitantly, glancing at the road ahead. "Don't be afraid, father, we are going to find grandfather and grandmother." Meng Qingluo understood her father's fears, for the official road was beginning to show signs of a few desperate refugees. The sight of people reminded her father of the two individuals he wished to forget. "All right. Let's find father and mother," her father's eyes brightened. "Yes, let us hurry," she replied, keen to reach their designated meeting place and to travel as far as possible before the sun fully emerged. The midday sun in July was unbearable, scorching like fire and making one feel as though they were being roasted alive, with the only thing missing being a sprinkle of cumin. At that moment, in the grove of bitter orange, besides the Meng family, there were also villagers from Mengjia. In the chaos of the refugee crisis, with bandits robbing and killing, every household had either lost someone or faced tragedy. All had fled, save for the villagers of Mengjia, who returned here after hiding for some time. Each person shared the same thought: they could wait for a while. If their loved ones were still alive, they would surely come looking for them. To leave now, amidst such turmoil, would mean that even if they survived, it would be nearly impossible to reunite in this lifetime. Thus, the Meng family waited. And under the leadership of the village chief, the villagers of Mengjia were also waiting. They heeded the advice of Old Man Meng and the village chief, believing that the most dangerous place was also the safest. As villagers began to return one by one, they felt vindicated in their trust in Old Man Meng and the village chief, grateful they had not panicked and fled like others. The villagers of Mengjia encircled the elderly, women and children in the center, with the men stationed on the outskirts, taking turns to keep watch day and night. In this manner, they safely endured 2 days and 2 nights. As dawn broke, the third day arrived. Yang Shi was the first to awaken. Upon waking, she reached out to touch the 3 children beside her. Finding them all safe, she sighed with relief. Yet, the thought of her husband and eldest daughter, along with her 2 grandchildren still missing, brought tears to her eyes once more. Over the past 2 days, Uncle Meng, third Uncle Meng, and the sons of Uncle Meng had taken turns to search. They had found Qilang, who had gotten lost amidst the chaos, and Delang's daughter, Daya, but her husband and several children remained unaccounted for. If they could not find them today, there would be no waiting for tomorrow. Woe is me. Yang Shi sobbed quietly into her hands. Her soft cries stirred old Lady Meng, whose eyes were already red even before opening. Now, the whole family was gathered, save for her youngest son, eldest granddaughter, and the 2 little ones. Just the thought of those 4 facing such dangers, potentially becoming prey for others, twisted old Lady Meng's heart with anguish. In the desolate wilderness, with hearts in turmoil, sleep eluded them all. When one person awoke, they all stirred. The women prepared a simple breakfast while the men conferred about seeking water, food, and people. "Father, shall I go with Delang to search for them again today?" Uncle Meng asked, seeking her father's opinion. Although the father was physically robust, the incessant toil left him genuinely apprehensive about overexerting himself. "Very well. I shall accompany Erlang and the villagers to seek water and sustenance, while you, San Di and San Lang, tend to the children here." After contemplating for a moment, Old Master Meng nodded in agreement. The 4 of them set off after consuming a pair of dry cakes accompanied by a pot of boiled wild vegetable broth. Yang, with a longing gaze, watched as Uncle Meng and elder brother Meng departed. She too yearned to join the search. Yet her 3 young children rendered her unable to do so. Her eldest, Balang, was 10 years old, Jiolong was 8, and Shilang had only just turned 6. "Mother, do you think uncle and brother will be able to find father and sister today?" Balang, having gained some understanding, recalled how he had awakened to his mother's tears. He recognized that her weeping stemmed from worry for his father and sister. He too was anxious. "Indeed, they will surely find them," Yang reassured her son, attempting to comfort herself as well. "Mother, I wish to look for father and sister," Jiolong implored, gazing up at her. "No, dear. Grandfather has said we are too small to be of any help. The outside world is fraught with danger," Shilang, displaying a precocious wisdom, responded to Jiolong. The childish yet earnest voice rendered the Meng family silent in shared concern. Who among them was not worried? Each was anxious for the safety of the 4. Yet, in this cursed world, one must lie low when instructed and coil up when commanded. As the sun once again descended, those who had ventured out to search for people, as well as those seeking food and water, returned. The latter came back empty-handed, while the former brought no additional companions. Old Master Meng and Erlang arrived first, their hands devoid of any provisions. The expressions of hope upon the faces of their family members swiftly morphed into silence. When the Meng family had set out, they had been numerous, with carts aplenty, including a donkey cart and an ox cart and a considerable supply of grain. However, the sheer number of Meng family members, predominantly young boys, had depleted their resources significantly by the time they entered the territory of Yunzhou. Initially hoping to conserve their supplies and forage for wild vegetables along the way, they had thought they could manage to stave off hunger and cover some distance. However, it was unforeseen that the drought in Yunzhou was no less severe than in Shizhou. There were no wild vegetables to be found along the route. What little leaves and roots remained had likely been scavenged by countless others. To make matters worse, the recent chaos among the refugees, compounded by banditry, had left the Meng family's provisions nearly exhausted. If those skilled in combat faced such dire straits, one could only imagine the plight of other families in Meng village. "Old man, did you find anything at all?" Old Lady Meng's lips trembled as she asked. With a sigh, Old Master Meng silently sat beside her, casting a glance at his grandson, whose pale face had settled beside his elder daughter-in-law. He refrained from sharing that they had encountered a group resorting to cannibalism on their way back, trading a single grimy vegetable pancake for a mere infant girl. Chapter 5: A Tragic World. His advanced age and vast experiences afforded him greater psychological resilience than that of his grandson, who had vomited upon witnessing the scene. "Erlang, are you tired?" Aunt Meng, Pan, inquired with concern, noticing her son's wan complexion. Erlang shook his head, not responding to his mother, as his mind lingered on the haunting image from their return journey. Though Old Master Meng had offered some comfort, it did little to alleviate the profound sense of helplessness that weighed heavily upon him, leaving him mute, staring vacantly at his toes. Among Meng Da's generation, only Meng Qingluo was a girl, while the remaining 10 were boys. Meng Da and Pan had 3 sons, Meng Daliang, aged 18 and married to Xiao Pan, Pan's niece, with a daughter named Dia, just over a year old, Meng Erlang, aged 16, who had been courting before the famine struck, and Meng Sanlang, aged 14. Still a young lad. The chaos of that day had seen Dia nearly abducted, prompting Meng Daliang and Xiao Pan to frantically pursue the thief, ultimately recovering her. The mere thought of it made Xiao Pan hold Dia tightly, her heart racing with trepidation. With anxious glances outside, she noted that neither her father nor husband had returned, and darkness was fast approaching. Yang too awaited with bated breath. Before long, the figures of Meng Da and Meng Daliang appeared in the distance, yet, like others returning, they were empty-handed. No one accompanied them. Yang sprang to her feet, ready to rush towards them, but upon seeing their faces, her legs weakened. Then, the mournful wails of her despair erupted, a sound that echoed the profound loss of hope, transforming into sheer desolation. She wept, and her 3 children joined in her sorrow. The rest of the family found themselves wiping away tears in shared grief. 5 pounds of a luo, my 5 pounds, my dearest a luo. Old Lady Meng could no longer contain herself, her suppressed sobs escaping. She repeated those phrases, mourning for her cherished youngest son who would not return, her beloved granddaughter A Luo who would also not return, alongside the 2 sweet, endearing little children. "Father, we have searched every inch within several miles these past 3 days, yet found no one." Meng Da, with reddened eyes, sat before Old Master Meng. Meng Da hesitated to voice the unthinkable, that his younger brother and eldest niece were likely in grave peril. "Eldest, do not blame yourself for the youth of your kin. You have done your utmost," Old Master Meng said, his own eyes moist as he patted his eldest son's shoulder. He understood the weight of guilt his son bore. On that fateful day, it had been 7th Lang who got separated amidst the chaos, prompting his eldest son to pursue him. Once the turmoil subsided, the family realized they were missing not only the youngest son and eldest granddaughter, but also the 2 children they had been carrying. The youngest son was simple-minded and slow to react, failing to heed the shouts. The eldest granddaughter, having given birth, had grown increasingly withdrawn, often sitting in silence for hours, oblivious to the cries for help. The 2 little ones had yet to learn to speak, rendering their plight unnoticed by the family. Thus, the eldest son's guilt remained unaddressed. The timeline rewinds to that fateful morning. Having eaten and drunk to his fill, the simple father was invigorated at the prospect of searching for his family, striding purposefully along the path. Following his grandfather, he was a striking figure, tall and handsome. Standing approximately 6 feet 2 inches, though the hardships of fleeing had left him noticeably gaunt. When he remained silent, his expression stern, and wielded a glimmering kitchen knife. He was indeed an intimidating sight. As they traversed, genuine refugees, even upon seeing just the two of them, dared not approach for fear of confrontation. Due to her former profession, Meng Qingluo possessed a keen sense of direction and navigated adeptly. After taking a couple of detours, they found themselves nearing the bitter citrus valley. "Father, there's an abandoned temple ahead. Let us take refuge from the sun, eat something, and rest before continuing." "All right," the simple father nodded obediently. Meng Qingluo roughly calculated the distance. At that moment, the two miscreants likely feared that their families would come seeking them. So they had transported the four of them approximately 30 miles away from bitter citrus valley. Now, having traversed approximately 20 miles with her father, it was time for a midday respite. The distance to cover in the afternoon was not extensive. They would surely reach Kujubag before nightfall to reunite with family. The sun blazed overhead, the heat oppressive, and with a child strapped to her back, Meng Qingluo was already drenched in sweat, her vision blurring. Were it not for the sugar salt solution she had prepared in her spatial pouch to replenish her strength, she feared she might not endure much longer. Upon entering the dilapidated temple, Meng Qingluo paused in surprise. A group was already resting inside. The individuals present regarded the newcomers with wary glances, but upon discerning that there was only a single man and a frail woman accompanied by 2 small children, their expressions relaxed. 2 of them even lingered their gazes on the basket strapped to Meng Qingluo and her father's backs, their eyes alight with longing. Meng Qingluo felt certain she had not misperceived, despite the brevity of the moment. There were 4 people in total, 3 men and 1 woman, gathered around a large iron pot. Something was simmering within. One man stirred it with a wooden spatula, while the others swallowed hard, fixated on the contents, their eyes unblinking. Curiosity got the better of her, and Meng Qingluo leaned in for a closer look. What she saw were 2 pale little legs. As a former Special Forces soldier and military medic with keen eyesight, she immediately recognized the gruesome reality of what lay before her. A wave of nausea threatened to overwhelm her, and she felt an urge to gouge her eyes out. How could she have been so foolishly curious? Suppressing the turmoil in her stomach, she tugged at her father's hand and said, "Father, we should hasten our journey. If night falls, we won't reach home in time, and grandfather, grandmother, and mother will surely worry." Her father looked at her. "Are you tired, Luo?" "I am not tired." "Oh." Her father was obedient to her words. Whatever Meng Qingluo said, he accepted. They quickly exited the dilapidated temple and continued their journey under the relentless sun. Though she had personally experienced the horrors, nothing could compare to the shock of witnessing it firsthand. Under the scorching sun, Meng Qingluo felt the icy chill of despair dissipate. What manner of tragic world was this? What was the government doing? Did they care nothing for the lives of the common folk? Her father, oblivious to the cruelty of the world, left Meng Qingluo with no opportunity to voice her questions. They hurried for about 2 more miles when suddenly, the sound of a child's wailing pierced the air. Meng Qingluo approached the source of the commotion and discerned that 2 adults lay silent on the ground, while a boy of about 3 or 4 years old wept over his mother's lifeless body. Chapter 6. First encounter. Meng Qingluo scanned the vicinity and, finding no other refugees, approached the trio. The 2 adults sprawled on the ground were either faint from thirst or starvation. If the 2 adults were indeed deceased, the horrific scene she had witnessed in the temple sent a chill down her spine as she dared not contemplate the fate of the boy. Assured that she and her father, along with the children, would not be endangered, she knelt beside them to check their pulses and examine their eyelids. The woman had been dead for several hours, beyond saving, but fortunately, the man still had a chance. Upon unfastening the bamboo tube from the woman's body, she saw it was completely empty. Turning it upside down, not a single drop of water remained. Silently, Meng Qingluo unfastened the tube from her father and filled it with the sugar-salt solution she had prepared that morning, first offering it to the parched little boy whose lips were cracked from thirst. Ever since Meng Qingluo and her father had approached, the boy had ceased crying, his tear-filled eyes gazing helplessly at her. "Mother," the boy said, pointing to his mother who lay lifeless on the ground. Meng Qingluo felt a pang in her heart. She poured some of the water into the mouth of the man, who bore no visible injuries. His grain sack still contained a small portion of food, indicating he had merely fainted from thirst. The man finally regained consciousness, his eyes fluttering open to behold the imposing figure of her father looming over him. Startled, he instinctively reached for the boy beside him, pulling him protectively behind him, his expression wary. Her father, taken aback, retreated a step, his demeanor one of innocence and concern. He merely wished to see if the man had awakened. "You're awake?" Meng Qingluo asked in a calm voice. "Who are you?" The man stammered, his voice betraying his alarm as he shrank back. "We are the ones who saved you," Meng Qingluo replied directly, gesturing towards the 2 bamboo tubes and the large bundle nearby. "These are the remnants of our limited water and food. Keep them hidden so that no one discovers them. The boy has already lost his mother. We must not allow him to lose his father as well. Take care of him and help him grow." Before the man could fully comprehend the situation, Meng Qingluo, along with her father, had already departed. Realization dawned on the man, primarily because he had not expected to encounter anyone during such dire times who would not seek to rob him of his food and water. Instead, he had been offered sustenance. Inside his own bamboo tubes, he found them filled to the brim with water, and upon opening his bundle, he discovered 2 vegetable cakes, a dozen cornbread rolls, and several steamed buns, all exuding a faint aroma of grains. Finally, beneath the bundle lay a shiny, sharp hoe. At that moment, his son clutched a cornbread roll, eagerly nibbling on it. The man's eyes widened, and trembling hands quickly gathered his belongings together. He then turned to face the direction Meng Qingluo had taken, kneeling in gratitude, performing 3 deep bows. "Divine beings, I have encountered celestial beings. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you for this life-saving grace. In this lifetime, I shall repay your kindness, and if my son and I are fortunate enough to survive this ordeal, I vow to perform good deeds." With tears in his eyes, he searched for a place nearby to dig a grave for his wife, marking it with a sign, hoping to one day return to reclaim her remains. After paying his respects to her, he placed his son into the basket. Securing the food and water Meng Qingluo had given him beneath the child's bottom, shouldered the basket, held the bundle in one hand, and gripped the hoe in the other. Striding away, as they continued onward, Meng Qingluo finally spotted a small grove of trees offering shade. She settled beneath a large tree. Its drought-resistant trunk-bearing leaves that drooped yet still provided respite for those seeking shelter. She gently laid the 2 children down, first giving them some water, then feeding them until they were satisfied before placing them back in the basket. The children were remarkably well behaved. Once satiated, they would lie quietly in the basket, playing with their little hands, only making a sound when needing to relieve themselves. It seemed they understood the hardships of the adults and the struggles of the world. Still, she retrieved 3 large meat buns from her bundle, offering them to her father, while she herself nibbled on 2 steamed buns, washing them down with some water to quell the rising discomfort in her stomach. The sights she had witnessed earlier had left her temporarily unable to stomach meat. Perhaps it was because this path led to Kujubag, not the main road northward, that they had encountered so few refugees along the way. As it stood, there was not a soul in sight, the landscape barren and withered. As Meng Qingluo gazed at the children in her basket, she became lost in thought. She possessed an abundance of resources in her spatial pouch, seemingly inexhaustible. She believed that she and her family had contributed to the nation and had paid the ultimate price. Yet they had not yet accrued such great fortune. Therefore, the heavens must have given her this invaluable space for a purpose, casting her into this desolate reality for a reason. As for what she should do next to discreetly procure these items to assist her family, those around her, and the suffering common folk, it was a daunting task. The world had devolved into a hellish existence, where survival often meant preying upon one another. It was not her altruistic heart that compelled her, but rather the education she received in her past life that forbade her from remaining indifferent to the plight of others. She firmly believed that with the right approach and the advantage of her spatial abilities, she might not be able to help everyone, but every little bit counted. Suddenly, her father called out in alarm, rousing Meng Qingluo from her thoughts. It appeared that another carriage had arrived. The driver was a middle-aged man, and the carriage curtains were tightly drawn, concealing the occupants within. Despite the oppressive heat, there was no immediate sense of danger. Meng Qingluo stole a glance before averting her gaze. "Father, do not fear, it is nothing to worry about," she sighed inwardly. The incident of being bound had inflicted considerable psychological trauma on her father. Inside the carriage, Yan Xiuzhu observed his pale-faced nephew and lifted the curtain to peer outside. The tranquil grove was adorned with towering ancient trees. Although two vagrants rested nearby, they posed no threat. "Uncle Yuan, let us take a moment to rest," he suggested. Su Zhongyuan, understanding his master's intent, complied, and the carriage halted just a few meters from Meng Qingluo and her father. Meng Qingluo felt a flicker of anxiety as the carriage approached, but upon noticing that the occupants seemed uninterested in disturbing them, she took the opportunity to scrutinize them further. The driver, approximately in his mid-40s, had a fair complexion and a plump physique, dressed in respectable attire. After the carriage stopped, he carefully lifted out a boy of about 5 years, who appeared weak and limp, eyes closed as he was cradled in the man's arms. Following him was a young man, seemingly 18 or 19 years old, clad in a sky-blue robe, his hair tied back with a matching ribbon. Adorned with a jade pendant and exquisite shoes, he exuded an air of elegance. Upon catching a glimpse of his face, Meng Qingluo's heart raced inexplicably. There was something extraordinary about him. His visage was both striking and vaguely familiar. Perhaps he resembled a colleague from her past life or a celebrity from a television show. She pondered. The young man seemed to sense her gaze, his eyes piercing as they fell upon her. Startled by the intensity of his stare, she quickly averted her eyes. In this chaotic world, where taking a life was as effortless as squashing an ant, he clearly belonged to a distinguished lineage. She had no desire to be silently extinguished out of mere curiosity. "Minner, wake up and eat something," the young man gently urged, shaking the boy in his embrace. After a moment, the child merely fluttered his eyelids before drifting back into slumber. "What shall we do, young master?" the middle-aged man inquired urgently, expressing concern over the absence of the famed physician Shui, whose whereabouts during this calamity were uncertain. Renowned for his mastery of both medicine and poison, Shui's residence was not a mystery, yet the current natural disasters had forced him to flee, likely to offer aid elsewhere, disheartened by the suffering he witnessed. The emperor was beset with worry, and amidst the turmoil, several princes were embroiled in conflict, creating an atmosphere of chaos within the court. As a result, their young master was also suffering the consequences. "This world is cruel," Yan Xiaozhu declared resolutely. Meng Qingluo, overhearing their conversation, felt a stir of empathy as she scrutinized the young master. His complexion was alarmingly pale, lips tinged with a sinister shade of purple. Frowning, she realized that this child was not merely ill but showing signs of severe poisoning. The rivalries among the affluent were evidently ruthless, as even a mere child was not spared from such heinous acts. Someone must have intervened to suppress the poison, but without a complete antidote, the child would not have survived for long. Though Meng Qingluo initially wished to remain uninvolved, the ties to her own familial background and the overarching chaos compelled her to seek out a powerful ally. Even if her intuition proved misguided, at the very least, she could save the child's life. A child of such tender years should not face an untimely demise. Furthermore, fate had thrust her into this situation, and she felt an obligation to make her second chance worthwhile. Rising to her feet, Meng Qingluo approached the trio. Yan Xiaozhu, preoccupied with his nephew's condition, failed to notice her approach, while Su Zhongyuan appeared taken aback. Standing 2 meters away, Meng Qingluo observed the boy closely, and without further ado, she addressed Yan Xiaozhu directly. "The young master is poisoned. Though it is not lethal, it is rather troublesome, and if left unaddressed, time is of the essence." Her words struck like thunder in their ears. It took them a moment to regain their composure, staring at her in disbelief. Su Zhongyuan's jovial demeanor shifted abruptly as he drew his soft sword, its point directed threateningly at Meng Qingluo. Boldly, "Who are you? Who sent you?" In an instant, Meng Qingluo, along with her father and the child, found themselves surrounded by over 20 men clad in black. Rather than feeling fear, Meng Qingluo was elated by the display of Su Zhongyuan's prowess and the presence of so many hidden guards. Clearly, the young master was of no ordinary status. Elated, she smiled up at Su Zhongyuan, her enchanting eyes sparkling like stars. Her smile momentarily stunned Su Zhongyuan and astonished Yan Xiaozhu. Despite her appearance as a simple village girl, sun-kissed and slender, her audacity was commendable. Could she truly be a spy sent by their adversary? "You need not doubt my identity," Meng Qingluo said, fabricating an excuse with a calm demeanor. "I am merely a mother who cannot bear to see another child suffer." She gestured to her father. "That is my father. His intellect is akin to that of a young child. Although Yan Xiuzhu and Su Zhongyuan did not comprehend her reference to intellect, they understood her gesture. Moreover, her father's innocent gaze added credence to her claim. The 2 baskets behind me contain my children, not yet a year old. In her determination to gain their trust and secure a powerful ally, Meng Qingluo was willing to take risks. Yan Xiuzhu regarded her with renewed belief, though he remained skeptical. Your motives for helping me are not as you claim, he asserted firmly. What a challenging individual. Meng Qingluo maintained her cheerful facade, inwardly cursing her predicament. Very well. Meng Qingluo adjusted her fingers and spoke candidly. I must confess that my rescue of the young master was motivated by a desire for your gratitude. I discern that the young master hails from a noble background, and I merely hope that in the future, should I encounter any tribulations, I might receive your assistance. Rest assured, I have no intention of repaying you with malice. I only seek minor favors, nothing as drastic as murder or arson. Indeed, that is the essence of my intent. Meng Qingluo spoke with such conviction that she almost convinced herself. Su Zhongyuan furrowed his brow. And yet you claim no intent to repay with malice? Before even healing the young master, you are already contemplating your gratitude. Yan Xiuzhu found it amusing. Her radiance was so striking that it nearly ensnared Meng Qingluo's senses. This insufferably handsome man, his countenance cold, seemed unremarkable, but when he smiled, he became utterly mesmerizing. Very well. Yan Xiuzhu's gaze was teasing. If you fail to heal him, not only will you suffer consequences, but so too will your father and your 2 children. As he spoke, he mimed the act of beheading. Do you dare to continue? Su Zhongyuan was reluctant to entrust the young master's life to a woman of dubious origins. Clearly a disaster survivor. Yan Xiuzhu waved him off, and Su Zhongyuan, albeit reluctantly, stepped back, his fingers lingering on the hilt of his sword. Proceed. Just a moment. Meng Qingluo had already devised her treatment plan. While dealing with those 2 rogues, she had summoned her silver needles with her consciousness. Thus, her medical kit was at hand. It contained the necessary silver needles and medicinal supplies. Even if it were absent, the large pharmacy on the ground floor would surely have what she needed. With this confidence, she boldly accepted the challenge before her. Yan Xiuzhu watched as the young girl scampered back, returning with a tattered bundle. Upon placing it down and partially unfolding it, she revealed ragged clothing, which elicited a frown of disdain. However, her initial disdain transformed into astonishment as she uncovered a pouch filled with silver needles, gleaming in various sizes and thicknesses, at least dozens of them. Su Zhongyuan's eyes widened in shock at the sight. Chapter 8. A Gift from the Little Treasure. With a wave of his hand, 20 or so men in black vanished in an instant. As Meng Qingluo extracted the needles, she secured the bundle once more. It remained bulging, concealing who knows what. For reasons unknown, Yan Xiuzhu suddenly perceived that this shabby bundle seemed less shabby and bore the semblance of a treasure trove. Ignoring the gazes of the 2 men, Meng Qingluo commanded, carry the young master to the carriage, lay him flat, and remove his upper garments. I need to administer the needles. Su Zhongyuan complied, with Yan Xiuzhu closely following. You must remain outside the carriage and not disturb my work. As the 2 attempted to enter, Meng Qingluo's actions barred their way. If you wish for me to heal him, you must trust me. With the curtains drawn, obscuring the interior, Su Zhongyuan's anxious gaze sought Yan Xiuzhu's. To claim that Yan Xiuzhu fully trusted a stranger encountered along the way would be an overstatement. He exchanged glances in the direction of the large tree, and Su Zhongyuan understood. Striding over to the foolish father and his 2 children, he stood guard. Meng Qingluo, aware of the commotion outside, remained unfazed. Standing there was fortuitous, as it safeguarded the children and their foolish father. She administered the needles, releasing toxins, administering medicine, and even providing some water from an ancient well. The water, not only devoid of toxins, but also exceptionally sweet and refreshing, had unknown properties. Yet she deemed it worth a trial, even if merely to quench the young master's thirst. Meng Qingluo had just realized that though the trio appeared affluent and seemingly well-fed, their chapped lips indicated a dire need for water. Indeed, how much could a carriage hold? With the journey plagued by drought and insufficient supplies, it was clear they were nearing a critical shortage. Casting a glance at the deflated water bags in the carriage, Meng Qingluo felt she had uncovered the truth. Half an hour passed. Su Fuyuan grew anxious. The young master remained unresponsive, so he stood resolute. An hour elapsed. Even Yan Xiuzhu began to feel the pressure. The foolish father was equally distressed, uncertain why Meng Qingluo had yet to emerge from the carriage. Were it not for Luo's admonition to ensure the babies were fed their sweet cakes, he would have been unable to remain still. Luo, dear daughter. The foolish father called out, straining his neck. As the curtain lifted, Meng Qingluo leaped from the carriage, drenched in sweat, her body swaying precariously as if about to topple. Be careful. Yan Xiuzhi sprang forward, grasping the back of her garment. His height contrasted sharply with her petite frame, lifting her effortlessly off the ground, much like a kitten being grasped by its neck. Oh, you towering figure, how impressive you are! Meng Qingluo exclaimed in exasperation, grateful yet aware of their mounting worry. However, the young master's poison had spread throughout his body, nearly reaching his heart, making it quite formidable to contend with. Thankfully, it is resolved now. Let us see how he fares. Steadying herself, she spoke and, with unsteady legs, made her way toward her father. Luo, are you all right? The foolish father, relieved to see his daughter well, remained concerned, his gaze fixated on her face. Understanding his worry, Meng Qingluo smiled and settled beside him to rest. I am fine. Oh, he nodded. Inside the carriage, the young master had awakened, gazing adoringly at his uncle. Su Zhongyuan crouched beside him, his hand resting on the young master's pulse, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Miner, how is he? Young master, thank heavens. The poison has been purged, we no longer need to seek physician Shui. It is no wonder that girl took 2 whole hours. A divine physician. Another healer has emerged in our great Yan. Yan Xiuzhi's heart raced with excitement and relief. Thrilled that his nephew's poison had finally dissipated, pleased that this journey had not been in vain. Yet, he maintained a stoic facade. Excellent, splendid. Since the young lady desires our gratitude, let us grant her wish. Do you think that young girl might be a disciple of physician Shui? Those with true talent seldom reveal their true selves. I do not know, Yan Xiuzhi replied, shaking his head. Regardless of her lineage, she has saved Miner's life. And for that, she is our savior. The carriage continued its journey, with Su Zhongyuan at the reins, now accompanied by the young noble Yan Xiuzhi. Inside, the young master Yan Min lay quietly, curiously observing Meng Qingluo and the others. The foolish father, too, was intrigued, glancing around the carriage and at the young master on the soft couch. He had ridden in a carriage before, in his childhood, when the old master Meng was still escorting goods. But as time passed and the old master ceased his journeys, he had grown up, the memories of his youth fading away. Thus, sitting in the carriage now filled the foolish father with a sense of wonder, as he touched and explored every detail. Observing her father's astonished expression, Meng Qingluo couldn't help but smile. In the wicker basket, the 2 little ones, having eaten and slept well, were now awake. However, soon after, the eldest began to whimper. As soon as the eldest whined, the youngest followed suit. Understanding the intentions of these 2 young lads, Meng Qingluo, who was unaccustomed to the role of a mother in this life, couldn't help but press her forehead in exasperation. Blushing with embarrassment, she called out, that uncle. My 2 little ones might need to relieve themselves, could you please stop the carriage? Su Zhongyuan's large hand paused momentarily, his eyelids twitching before he brought the vehicle to a halt. The whimpering of the eldest son grew louder, prompting Meng Qingluo to nimbly leap from the carriage. If she delayed any longer, it would likely result in a considerable mess within the cart. Yet, she was still a tad too slow. By the time Meng Qingluo finished assisting the eldest with his business, the impatient youngest had bestowed upon Yan Xiuzhi an unforgettable gift in her arms. Driven by gratitude and the sight of the frail young girl bouncing about the carriage, Yan Xiuzhi found himself momentarily petrified. Su Zhongyuan too was rendered motionless. The young master was exceedingly fastidious. Not only would he recoil at a child's urine, even the slightest drop of filth on his clothing would necessitate a change. Meng Qingluo was utterly stunned. Gazing at the youngest, still cradled in Yan Xiuzhi's embrace, who was now grinning shamelessly at her, she was at a loss for words. Oh, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. She hurriedly reclaimed the youngest, repeatedly apologizing, terrified that Yan Xiuzhi might lose his temper, and cast the child aside. Yan Xiuzhi was indeed tempted to express his ire. However, looking into the child's dirty little face, adorned with large, bright eyes that sparkled like dark grapes, he found his anger inexplicably dissipating. Although he felt a touch of discomfort, there was no trace of disdain in his heart. This unfamiliar sensation perplexed him. It's no big deal, just a child's urine. The sun is setting. Let us take you to the bitter orange grove first, and I shall change my clothes afterward. He instructed Meng Qingluo. Su Zhongyuan, anticipating the young master's wrath, found himself utterly bewildered by the calmness of his words. No anger? Just no big deal? How could this be so hard to believe? Chapter 9. A Family Reunion. Meng Qingluo sighed in relief, quickly lifting the youngest back into the carriage, returning him to the backpack. She playfully pinched his nose. You little rascal, what made you think it was all right to make a mess? If you do it again, I might have to resort to drastic measures. The youngest, mistaking this for a game, burst into laughter. As he laughed, the eldest joined in, and even Yan Xiaozhu, initially embarrassed by Meng Qingluo's rough words, found his lips curling into a smile. Children, after all, could be rather endearing. As they arrived at the grove of bitter oranges, night had fallen completely. Go ahead and search. We will wait here for the duration of a stick of incense. If you don't find them, hurry back. Yan Xiaozhu advised Meng Qingluo. She shook her head, declining his offer. Thank you for your kindness, young master. My family has assured me they will wait. They will certainly wait. The roads are perilous, you should depart swiftly. The carriage, draped in finery, was viewed by some as a prize catch. Leaving. Meng Qingluo noted that Yan Xiaozhu remained steadfast, waiting for a full stick of incense. When no one returned, he finally instructed Su Zhongyuan to drive away. After changing his clothes in the carriage, Yan Xiaozhu opened a small porcelain vial that Meng Qingluo had given him. The fragrance of the medicinal herbs was delicate, and the pills were uniformly shaped, glistening with a hue of vitality. This was left for Minner by that girl. She said to take 2 pills twice daily. And in 10 days, Minner will be as healthy as any normal person. As he caressed the vial, his gaze drifted to the 2 water bags. He distinctly remembered that they were nearly empty. How could they appear so full again? Lifting one, he felt its weight, certainly not an illusion. Minner, where did this water come from? The big sister poured it. Came the prompt reply from little Yan Min, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It's delicious. The water tastes wonderful and is sweet and refreshing. After the big sister poured some, I secretly took a sip. Yan Xiaozhu paused, then took a taste himself. Indeed, it was delightful. He hadn't anticipated that the girl would be so observant, aware of their predicament. In such a severe drought, these 2 bags of water held more value than gold. As the carriage rolled away, he resolved to graciously accept her gift. She was a resourceful one. If she could afford such generosity, she must possess a means to address her own water needs. Mother, grandfather, grandmother, mother, father. As they ventured into the woods, Meng Qingluo and her simple-minded father glimpsed the Meng family gathered around a fire. Yang Shi shuddered, rising abruptly. Father, mother. I think I heard my husband and a Luo's voices, she exclaimed, fearing she was merely succumbing to nostalgia. I believe I heard father and the big sister's voices too. 8 Lang chimed in. I heard it as well. Meng Lapa trembled with excitement, struggling to stand. Father. Mother, they have returned. It's Wu Jin. It's A Luo. Father. Sister. In an instant, the somber atmosphere that had enveloped the Meng family was shattered. They all stood up, rushing toward the source of the voices. Mother, it's really father and the big sister returning. The quickest among them, the clever little Jiao Lang, shouted in exhilaration as he spotted the 2 figures in the distance. Husband. Daughter. Yang Shi cried, tears streaming down her face as she sprinted toward them. She embraced Meng Qingluo tightly. Meng Lapa, unable to contain her emotions, clutched her youngest son, Wu Jin, weeping. Child, your mother thought she would never see you again. A Luo, my dear A Luo, where have you and your father been? We waited for you for 3 days. Your grandfather, uncle, and elder brother have searched for you for 3 days. Yang Shi enveloped her daughter in a tight embrace, feeling the warmth radiating from her, realizing she was indeed dreaming. Her emotions overflowed, and she wept uncontrollably. Meng Qingluo, feeling the warmth of maternal love and her family's concern, felt a surge of warmth in her heart, her nose tingling as tears streamed down her cheeks, most of which were the original owner's emotions. Grandfather, uncle, third uncle, and brother, we encountered some difficulties, and I will recount everything slowly. As she faced the anxious gazes of her loved ones, Meng Qingluo spoke soothingly. Old woman, from the 4th family, quickly, stop crying. Let little A Luo sit down and rest for a moment. She must have been frightened and exhausted after these few days. Upon seeing Meng Qingluo, Meng Laozhang immediately sensed that significant events had unfolded and quickly pulled Meng Lapa, who was still weeping over Meng Wujin. The Meng family settled back down. Everyone wiped their tears, awaiting Meng Qingluo's account. Thus, she recounted how the four had been abducted by malevolent individuals to the mountains, how they managed to escape, and how they had met kind-hearted souls along the way who provided them with a carriage to return, conveying all that could be shared while altering the details that required discretion to ensure they were palatable to her family. Upon hearing that the four had been intentionally kidnapped by villains, nearly facing a dire fate, the family turned pale with fear. Especially Meng Erlang, who, reflecting on the horrors he had witnessed that day, felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow for Meng Qingluo. From now on, he vowed to protect his sister and two little nephews closely, ensuring they would not fall prey to wicked individuals again. Meng Lapa squeezed closer, cradling Meng Qingluo in her arms to soothe her. Luo, do not fear. As long as our family is together, we will never abandon you again. The aunts and uncles also embraced the two little ones, cherishing them and checking for any signs of injury. Once assured that the children were unharmed and in good spirits, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Our little Luo is truly remarkable. Old Master Meng was taken aback by the sudden display of formidable energy from the usually quiet and headstrong little girl at a critical moment. Seizing the opportunity presented by the villain's underestimation of her, she deftly incapacitated and bound the two assailants with a hefty club. Remarkably, she had traversed over 30 miles in this unfamiliar territory to return. Upon hearing her grandfather's praise, the 10 young men fixated their eager gazes upon Meng Qingluo, their eyes brimming with admiration, their thoughts echoing, truly, she is the daughter of the general's household. It was known that Luo hailed from the general's estate, yet the reasons behind her abandonment and subsequent return remained a mystery to them. Naturally, they felt no need to unravel it. The general's household may not have wanted Luo, but she was cherished as their sister. No one could replace her. Luo, come, drink some water and eat something, urged Yang, her spirits lifted after shedding tears, grateful for the safe return of her husband and Luo. I am neither hungry nor thirsty. I just had a meal in the kind stranger's cart, and father has eaten as well, Meng Qingluo quickly interjected, gesturing dismissively. With the pretext of the villains and the good-hearted people, certain items needed to be discreetly handled before they could be utilized. The family gathered closely, while the others remained at a distance, and Meng Qingluo was unperturbed by their curious eyes. Soon, she retrieved a considerable assortment from the basket, 3 gleaming knives, 1 a kitchen cleaver taken from the 2 men, and 2 long, sharp pig slaughtering knives procured from the meat counter in her spatial market. The possession of such weapons would undoubtedly reduce the family's peril. A dark, gnarled stick, still belonging to the foolish father, was clutched tightly in his hands, grinning from ear to ear. Chapter 10. The journey of escape continues. As darkness fell, another black stick was overlooked by the crowd, who, seeing his delight, had no intention of reclaiming it to inspect. 2 pounds of sugar, 2 pounds of salt, a sack of rice weighing approximately 20 pounds, and a bag of flour weighing around 10 pounds were gifts from Yan Xiuzhu when they set out. The rest, including 30 assorted grain buns, 30 corn cakes, and 5 pounds of cured meat, were items she had retrieved from her spatial realm. She had been cautious not to take too much at once and had refrained from bringing water, recalling that the kind-hearted person in the cart had fainted due to a lack of it, and she had saved the young master by providing him the water she had taken from the villains. As the family beheld the bountiful spread before them, they were utterly astonished. Had Luo and the others truly turned misfortune into fortune? Not only had they returned from abduction, but they had also brought back an abundance of provisions. They had left with empty hands, anxious for both their loved ones and their food supply, yet now, miraculously, both had been restored. Each time Meng Qingluo revealed another item, her father would chime in, proclaiming, from the villains. And upon her next reveal, he would exclaim, from the good-hearted. Meng Qingluo stifled a chuckle. Her father's innocence required no further explanation, for the Meng family would simply believe that these goods had either been pilfered from the villains or graciously gifted by benevolent souls. Oh, by the way, grandfather, these 3 pieces of silver were taken from that villain, Meng Qingluo declared, having finished her recounting. Before anyone could register her words, she swiftly pressed the 3 pieces into her grandfather's hands. There were also several other small items that were currently unnecessary, which she intended to keep for future use. This statement served as a preamble for when she would later retrieve more items from her spatial realm. Quickly, conceal the goods well, she urged. Before old Master Meng could voice his thoughts, the sound of approaching footsteps drew nearer. Instantly, he tucked the silver into his bosom and urgently instructed his family. Everyone sprang into action, stealthily stowing away the provisions Meng Qingluo had brought back into the original grain sacks, wrapping them securely and hiding them in the cart. Beside her family, Meng Qingluo felt her heart lighten. So many items, including the water bags and milk bottles for the two little ones, had passed through the proper channels. Claiming they were gifts from Yan Xiuzhu for the children's hydration, now she could freely feed them without the need for secrecy. Third uncle. I heard that you and 5 have returned with a luo. It turned out that the visitor was the village magistrate, who had encountered Meng Qingluo's younger brother, Meng Qingluo, upon their return. Initially, the magistrate was skeptical, thinking his son had mistaken someone in the dark. Families had become separated on the arduous journey, and if they had not reunited on the first day, the chances of finding one another dwindled thereafter. Contemplating this, he resolved to personally check in on them. Indeed. Big Head, is it really you? You have returned, truly a blessing from the heavens. Old Master Meng exclaimed warmly. The magistrate, a younger relative of Old Master Meng, had earned the nickname Big Head as a child due to his notably large head. Seeing Meng Wujin and Meng Qingluo sitting there, along with the two children in her embrace, the magistrate was convinced. While he rejoiced for the Meng family, he couldn't help but express his astonishment. Third uncle. Where have Luo and the others been these past few days? Old Master Meng then succinctly recounted how Meng Qingluo had been kidnapped and how she had managed to escape. Naturally, he omitted any mention of the silver or the food. 5 Luo, you are truly fortunate children. Indeed, great calamity often leads to subsequent blessings. The magistrate praised. Meng Qingluo shyly smiled at him, reverting to her original persona, while Meng Wujin returned a silly grin. Third uncle, I never expected the drought in Yunzhou to rival that of Xizhou. Many families are struggling with scarce water and food, and the road to the capital still stretches thousands of miles ahead. What shall we do? The Meng family village was home solely to the Meng clan, with no outsiders among them, including Meng Qingluo's household. There were a total of 20 families and over 130 individuals. After the losses endured on their journey and the prior chaos, only about 100 remained. Meng Qingluo was taken aback. Over 30 individuals had perished on the less than 500-mile trek. The Meng clan, though they occasionally clashed and bickered at home, stood united against external threats. If such a tightly knit family had suffered significant losses, what fate had befallen those who ventured alone or were divided in purpose? Total annihilation? Big Head, let us send out some strong laborers at dawn tomorrow. My family can spare a few more hands to search for water and food. We will set a time to return, regardless of whether we find anything, and then we shall depart immediately. We cannot linger here any longer. Remaining in one place for too long without supplies was a grave misstep. Yet, for the sake of waiting for their family to return, they felt compelled to endure. Old Master Meng felt fortunate. Their decision to wait 3 days was wise, as it had led to a Luo and the others' return. His spirits lifted not only because of their safe return but also due to the provisions a Luo had brought back. His typically sharp mind returned, and he was willing to share responsibilities with the magistrate, grateful for the families in the village who were also waiting for their loved ones. Once the magistrate departed to organize the villagers, Meng Qingluo abruptly declared, "Grandfather, I will go with you tomorrow morning." "No," the others exclaimed in unison. Yang, Old Master, Grandmother, Uncle, and Erling. "Grandfather, I will stay close behind you and will not stray." Meng Qingluo continued, "Moreover, Grandfather, I believe it would be more prudent to search for food and water at our next resting point rather than here. Firstly, this location has previously been a refuge for countless disaster victims. Secondly, we have already searched for 3 days without success, and it seems futile to continue. Lastly, this area is excessively flat and lacks the deep mountains we need. If there is any food or water to be found, it is surely hidden within the depths of the mountains." She articulated several reasons, having initially refrained from doing so out of respect for Meng Lijing's presence, wishing to maintain the original persona without drawing undue attention. However, in the company of her grandfather, she felt liberated to speak more freely. After considering her words, the old man conceded, "You are right, Xiaoe Luo. I will seek out your Lijing uncle. It appears I was mistaken in my earlier thoughts." Delighted by her grandfather's agreement, Meng Qingluo felt a surge of hope. Searching in the same vicinity would yield little, especially since retrieving items from her spatial storage was not feasible in such an obvious manner. The old man and Meng Lijing accepted her suggestion, and the following morning, they set off without delay. Thanks to the provisions Meng Qingluo had brought back, the Meng family had enjoyed a hearty breakfast, though their water supply was dwindling. The Meng family walked with renewed vigor, following behind a Wu, with Lijing leading the way and his family bringing up the rear. The previous night's darkness had obscured many details, but as they progressed, Meng Qingluo sighed inwardly. The ratio of robust adult men in their group was alarmingly low, with barely 30 among them. Chapter 11. Feeling as if they could endure for another 500 years. It was no wonder the last upheaval had resulted in such a significant loss of life. The elderly, the young, and the frail women could not be adequately protected. The few children, whether toddlers or those in their early teens, wore tattered clothing, their faces smeared with dirt, and many were barefoot or donned ill-fitting straw sandals, struggling to keep pace. Though summer was not particularly cold, their exposed skin bore the marks of mosquito and insect bites, swollen and red from irritation, some even oozing with infection. Despite their tender ages, they lacked the luxury of transport. Initially, there had been many families in the village with oxen and mules, but the acute water shortage had forced them to slaughter their larger livestock. With no water left for themselves, they could hardly spare any for their animals. Thus, as the journey progressed, it became evident that water was their most pressing need, rather than food. 3 days prior, when the bandits raided, they had not only lost their water, but had also seen their food supplies nearly depleted. Let us hasten while the weather is cool. It will be more difficult once the sun rises. Meng Lijing shouted from the front, prompting the group to quicken their pace. Meng Qingluo, burdened with the weight of little Bao on her back, found the task exhausting. In her previous life, she would have considered a 50-kilometer march with a 30-kilogram pack a mere challenge, but in this frail body, she struggled to adapt. Her foolish father carried Big Bao on his back, clutching an electric baton as he kept pace beside Meng Qingluo. Ahead, Yang Shi held onto Shi Lang with one hand while grasping Jiao Lang with the other, with Ba Lang walking among them. Yang Shi frequently glanced back at Meng Qingluo and the others. The despair and torment of the past 3 days had left her unwilling to endure such hardship again. The Meng family had one donkey cart remaining. De Lang drove it, laden with pots, bowls, and precious food supplies. Additionally, 3 wooden carts were being pushed by Meng Debo, Meng Sanbo, and the old man, carrying the family's seasonal clothing, blankets, and various sundries, including Meng Lapa, who sat atop. In her youth, Meng Lapa had come from a well-to-do family and had known little hardship. After marrying into the Meng family, she was treated with great affection by old man Meng, and aside from some struggles during her children's early years, she had not faced much adversity. Now, in her old age, she was forced to flee, her strength unable to keep up. Moreover, after Meng Qingluo and the others had been missing for 3 days, the worry and relief upon their return had sapped her strength, and she had begun to fade. Lang assisted his sister, Xiao Pan, in carrying the eldest daughter, occasionally glancing back at Meng Qingluo and the others, anxious that they might vanish again. Others were similarly burdened, carrying bundles or baskets of their household goods. While it appeared that they had brought little, the weight of their belongings was substantial. Meng Qingluo could extract items from her spatial storage, and while she could allow her companions to enter, the presence of so many watchful eyes deterred her from doing so. As for living creatures, she had yet to find an opportunity to test whether she could bring them in, or if doing so would have any adverse effects upon their return. After 3 days of resting in place, everyone's spirits remained relatively high. Before the sun became unbearably hot, they had already traversed a considerable distance. However, as the midday heat set in, fatigue began to take its toll. The adults gritted their teeth and pressed on, but the children began to cry out. Father, I can't walk anymore. Mother, I'm hungry. Grandfather, I'm thirsty. The chorus of complaints rose and fell. The adults, accustomed to such scenes, knew their children well. Some opted for gentle coaxing. Yaya, let us walk a little further, and then we can rest and eat. Others resorted to stern admonishments. Even if you can't walk, you must keep going. If you fall behind, you might be left to the mercy of bandits or worse. Meng Qingluo observed her siblings, noting that even the youngest, Shi Ling, was still quite capable. Perhaps it was because their father was different from others, although her 3 younger brothers each had their own personalities. They had always been obedient and sensible. At that moment, young Shi snatched the backpack from Meng Qingluo, alleviating some of her burden. Noticing Shi Lang's pale face, slick with sweat as he strained to keep up, her heart ached. Shi Lang, come, have some water. Last night, he had overheard his grandmother and uncle discussing the dwindling water supply, and despite his cracked lips, he stubbornly shook his head, suppressing his thirst. Sister, grandfather said we should wait until we reach a resting place to drink. Meng Qingluo silently pulled him closer, unscrewing the cap of her water pouch, which contained a mixture of sugar and salt. She brought it to his lips and softly urged, drink up, grandfather is right, we are nearing our resting place. But you are still young, so it's fine to have a little now. Oh, sister, then I will drink. Shi Lang eagerly gulped down several large swigs. Sister, it's so sweet, he exclaimed, licking his lips in delight. Good boy, Shi Lang. Meng Qingluo quickly offered him a piece of hard candy from her spatial storage, flavored with orange. Caught off guard by the sudden treat, Shi Lang relished the sweet, fragrant taste that filled his mouth. Sister, she silenced him with a gesture. Keep it quiet, it's a gift from a kind stranger, don't let anyone else know. Shi Lang promptly covered his mouth with his little hands, nodding vigorously to show he understood. Though their hushed conversation went unnoticed by others, Ba Lang, Jiao Lang, and Yang Shi were all ears. Their foolish father, having heard the exchange, offered no reaction, merely casting an aggrieved glance at the small bundle of treats slung over his daughter's shoulder. The delightful snacks within had long since vanished, consumed by him. Taking advantage of the others' exhaustion, Meng Qingluo discreetly fed them each a few generous sips of water, along with a piece of fruit candy. For Yang Shi, who was frail, she offered a ginseng pill from her spatial pharmacy, akin to Western medicine, packed with a hefty dose of ginseng essence. Though Yang Shi had never tasted ginseng, she was familiar with its scent from the medicinal herbs in their home. Yang's lips pursed, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes fixed on Meng Qingluo, filled with confusion. Meng Qingluo smiled at her, mouthing the words, Mother, do not speak. Immediately, Yang complied, nodding in silence. Among the Meng family, Meng Qingluo dared not offer water, yet a morsel of candy was permissible, using the excuse of yesterday's benevolent stranger. Thus, a ginseng candy was unceremoniously shoved into the mouths of the elders, while the children received fruit-hard candies. With a rather brusque and straightforward method, Meng Qingluo forcefully pushed the treats into their mouths, insisting they could not speak until they had finished, nor could they spit it out. As the round of candy distribution continued, Meng Qingluo was busily engaged, invigorating her family in the process. Their previously sluggish pace instantly returned to normal. Their eyes sparkled with gratitude as they occasionally cast appreciative glances at Meng Qingluo. Particularly, the elderly matriarch felt revitalized after consuming a piece of ginseng candy. Her dizziness faded. Her vision cleared, and she felt as though she could live for another 500 years. She marveled internally at the wealth of the affluent, thinking to herself that despite natural calamities, their households young and old could still indulge in such luxurious ginseng sweets. The family was enjoying a moment of harmony when suddenly, they came to an abrupt halt. What is happening? Why have we stopped? The elder inquired. I shall go and see, Uncle Meng said, setting down his handcart and rushing forward. Moments later, he returned, accompanied by Meng Qingxiao, the eldest son of the village chief. Meng Qingxiao was cradling his 3-year-old son, Juzi. Before they could approach, Meng Qingxiao cried out loudly, third grandmother, save my Juzi, he is nearing death. His voice cracked with urgency and desperation. Quickly, place him on the cart, let me take a look, the elderly matriarch instructed. With newfound strength, she was helped down from the carriage by Uncle Meng, who gestured for the child to be placed upon it. As Meng Qingluo drew near, she noted the child's pallid complexion, cold sweat beading on his forehead. While the matriarch took his pulse, Meng Qingluo tenderly grasped the child's small hand, discreetly checking his pulse as well. The heat was unbearable, he had suffered from sunstroke. The matriarch, after assessing the child's condition, released his hand and addressed Meng Qingxiao. Ah Xiao, he has sunstroke, the heat has taken a severe toll on him. Do you have any medicine at home? None. Meng Qingxiao's head drooped in despair, but then he lifted it again. Third grandmother, is there any other remedy? Under ordinary circumstances, The matriarch would have ventured into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs, but the surrounding area was devoid of any greenery. She shook her head in resignation. Her grandfather and father had been physicians, and during her childhood, she had learned some medical skills by following them around. She could recognize herbs and take pulses, but beyond that, she was unsure. Soon, the village chief and the child's mother arrived, and upon hearing the news, the mother burst into tears. "Oh, Juzi, my precious darling. It is my fault for not taking better care of you." Third uncle, third aunt. The village chief, a man in his 50s, was as lost as a 3-year-old child, looking pleadingly at the elderly couple for guidance. Juzi was his firstborn grandson, and if anything were to happen to him, what would be the purpose of their arduous journey to this place? "I have some medicine," Meng Qingluo interjected, "given to me by that kind young gentleman yesterday. But it is limited, only enough for Juzi to take 3 doses. Upon realizing Juzi was suffering from heat stroke, Meng Qingluo seized the opportunity while everyone's attention was on Juzi and the matriarch. She discreetly reached into her bundle and retrieved 3 small bottles of medicine, pouring their contents into a tiny porcelain vial. In her recollection of the Great Yan Kingdom, porcelain was abundant and the craftsmanship exquisite. Precious medicines and food were often stored in porcelain containers, typically sealed with wooden stoppers. The medicine she had administered to the young master yesterday was also stored in such a vial. She was grateful to the space she possessed, which included such items. The matriarch, upon receiving the vial, brought it to her nose and nodded, detecting the aroma of patchouli, confirming it was indeed an effective remedy for heat stroke. "Aluo, did that young gentleman explain how to use it?" "He mentioned that 1 bottle should be divided into 3 doses, taken once or twice a day. And after 3 doses he should be fine." "Excellent, excellent." The matriarch shook the bottle, estimating the amount of medicine, and skillfully administered a portion to Juzi. She handed the remainder to Meng Qingluo, saying, "Xiao, keep this. Give him the other half before he sleeps tonight. This medicine was a gift from a kind nobleman in gratitude for Aluo's assistance. I just smelled it, and it is indeed good medicine." "Thank you, third grandmother." "Thank you, Aluo," he said, tears welling in his eyes. Meng Qingluo then took the initiative to offer Juzi a few sips of water, drawn from a pristine well, untainted by any other source. Miraculously, no sooner had the medicine and water been administered than Juzi opened his eyes and cried out, "Mother, mother." Relieved, everyone exhaled in unison. The village chief repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Meng Qingluo. Once a lively and charming young girl, Meng Qingluo had become somewhat despondent since being acknowledged by the general's family and returned without having married, which had led to her current melancholic disposition, often emanating an aura of gloom, occasionally betraying a hint of resentment in her gaze. It was understandable, given the significant blows she had endured, compounded by the incessant gossip from the town's women, insinuating that she was unwanted by her father and unloved by her mother. "Aluo, you are a fortunate girl. Were it not for you and third aunt, my Juzi would have been doomed today. If there is ever anything my family can assist you with, do not hesitate to seek me out," the village chief said, affectionately ruffling Meng Qingluo's hair. "Thank you, Uncle Li, I will remember that. However, given the sweltering heat, please remind everyone to add a pinch of salt or sugar to their drinking water to alleviate the heat and prevent heat stroke." "Certainly, I shall convey that." Uncle Li's family led the way, expressing their gratitude once more before departing with Juzi in their arms. Once they had left, Meng Qingluo's wife whispered, "Aluo, you have been too generous. To give away such precious medicine entirely is unwise. If someone in your family falls ill, you will have nothing left." Meng Qingluo pursed her lips, understanding the sentiment behind Sanhua's wife's words. Were she without her space, she might indeed have only offered a single dose to save a life, or perhaps none at all. After all, her only protectors were her family, and she would only shield those closest to her. However, blessed by the heavens with that precious space, she felt compelled to act, not daring to stand idly by in the face of suffering. "What are you rambling about? Come and help push the cart." Sanhua shot a glare at his wife. After all, having given away the medicine, did it not also weigh on Aluo's heart? Though Sanhua's wife was frugal and shrewd, she was also a woman who revered her husband. Upon receiving his reproachful gaze, she promptly returned to help push the cart. Suddenly, there were several screams from ahead, and the procession halted once more. "What now?" the elder grumbled, furrowing his brow. "I shall go and take a look," Uncle Ming said, once again setting down the handcart. Before long, he returned, his eyes glistening with emotion. What happened? Is it grave? The elder inquired, his heart racing. Uncle Meng surveyed the womenfolk of the family and finally, the words lodged in his throat were forced out. Father, there are numerous dead bodies ahead, likely those who fled after the bitter orange was stolen. They ran out of food and water, and upon reaching this point, they could not hold on any longer. They all perished. Quickly, everyone. Do not stop or look, we must move swiftly. Meng Li shouted from the front. The procession continued onward, and the Meng family at the rear, particularly Meng Qingluo, had a clear view of the scene. Lining the roadside lay approximately 20 to 30 corpses, some lying horizontally, others vertically, some face up, some face down, and a few half sitting against the roadside. The sun blazed fiercely, the temperature soared, and waves of heat rippled through the air. Most of the bodies had begun to decay, emitting a nauseating stench, while white maggots writhed upon them. Heaven Amitabha! Such sins! In this life of suffering, may one be reborn into a fortunate existence in the next. Meng Qingluo could hardly bear to look, averting her gaze after a mere glance. She reached out and covered the eyes of the little Shi laying beside her. Do not look. 8, 9, you must not look either. Villagers ahead, let us quicken our pace and pass swiftly through this place. The last command was shouted by Meng Qingluo. In Chapter 13, titled Let Me Die, no one among them understood the peril of these corpses better than she did. After a great disaster, a great epidemic follows. Shortly down the road, they would encounter more corpses, numerous human and large livestock remains, yet no living souls could be seen. At this moment, Meng Qingluo cast aside any pretense of modesty befitting the original character and approached her grandfather and grandmother with a serious expression. Grandfather, we must inform Uncle Liaozheng that we need to traverse this area swiftly. We cannot afford to linger. Not only must we not slow down, but we must hasten our passage. Furthermore, everyone in the group should cover their mouths and noses with whatever they can find, be it their own clothing or cloths, as long as it obscures their faces. Little Luo, are you worried? Grandfather Meng glanced at his granddaughter and then at his daughter-in-law. Meng's grandmother exchanged a knowing look with Meng Qingluo, then nodded at grandfather Meng. Indeed, our Luo's concerns are valid. Everyone should cover themselves for their own good. Grandfather Meng headed to the front of the line, and the Meng family, under Meng Qingluo's guidance, kept moving, rummaging through their bundles to find old rags and cutting small holes in them to fashion simple, practical head coverings. Upon hearing Grandfather Meng mention the risk of an epidemic in such situations, Liaozheng immediately took heed. Not only did Aunt San possess medical knowledge, but Uncle San had also seen much in his youth while traveling extensively. He raised his voice, instructing the villagers to cover their faces and bodies, urging them not to stop their feet. Let us hasten. We will rest when we reach an area free of corpses. Observing Meng Qingluo's family take such practical measures, the others in the village followed suit, donning their own rudimentary head coverings. Seeing that everyone had covered up, Meng Qingluo and her grandmother both sighed in relief. Our little Luo has insight and discernment, Meng's grandmother remarked, reflecting on how a trip to the capital had indeed changed her. Meng's grandmother gently pinched Meng Qingluo's slender arm, sighing inwardly. Meng Qingluo understood well the source of her grandmother's praise. Upon returning home, the original character had been quite averse to discussing the capital or hearing about it, and the Meng family had been careful not to bring it up in her presence. Thus, it was for the best that her family attributed all her knowledge to her time spent in the capital, sparing her the effort of concocting excuses. After a moment's thought, Meng Qingluo retrieved 3 small boxes of cooling ointment from her medicinal space. The exterior was a tin box, and inside was a balm. She opened the lids and diligently applied it to the hands, feet, and foreheads of the 2 children in her care to ward off mosquitoes and insects that might bite them after coming into contact with the deceased and dead livestock. Once done, she covered the little ones with a thin cotton cloth, leaving only their eyes visible to peek about. While doing so, she did not neglect her family. Elder sister, please apply some to Daya as well, and after that, use the remainder on yourself. Everyone must be quick about it. We cannot let anyone else see. 3 boxes will not suffice for others. Meng Qingluo handed 1 box to Xiao Pan, whispering her instructions. Understanding the implication, Xiao Pan accepted the cooling ointment and began applying it to Daya's forehead and body. The second box was given to Yang Shi. Mother, apply it first. Then use the remainder on Lu Lang and the others. Meng Qingluo's murmurs were clearly heard by Yang Shi, who said nothing but took the ointment and began applying it to herself and her family on their faces, necks, and hands. The final box was given to her grandmother, instructing her and grandfather Meng to use it as well. Meng's grandmother accepted the ointment, gazing at the translucent balm and softly remarking, "Such fine quality. This is indeed a product used by the wealthy." Little Lang gasped in delight, revealing a mouthful of tiny teeth, and scurried over to Meng Qingluo. "Elder sister, this feels so refreshing." Meng Qingluo said nothing, merely smiled and ruffled his hair, thinking, but your hair is quite dirty." Everyone had gone half a month without a bath. She wondered when they would be able to wash. Yet, what was the point of worrying about bathing when they did not even have drinking water? Seeing that her family had finished applying the ointment, Grandfather Meng glanced at the remaining half of the cooling balm in the small box. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to take some to the front of the procession. He pressed the item into Liar Zhang's hands, whispering, "Apply some to the children first, and the adults can use what remains." A Luo received 2 boxes. The young master claimed it wards off mosquitoes. "We are all sensible people. There is no need for further words," he concluded before turning to leave. Liar Zhang watched Grandfather Meng's departing figure, tears welling in his eyes. "Father, what is it?" Meng Qingluo inquired as he approached. "Your great-uncle is deeply concerned for our family. Take this, it is for repelling mosquitoes. Apply some to Juzi and the other little ones, just a little in each spot will suffice. We will use the rest ourselves. Be swift, and do not let others see. If they do, they might claim that we, as the village head, are being selfish." Liar Zhang tugged at his sleeve to dab at his eyes and passed the ointment to his son. "I understand. I will go now," Meng Qingluo replied. Realizing that a Luo had earlier shared a bit of anti-heat medicine from the young master, and now again, she had procured this mosquito repellent. But because there was so little, his great-uncle could only discreetly provide for them. Meng Qingluo noticed Grandfather Meng heading toward the front of the line, understanding his intention. She comprehended why he acted this way, because the entire village depended on Liar Zhang's leadership and management. Though Grandfather Meng held authority and could oversee matters, his age diminished his capacity to bear such burdens. Should anything happen to Liar Zhang, the guiding light of Mingjia village would be extinguished. If Liar Zhang's family faced any trouble, he would surely be disheartened, rendering him incapable of managing affairs. Heavy-hearted, they continued onward. Having already walked a considerable distance through the morning, it was time to rest. However, the sight of the dead deterred anyone from halting or pausing their steps. The sun was nearing the horizon, yet they pressed on. "Mother, I cannot walk anymore. I truly cannot." The first to falter was the 6-year-old Lang. Being pulled along by Yangshi, his short legs could scarcely keep pace with the adults, who strode while he had to run. Although he could no longer walk, he had to keep moving. Yangshi stole a glance at a nearby corpse, nearly reduced to bones, and steeled her resolve. "Oh, let me die. Just let me die. I do not wish to go any further. I cannot walk anymore, I cannot." For the past half-month, not only have they walked tirelessly day after day, but they have also suffered from inadequate food and sleep, all while enduring the sweltering heat. Occasionally, they are confronted with the sight of corpses, which has caused the timid Lang to break down first, weeping copiously. In Chapter 14, Jiolong confronts Balu. Meng Qingluo admonishes, "You little brat. What do you know about life and death? Your tone is nothing but a mimicry of the quarrelsome women in the village. Lang, come here to Grandma." The elderly Meng, filled with concern for her little grandson, beckons him. Meng Qingluo glances at Lang, whose face has turned pale, tears and snot adorning his visage. Worrying for her grandmother, she reaches to lift Dabao from the large basket strapped to her foolish father's back and approaches her grandmother, saying, "Grandma, please hold Dabao for a moment. Let father carry Lang." "All right." The sweat-drenched Meng matron accepts Dabao with a loving expression, exclaiming, "Oh dear, come here, my little treasure, let grandma hold you." Dabao, having been lifted from the basket, merely purses his lips and gazes coldly at the sky, showing little reaction, content to be held. The donkey cart is small, crammed with numerous items, and the Meng matron has squeezed herself onto it, her legs unable to stretch out, curled up in discomfort. It is a struggle even to hold a baby, let alone Lang, as no one in the family has free hands or backs to spare. Everyone is willing, but lacks the strength. Lang climbs onto his foolish father's back, wipes his tears, and instantly beams, revealing a mouthful of small, white teeth. Jiolong looks at his brother with envy but, being sensible, refrains from demanding to be carried as well. "Balu, noticing Jiolong's envious gaze, bends down in front of him, saying, "Ninth brother, let big brother carry you." "No, you can't carry me, Balu. Don't let me be the cause of your fall," Jiolong replies disdainfully, sidestepping his brother and continuing to trudge forward with his short legs. Seeing his younger brother's ungratefulness, Balu straightens up and pats his own belly, lamenting, "Please don't reject me. Jiolong, you know big brother has the strength to carry you, but alas, my belly is empty, and I lack the energy." "Well then, if you have no strength, I have nothing to feed you," Jiolong retorts, burying his head as he walks. A chuckle escapes the family, momentarily dispelling the gloom that looms over them. Meng Qingluo shakes her head in amusement. Her 3 younger brothers are indeed a trio of lively treasures. Balu is straightforward and speaks his mind, acting on impulse. His strengths lie in his great physical power and appetite. At home, he devours 5 bowls of rice in one sitting, yet on this journey, he has dared not overindulge. He is keen on martial arts and has been learning alongside the elder. Jiolong is clever and resourceful, never allowing anyone to take advantage of him. Especially protective of his food, since childhood, Balu has tried various tricks to swindle his snacks, hence the earlier exchange. Jiolong has already begun his education, learning to recognize many characters, while Shiling, though young, is bright and articulate, able to express himself clearly and remember what others say with remarkable precision. Fearing that their grandmother and father might grow weary, Meng Qingluo insists they drink some water and gives each a ginseng candy. The Meng family, with Meng Qingluo providing water and nourishment, is utterly exhausted. The chaos of children's cries and adults' shouts fills the air. As she walks, Meng Qingluo bends down to massage her legs, which feel numb and foreign. Noticing her struggle, Erlang takes Deya back to his sister, Xiaopan, and comes to relieve her of the burden on her back. Meng Qingluo does not refuse. She genuinely fears her body might collapse under the strain. After a considerable distance, a small grove appears ahead, and the village chief instructs everyone to take a break. At this moment, twilight descends and darkness approaches. They have journeyed an entire day, surpassing their previous limits. Each person's feet are blistered, lips cracked, and they gasp as if they were fish out of water, including Meng Qingluo. They all find a tree to sit against, some even lying down, disregarding the heat of the ground. "I'm utterly exhausted." Of the 10 siblings, aside from Darling and Erlang, the others are lamenting their sore feet. The Meng family has enough to eat. Each person munches on 2 coarse grain cakes made from the mixed flour that Meng Qingluo brought back, still soft from being prepared that morning, and they savor every bite. However, the water supply is dwindling. Each household shares 1 or 2 bamboo tubes, passing them around for small sips. This reminds Meng Qingluo of a modern school lesson about war, titled A Red Apple. Back then, the young soldiers were similarly reluctant to eat, passing a single apple among themselves. Fortunately, Meng Qingluo's family is better off, as she manages the bamboo tubes and water bags. Once emptied, she refills them just enough for each person to have several sips, discreetly ensuring no one notices. After a few small sips, the elderly patriarch shakes the tube, revealing it is nearly empty. Heavens, what shall they do? If they cannot find more water, they will not only fail to reach the capital, but may very well perish by the roadside like others. After feeding the 2 children some water and milk, Meng Qingluo glances at the donkey tethered under a tree. It is their sole living means of transport, and if it suffocates from thirst, the burden on the family will only grow heavier. "Mother, please take care of Dabao and Xiaobao. I will search nearby for fodder." With the entire family too exhausted to move, she seizes the opportunity. Just don't wander too far. Surrounded by villagers, Yangshi has no fear of unexpected events. Meng Qingluo leads the donkey away, just far enough from her family and the villagers' watchful eyes, and under the cloak of dusk, she quietly feeds the donkey some water and food, careful not to overindulge, ensuring it is only half satiated. Once done, she leisurely leads it back and ties it in place. "Ah, Luo, did you find food for the donkey?" The Meng matron, pleased with her granddaughter's fortune, inquires further. "Yes, Grandma. I was fortunate to find some hay to satisfy it halfway," Meng Qingluo replies, pointing to the half-eaten hay at the donkey's mouth. Relieved to hear it has been fed, the family continues to rest with half-closed eyes. After caring for the donkey, Meng Qingluo, seizing the chance while her family dozes, lifts the lid of the large jar on the donkey cart, which they use for storing water for cooking, only to find it nearly empty. Estimating that cooking tonight's meal will drain the last of their water, Meng Qingluo falls silent. their family is out of water. What about the other households in the village? Surely, they're in the same predicament. Meng Qingluo puts a little water in the jar, cautious not to overfill. Just enough for a small portion. At least they can prepare dinner tonight, ensuring that tomorrow, everyone can still manage to boil water from the bamboo tubes. Chapter 15. The Ambition of Xilang, who prefers to live off others. After completing these tasks, Meng Qingluo returns to sit beside Yang Shi and her foolish father, resting her eyes. After about half an hour, they all struggle to rise and set off once more. As they proceed, the number of corpses on the road diminishes, while the number of refugees increases. Each person appears emaciated, their eyes devoid of life, and those from villages like Mingjia village, where the population is somewhat denser, gaze at them with unfriendly stares. In Mingjia village, the residents stand united, ensuring that every household possesses some provisions, along with several carts, including 2 donkey carts. Apart from the Meng Qingluo and Luo families, the Meng Lijing family retains a donkey cart as well. The villagers rally their spirits, firmly grasping their weapons and torches. Meng Lijing immediately bellows a reminder to everyone. In an instant, children, the elderly, and carts are encircled by the robust men and youthful women of the village. Meng Qingluo and Yang each carry a small child, likewise enveloped by the Meng family. The reason for the Meng family's position at the rear is their martial prowess. The adult men, all tall and strong, naturally comply with the old patriarch's wishes. Now armed with sharp weapons, the restless refugees, upon seeing the gleaming blades reflecting the firelight, hesitate, realizing they are not to be trifled with, and they retreat. The foolish father, wielding his small electric baton, stands tall, casting disdainful glances at the crowd. Anyone daring to covet his alluo, and the little one must reckon with the baton in his hand. He fears not, for even the wicked can be struck down by him. Amidst this alertness, fatigue is momentarily forgotten. After traversing for about an hour in the dark, they finally discover a suitable place to rest for the night. As they prepare the evening meal, Aunt Pan, Mengda, lifts the lid of the clay pot. She wonders why there seems to be more water in the pot than usual. Yet, uncertain, she recalls that it was not her who cooked in the morning, but the third son's wife, known for her meticulousness in rationing supplies. Thus, she dismisses the thought. Is there enough water for dinner tonight? Meng Leoi, the old patriarch, expresses his concern. Father, there's no need to worry. We have sufficient water for cooking tonight. Just be frugal. There's enough for drinking tonight and tomorrow as well, reassures Meng Qingluo. Hearing this, Meng Leoi breathes a sigh of relief, hoping that, as his granddaughter mentioned, they will find water on the mountain the next day. Even if they do not, at least the family will not suffer from thirst. Listening to their conversation, Meng Qingluo too feels a sense of relief, glad that there are no abnormalities to be found. With her worries alleviated, Meng Qingluo resumes her playful game of sneaking candy to her family. The children receive fruit-flavored hard candies, while the adults enjoy ginseng candy, replenishing their energy. The rules are simple yet strict: eat without looking, and once it's in the mouth, it must not be spat out. One must finish before speaking. The Meng family believes that Meng Qingluo wishes to keep their treats a secret from the other families in the village, so they comply, quietly finishing their sweets. What are you staring at? No matter the appearance, it's a blessing to have something to eat, they think. The children, who seldom had candy at home, especially during their escape, find themselves delightfully indulging, their eyes squinting with joy as they feel as if they have drifted into a realm of bliss. The adults, rarely tasting ginseng, find the candy revitalizing, dispelling their fatigue. Jia, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could have such treats often? Xilang expresses wistfully to Meng Qingluo. She glances at the 2 exhausted brothers, Xilang and Wu Lang, leaning against each other, with their identical features. It is difficult for outsiders to distinguish between them, yet within the family, their contrasting personalities are evident. One is lazy while the other industrious. When at home, the one who would be out playing is certainly Xilang, while the one buried in books indoors must be Wu Lang. Even though they are a few years older than Jiu Lang and Shi Lang, they are still merely 13, an age ripe for dreams. After a moment, Meng Qingluo chuckles. When did our 4th brother's aspirations become so modest? Jia, what do you expect his ambitions to be? They've always been small. Wu Lang straightens up, incredulous. Our brother has always claimed he doesn't want to learn martial arts or pursue fame. He only wishes to marry a wealthy wife and live off her. In modern parlance, That's eating soft rice, as long as there's food to eat, drink, and money to spend, he's content to lie flat and take the jibes. Meng Qingluo is taken aback, having been unaware of her fourth brother's lofty aspirations. She looks again at Si Lang, who gazes back at her with an expression of calm, as if his brother's words have not bruised his pride in the slightest. Truly, he is a lad with dreams of living off a wife. Observing Si Lang's handsome features and upright posture, she muses that perhaps he might indeed fulfill his lifelong wish. Meng Qingluo decides to give the young boy a reality check. It's not impossible to wish for a wealthy wife, but if you lack any skills, what wealthy family would marry their daughter to someone who can't provide for her? What could she possibly gain from you? Hey, fourth brother, listen to me. This isn't just something father and mother have said, now I'm saying it too. My insights are second only to grandpa's among our family. Even uncle can't compete. I suggest that once this hardship is over, you should focus on learning your letters. What noble family would marry their daughter to a penniless fool, blind to the world? The clear-headed Wu Lang addresses his brother, hands spread wide. Meng Qingluo nearly bursts into laughter, joined by the others, while Shi Lang pipes up with a childish voice, fourth brother, how embarrassing. Second brother hasn't he even married yet. And you're already dreaming of a wife to take care of you. Si Lang's face flushes crimson as he retorts, just wait and see. Don't think I can't marry a rich girl. Who knows, I might even bring back a princess or a county lady for you all. Oh my. Such lofty ambitions. Meng Qingluo teases, I'll be waiting for you to bring home a princess, and then I'll enjoy the good life with you. Seeing him flustered, she decides to relent. All right, I'll be waiting. Not only will I ensure you enjoy a good life, but I'll also stand by you and confront those who bullied you in the capital. Si Lang nods earnestly, inadvertently revealing a thought he had harbored in his heart countless times. Meng Qingluo suddenly feels a pang of envy for the original owner of this body. No. She is the original owner now. Fourth brother she begins, but is interrupted by startled exclamations as Wu Lang pinches Si Lang's hand, causing him to grimace in pain. Si Lang's gaze flickers towards the silent Meng Qingluo, his expression changing as he suddenly realizes something. His face pales, and he hastily apologizes. Jia, I'm sorry. He didn't mean to mention those people. As Meng Qingluo snaps back from her envy, she notices the little ones watching her cautiously, with guilt evident in Si Lang's eyes. Initially taken aback, she then smiles brightly at them, sincerely thanking Si Lang, thank you, fourth brother, for always considering my feelings. Chapter 16, The Troublesome Huposi. Observing her smile, the brothers all breathe a sigh of relief. Their sister has changed. No longer retreating into silence upon hearing those names from the capital, but instead engaging openly, as if the lively, cheerful sister they once knew has returned. As footsteps approach their home, the children pause their chatter. Third uncle, several families have run out of water for cooking. Meng Lijing walks over, sitting beside old man Meng with a concerned expression. I took some water from my house and gathered a bit from other families that still have some. Do you have enough water for cooking? Yes, we have enough for tonight's meal. Thank you for your concern. The old man nods. Aluo, here, try this. It's what your sister-in-law asked me to bring you. After the old man finishes speaking, Meng Lijing hands something to Meng Qingluo. Gazing at the 2 salted duck eggs nestled in her palm, Meng Qingluo lifted her gaze towards her grandfather. Please accept these. They are a token of gratitude from Xian Shaozi. She is quite the adept duckkeeper at home, always pickling a considerable quantity of salted duck eggs for sale each year. Lord Meng nodded slightly at Meng Qingluo, signaling her to accept the offering. Thank you, Uncle Erzhang. Is Juzi feeling any better? Meng Qingluo expressed her thanks with a smile. Yes, much improved. His mother is cooking, and he is playing nearby. Meng Erzhang had not anticipated the efficacy of Meng Qingluo's medicine after consuming the concoction. The child not only woke instantly but was now frolicking about, mischievously causing a ruckus. His eldest daughter-in-law was immensely grateful to Meng Qingluo and had urged him to bring 2 duck eggs as a gesture of thanks. Though merely 2 eggs. On this arduous journey fraught with scarcity of water, salt, and food, they were indeed a precious commodity. One could even say a single duck egg could save a life. That's wonderful to hear. You converse with grandfather. I shall venture ahead to take a look. With the duck eggs in hand, Meng Qingluo rose and departed. Meanwhile, Meng Erzhang, Lord Meng, and several other men were engaged in discussions regarding the search for water and food, while Meng Qingluo proceeded to visit her aunt, Madame Pan. 2 duck eggs were insufficient to be shared among the entire family, hence, Meng Qingluo retrieved 4 more from her spatial pouch, totaling 6, one cut into 4 pieces, yielding 24 morsels, allowing each person to enjoy a slice. That evening, they continued to eat the wild vegetable porridge, with each bowl containing a piece of duck egg. The 10 children nibbled at their portions, savoring each bite, reluctant to finish them all at once. None of the children inquired about the origin of the duck eggs. They had grown accustomed to simply enjoying their meals without asking too many questions, for such curiosity could lead to reprimands from the adults. The adults, too, refrained from questioning. Having witnessed Meng Qingluo bestowing something upon Meng Qingluo, who then gifted 6 salted duck eggs to Madame Pan. Thus, except for the elder, no one realized that Meng Qingluo had produced 4 additional eggs, as everyone assumed they were a gift from Meng Qingluo's household. Although Lord Meng had noticed, he concocted a narrative in his mind, believing they were given by that kind-hearted young man to Meng Qingluo. Whether she had intended to save the eggs for herself or to share them with everyone now was of no concern. They were her belongings, and she had the right to decide. Furthermore, having rescued someone, it was only fitting that she received some good fortune in return. She had already shared quite a bit in recent days, and it seemed she would soon exhaust her provisions. His little granddaughter was indeed a kind-hearted soul, a trait not easily found in others. That night was remarkably tranquil. Apart from the night watchman, the rest of the villagers slept soundly, utterly fatigued. Even with worries weighing heavily on their hearts, exhaustion claimed them as they drifted into deep slumber. Unbeknownst to them, in addition to the watchman, Meng Qingluo was also awake. She quietly rose and discreetly sprinkled a mixture to ward off mosquitoes and snakes around the perimeter of the villagers' encampment. As for her own family, she encircled them, ensuring an extra layer of protection. Having witnessed the plight of the children being bitten during the day, she was particularly concerned about the risk of infectious diseases, especially for her 2 little ones. The night swiftly passed, and as dawn broke, everyone awoke. Once again, they set forth on their journey, the road ahead long and uncertain, with no knowledge of what awaited them. The dire lack of water loomed over everyone like a heavy stone, pressing down upon their hearts. After preparing breakfast, Meng Qingluo boiled water to fill bamboo tubes for each household, and her family's water jug was entirely depleted. After an hour of walking, the team sent out to search for water returned. Meng Qingluo shook his head at Meng Qingluo and Lord Meng, a grim expression on his face. It was reported that no water had been found, disappointment etched on the faces of the villagers as they trudged along, their strength seemingly drained. Oh heavens! Is this to be our demise? Meng Qingluo's 4th grandmother, Hu Posey, plopped down on the ground, slapping her thighs and wailing. Oh, dear heavens, take me instead. I would gladly trade my life for my precious little golden grandson. Her lamentations caused a commotion within the ranks. Meng Qingluo recalled her 4th grandmother vividly. Her 4th grandfather had passed away early, leaving behind a son and a daughter. The daughter had married far away, while the son, after marrying, had only 1 child, Meng Baomiao, the sole heir, whom the 4th grandmother cherished dearly. Let everyone rest here. Meng Qingluo spoke to the villagers with resignation. In this blazing sun, one could perish from the heat. How can we rest? The villagers murmured, yet they settled down where they stood. Hu Posey, a young widow with a fiery disposition, was not easily trifled with. Her late husband had been a cousin to Lord Meng, and with him as her protector, most avoided crossing her. After all, if there was a lack of water, it affected everyone, not just her family. What was the purpose of her outburst? Pushed forward by Meng Qingluo, Lord Meng approached her to admonish, "Sister, you must assist me. My family has had no water since last night. We couldn't even cook this morning, let alone drink. Look at my Baomiao, his little face is pale, and his lips are cracked and bleeding from dehydration. If he doesn't get water soon, I fear for him." Hu Posey wept bitterly. Meng Qingluo cowered behind Lord Meng, fearful of provoking her, lest she take her frustrations out on him with no recourse for justice. Lord Meng sighed, recalling how tightly bonded he and his 4th brother had been in their youth. Though cousins, they had shared an inseparable bond. In their childhood, they had stolen food from each other's homes to share, and, before his brother passed, he had entrusted him with the care of Hu Posey and their child, imploring him to protect them from the villagers' scorn. Bring forth the water from the tubes. Oh, Hu Posey immediately ceased her crying, scrambling to her feet to hand over her family's water pouch to Lord Meng. He poured all the water from his bamboo tube into hers before returning it, advising her to ration it for the children, as his own supply had run dry, and even the basin was empty. Thank you, Brother San. Upon learning that Meng's family was also out of water, a hint of embarrassment crossed Hu Posi's face. Lord Meng waved his hand and departed, telling Meng Hang, who was still cowering behind him, to encourage everyone to continue moving. Resting under the scorching sun was not a viable option. Chapter 17. She is struggling. Meng Qingluo observed her grandfather, who was in his 60s, with a look of helplessness, feeling a pang of sympathy for him. The drought and water scarcity were to blame for their plight. Yet she was at a loss for how to justify bringing forth a large supply of water from her spatial pouch. Helping others was important, but her own life was paramount. After all, she had only just been given a second chance at life. She needed to cherish it, didn't she? Grandfather, here. Meng Qingluo retrieved the emptied bamboo tube from her grandfather's back basket and poured all the water from her own tube into his. I don't need it. Your grandmother still has some left. We'll manage with what we have. The elderly don't require as much. The old man shook his head with a smile, gently patting Meng Qingluo's head. His eldest granddaughter resembled family in every sense, and he cherished her dearly, even more than his own sons and grandchildren, feeling a closer bond with her than with his wife. It is essential. You are the pillar of our family. If you are well, we shall all be well. I have merely poured a little for you. There is still more in the tube, Meng Qingluo insisted, firmly placing the bamboo tube into her grandfather's large hand before returning to her spot. Madame Meng watched the scene with a heavy heart, casting a sidelong glance at Hu Posi, who was marching ahead with heavy footsteps. She sighed softly, though not a stingy person. She had witnessed her husband's unwavering devotion to his brother's family throughout their lives. Even during times of scarcity, when their own rice supplies were dwindling, they would still manage to share some with Hu Posi's family whenever she made her demands. However, Hu Posi is an oblivious and ungrateful woman, who not only brings trouble upon herself, but also fails to guide her son and grandson properly. She seems to believe that caring for her family is a given. And after decades, she has completely worn out the affection her husband had for his brothers. Therefore, on the road to escape, as long as she does not cause a commotion, that family will not starve or thirst, and her husband will turn a blind eye to them. It is only the first day of water scarcity, and she has already made a fuss. If water cannot be found later, they will surely blame her family, causing her own children to suffer from thirst. Meng Laopa rubbed her temples in frustration. Meng Sanwa's wife, Zhao, fixed her gaze on Hu Posi's retreating figure. Her eyes filled with resentment, cursing silently. That old hag, if it weren't for her being an elder, I would have dragged my sister-in-law to scratch her face. Just because your family has no water, does that mean mine should go thirsty? It pains Luo to see her grandfather suffer. She can hardly bear to drink water herself. Luo, if you're thirsty, just drink from your mother's. Yang gently urged Meng Qingluo. Don't worry, mother. There's still some left in the bamboo tube. I didn't pour much for grandfather. To prove her claim, she handed her bamboo tube to Yang for her to feel. Yang reached out and after confirming there was indeed water, quite a bit, she fell silent, no longer speaking. As the sun rose, the heat hit hard. The sky was clear, presenting yet another scorching, windless day. Luo, you must be thirsty, right? Here, drink from your aunt. Pan handed her bamboo tube to Meng Qingluo. The family assumed that Meng Qingluo had poured all the water from her tube for grandfather, and she made no attempt to clarify. She thanked them and, without hesitation, accepted it. Though it appeared she was drinking, she was actually discreetly refilling her bamboo tube with water. Thus, the bamboo tubes of this united family passed through Meng Qingluo's hands, unbeknownst to them that she was not drinking, but instead replenishing the water within. The astute Meng Sanwa's wife noticed a slight pause as she lifted her bamboo tube to drink. Why did it seem that the water in her tube had not diminished but rather increased? After a moment of contemplation, she believed she understood the situation and gazed tenderly at her husband, her eyes soft with affection, as gentle as a spring breeze. Meng Sanwa, perplexed by his wife's unwavering gaze, wondered, "What is it that you are staring at me for?" That look reminded him of the way she had looked at him when they had just married, a sweetness that now felt unsettling. What had caught her attention now? Did she want him to buy her something? No, there was nothing but death and dust on this road of hardship. The mischievous Meng Sanwa's wife playfully pinched his arm and, with a faint pout, said, "You are the pillar of our family. How can you skimp on drinking water? Come on, take a few sips. Look at you, drenched in sweat. Even your neck is glistening. You must be exhausted." With determination, She took the initiative to feed Meng Qingluo several generous sips of water and then gently wiped the sweat from his brow with the edge of her garment. Meng Qingluo thought to himself, this woman must be losing her mind. Her sudden gentleness is almost overwhelming. Give some to Lu Lang and Qi Lang, he said, blushing slightly as he tried to change the subject. All right. Meng Qingluo's wife responded sweetly, generously handing the bamboo tube to the two children. Lu Lang and Qi Lang exchanged glances, noting, Mother seems a bit different today. No, she is definitely different now. Just an hour ago. She had been stingy with the bamboo tube, admonishing them, Lu Lang, Qi Lang, there's only this much water left. Don't drink too much. Just take a sip to moisten your throats. But as soon as their tongues touched the water, the bamboo tube had been snatched away. Now, with an affectionate demeanor, she said, Lu Lang, Qi Lang, here, drink up. Have a few more sips, don't let yourselves go thirsty, your father saved this for you. Meng Qingluo observed the actions of the San family with a bemused smile, reflecting on how this delightful misunderstanding was of her own making. On the other side, a sudden whisper from Yang broke the tender atmosphere. Oh no, this is bad. Huh? Meng Qingluo turned her head. Leaning closer to Yang, she asked, Mother, what's wrong? Yang, with her boisterous and forthright nature, had no time for hesitation. Leaning close to Meng Qingluo's ear with a quivering voice, she said, Daughter, I've started my monthly cycle. What should I do? What cycle? Meng Qingluo blinked in confusion. But in an instant, seeing her mother's expressive eyes blinking at her, Meng Qingluo suddenly realized, Mother, you've gotten your period? Yes. Daughter, isn't this just disastrous? It couldn't have come at a worse time, traveling short on water. And now this. Yang's distress was palpable, her embarrassment making her feel like she wanted to dig a hole in the ground and hide. What should I do, daughter? What should I do? Calm down, Mother, I have a solution. Really? Hearing her daughter had a remedy, Yang fought back tears that threatened to spill over. Meng Qingluo handed the small bundle from her back to Erling, then informed her grandfather and uncle that she needed to take her mother to relieve herself, assuring them she would return quickly to catch up with the group. With that, she took one hand of Balong and the other of Yang, swiftly leading them away to find a sheltered spot. Balong, unfold your father's coat and wrap it around yourself, then close your eyes. You must keep them shut until I tell you otherwise. I understand, sister. The obedient Balong complied, shaking out the long garment, extending his arms and shutting his eyes tight. Mother, go inside and take off your undergarments, leaving them on the ground. Don't worry about it, I will handle it. Then put this on directly. Just like you would put on your undergarments. Do you see how to do it? Tear it open first, then when you wear it, close it back up. The adhesive is strong enough, it's more secure than any string, so don't worry about it coming loose. I understand. Yang frantically took the item from her daughter's hands, which felt strange, like a mix of paper and cloth, yet not quite either. She didn't bother to question what it was, she simply followed her daughter's instructions, discarding her undergarments on the ground, which Meng Qingluo quickly buried in a small hole. The three of them soon returned to the group, and the old man merely cast a glance before returning his gaze elsewhere. Yang walked with a somewhat awkward posture and quietly asked Meng Qingluo, Luo, is this undergarment really safe from staining? Don't worry, Mother, trust me, you can change it again later. What she had given Yang was an adult diaper taken from her space. Initially, she had considered using sanitary pads, but realized there wouldn't be enough time to change them on the road, so she opted for the diaper instead, which was far superior to the ancient methods of using ash. As for where it came from, as long as Yang didn't inquire, Meng Qingluo would never volunteer that information. If she asked, she would simply say it was a fine item from the capital, originally meant for children. This was something that did not exist in Duyan, and no one would suspect it was taken from her space. Oh, perhaps such a thing did exist overseas. Meng Qingluo had not erred in her gamble. Yang, relieved by her daughter's assistance in alleviating a major embarrassment, felt a surge of gratitude that overflowed, causing her to refrain from probing further about the origin of the item. Her daughter was looking out for her, providing her with something useful. Why would she risk damaging their mother-daughter bond by asking where it came from? It's worth noting that Meng Qingluo despised mentioning the capital and harbored a deep resentment towards her unfeeling relatives in the general's household. After being sent back from the general's residence, Luo wept bitterly, exclaiming, Mother, my greatest regret is having gone to the capital. From now on, you shall be my true mother, and my father shall be my true father. Mingjia village is my home, and those from the general's residence I shall consider as if they never existed. Yang pondered over the past, while Meng Qingluo contemplated the present. She mused that as a woman, she too deserved to enjoy certain privileges. She expressed gratitude to the heavens and the earth for bestowing upon her a precious space. She no longer had to worry about the embarrassment of needing to relieve herself without paper, as everyone else here resorted to sticks, stones, or leaves for that purpose. She also did not need to fret about the absence of sanitary napkins during her monthly cycle, as she was spared the discomfort of using ancient ash cloths. She felt as though she were the favored daughter of destiny, cast into this arduous world to experience life, yet safeguarded from the perils of misfortune. Hence the precious space granted to her. Just as Meng Qingluo felt a sense of relief, trouble arose in the front of the line. The cherished grandson of Granny Hu, little Meng Baomiao, collapsed, succumbing to the heat, lying still as if a pillar. This terrified Granny Hu cried out for her parents, nearly fainting herself. Fortunately, Meng Qingluo had provided medicine for the pillar from Meng Lijing's family, and though the child had not finished it, it was enough to restore him. She forcefully administered the remaining medicine into Baomiao's belly. During this time, everyone remained seated, waiting. Meng Qingluo heard a small voice crying out, "Mother, I'm dying of thirst. Just one more sip, please." "Mother, no more sips, not even a drop. We haven't found water yet. We must save some to moisten our lips." "Mother, my head itches. It itches so much. Please scratch it for me." It was the pleading voice of a girl. What was there to scratch? With so many debts, one doesn't fret. And with so many lice, one doesn't itch. If you want it scratched, do it yourself. Your mother needs to rest. She is utterly exhausted. "Oh, how long must we walk? There's no food, no drink, oh dear." The woman, overwhelmed, broke down. Her weeping was intermingled with the sounds of the girl scratching her scalp, instantly sending a shiver through Meng Qingluo, as if someone had struck her pressure point. Everyone had gone without bathing, the heat causing them to sweat and exude a sour odor. Surely their hair was infested with lice. "Mother, oh." Meng Qingluo could not bear to think further. The thought alone made her itch all over. After a while, she suddenly rose, meticulously checking the little heads of her 2 bundles in the carrying basket. After inspecting them, she stood up, sighing in relief, though their hair had an unpleasant odor. There were no signs of lice. The 2 little ones in the basket looked bewildered. "Mother, why are you checking our heads?" As Meng Qingluo fretted over the lice issue, Meng Lijing approached the old master. "Third uncle, what should we do if we cannot find water? In this heat, children and women are prone to heat stroke. Do you recall how far we must travel to reach the mountains and deep ravines?" Meng Lijing asked this because the old master had once escorted a convoy to the capital. After a moment of silence, Meng Leoi glanced at Meng Qingluo and quickly averted his gaze, shaking his head. "That was 15 years ago. At that time, we were too focused on the escort to remember irrelevant details, especially regarding the mountains along the 1,000-mile journey. My recollections are hazy. I vaguely recall there being some nearby. But how far away, I cannot say. I've grown old and my memory has faded." Not receiving the answers he sought, Meng Lijing departed, feeling dejected. Baomiao had awakened, resting in his mother's arms. Meng Lijing took a glance, reassured that all was well, and called for everyone to continue their journey. "We must move on. Whether we find water or not, it is only through walking that we may find hope for water." Another day passed, leading to yet another campsite. This time, many households in the village, including Meng Qingluo's, did not need to unload their pots and pans. With no water, what could they cook? A few sips remained in the bamboo tube, which had to be saved to moisten their mouths and throats. Meng Lijing returned once more, accompanied by his eldest son, Meng Chongshao, and 3 young men from the village who had ventured out to find water that morning. "Third uncle, I've been thinking that we must send someone out tonight to search for water, otherwise, tomorrow, we may not survive." "All right." Meng Leoi nodded. "Let my eldest go with you. He is skilled in martial arts and can handle any trouble that arises." Meng Leoi had not expected that 2 days and a night would pass without even a glimpse of a mountain, which also surprised Meng Qingluo. She had hoped to find a mountain to discreetly retrieve water from her space. "Grandfather, I want to go with them." Meng Qingluo stepped forward. "No." Meng Leoi firmly rejected her. "It's pitch dark at night. You would be of no help and would only create chaos. I worry even for my eldest son's safety, let alone for my frail and delicate granddaughter." Meng Lijing understood the unspoken implication. His eldest son possessed skills that would greatly reduce the risks they faced. Chapter 19. A Luo's wooden box. As Meng Qingluo observed others, Meng Lijing touched his nose. averting her gaze. His thoughts mirrored those of third uncle. She would be of no assistance and would only complicate matters. Meng Qingluo turned her attention to Uncle Meng, who, filled with a desire to survive, stepped back a few paces before saying, "Luo, do not look at me. I too do not agree. If your Aunt Meng finds out that I consented, she would surely skin me alive and kick me several times." Meng Qingluo replied, all right, must I go or not? If I am not going, uncle, please come with me. She feigned anger, pouting as she beckoned him. Uncle Meng glanced at the old master, his eyes conveying, look. Luo is angry. What can you glean from my gaze? If I tell you to go, then go, and see what little Luo is up to. The old master glared at his son, then cast a worried glance at his sulking granddaughter. He knew Luo meant well, but he was deeply concerned for her safety. During the day she was abducted, he felt as though his heart had been entirely hollowed out. When Uncle Meng approached, he happened upon Meng Qingluo covering up the exquisite wooden box she had treasured. This box was something Luo had brought back from the capital, and no one knew what was inside. However, everyone was aware that aside from Luo herself, no one was allowed to touch it. Until that fateful day when the third brother encountered a monstrous creature on the mountain and was carried down in a bloody mess. The father had resolved to go into debt to treat his injuries. Luo, heavily pregnant, had emerged from her room holding the box, offering a pair of gold bracelets to her father, saying, "Father, here. Use these to treat third uncle." Her parents were moved to tears, refusing to accept it, but later, Luo had expressed her anger, questioning whether her grandparents still regarded her as a granddaughter. If not, then I shall leave this Minjia village. Her parents could not bear to see her upset and eventually accepted her offering, though they secretly conspired that when Luo found a kind husband to marry, her dowry must include a substantial pair of gold bracelets. Uncle, hey uncle, what are you thinking about? Meng Qingluo extended her hand, offering him something, not realizing her uncle was lost in thought regarding her wooden box. Uncle Meng shook himself back to reality. He looked at the item now in his hand, bewildered. Luo, what is this? What precious treasure have you brought out now? I don't want it. Quickly take it back. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingluo understood her uncle's concerns. This box belonged to the original owner and had always been treated as a precious item. On the day of her abduction, fortunately, the basket had been carried by Yang, allowing it to be preserved safely until now. She opened the box and examined its contents, discovering that there was little of monetary value within. A pair of silver earrings, a pair of gold earrings, a silver hairpin, and 2 jade pendants comprised the entirety of what one might expect from the jewelry of a legitimate daughter of a prestigious general's household. Oh, but that is not entirely accurate. Originally, there had also been a pair of gold bracelets, which the former owner had given to her grandfather in exchange for saving her uncle's life. The 2 jade pendants held significance. One was the original owner's, inscribed with the character for Luo on its reverse, a mark shared by all the children of the general's family, signifying her status as the legitimate daughter of the general's household. The other pendant, however, was discovered in her room on the night she lost her virtue, presumably belonging to that scoundrel man. Had it not been for the fact that the original owner later found herself with child and wished to use the 2 items as tokens when seeking out the child's father once the child grew older, she would have smashed it to smithereens and returned it to the embrace of Mother Earth. Meng Qingluo was no longer the same person she once was. The inhabitants of the general's household were now strangers to her. After listening to Uncle Meng's words, she dismissively waved her hand and replied, "Uncle, let us not be hasty in rejecting these items. They are treasures, and now is the perfect time to make use of them. If they are treasures, would you really return them to me? Are you hoping to see me slapped by your grandfather or have your aunt tug at my ear?" Observing the expression on Uncle Meng's face, which seemed to suggest he was trying to harm her, Meng Qingluo couldn't help but chuckle and say, "Uncle, how could that be? One of these items is a flashlight, capable of illuminating far distances at night, and the other is a telescope. While it may not see 1,000 miles, it can certainly observe 7 or 8 miles without issue." Uncle Meng had never heard of a flashlight, but he was familiar with the concept of a telescope. Isn't that something only high-ranking military officials use? Where did Luo acquire such items? From her biological father? Uncle Meng's pupils dilated in alarm as he looked at her. "You need not worry, uncle. I pilfered these from my father's study before returning from the general's household, where he cares little for his daughter and only for the border and the nation. They no longer want me. What harm is there in taking a couple of valuable items? I haven't even set fire to his study yet. Meng Qingluo's proud and unperturbed demeanor caused Uncle Meng to feel a mixture of heartache and comfort. If a Luo dared to mention them, it signified that she had truly moved on, the poor child. Take them, uncle. Look, this is how the flashlight works. There's a switch here. Push it forward. And see, it lights up, doesn't it? Now push it back a bit, and look, it's extinguished. Meng Qingluo demonstrated how to use the flashlight and telescope before preparing to leave, insisting that she needed to think of a method to extract water from her space. It truly gave her a headache, and she preferred to avoid them. Little did Meng Qingluo know, at that moment, Uncle Meng's heart was tumultuous, like a vast ocean. Tumultuous and unpredictable. That flashlight, capable of illuminating dozens of paces ahead, was far brighter than the torches of their entire village. And that telescope, indeed a military-grade tool, while not able to see very far in the dark, was still vastly superior to the naked eye. When day broke, he could envision its potential to see great distances. Oh my, such precious treasures, he thought, his hands trembling as he held it. The demonstration of the flashlight had already drawn the attention of several villagers, who were now peering in their direction. Meng Lijing and Elder Meng watched the two figures of uncle and nephew, immediately recognizing that the light originated from them. Everyone, remain where you are and continue your own tasks. Meng Lijing waved his hand towards the villagers, and along with his eldest son and 3 able-bodied young men, he approached the spot where Uncle Meng stood. Eldest? What did Luo say? Father, come with me. Uncle Meng led the 5 of them to a more secluded area, away from the villagers' gaze, before opening the flashlight. Father, Lijing, look at this. What is this treasure? Why is it so bright? What material is it made of? The others widened their eyes, and Meng Lijing asked 3 questions in quick succession. Uncle Meng recounted what Meng Qingluo had said, explaining how to use the 2 items and their effects, demonstrating them once more to the 5 men. This was originally the treasure of a Luo's father. These items are not found in our great Yen. He had them brought over from across the sea, purchased from the west. A Luo, with her fiery temperament, snuck into her father's study before leaving the general's household and pilfered these valuable items. Elder Meng sighed after hearing this, then added in anger. As long as the child is at peace in her heart, she can do as she wishes. They are merely 2 items. If she were to set the general's household ablaze, I would not be surprised. Uncle Meng remarked, were it not for the distance to the capital. It seems likely that her father would have secretly burned down the general's household to avenge a Luo, lamenting at home day after day. Today, he finally let his true feelings spill forth. Chapter 20. What it feels like to race in ancient times then, father. Should I keep these 2 items? A Luo has temporarily given them to you. They will be useful on the road to find water. Besides, she wishes to accompany you in search of water. But since I won't let her go, she is anxious and cannot assist you. This flashlight is for illuminating the path for the 4 of you, and the telescope is for seeing far ahead. It is merely my concern for your safety at night, fearing you may encounter danger. A Luo is truly a thoughtful and understanding child. How could one not cherish her? It is no wonder that your 3rd uncle and aunt protect and pamper her. Meng Lijing, coming to this realization, immediately echoed Elder Meng's words, sincerely praising Meng Qingluo once more. Then, father, big brother, we shall take our leave. Yes. The sooner you depart, the sooner you shall return. Elder Meng waved his hand. Did you remember to bring the butcher's knife and the kitchen knife? We have. The 5 of them replied in unison as they left the grove. Yet, unbeknownst to them, despite their thorough preparations, the 5 who ventured out to seek water would soon encounter trouble. The women and children had already taken rest, leaving only the men on night watch, holding torches as they patrolled the village's perimeter. Meng Qingluo had also settled down, with the children's baskets resting between her and Yang, peacefully sleeping and occasionally letting out soft snores or smacking their lips in delight, which drew Meng Qingluo to lean over and kiss their little faces, her heart brimming with tenderness. Father, something has happened with 3rd uncle. There's a fight. Father, 3rd uncle is in a scuffle. Meng Qingluo recognized the voice of the eldest son of Meng Lijing, and upon hearing the urgency in his footsteps, she opened her eyes. Why did it sound as if it were Changshao? What on earth was happening? Had something gone terribly wrong? The villagers were now awake, each sitting up with anxious expressions, fully aware that the 5 had taken the risk to seek water that night. Meng Lijing and Elder Meng hurriedly slipped on their shoes and rushed over. Changshao, what is happening? Did you encounter other refugees? Panting heavily, Meng Qingluo replied, "They are not refugees. They are nobles passing through from the capital who are also in need of water. We five had just found a little water when they discovered us. They demanded we give it to them, offering to buy it with silver. We refused, saying we wanted only water, and then a fight broke out. Father, third uncle. They have over 20 guards." Uncle Sheng, upon seeing the situation turn dire, shoved the flashlight and telescope into my hands and told me to run back and report. "Father, third uncle, hurry and gather people. If you delay, they will surely be killed. Also, they claim to be from the mighty general's household in the capital, and we cannot afford to offend them." Uncle Sheng had remained calm until he heard they were from the general's household, and then he immediately began to argue with them. "Do not panic, stay calm. We shall gather people and head over immediately. Eldest, second, you two stay here to look after your younger siblings. Third, come with me. The elderly gentleman is currently orchestrating matters, while Meng Lijing has swiftly summoned half of the robust young men from the village, a dozen or so, who, under the leadership of Meng Qingluo, armed with implements and brandishing torches, set off. Such commotion rendered sleep impossible for anyone. Meng Qingluo, too, presumed that her uncle and the others had encountered refugees, never suspecting that they were, in fact, confronted by the men from the general's manor in the capital, the original owner's own kin. "Eldest brother, second brother, father, mother. Please take good care of the two children while I am away," Meng Qingluo declared, not waiting for their response before turning to depart. The guards from the general's manor numbered over 20, giving them a numerical advantage and, unlike other noble guards, these were handpicked from her biological father's soldiers, seasoned warriors who had seen battle and shed blood. If a confrontation were to arise, her uncles and their companions would certainly stand no chance against them. Even if her grandfather were to arrive with reinforcements, a fierce conflict would be inevitable, likely resulting in casualties. Having come this far, she could not allow Ming Village or its people to suffer another loss. Moreover, these were the very individuals whom the original owner despised to her core. She felt compelled to confront them. "Aluo, come back. Come back." Yang Shi cried out in a flustered manner, her voice rising in alarm. "Mother, I will pursue grandfather and Uncle Lijing. There is no danger. Please look after Debo and Xiao Bao." With that, Meng Qingluo had already vanished from their sight. "Eldest brother, I shall chase after Aluo," Meng Erling stated as he stood up. "It's too late," Da Jiang shook his head. "You know Aluo's character. Can you dissuade her once she's made up her mind? Besides, they're formidable guards from the general's manor. Even if you catch up to her, you won't change her mind. We must protect Debo and Xiao Bao here. Rest assured. This time, grandfather and father will surely safeguard Aluo. She will not come to harm. Fear not, with the old gentleman watching over, Aluo will return safely." Pan Shi comforted Yang Shi, echoing her eldest son's reassurances. Yang Shi wiped her tears, lamenting, "This child cannot bear the thought of those people appearing. It drives her to madness. Those wretched people should remain in the capital, flaunting themselves everywhere, coveting the water we have painstakingly secured. I would find peace only if I saw the entire manor's inhabitants perish from thirst." Zhao Shi, the third aunt, spoke with bitterness. "When the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked." With such a selfish and venomous old lady at the helm, how could the others in the manor be any better? Only Aluo, having grown up in our household, is kind-hearted and considerate. Upon her return, she will suffer great indignities. How can she compete with those avaricious wolves and tigers? Old Granny Meng opened her mouth, but refrained from uttering any disparaging comments about the general's manor in front of her daughters-in-law and grandchildren. Both Meng Dajiang and Meng Erling assumed Meng Qingluo was pursuing their grandfather, yet, unbeknownst to them, she harbored her own thoughts and plans. After catching up to them, Meng Qingluo chose not to reveal herself, but instead trailed behind, observing the flickering torches of the villagers as they moved away. Reaching into her spatial storage, she retrieved a pair of binoculars, commonly used in military settings, to survey the distant official road, where she could vaguely discern flickering lights and shadows. Indeed, she had given her uncle a pair of binoculars purchased from an outdoor equipment store, while she retained the high-magnification one from her medical kit for herself. "That's out the place, those people are there." With a swift motion, Meng Qingluo entered her spatial realm, changing into a black outfit and donning a helmet. With a firm grip on the handlebars of her electric bike, she zoomed out of her space, racing towards her destination at high speed. Had she not feared alarming her grandfather and the others traveling the night road, she would have been tempted to flaunt one of the cars from the first-floor 4S shop. Hey, what is that? The anxious villagers were too preoccupied to look around, their focus solely on advancing with their torches. Meng Qingluo sped past on her bike. A blur of motion, just as one villager glanced up, startled to see a figure racing by like a streak of light. Where is it? There it is. What does it matter? What time is it to be curious? Keep your heads down and hurry to save the people. Meng Lijing scolded, extinguishing their fleeting curiosity. The villagers obeyed, their eyes fixed on the road, thereby missing a sight they had never encountered before. As they approached their destination, Meng Qingluo extinguished her lights, stowed her electric bike and helmet back into her space, then casually retrieved a mask resembling a pig's face, a toy her children had played with. Why did I grab the second brother's mask? She mused. With the mask on her face and wielding the golden staff of the elder brother, she charged towards the formidable guards of the general's manor, executing ruthless strikes without mercy. The 20-odd guards found themselves forced to retreat, their earlier confidence shaken as Meng Dajiang and the other three felt a sudden relief. Meng Qingluo's staff deflected a blade aimed at her uncle's head, sending it astray to strike the spear aimed at a young villager's neck. She delivered a swift kick that toppled the head guard poised to stab the young man in the chest. All of you, cease this instant. Drop your weapons. If you do not comply, I will slit her throat. A sudden, thunderous voice commanded, freezing everyone in their tracks. The guards turned to witness a slender youth clad in peculiar black attire, donning a pig mask, fiercely brandishing a sword against the delicate neck of their matriarch, the formidable general's mother. The sword was one that Meng Qingluo had seized from the head guard. Her favorite, and most skilled, activity was disarming opponents. Quickly, lower your weapons. The old matriarch stammered, trembling in fear. At her behest, the guards complied, relinquishing their arms. Thank you, young hero. Thank you for your life-saving intervention. Meng Dajiang stepped forward, cupping his hands in gratitude towards Meng Qingluo, bowing deeply. He had thought their lives were forfeit, but fate had turned unexpectedly in their favor before he could contemplate it further. What about the water you sought? Do you still desire it? Meng Qingluo gestured to Meng Dajiang, indicating no need for thanks, before turning to the elderly matriarch. While Meng Qingluo's memories of the capital were hazy, upon seeing this old crone, a rush of recollections surged forth. Those painful memories filled her with compassion for the original owner, yet ignited her ire. This wretched matriarch was the foremost executioner of the injustices the original owner had endured, and she never anticipated encountering her in such an extreme manner on this journey of hardship. Curse this old hag. At that moment, the once formidable matriarch, who had wielded power in the general's manor, now appeared pallid, her lips cracked and bleeding, her hair in disarray, devoid of any jewelry, a pitiful sight. Had they been robbed by refugees on the road? Meng Qingluo raised an eyebrow beneath the pig mask. Deservedly so. No, let them go, let them go. The old crone urged, glaring at the guards, desperation etched on her face. She had yet to fully enjoy her life. How could she perish? Then you must leave this place at once, Meng Qingluo instructed Meng Dajiang and the others. Young hero, if we depart, what of you? Meng Dajiang's gaze was filled with concern. Go. You must leave. Even if they send 30 more, they are no match for me, Meng Qingluo asserted, tossing a black bead towards a large boulder by the roadside. An explosive sound erupted, sending debris flying and creating a deafening cacophony. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, their minds racing. The previous assailants had shown a modicum of mercy. Had they been more ruthless, both man and cart would have surely met the grim reaper. Young hero, take care. Should fate allow our paths to cross again, Meng shall certainly repay this life-saving grace. Uncle Meng is a shrewd man. The young hero's intervention serves as both a warning to the adversaries and a signal to refrain from further chaos. Samao Nyozai, Huzi, let us depart. Uncle Meng and the other three hastily gathered their water and prepared to leave. As their figures vanished, the old crone stammered, Hero, they have left. Can we be spared? The chill emanating from the sword sent shivers down her spine. Meng Qingluo let out a soft snort. Those who commit egregious acts shall inevitably meet their demise. This time, I shall let you go, but should I encounter you again wielding power over the innocent, seizing by force, I will not hesitate to take your head. With a swift motion, Meng Qingluo sheathed her sword and vanished before them. All present merely perceived a fleeting shadow before it disappeared. The old woman, terrified, knelt by the cart, repeatedly thanking the hero for showing restraint. vowing to engage in more charitable deeds to build roads and bridges. In the shadows, Meng Qingluo scoffed silently. Build roads and bridges? It would be wise to first rectify your own sordid affairs. Hurry, we must leave this place. The old crone prostrated thrice, urging her servants to hasten the departure as she crawled back into the cart. What a cursed place this is, yesterday beset by marauding refugees. Today nearly having my throat cut. Grandmother, shall I help you with the medicine? Meng Qingbi trembled as she crawled out from under the small table, glancing at the blood on her grandmother's neck, her voice weak. Medicine? The old crone huffed, casting a complex and distant glance at her. This granddaughter was her favorite. Yet the thought of her hiding while she faced danger alone left her heart heavy. Grandmother, Tears brimmed in Meng Qingbi's beautiful eyes. Enough. I am not dead, who would I cry for? Meng Qingbi remained silent. As the cart departed, Meng Qingluo emerged from the shadows. She had overheard the conversation within the cart. It seemed not only the old woman was present, but also her dear sister. A cold smile crept upon her lips as she entertained a thought. With a flick of her wrist, 2 slender silver needles shot forth, striking the horse's rear. With a piercing whinny, the cart horse collided with a boulder at the roadside, resulting in a resounding crash as the carriage splintered, flinging its occupants to the ground. Ouch! Ouch, my leg is broken. It was the old crone's voice. Ah, my face. I'm bleeding, cried her dear sister, wailing as if mourning a lost father. Meng Qingluo remained hidden in the darkness, silently observing the chaos unfold, casting an eye towards the heavens. It was not yet time to eliminate them. For now, she would simply collect interest on the misfortunes of the unfortunate original owner. Gazing at the flickering torches approaching from the road, she knew her grandfather and the others had arrived. Father, Brother Datu? Uncle Meng called out tentatively, spotting the torches ahead. Eldest, is that really you? The elder's voice was filled with surprise. Father, it is us. We have returned. Uncle Xingzi, how are you? Did they give you trouble? Meng Xiaoxiao, seeing the 4 unharmed, assumed they had been spared by the general's household. As they converged, Uncle Meng snorted, spared? We were nearly left for dead. That old hag from the general's household is ruthless. She instructed her guards to show no mercy. If we had perished, she would bear the responsibility for our corpses. Had Meng Qingluo known this, she would have ensured the old crone and that flowery sister paid dearly today. So, how did you 4 escape? Were you injured? The village chief inquired anxiously. We all sustained some injuries, but merely superficial wounds. My mother can tend to them with some medicine, Uncle Meng waved dismissively. Chapter 22, The Hero with a Pig Face. Today, we were fortunate, just as they were about to strike. A young hero clad in black and wearing a peculiar pig mask intervened to aid us. His skills were astonishing. I watched as he deftly maneuvered through the crowd, leaping onto the cart and subduing that old hag. Terrified, her guards dared not resist and dropped their weapons. The hero instructed us to take the water and leave first. Before we departed, he displayed a remarkable feat. A single sweep of his small hand shattered a massive rock into fragments. Such inner strength, truly impressive. Had I not been eager to return with the water and wary of the general's household causing trouble, I would have knelt right there, begging him to take me as an apprentice. Indeed. If we could just persuade him, perhaps he would truly accept us. That young hero appears to be kind-hearted and upright, a champion of justice. The crowd murmured in excitement. Those approaching expected the 4 to be terrified and unable to move. But instead they were animated, eagerly conversing, almost wishing for another encounter. Meng Qingluo, now blending into the crowd, mused, small hands? Seeking disciples? Such fanciful thinking. All right. It's fortunate that nothing serious occurred. Our families are worried, so let us return quickly and discuss as we walk. Meng Leoi waved his hand, silencing the 4's chatter. Xingzi, did you find water today? The village chief posed the question on everyone's minds. Indeed, look. Uncle Meng and the others presented their buckets, bamboo tubes, and water skins. The crowd erupted in joy. Truly, we found water. We are saved. However, it was but a small amount, discovered beneath a stone wall. Seeping from a crack into a small hollow, we filled it all. If it drips again tonight, we shall collect more in the morning as we pass. The village chief rejoiced. There's no more. The dripping has ceased. We were merely fortunate to encounter this last bit. If we hadn't gathered it tonight, given this cursed weather, it would surely dry up by morning. Otherwise, the general's people wouldn't have fought us for it. They could have waited until morning to scoop it. No more. The chief's face fell in disappointment. Finding this much is already a stroke of luck. We shall boil it in the morning, steam the grain on top, and use the boiled water sparingly to last another day. We will continue searching afterward. The elder, who had remained silent, was notably calm. This success is owed to a luo, Meng Qingluo interjected. Had it not been for the bright treasures a luo provided, we wouldn't have been able to spot such a tiny source of water. Our little a luo is indeed a blessed child. She shall face trials before enjoying sweet rewards. The elder sighed purposefully. Yes, Uncle San is right. That child is fortunate. It is a shame she was born into the wrong family, another chimed in. The General's household treats her poorly, but it suffices that Uncle San's family treats her well. There's no need for her to seek out her biological kin. Those people hold themselves in high regard, looking down on us common folk. Thus, the conversation strayed off course. Meng Qingluo trailed at the back of the group, listening to their discussions. She yearned to return and find that water source to fill her containers, yet she could not pinpoint its location and feared her family would worry if she strayed. The echo of her mother's anxious voice lingered in her ears, prompting her to ultimately abandon the opportunity. Upon returning to their resting place, the group was elated to see that the 5 who had gone in search of water had returned, each carrying filled containers. They gathered around with cheerful inquiries. Yang, however, seemed unconcerned about the water, pushing her way into the circle to ask the elder, "Father, where is Luo?" The elder was momentarily taken aback. "Wasn't Luo with you all? Why do you ask me?" "What?" Just as Yang was about to thump her thigh and collapse in tears, Meng Qingluo hurried through the crowd, exclaiming, "Mother, grandfather, I'm right here. Luo, where have you been? Weren't you following your grandfather?" Yang grasped her arm tightly, fearing she might vanish into thin air. "Yes, grandfather. I was with you all the way here." Meng Qingluo tilted her head, looking at him. "I don't believe you," came the elder's incredulous reply. The crowd murmured in confusion. Ask Brother Shanzi if anyone followed him. Meng Qingluo pointed to a dark-skinned youth in the crowd. Shanzi glanced at her, then at the others, blinking in surprise. "The one behind me is you. I thought it was Chuansung. I was at the front. How could I be behind you? You silly girl." A man named Chuansung scolded. "If Luo were a villain, your life would have been in peril long ago." Shanzi's face turned red, then paled. Meng Qingluo corrected her finger. "My apologies. Brother Shanzi, for the sake of our water hunting mission, please bear this burden well and don't let it slip." "Nonsense." The elder admonished his granddaughter, then addressed everyone. "All right. We have secured water for tomorrow. Let us all rest. My eldest son and a few others have been injured. They should come to my house for treatment. It would be troublesome if they contracted typhus. Does third uncle have medicine left?" Meng Li asked. The elder nodded, indicating that there was still medicine for external wounds. Meng's wife tended to the wounds of the 4, while Meng Qingluo sat beside Yang, comforting her. Yang was genuinely angry now, turning her back to Meng Qingluo, wiping away tears, her posture radiating a sense of unappeasable sorrow. The elder gestured towards Meng Qingluo, but chose to remain silent. "Mother, I'm just worried about uncle and grandfather. Please don't be angry. I promise I won't do it again. Wherever I go, I will always seek your permission first, all right? You wouldn't dare? How bold you are." Yang choked back a sob. "Mother, look, I followed obediently and returned just as well. We didn't even meet those people. I didn't utter a single word along the way. In my heart and eyes, there was only you, father, grandmother, and grandfather. You only know how to placate me. Initially, you said you wouldn't return, yet here you are, following back obediently. Go on, live well, we have no words for you. Yet you, useless child, have been bullied to such an extent, my heart aches for you. I raised you with my own blood and sweat, and they have no right to treat you thus. Your mother is also powerless. What does it matter if I feel pain? Without power or influence, we can neither fight nor kill. We can only watch helplessly as you suffer. Oh, my poor Luo," Yang cried, pounding the ground in frustration. Chapter 23. 3 types of people. Meng Qingluo reached out and embraced the frail woman before her, pulling her into a warm embrace, her heart aching. "Mother, I promise it won't happen again. Luo will never be bullied again. From now on, it will be I, Meng Qingluo, who bullies others. If anyone dares to wrong me, I will ensure they never return. Stop crying, mother. Your tears only add to Luo's sorrow. I beseech you, please, spare me the heartbreak." Meng Qingluo gently wiped Yang's tears away. She understood that since the original host returned home, the family had suffered alongside her. Careful not to mention anything that might upset her. Resentment against the General's residents was also a lingering shadow, as they were her biological family. Powerful yet unable to seek revenge. Today, Yang finally unleashed all her pent-up feelings. She vowed that henceforth, she would only bring joy to her mother, never allowing her to shed another tear for her. Whoever dared to make her mother weep would face a life of sorrow in return. At this moment, Meng Qingluo truly accepted her identity, embracing the Meng family and acknowledging Yang as her adoptive mother, incorporating them all into her circle, her own people. In her previous life, Meng Qingluo's comrades understood that in the eyes of the Special Forces female soldier and renowned military doctor, there existed only 3 types of people: kin, enemies, and the indifferent. To her kin, she was fiercely protective. To her enemies, she was ruthless and merciless. And to the indifferent, she remained apathetic. All right, 4th family. Let us cease these trivial discussions. It is late. Everyone needs to rest, the elder Meng said with reddened eyes before lying down in his clothes. He turned his back to his family, his silhouette appearing somewhat desolate. Meng Qingluo managed to soothe her mother before casting a glance at her family, noticing several aunts and her grandmother with tear-streaked faces, while her younger brothers bore traces of sorrow as well. Pretending not to see, she turned away and lay down, pressing her hand against her heart, which ached painfully, a sensation that made her want to cry her heart out. Go forth into your next life without worry. Do not suffer. I will take good care of your family and children, treating them as my own. I will also seek vengeance for you. Meng Qingluo silently vowed as she drifted into sleep, where she dreamt of a girl clad in blue, with long flowing hair and a visage that mirrored her own. Smiling at her, Meng Qingluo, I am leaving. From now on, you must treat the Meng family and the 2 children kindly. If you can avenge me against those in the capital, do so. If not, let it be. Your survival is what matters most. Who are you? I am Meng Qingluo. Though we share a name, our fates differ. You possess great fortune, and I entrust my body and family to you. I am at peace, and this is my blessing. Farewell, Meng Qingluo. The girl bowed gracefully and drifted away. Wait, don't go. I just want to ask how I ended up in this world. Girl, wake up. Wake up. Yang shook Meng Qingluo awake. Luo, what did you dream about? What were you mumbling? Nothing at all. Meng Qingluo sat there, pondering the girl from her dream, dazed for a while before slowly dressing and rising. With water secured, hope blossomed anew. The women began preparing breakfast and provisions for the day, boiling water to fill their containers. Those with salt added a pinch, while those with sugar did the same. After a hearty meal and packing up, they set off once more. The group trudged along for half a day. I see the mountains. Grandfather, sister, I see the mountains, exclaimed Ba Lang, who was perched atop a high tree branch, excitedly calling out. After his shout, he swiftly descended, running toward the group. Ba Lang, did you really see the mountains? Indeed. Look, see this treasure around my neck? It belonged to my sister. It's called the 1,000-mile eye. It can see very far, to places your eyes cannot reach. Having accepted the reconnaissance task, Ba Lang was brimming with pride, forgetting his hunger. How far is that? Someone queried. I don't know. I'll ask my sister. Ba Lang scampered over to Meng Qingluo, gazing up at her with admiration. Sister, I saw the mountains. How far are they from us? Meng Qingluo smiled at him and remarked, there is a saying, a glance at the mountain exhausts the horse. Do you know what it means? After pondering for a moment, Ba Lang shook his head, admitting his ignorance. Xiao Wugong, with a serious expression, interjected, Brother Ba, it means that while the mountain appears close, the journey to reach it is, in fact, quite distant, so much so that it could tire a horse to death. Ba Lang furrowed his brow. Is that truly the meaning, sister? Your 5th brother is correct. She replied, therefore, once we settle down, Ba Lang, you must not only train in martial arts with our grandfather, but also learn to read and write. Otherwise, your aspirations of becoming a general may remain unfulfilled. Ba Lang scratched his head. Whatever you say, sister, is what I will follow. But for now, how far is that mountain I can see? Calculating the distance in her mind based on the visibility range of their telescope, Meng Qingluo observed the sky and concluded they would not reach it today, but certainly by tomorrow. Oh, then I shall inform everyone. Ba Lang exclaimed with renewed energy. No need. We have all heard you, Meng Li, who had approached during his shouting, said, standing beside old Master Meng. both smiling at the children. Upon learning they would reach the foot of the mountain by the next day, joy illuminated the faces of the villagers, and their steps became more spirited. The following afternoon, they indeed arrived at the mountain's base. The villagers found a sheltered and level spot to set up camp. After resting for the night, the next day, aside from leaving some individuals behind to guard their belongings, everyone else ventured up the mountain in search of water and food. The Meng family, having an abundance of supplies, left Uncle Meng and a few others to keep watch, while Old Master Meng led the women and Meng Qingluo up the mountain. Upon ascending, they split into pairs to search. This arrangement suited Meng Qingluo perfectly, as it provided her an opportunity to utilize her spatial abilities. She recognized the urgency of finding water and food, otherwise, the villagers would soon face shortages again. Is grandfather accompanying you? Old Master Meng still harbored concerns for his eldest granddaughter. Yes. The two children, unable to part from their mother, had the eldest, Yang, carry the youngest. While Meng Qingluo bore her own load, Old Master Meng took the elder child from Yang and set off with Meng Qingluo. Let's follow the small creek, she suggested. It used to be a stream, but now it has turned into a dry gully. Indeed, that makes sense, Old Master Meng nodded. They primarily focused on locating water, while Yang and her sisters searched for edible wild vegetables and roots. Chapter 24. The small scheme unfolds. The grandfather and granddaughter trudged for half the day, ascending through a path that had turned to sand with nary a drop of water, let alone any edible wild plants or fruits. Grandfather, may I rest my feet for a moment? Well then, let us take a break. Initially, Old Master Meng was invigorated, but as time passed, disappointment weighed heavily upon him, sapping his spirit. When it came time to nourish the children, Meng Qingluo fed the two little ones while surveying the spot she had previously identified, preparing to concoct an excuse to draw water from her spatial realm. Grandfather, please watch the babies. Nature calls, and I must attend to it. Before Old Master Meng could respond, he watched his granddaughter bolt away, her speed reminiscent of a fleeing rabbit. The old man's eyes twitched. Was she really that pressed? In truth, Meng Qingluo had already pinpointed a small cliff that had once been a waterfall, below which lay a small pond. Although it was now dry, the bottom still held some damp earth and green stones. This was fortuitous. When she released water into the pond, it would not seep into the soil too quickly, as she lacked the luxury of time. The pond was neither shallow nor deep, comparable in size to the communal well of Meng village, perhaps even larger. The well consistently supplied water for the entire village. Thus, filling the pond would not only provide ample drinking water for the villagers in the coming days, but also enough for washing their faces and bodies. As for future needs, those could be addressed later. The sense of frustration in guarding a treasure without the means to access it was quite palpable. To save time, she swiftly entered her spatial realm, connected several faucets to hoses, and filled the pond with water. Finally, as she beheld the crystal-clear water filling the pond, tears brimmed in Meng Qingluo's eyes. Had she not faced considerable challenges? The effort to execute her plan had proven to be exceedingly difficult. As the incense burned down, Old Master Meng grew anxious, realizing Meng Qingluo had not yet returned. Little Aluo, my granddaughter. Hearing her grandfather's worried calls, Meng Qingluo stumbled back into view. Grandfather, I found water. I truly found water. Her exuberant actions, paired with her animated expression, resembled a performance from a bygone era, reminiscent of a little golden figure. What? You found water? Old Master Meng exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he grasped her arm tightly, causing her to gasp in surprise. Oh, I apologize, my dear Aluo. Grandfather's excitement may have hurt you. He hurriedly apologized. Quickly, let us go and see. Grandfather, it's just a bit further. There's no need to rush. They hoisted the children and made their way to the pond's edge. Upon witnessing the pond brimming with clear water, Old Master Meng wept openly, his shoulders shaking with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Little Aluo, had it not been for your urgent call, we might have missed this water hidden in such a remote place. Grandfather, please cease your tears. Quickly send someone down the mountain to relay the message and bring people and containers back up to collect the water. Once dawn breaks, more refugees will arrive, and if others see it, they may come to seize it. Understood. I shall find someone immediately. Be cautious and stay here alone. Old Master Meng hurried down the mountain, concerned for his granddaughter's safety. However, he had not traveled far before encountering Meng Li's eldest son, Meng Qiangxiao, and his younger brother, Meng Qingluo, who were also in search of water. Upon seeing them, old Master Meng called them over and shared news of the water discovery. The two immediately rushed down the mountain, while old Master Meng turned back. Once he left, Meng Qingluo drew more water from the ancient well and filled the pond further. Until now, she had yet to explore the true utility of the well water, but after tasting it, she felt it enhanced one's vitality. Her family, parents, brother, and the two little ones had all consumed the water mixed with well water, enabling them to endure heat and fatigue better than others. That day, after drinking the water, the little pillar recovered quickly from sleep. Ultimately, it seemed to possess some merit. The heavens would not bestow upon her a useless well. The well continuously supplied water, and she didn't mind discreetly providing a bit to the villagers to bolster their strength during their arduous journey, helping them reach their destination. Little Aluo, grandfather has returned. Meng Qingluo was taken aback by how swiftly he had come back, just as she finished adding the well water. Grandfather, how did you return so soon? The original owner's voice was soft and sweet, embodying the obedient little girl before her family. I ran into the boys from the Doubtu family and sent them back with the news. Good, grandfather, please stay here and guard the water. Drink your fill. Wash your face and keep an eye on the children while I go look elsewhere to see if I can find something to eat. All right. But do not wander too far. Old Master Meng removed a bone flute from around his neck and handed it to her, instructing her to blow it in times of danger. The origins of this flute were unknown, yet it was evident that old Master Meng held it dear, having carried it with him for decades. Understood, grandfather. Meng Qingluo said as she accepted the flute and hung it around her neck before taking her leave. Perhaps it was divine intervention. Or perhaps it was the accumulated virtue of the Meng family's ancestors that led her to discover a dilapidated stone house not far along her path. The house, aged and crumbling, had collapsed partially, yet behind it lay a spacious cave, measuring around 50 to 60 square feet. Inside the cave, although some grass and weeds had grown, it appeared dry and desolate, clearly man-made with signs of previous habitation. With the knowledge that someone had once lived there, Meng Qingluo swiftly slipped into her spatial realm and made her way to the granary in the backyard. After searching for a considerable time, she mostly found polished rice and flour, but upon entering the last room, she stumbled upon a treasure trove of burlap sacks filled with aged grains. The presence of burlap was typical in the Dian dynasty, serving as the primary packaging for grain. Moreover, the unmarked sacks spared her the trouble of disguising their origins. Pulling on one, she gauged its weight. Based on her previous life's experience with bagging, it must have contained around 100 pounds. Meng Qingluo calculated that if the village had 100 people and each received 10 pounds of grain, they would have enough sustenance to last for a significant duration, alleviating their worries about food. After making her decision, she quickly retrieved 8 sacks of aged rice and 2 sacks of aged grains. The reason for only 2 sacks of grains was to blend them in, making it more believable that they were hoarded by the former inhabitants of the stone house. But not too many, as she had no desire to consume unhulled grains. Once she had organized the 10 sacks of food, Meng Qingluo covered them with some grass and branches for camouflage, followed by a thick layer of dust, leaving only 1 sack exposed, which she dragged out and opened. Camouflaging was her forte. If she was to do it, she would ensure that it was utterly convincing. Chapter 25. Aluo's fortuity after finishing her preparations. Meng Qingluo brushed off the dust from her hands and clothes and exited the stone house. Aluo, you're back. Did you find anything to eat? If not, it's all right. With what you've brought back, we can manage for quite a while. After we refill the water, you all should return home. Grandfather will take your uncle deeper into the mountains. There should still be wild game there. Old Master Meng's thoughts were simple. As long as there was water in the mountains, there would also be animals. Meng Qingluo smiled brightly at her grandfather. In her previous life, her grandparents had passed away early, leaving her with no one to call them by those endearing names. The original grandfather had treated her with immense kindness, always calling her little Aluo with affection, regardless of her age. Now that the original was gone and she had taken her place, all that love was bestowed upon her. With a smile, Meng Qingluo approached her grandfather and whispered a few words in his ear. What? Aluo, are you serious? Old Master Meng's eyes widened in astonishment as he jumped to his feet. Of course, grandfather. Ever since I woke up after being abducted, my luck has improved considerably. If that is true, then little Aluo has truly turned her fortunes around. You stay here and guard this while I go take a look. grandfather. After walking 200 steps up from there, turn left and walk about 300 steps. There's a dilapidated stone house, and behind it is a connected cave. Ah, I understand. Old Master Meng dashed away with surprising speed, far from the demeanor of a man in his 60s. Meng Qingluo chuckled and took out the little treasure, playing with him. Though the twins were of the same birth, they bore distinct appearances and temperaments. The elder twin resembled his father, with a high nose, large eyes, and thick eyebrows, often serious and rarely smiling, while the younger twin took after the original owner, being soft and cheerful, always grinning from ear to ear at her playful antics. Before long, old Master Meng returned, his face alight with excitement. Girl, little Qingluo truly found grains. I estimate there are over 1,000 pounds. He lowered his voice, wary of being overheard. Indeed, grandfather, I also assessed that it should be that much. If we distribute it evenly among the villagers, they won't have to worry about food for a good while. Meng Qingluo tentatively suggested. And old Master Meng nodded vigorously in agreement. He did not consider that the water and grains were their own discovery. They simply needed to share generously. The Meng family was united in purpose, with the respect they commanded among the villagers rivaling that of the village head, thanks to the integrity of old Master Meng. When the villagers learned about the abundant water source, their joy was palpable. Meng Lijing assigned 2 of the main laborers from each household to bring containers for water. Whether jars, wooden buckets, or bamboo tubes, anything capable of holding water was taken along. There. Old Master Meng waved to them from a distance. The crowd rushed over in excitement. Third uncle, is it true that you found water? And plenty of it? Meng Lijing, still in disbelief, asked. Of course. Do you think third uncle would deceive you? Come quickly. As the villagers beheld the crystalline water pool, their mouths dropped in astonishment, with some rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Upon confirming they were not mistaken, tears and laughter erupted simultaneously among them. Regardless of whether they cried or laughed, they all hurried to drink. Third uncle, this is a sign that heaven has not abandoned the Meng family village. Meng Lijing said tearfully, cupping his hands to taste the water. It's truly sweet. Now, you must thank our little Luo. Had it not been for her, we might never have found this water. Thus, old Master Meng recounted how little Luo discovered the water. The mountains are vast, and with so few of us, we could not search every nook and cranny. This water was so well hidden, who could have found it? Only our fortunate little Luo could. Meng Qingluo interjected, no, grandfather. Can we not mention that I was so anxious? The villagers looked at her with gratitude, their thoughts mirroring those of old Master Meng. Luo's urgency was perfectly timed and placed. It was indeed fortuitous. All right, everyone, enough talk. Let us hurry and collect water. There's more than enough for all. Fill everything you brought to the brim, and once filled, drink your fill. I have more good news to share with Daitu. Old Master Meng waved his hand with the authority of a general commanding an army, his presence commanding as he led the way. Those coming to fetch water included Uncle Meng and Erlang, while others remained at the mountain base to guard their belongings. Even the Yang sisters, upon learning that water had been found, abandoned their search for food and returned to watch over the young children at home. As everyone busied themselves with collecting water, old Master Meng, along with Meng Lijing and Meng Chongshao, headed towards the cave. Meng Qingluo followed closely, ready to clarify any misunderstandings that might arise. Yet, she found her concerns unfounded. In such a year of scarcity, finding food was a treasure, regardless of its origins. When something has an owner, it is seized. How much more so for the unclaimed? Look, big head, this rice is indeed of excellent quality, aged for several years. Yet the cave is dry and has preserved it remarkably well, remarked old Master Meng, extending his large hand to grasp a handful of slightly yellowed grains. It seemed the inhabitants of this stone house were likely members of a wealthy family who had sought refuge for a time, leaving behind uneaten rice in their haste to depart. Little did they know that the villagers of Mengjia would be fortunate enough to claim it. Meng Lijing nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while aged rice was a treasure, many families were so desperate that they had resorted to gnawing on roots, bark, and even the earth itself. Third uncle, did you discover this as well? Meng Chongshao gazed at old Master Meng with admiration, understanding why his father often praised third uncle's prowess and urged them to maintain good relations with him. It was not I, but my little Luo who made this discovery. It seems the heavens have taken pity on my child, showering blessings upon her, old Master Meng replied, pride swelling within him, even more so than if he had found it himself. Meng Qingluo, observing her grandfather's proud demeanor, chuckled gently. Grandfather, Uncle Li Zheng. We should hasten to bring the water and grain down the mountain. The sun is about to rise, and other fleeing families will soon awaken and resume their journey. The villagers of Mingjia had ascended the mountain under the cover of darkness, thus delaying their descent. Early birds catch the worms. Indeed, indeed. A Luo speaks wisely. Soon, those tasked with fetching water were elated at the discovery of food. Everyone filled their containers to the brim, quenching their thirst by the waterhole. They divided the labor, with the strongest individuals carrying 1 or 2 sacks of rice on their shoulders, while others bore water, disregarding any distinctions of family. Meng Qingluo lingered at the back, feigning a stomach ache to remain behind. In a secluded corner of the cave, she stashed away several bags of rice before filling the waterhole to the brim, then rejoined the villagers as they made their way down the mountain. May these provisions find their way to those in need. Chapter 26. Denied entry to the city. Despite their cautiousness, the commotion might still draw the attention of other refugees. They dared not rob the existing refugees, but felt compelled to leave some provisions behind to delay them and spare the Mingjia villagers any trouble. On their descent, Meng Qingluo, taking advantage of the villagers' inattention, discreetly scattered some coarse rice and grains in small cloth bags along the roadside. Once they reached the base of the mountain, the majority of those seeking water and food had descended, while those who remained hurriedly called for their families to join them. Upon learning of the Meng family's fortunate find of food and water, gratitude filled the hearts of all. Meng Lizheng and Old Master Meng, fearing attention might draw scrutiny, ordered everyone to secure the provisions before setting off immediately. Their concerns were not unfounded. As they descended, some individuals indeed noticed them carrying water buckets and sacks. Father, if they can find water on the mountain, so can we, a tall, slender young man remarked calmly to his father, gazing up the slope. Very well. Take a few men to search, his father replied, nodding. Their own stock of water had run dry, and they had only a handful of dried vegetable cakes remaining. They could not afford to overlook even the slightest hope. This group consisted of about 30 individuals, having started with over 60. Before long, the tall young man led his companions up the mountain, tracing the path of the Mingjia villagers to the waterhole. Brother, I can't believe they truly found water. One of the young men's companions exclaimed excitedly. The tall young man nodded solemnly, narrowing his keen eyes. Hurry and fill your containers. I'll scout the area. Using a few grains that the Mingjia villagers had inadvertently dropped, they located the stone house and eventually uncovered 3 bags of grain within the cave. Gazing at the inconspicuous pile of 3 sacks, the tall young man felt immense relief for his decision, grateful that the previous group had perhaps been too excited or flustered to take everything with them. 3 sacks, 300 pounds of grain, plus water, would ensure their survival. Thinking of his mother's recent passing, tears streamed down his face as he gazed at the sacks. Mother, if only you could hold on for just one more day. You wouldn't have to die. How wonderful it would be if you were still alive. Like the Mingjia villagers, the tall young man and his companions filled their containers with water and hoisted the 3 bags of grain down the mountain before setting off. Others, still hesitating, witnessed their success in finding water and food, and like a frenzy, they surged up the mountain. The swiftest among them discovered coarse grains and flour along the paths, while some water remained uncollected by the 30 individuals. Those who found food and water hastily descended, while some who lagged behind clashed with those pursuing them. The strongest and most forceful shall claim the food and drink. The later refugees were unaware of the unfolding events, but upon hearing that others had found water and food, they charged up the mountain like a clarion call to arms. Ultimately, aside from what Meng Qingluo had left behind, some individuals indeed discovered additional sources of water and food elsewhere, although they subsisted on wild vegetables and fruits. The provisions left by Meng Qingluo offered a glimmer of hope for some, inadvertently delaying their progress and allowing the Mingjia villagers to safely reach the next town. Inspired, Meng Qingluo resolved to continue leaving behind food and water for the unfortunate souls along their journey whenever appropriate, without drawing attention or endangering themselves or her fellow villagers. Every life saved counts. Ahead lay the city of Yunzhou. Old Master Meng wiped the sweat from his brow, addressing his family. Meng Qingluo gazed into the distance, where indeed a majestic city loomed, silhouetted against the twilight like a slumbering beast. Once we pass through the city, we will head north. A few more days' journey, and we shall emerge from Yunzhou. Let us hope the next province has better weather. Old Master Meng continued, Let us at least find some water and wild vegetables to stave off hunger. Let us hope. Meng Qingluo and her family nodded in agreement. The Meng family shared this sentiment, as did the other villagers. Up front, Meng Lijeng was likewise discussing the matter with his family and the villagers. As they beheld the distant city, hope unfurled its sails in the hearts of the multitude. Without needing urging from Meng Lijeng, their pace quickened. And they soon arrived at the city's outskirts. Outside the city, refugees were scattered everywhere. Some sat, others lay, and some stood. This sight stirred an uneasy premonition within Meng Qingluo. Grandfather, why aren't they entering the city? Old Master Meng's heart sank as the smile vanished from his face. I will seek Big Head. He strode forward purposefully. Before long, Meng Lijeng's voice echoed ahead. Everyone, do not panic. First, let us find a place to rest. I and third uncle will scout the situation. After over a month on the road, the villagers were utterly exhausted. Had it not been for Meng Qingluo's addition of ancient well water to their supplies, and the food she had found, many would have surely succumbed along the way. The sight of those who had perished along the journey, families reduced to 1 or 2 survivors, or none at all, made the reality clear. Upon hearing Meng Lijeng's suggestion to rest, everyone settled down where they stood. They could not enter the city immediately, though a sense of urgency pervaded the crowd. No one dared to voice dissent, obediently resting in place. Meng Qingluo and her family found a level spot to sit. The first thing Meng Qingluo did upon sitting was to take out her 2 little treasures to nurse and hydrate them. In just half a month since their journey began, the 2 frail little ones had gained considerable weight under her care, and her feelings for them had undergone a profound transformation, evolving from mere pity to fondness and indulgence. Now, they felt as if they were her own flesh and blood. Whenever they were out of her sight, she would find herself missing them. I wonder how your elder aunts are faring. Have they arrived yet? Have they encountered any dangers on the road? The old matriarch lamented to the younger generation sitting beside her. The elder aunts were the eldest sisters of her father, the elder siblings of his 4 brothers. The elder aunt lived in the county town, her husband operating a courier service, while the younger aunt resided in the same town, her husband being a scholar who taught in a private school. In contemporary terms, the elder aunt's family could be likened to a logistics company, while the younger aunt's husband was an educator. During the time of fleeing from famine, both aunts had expressed a desire to accompany the Meng family, but were refused by the grandfather. Subsequently, they departed a few days ahead. At that time, the original Meng Qingluo did not understand her grandfather's reasoning, believing he was concerned that the aunts would burden the family. However, now that Meng Qingluo reflected upon it, she realized that her grandfather was not worried about the aunts being a burden, but rather about the Meng family and the villagers potentially dragging them down. Though both aunts bore the Meng surname and their husbands were decent men, they had their own siblings and parents. When gathered together, conflicts could easily arise. Likely. He was also worried about his 2 granddaughters, hence he had arranged to meet the aunts in Yunzhou. Logically, since they had departed earlier by 2 or 3 days, and Meng Qingluo's group had delayed their journey by another 3 days, they should have arrived by now. Aunt, I'm going to take third brother to look around, to see if we can find sister and the others, Meng Debo announced as he stood, pulling Meng Sandhua along with him to search for their kin. Hey! The earlier you go, the earlier you return. If you can't find them, come back and don't wander too far, the old matriarch called after them. Understood, aunt. With Meng Liring and old Master Meng still absent, the current situation was uncertain, and Meng Qingluo, wanting to safeguard her 2 children, dared not leave lightly. By the city gate, there were far too many refugees, and it was easy for unscrupulous individuals to take advantage of the chaos. Several young men were also kept close by their mothers, forbidden from running amok. The onlookers witnessed a couple nearby exchanging their beautiful 10-year-old daughter for a small bag of grain, after which the girl was taken away by a group of people. Among those taken were not only several pretty girls, but also 5 or 6 handsome boys. As the girl departed, she cried bitterly, kneeling and pleading with her parents not to sell her, vowing that she would forego her share of food and water for her younger brother, just begging not to be sold. Her parents, seemingly numb, glanced at their small son beside them, closed their eyes, and with a heavy heart turned to leave. This scene unfolded before the eyes of all, inducing either numbed indifference or sympathetic glances. Yet ultimately, it culminated in nothing more than a sigh. Who among them could afford to intervene? Who would dare to take action? Including Meng Qingluo. They could only watch helplessly as the group led the beautiful children to the carriage, preparing to leave. What a sin, what a sin! The old matriarch exclaimed, her eyes reddening as she pounded her thigh in anger. Cousin June, it's my younger aunt's son. The sharp-eyed Jiao Lang suddenly shouted, causing a mix of alarm and joy among the Meng family. They instinctively thought that the elder aunts had arrived. Jiao Lang, where are your elder aunts and June? The old matriarch inquired, scanning the vicinity for familiar faces, her expression one of confusion. Grandma, sister, quickly, June is in that group's carriage. I only saw him and no one else, Jiao Lang exclaimed as he dashed towards the carriage. The carriage? A jolt of realization struck Meng Qingluo. Father, mother. Take care of Dabao and Xiaobao. She instructed her parents while following Jiao Lang. There was only one carriage here, not two. Grandma, you stay put. I'll go help Brother Luo, Lang solemnly stated as he stood up. Lang, hurry, I'll look after Grandma and the others, Meng Dabo urged, understanding the urgency as he observed Jiao Lang and Meng Qingluo's direction. The adults at home were absent, and Meng Dabo dared not leave, even in his anxiety. The old matriarch's hands trembled, praying that her fears would not come true. Heaven, protect us. Buddha, bless us. Jiao Lang ran swiftly. And by the time Meng Qingluo caught up to him, he had already lifted the curtain of the carriage and called out, June, come down, we've arrived. Who is that child? What are you shouting about? The group, reveling in their bargain for several fine specimens, was taken by surprise as Jiao Lang tore open the carriage. Gong Lingjun, just a month older than Jiao Lang, heard the familiar voice and, feeling a surge of hope, immediately leaped down from the carriage, disregarding the risk of falling. He had been separated from his parents for several days and had been captured by this group after they had ambushed them. He felt utterly helpless. If not now, then when? Meng Qingluo did not expect her little cousin to be so clever. As she saw him jumping down, she swiftly caught him. Run! She whispered in his ear as she held him tightly. Upon hearing this, Gong Lingjun landed on the ground and, in unison with his cousin, dashed away. The three of them fled, but the pursuers were relentless. After all, they were all adults and their speed was formidable. In no time, the trio was overtaken and surrounded. The group consisted of 10 individuals, 6 men and 4 women. Only 2 men and 1 woman remained by the carriage while the others pursued them. 7 people encircled the trio. A burly man with a fierce gaze glared at them. Run? Where do you think you're going? Anyone who falls into the hands of Wang Baozi will never escape. The 2 children, trembling in fear, pressed against Meng Qingluo, their small bodies shaking. Lang had also followed, but instead of rushing forward, he opted to observe from the side. Meng Qingluo cast a cold glance at the man. Well, the name Wang reads the same backward as it does forward. Lingjun, where are your parents? Why are you in their carriage? Meng Qingluo asked, undeterred by the encirclement. Turning to Gong Lingjun instead. The family of his younger aunt lived in the county town, had ancestral assets, and with her husband being a scholar and a teacher, they were not in dire straits to the point of selling their children. We encountered a group of robbers on the road. My parents hid me away. But when I came out, they were gone. I wandered alone and then came across them. They bound me and threw me into the carriage, Gong Lingjun explained clearly, having already started recognizing characters and reading at the age of 8. After understanding the situation, Meng Qingluo raised her head to negotiate with Wang Baozi. Sir, you have heard clearly. It was you who forcibly took my brother, not a sale by his family. I demand to take him back. I have just witnessed that what you are engaged in is not an act of coercion, but rather a transaction willingly entered into by the parents of those children, who are prepared to exchange their offspring for provisions. Our family has no tradition of selling children. So I kindly ask you to exercise compassion and permit my brother to return home. Meng Qingluo endeavored to speak in a calm tone. She was reluctant to provoke them unless absolutely necessary. This group appeared formidable, and while she could handle herself alone, she had 2 precious siblings and her entire family, not to mention the inhabitants of their village, to consider. The young girl spoke with eloquence, asserting that although the child was not sold by his parents, they had indirectly saved his life by providing for him along the way. They had offered him food and drink, treating him with the utmost care, and the provisions they provided were no less than what would be given to any other family. A woman with a bewitching appearance stepped forward from behind Wang Baozi, affirming her statement. Meng Qingluo had observed Gong Lingjun closely. He appeared agile and had likely not suffered much hardship during their journey. Indeed, my dear sister. The alluring woman continued, "One cannot help but wonder how much food and water my brother has consumed while in your care. As long as there is still some left at home, we shall certainly compensate you." "Oh, how sweet the little girl is." The endearment, "my beautiful sister," pleased the woman, who cast a scrutinizing glance over Meng Qingluo. TSK, this girl is rather frail, lacking both form and substance." Meng Qingluo, surprisingly perceptive, sensed the underlying implications of that gaze. She thought to herself, "How dare you look down upon me? I am merely a victim of famine, having lost weight in my plight. One day, I too shall possess the curves you so disparage." Gong Lingjun, resembling his father, had a countenance that could be deemed handsome, though not exceptionally so. In these dire times, when children were often taken advantage of, it was uncertain whether they would indeed insist on taking Gong Lingjun. Initially, they had merely seized him without cost. Now, witnessing the family's willingness to negotiate, the enchanting woman readily proposed, "We lack neither food nor water. If we are to take him, it will cost you 10 taels of silver." A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. 10 taels of silver represented several years' worth of sustenance for an ordinary family, especially in this year of catastrophe. Meng Qingluo possessed no silver herself, having given the last 3 pieces to her grandfather. However, whether the demand was for 10 or 5 taels mattered little to her. Why, in such a public setting, could she dare to expose her wealth? Displaying money was a grave taboo, especially amidst the watchful eyes of countless desperate refugees. "Dear beautiful sister, we have traveled a great distance from Shizhou, and our household no longer possesses such wealth. Might you consider lowering the amount?" Meng Qingluo's demeanor shifted in an instant, adopting a pitiful tone. "That is not permissible. We cannot lower the price, but we will accept other forms of compensation." The captivating woman felt a surge of unexpected kindness, finding herself patiently conversing with the young girl. She did not wish to admit that she was eager to hear the girl sweetly address her as beautiful sister once more. "Then, let us endeavor to gather that sum. Dear beautiful sister, aside from silver, would you be interested in some exquisite beauty cream? I have noticed how lovely you all appear. Applying it would surely enchant many a man." Upon hearing this, not only the woman speaking, but also the 2 others who had remained silent were intrigued. "Do you have any? Where did it come from?" "Indeed, I possess some. About half a month ago, I rescued a noble young man passing through from the capital, and he gifted it to me. As rural maidens, it holds little value for us, but it would be perfect for you, my esteemed sisters. My grandmother once mentioned that such beauty cream is exceedingly rare and can fetch several taels of silver per bottle. Fetch it here, let us see. If it is indeed as precious as you claim, we shall accept it in lieu of silver." "Very well. Jiolong, hurry and bring the bundle containing my sister's garments. Be swift, for if mother or grandmother inquire, simply tell them I will explain upon my return." Meng Erlang had anticipated a fierce confrontation with this group to rescue his cousin, but he was astonished to see how effortlessly his sister had charmed them into accepting an alternative form of payment. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder if she truly possessed such miraculous beauty cream. Jiolong, the most obedient among them, save for their grandfather, immediately dashed to fetch the bundle, his small face flushed with exertion. "Big brother, why not check as well?" Yang Shi urged anxiously. Meng Qingluo and her companions could be seen conversing with the group, yet they remained still, refraining from calling for help, so as not to disrupt Meng Qingluo's plan. "There is no need for concern, fourth aunt. Did not Luo send word back? And Jiolong is able to run back and forth, which indicates they are safe," Daliang reassured Yang Shi. His confidence stemmed not from naivety but from the realization that his sister had changed significantly since her abduction. She had become decisive and attentive to every family member, ensuring their happiness throughout their journey. Meng Qingluo had long envisioned the medicinal cosmetics available at the pharmacy on the first floor of the supermarket. These cosmetics were renowned in her previous life and had proven effective. She had used them for a time and found them quite beneficial for skincare. The elegant fragrance carried a subtle hint of medicinal aroma, which she adored. To convey a sense of refinement, the cosmetics were encased in porcelain bottles, devoid of any labels on their bodies. All identifying marks and production dates were affixed to the caps, which were designed in an antiquated style. She merely needed to replace the cap with a wooden stopper. "Here, sister." Jiolong, panting from his dash, presented the bundle to her. "Thank you, Jiolong." Meng Qingluo accepted the bundle, reaching inside with a single thought, and 3 bottles of cosmetics appeared in her hands. Changing the caps took mere seconds. Afterward, Meng Qingluo deliberately spread the tattered bundle before everyone, revealing only the 3 bottles of beauty cream and her 2 shabby garments, thereby thwarting avaricious gazes from the onlookers. "Dear beautiful sister, here." She presented the 3 bottles, cradling them delicately in her hands. Though her movements were fluid, a reluctance lingered on her face. She could discern that among this group, the bewitching woman was the leader. As long as she was appeased, the matter concerning Gonglingjun would be resolved. Sure enough, the woman's eyes sparkled with delight as she caught sight of the bottles. Setting aside the contents within, the mere quality and appearance of the 3 porcelain vessels were worth a tale or 2 each. Observing the young girl's reluctant expression only heightened her satisfaction. The enchanting woman was well acquainted with valuable items, having encountered many in her past. Before the crowd, she removed the wooden stoppers from the bottles, and an exquisite fragrance wafted forth, captivating everyone nearby. What a delightful scent! Is it the fragrance of plum blossoms? Orchids? Or perhaps peonies? The crowd erupted in lively discussion, drawn to the alluring aroma. With the assistance of the other 2 women, the enchanting lady opened all 3 bottles. Each contained a different scent of beauty cream. She scooped a small amount with her fingertip, applying it to her hand and massaging it in with practiced grace. Meng Qingluo observed her technique, recognizing the women's expertise without needing to instruct them further. It became evident what roles these women played. A woman sweetly addressed the enchanting lady sister. "I adore this bottle of orchid fragrance. Please gift it to me." Another lady chimed in, "Sister, the peony scent suits you best. Allow me to have the plum fragrance." The alluring woman cast a glance at the 2. Take them, take them. At least you both have a semblance of conscience, knowing to leave one for me." Meng Qingluo interjected, "Is it truly acceptable to squabble over such trivialities in my presence? 3 esteemed sisters, this valiant one will now escort my brother home." Meng Qingluo asserted promptly, "Off you go, little girl. May our paths cross again." Chapter 29. A Dilemma. Meng Qingluo grasped each brother by the hand and hastened back. "Who wishes to cross paths with you again? Such a reunion is utterly improbable. In this lifetime, we shall never meet again." Once Meng Qingluo departed, Wang Baozi approached, "Sister, you 3 seem to have acquired splendid treasures, while my little brothers and I have toiled in vain." "How so?" The enchanting woman's expression turned serious. "Behold this porcelain vase. It is worth a considerable sum. Once we finish the beauty cream inside, we shall sell all 3 vases, and you brothers may share the proceeds." Another lady nodded in agreement. "Baozi, your understanding is truly limited. Did you not hear the girl say this porcelain is from the capital, gifted by a passing noble? Such fine, white, and delicate pottery likely hails from royal origins, thus its value is indeed significant." "Are you suggesting it is from the palace?" "Hush! Keep your voice down. Today's harvest is substantial. We must leave swiftly," the enchanting woman admonished. "Very well, let us depart." As the carriage rolled away, the children aboard cast envious glances at Gonglingjun as he left with his family. Meng Qingluo reunited with her brothers, and upon seeing the carriage depart, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Erling returned, gazing at Meng Qingluo with admiration. "Sister, you truly are remarkable. Those men were fierce and intimidating, and the women were quite beguiling, yet you remained calm while bargaining with them and successfully brought back Jun." Meng Qingluo smiled at him. "It is not my prowess. It is because I know you are right behind me, ready to protect me, and thus I have no fear." "I will protect sister." Tianlang, not fully grasping the situation, only understood the words of protection and shouted loudly, "I will protect sister too." "So will I." Following suit, Jiolong and Balong raised their hands in affirmation. The 3 brothers' declarations elicited laughter from Meng Qingluo. Meanwhile, Meng Pozi, cradling Gonglingjun, who was weeping profusely, was also amused, her tears turning to laughter. Little Jiolong, quick-witted, recounted the events from beginning to end, with Erlang providing clarifications where needed. Upon learning that Meng Qingluo had bartered with gifts from a noble to retrieve Gonglingjun, San Auntie expressed her regret. "Luo, I fear that the items gifted by the noble are likely all gone." "Indeed, not a trace remains. Yet, to have Jun return safely is worth far more than any material possession. Our little Luo has always been so considerate." Meng Lapo reflected, proud of the child raised with love and care. Even after 2 years away, she still regarded these people as her family. Just then, Meng Laozu and Meng Lijing returned, their expressions grim. However, upon spotting Gonglingjun, Meng Laozu brightened. "Juner, you are here. Where are your parents? Where are the others? Grandfather. I do not know where they are. Gong Lingjuan's tears streamed down his face. What do you mean you do not know? At that moment, Meng Dabo and Meng Qingluo also returned, looking dejected. Father, did you find eldest sister and second sister? Meng Dabo and Meng Qingluo had not located anyone, and their disappointment was palpable. Seeing his little grandson weeping in his embrace, their voices grew louder. As they listened to the two men, the atmosphere grew heavy. They had not found either family. Gong Lingjun, who had been frightened for several days, upon seeing his grandfather and family, could no longer contain himself and burst into tears. Today was truly a day devoid of good news. The grandson had nearly been taken by vile individuals. Were it not for his clever granddaughter, they would have had to confront those wretches in a life-and-death struggle. The two daughters had encountered such grave peril on the road, and now they had no means to ascertain the fates of the two families. The gates of Yunzhou Prefecture were firmly shut. How could they proceed northward without entering the city? Meng Laozu sat with a furrowed brow, while Meng Lijing wore a grave expression. The villagers' faces reflected despair. Having journeyed from Mingjia village with their families, enduring countless hardships to reach Yunzhou, only to be told the gates were closed and entry was denied. Meng Lapa fell ill from anxiety, clutching her head and lying on the cart, softly groaning. Grandfather. Besides entering the city, are there any alternative paths to the north? Meng Qingluo remained silent for a moment before inquiring of the elder. Or are there conditions under which we may enter the city? Yunzhou is vast, surely not everyone is barred from entry. The elder's frown lifted, a luo. There are indeed back roads, but I have just learned that the paths circumventing Yunzhou must traverse the perilous mountains. The mountains are treacherous and difficult to navigate. Plus, they require a considerable detour, and one cannot rule out the presence of wild beasts in the deep mountains. Meng Qingluo understood the implications. Firstly, to take the back road, they would need to dispose of all current carts and donkey-drawn vehicles. Everything must be carried by hand, and anything too heavy would need to be abandoned. They had traversed from their old home in Shizhou all the way here, and now they were to discard their belongings. How could the elders bear to do so? Secondly, the longer detour would consume more food and water, exhausting the people further. Lastly, should there be large wild animals in the mountains, the risk of the children and elderly being devoured was significant. Having come this far, to be reduced to prey would be an unfair fate. It was no wonder that the elder and Li Zheng did not dare to hastily decide on leading the villagers along the back road. As for the conditions, every household would require a travel permit and household registration, and each person would need to pay 3 taels of silver to enter the city. After speaking, Meng Lao smiled bitterly. While every household possessed the necessary travel permits and registrations, they lacked the silver. They had been suffering from drought and had prepared for their escape with ample time, bringing their registrations along. Meng Lijing had procured the travel permits from the county office for each household and kept them hidden. Obtaining travel permits from the county office also required silver. They had already spent money preparing for the journey, and now each individual needing 3 taels of silver amounted to astronomical sums for Mingjia village, which had about 100 people, plus the newly arrived Gong Lingjun. Some families might barely have saved 1 or 2 taels of silver, and after previous expenditures, having any copper coins remaining would be fortunate. Even for a large family like the Mengs, with over 20 members, producing 60 or 70 taels of silver all at once would be an impossible feat even if they managed to gather the funds. What would they do if faced with urgent matters on the road? How would they settle once they reached their destination? This was indeed a dilemma. If it were just the Meng family, Meng Qingluo could concoct some excuse to pawn items from the space gold shop to gather enough to overcome the crisis. But what of the villagers? All the villagers shared the Meng surname and belonged to the same clan, a concept deeply ingrained in the minds of people in ancient times. Let old Master Meng make the decision to abandon others and allow only his own family to enter the city. She need not waste her breath on such a futile endeavor. Chapter 30. Following their lead. Grandfather, if this is the case, we have but one path to tread. Let us take the back roads, relinquishing what must be relinquished. Once we circumvent Yunzhou Prefecture and encounter towns beyond, we shall devise a plan to resettle, taking it step by step. Little Aluo, let grandfather ponder a while longer. I am simply reluctant. The officials of Yunzhou Prefecture are clearly intent on barring refugees from entering the city, yet they fear riots, hence contriving such a perplexing predicament for us. Observing that her grandfather had taken her words to heart, Meng Qingluo rose and approached the cart. Grandmother, is your headache any better? Old Granny Meng continued to hum softly, Aluo, this is an old ailment of mine. I shall be fine once I rest. Then please drink some water, and I shall give you a gentle massage. Meng Qingluo offered a bamboo tube filled with well water. I shan't drink, Aluo. Save it for yourself to sip slowly. The journey ahead is long. Grandmother, you mustn't deny yourself water. How can you endure the journey if your health declines? Just now, Grandfather mentioned we might have to traverse the mountains and take the back roads through Yunzhou Prefecture. Will we truly take the back roads? Indeed, we have no choice. Each person requires 3 taels of silver to enter the city. Collectively, the whole village amounts to over 300 taels. Who possesses such wealth? Even if the villagers could muster it, they cannot part with it. We will need to establish ourselves once we reach our destination, won't we? That is indeed impossible. Listening to her granddaughter's concerns, old Granny Meng finally rose to sip some water. Once she finished, Meng Qingluo placed a piece of ginseng candy in her mouth and playfully winked. There's only one piece left. Aluo saved it especially for you. Grandmother, no one else. My dear Aluo, you are so thoughtful that you almost make me weep. How could I not dote on you? The old woman chuckled at her granddaughter's antics. Rest easy. Grandmother, I shall massage your temples. Aluo's hands are quite skilled, I assure you. Your headache will soon dissipate. Meng Qingluo applied gentle pressure with her fingers, chatting aimlessly to amuse old Granny Meng. In no time, as the last piece of candy was consumed, the old woman's soft snores filled the air. Meng Qingluo smiled and set her hands down, returning to keep watch over the 2 children. Granny Meng's headache had been triggered by the unexpected news from the aunts, compounded by the tension from earlier concerning herself and Ajuan. A brief rest would surely remedy it. Alas, I wonder how the aunts are faring now? When the original owner arrived at the Meng household, both aunts had already been married off. Yet during festivals, they would always return to bring the original owner treats, drinks, and clothes, fabrics, hand-sewn shoes, hairpins, and the like. Particularly, the eldest aunt's family ran a courier service, often acquiring rare and peculiar items. Whenever they had something, it would be sent back for the original owner and the children at home. With her memories intact, Meng Qingluo sincerely hoped that their party was safe. It was reported that they would take the back roads through Yunzhou Prefecture. Previously cooperative villagers began to express reluctance, concerned about their belongings. Hearing the commotion ahead, Meng Qingluo refrained from approaching, as this was to be expected. After a considerable time, old Master Meng returned. At this point, the sky was darkening, yet not fully night. Meng Lijeng and old Master Meng had little choice but to decide to rest where they stood. Meng Lijeng led the villagers to a relatively secluded spot, distanced from the city gate, to avoid the wind and keep away from other refugees. Observing the emaciated refugees with cracked lips and dull expressions, some either apathetic or displaying a hint of hostility, the villagers of Meng family felt a chill of fear. They were fortunate, thanks to the family of their third uncle, who had managed to find food in the mountains. Though the journey was arduous, it kept their stomachs somewhat filled. As for water, every 4 or 5 days, when supplies were running low, someone from the Meng family would find some to distribute, thus they had not fully run out. While they could not drink to their heart's content, they maintained enough hydration to sustain their bodies. To this day, each household still had some provisions and water left, albeit meager, but far better than those who had nothing and awaited death. Their complexions bore only the weariness of travel, with no further signs of distress, compelling them to remain vigilant against anyone attempting to steal their food and water. Grandfather, those people have been trailing us ever since they caught up. They haven't made any overt moves. What do you think they want? Suddenly, Meng Dalong pointed to a group of 20 to 30 individuals resting not far away. The 2 leading figures were a lanky young man of about 20 and an elderly man in his 50s. The family, upon hearing Meng Dalong's words, glanced towards the indicated individuals, and Meng Qingluo followed her brother's gaze. She scanned the group, her eyes finally resting on the burlap sack spread beneath the old man's rear, eliciting a faint smirk. It appeared they had discovered the grain hidden in the cave and had managed to protect it. A clever bunch indeed. After observing for a while, old Master Meng shook his head at his eldest grandson. Those people seemed to be in decent spirits and did not appear overly distressed, unlike other refugees, indicating they were not in dire need of food and water. Perhaps they lingered behind us for a sense of security, having seen we were heading in the same direction. To Meng Qingluo, her grandfather's words implied that those individuals were opportunistic, relying on the fortunes of others. However, this also indicated that their leader was astute. Sensing her penetrating gaze, the lanky young man cast a glance in her direction, though under the cover of night and from a distance. He failed to discern her scrutinizing eyes. The young man withdrew his gaze and turned to the old man, saying, "Father, I just inquired about the cost to enter the city. It requires 3 taels of silver per person, which we may struggle to provide. What do you suggest we do?" The old man fell silent for a moment, surveying the Meng family's camp. "We shall proceed as before, following them. At my age, I have discerned that among this group are individuals of great fortune. It would be wise for us to accompany them. Is that truly the case?" The lanky young man's younger brother craned his neck, disbelief etched on his face. The old man shot a disapproving look at his foolish son. "What do you know? Reflect on the events of our journey. As long as we follow them to a water source, we shall certainly find it. What does this indicate? Had it not been for your elder brother's cleverness, how many of us would still be here? Only heaven knows. This is the heavens-preserving Archon family." The old man sighed once more. "Very well, we shall continue to follow them." The lanky young man nodded in agreement, offering no rebuttal. The old man continued. "Should they also choose the back roads, we, being more adept in the mountains, would be better positioned to assist should they encounter danger, thereby repaying the fortune we have borrowed from them along our journey." "Understood." Observing his father and brother's solemn expressions, Qingluo regarded the Ming villagers with curiosity. Chapter 31. The hunger for meat made his eyes green. However, as he scrutinized them, he realized they were merely villagers like themselves, without any apparent distinction of fortune. The only difference seemed to be that they were hunters from the deep mountains, while the others were mere farmers. Qingluo pouted, disinterestedly averting his curious gaze and lazily yawning before falling asleep on the burlap sack. "Grandfather, we must venture into the city tomorrow," Meng Qingluo murmured as she drew closer to her grandfather, Meng Laoi. "It costs 3 taels of silver per person to enter the city. What does little Luo need to go there for?" Meng Laoi gazed at his eldest granddaughter with a benevolent expression. Ever since her return from the bitter orange pack, she seemed to have been blessed with an extraordinary stroke of fortune, discovering food and water sources along the way. Initially, he had been open about her good fortune, hoping to restore her reputation among the villagers. However, as time passed, he became cautious, not wanting her brilliance to attract unwanted attention. So he began attributing her good deeds to other family members. Thus, the villagers attributed the Meng family's prosperity to collective luck, unaware that it was a Luo who was the true harbinger of fortune. "Grandfather, although some villagers are still reluctant to take the small path, we have no choice but to take the mountain route. It is summer now, and the mountains are teeming with snakes, insects, and wild beasts. We need to procure some medicinal powders and potions, for a single bite could cost a life if we are unprepared." Upon hearing Meng Qingluo's words, Meng Laoi turned to his wife, Meng Laoposi, and soon discovered that the medicinal supplies they had brought along had indeed been exhausted on the journey. "I shall seek out Uncle Li, the village head, and ask each household to contribute some silver. Tomorrow, we will send a representative into the city to purchase what we need," he declared, rising with determination to find Meng Lijing. As night descended, the other refugees began to prepare their meals. The Ming family also set up a pot to cook, blending in with the collective effort. Tonight, it was the turn of second Aunt Meng to prepare dinner. Unlike the boisterous and generous demeanor of first Aunt Pan and the shrewdness of third Aunt Zhao, second Aunt Sue was a gentle soul, her voice soft and delicate. For 5 years, she had quietly tended to her twin sons while her husband was away. Meng Qingluo glanced at the 2 well-fed little rascals nestled in their parents' embrace before approaching second Aunt Sue. "And, are you cooking?" Sue smiled gently at her. "Are you hungry?" "A Luo? The meal will be ready shortly, just a little longer." "What are you cooking?" Before Sue could respond, Meng Qingluo lifted the wooden lid from the family's lone large iron pot. Inside, there were mixed grain cakes layered with dried vegetables, and beneath them, a porridge of wild greens. Alas, these dishes lack richness. Though they had brought back grains and found more in the mountains, their family was too large, with half of them being growing boys. "Those boys will eat us out of house and home." Thus, there was no plain rice to be had. Instead, the pot was filled with a blend of whatever was edible. Sometimes it was the coarser steamed buns and corn cakes brought from her finds, and at other times, it consisted of wild vegetables, grass roots, or tender leaves scavenged from the fields. Anything non-toxic that could be consumed was fair game. Unlike other families, their porridge was not half water and half rice. Rather, it was predominantly rice with a small amount of water. For the Meng family, Water was even harder to come by, although they enjoyed slightly better meals than others. And is there anything else? Meng Qingluo was reluctant to admit her craving for meat. In her previous life, she had enjoyed seafood like fish and shrimp but had little interest in meat. She had only eaten a bit more to train herself. The smell of meat made her nauseous. However, since arriving here, aside from the day she had shared meat buns with her foolish father, she had not tasted meat again. The 5 pounds of cured meat she had brought back were carefully hidden away by her thrifty third Aunt Zhao, who refused to cook it. When she had the chance to eat meat upon her arrival, she had not seized the opportunity. Now, she found herself longing for it, sharing a home with her family without any chance to sneak away for a morsel. Oh, how bitter this is! How difficult it has become. Each day, she walked 40 to 50 kilometers, all the while with a growling stomach. If only she could have a bowl of the braised pork she once found so unappealing. No. It wasn't just the meat, she craved fresh, green vegetables as well. Her eyes were practically green with longing. Sue glanced at her and immediately understood her unspoken desire. With a voice laced with compassion, she said softly, "There isn't any left. You know how your third aunt is. She fears that if we eat it on the road, someone might catch the scent and come to steal it. She plans to save it until we settle down." Meng Qingluo was not ignorant. She understood her third aunt's concerns. Yet, she also recognized that her third aunt's anxieties stemmed from an innate lack of security. With good things in their possession, she felt a sense of assurance. At home, her grandmother had relinquished household management to First Aunt Pan. Now, on the road, her grandmother was even less inclined to take charge. As for her third aunt's secretive stashing of the meat, First Aunt was likely aware and probably supported her actions, knowing her nature well. Feeling dejected, Meng Qingluo returned to sit beside Yang, her mother. She tilted her head upward, gazing at the twinkling stars, contemplating how she might discreetly access her supplies for a bit of meat. Perhaps some fragrant meat buns or roasted chicken and duck. No. She shouldn't think about it. Such thoughts only intensified her cravings, making her feel foolish. The next day, the villagers pooled their silver, with Meng Lijing and Meng Leoi contributing significantly. Meng Changzhao, Meng Debo, and Meng Qingluo were selected as representatives to venture into the city to procure essential supplies, while also taking along any valuable items from the families to trade. Initially, Meng Leoi was to accompany them, but he relented to his granddaughter's wishes. After all, she was fortunate, and perhaps a trip to the city would yield more serendipity. Meng Leoi arranged for Meng Qingluo's expenses to be covered by his family, ensuring she would not draw from the villagers' contributions, a decision made to quell any potential gossip among the other villagers. As a girl, she was not physically capable of carrying heavy loads, and while the sturdy eldest and second brothers looked on with envy, all 8 of her younger brothers regarded her with admiration, wondering what wonders the city held. Unfortunately, they could not enter the city gates. Seeing the envious looks from her brothers, Meng Qingluo managed a faint smile. In truth, she was not eager to enter the city. She would have preferred to rest a while longer. Chapter 32, Into the City. Her encouragement for her grandfather to allow her to go was merely a ruse to find an opportunity to retrieve food, drink, and medicinal supplies from her hidden space for their long journey ahead. "I'll buy you sweets and cakes from the city." Meng Qingluo scanned her surroundings, ensuring no one else was nearby, and then lowered her voice to her brothers. "Really?" The eyes of her older brothers, now grown, sparkled with excitement. During this time, the sweets Jia had given them had been delightful and fragrant. Yes, yes. Meng Qingluo nodded in assurance. "Even our father can have some." Seeing his daughter's attention focused entirely on her brothers, her foolish father tugged at her sleeve in desperation. "All right, even you can have some." Meng Qingluo chuckled at her father's endearing expression, quickly soothing him with quiet words. As the adults in the household observed the children, smiles blossomed upon their faces. Ever since Luo regained her previous lively and gentle demeanor, she has managed to bring joy to the children even amidst their harrowing escape. Meng Changzhao and Uncle Meng pushed a cart ahead, while Meng Qingluo carried a bundle and followed closely behind, her back laden with a large basket. After parting with 3 taels of silver and presenting their travel permits and household registration, they entered the city. However, the city did not meet their expectations of grandeur. Although various shops remained open on either side, the streets were eerily desolate and cold. Uncle Meng inquired for directions, and they first headed to a marketplace, where they displayed the carts, unicycles, clay pots, and thick cotton quilts that the villagers had been compelled to abandon. Reluctantly, they decided against selling their donkeys. Considering their utility for traversing mountains, instead, they dismantled the carts behind the donkeys for sale. In a bid to expedite sales, everything was priced at more than half below their original costs. Where there were sellers, buyers emerged, particularly due to the affordability of the goods. Ultimately, Uncle Meng accumulated an additional 10 taels of broken silver. With a heavy sigh, he lamented that once they passed through Yunzhou Prefecture, they would need to repurchase these items, estimating a cost of over 20 taels, nearing 30 to replace them. The two of them had entered the city with 6 taels of silver, meaning that more than half of their proceeds from selling goods had already been spent on entry fees. Meng Qingluo wore a pained expression. Uncle, Brother Qiao, this is unavoidable. Please don't dwell on it. We should hasten to procure what we need and return quickly to prevent everyone from growing anxious waiting outside. After entering the city, seeking a place and selling their items, several hours had passed. Uncle Meng glanced up at the sun nearing its zenith and nodded in agreement with a Luo's suggestion to first find a pharmacy to purchase essential medicines. Meng Qingluo followed closely behind as they made their way to the pharmacy, which was also eerily quiet and devoid of customers. Upon their entrance, the pharmacy attendant greeted them with enthusiasm, inquiring whether they sought medical attention or prescriptions. We are here for prescriptions. What do you require? 8 vials of powder for expelling pests and snakes, 5 vials of pills to prevent heat stroke, 5 vials for treating external injuries, and 5 sets of herbs to guard against colds and fevers, Uncle Meng stated, gritting his teeth as he recounted the figures previously agreed upon. The attendant scrutinized the attire of Meng Qingluo and her companions, noting their worn basket, and quickly deduced that they were likely refugees from Shizhou, lacking sufficient silver to allow all of them entrance to the city, thus preparing to take a back route. The treacherous mountain path was fraught with danger, evoking a surge of sympathy within him, prompting a more cordial demeanor. Please wait a moment, he said, efficiently gathering the requested items for Meng Qingluo and her companions. After a flurry of calculations on his abacus, he raised his head, stating, the powder is inexpensive, 30 yuan per vial, totaling 240 yuan for 8 vials. The external injury medicine is costly, 500 yuan per vial, totaling 2,500 yuan for 5 vials. In total, the medicines amount to 10 taels of silver. 10 taels? Meng Qingluo and Uncle Meng gasped in astonishment. Meng Qingluo was equally taken aback. Drawing from her previous life's memories, she understood that 1 tael of silver in this era was roughly equivalent to 1,000 yuan in her past life. 10 taels represented an astronomical sum of 10,000 yuan. In her own space apothecary, these medicines would not exceed 1,000 yuan in total. Goodness, tenfold. No wonder some impoverished families, when afflicted by illness, would rather delay seeking treatment than consult a doctor or procure medicine. The attendant, observing their astonished expressions, remained unperturbed and kindly explained, do not perceive it as exorbitant. The recent drought across several prefectures has led to a scarcity of water, making it challenging for medicinal herbs to grow. Consequently, prices have surged. Our employer is benevolent, and if you were to inquire at other pharmacies, you would find that these medicines would not be available for less than 15 taels. Uncle Meng said nothing further, producing 10 taels of silver to pay the attendant, who then placed all the medicines into the large basket for them to carry. The 3 of them exited the pharmacy in silence. Last night, the villagers had pooled together a total of 6 taels of silver, with Elder Meng and the village head contributing significantly, each family contributing 2 taels, resulting in a total of 10 taels. After selling their items, they had spent 6 taels on city entry. Now, with the 10 taels spent on medicine, only 4 taels remained. Meng Qingluo's silver was not counted, as she had acquired 3 pieces of broken silver from a nefarious individual, gifted to her by Elder Meng. As Uncle Meng and Meng Qingluo made their way to buy grain, a sense of unease loomed over them. They had no idea how much prices had soared. Meng Qingluo felt a pang of anxiety, recalling how in the past, 4 taels of silver could procure a considerable amount of coarse rice and mixed flour. But now, who knew what they would be able to buy? Meng Qingluo observed the serious expressions on their faces, her mind racing to devise a solution. She could not afford to draw from her stock of grain at this moment. The most prudent course of action was to resolve the issue of purchasing grain with silver. Silver? Silver? As thoughts of silver swirled in Meng Qingluo's mind, the 3 of them stepped into a grain store. Upon inquiring, Uncle Meng and Meng Qingluo emerged with ashen faces. The coarse rice, usually priced around 5 yuan per pound, was now selling for 30 yuan per pound. And mixed flour that previously cost 4 yuan was now priced at 20 yuan per pound. 4 taels of silver would only afford them 200 pounds of mixed flour. With 101 people in their village, deducting the infants, each person would receive only about 2 pounds of mixed flour. 2 pounds, how many meals could that provide? Will you buy or not? Hurry up and make your choice. If not, then leave. The grain store attendant, lacking the compassion of the pharmacy attendant, regarded the trio with contempt and took a step back, holding his nose. Meng Qingluo realized that since arriving in this world, she had only washed her hair and face on the day she escaped from the mountains, having changed her clothes once. It had been half a month since she had bathed or changed attire, and she understood that their odor was far from pleasant. Chapter 33. Entering the city, too, the sun hung high in the sky, radiating intense heat. Uncle Meng, noticing the sweat on Meng Qingluo's brow, felt a pang of sympathy and wished to purchase the flour quickly to exit the city, disregarding the attendant's demeanor as he handed over 4 taels of silver to buy all the mixed flour. Upon seeing the gleaming silver, the attendant's attitude shifted dramatically, his face breaking into a smile. Very well, I shall weigh the flour for you right away. 100 pounds of flour were packed into a large burlap sack, which Uncle Meng hoisted onto his shoulder as if it were a small child, showing no signs of strain whatsoever. Meng Qingluo also effortlessly carried another sack of mixed flour on his shoulder, his demeanor unruffled. This made Meng Qingluo glance at him with newfound admiration, realizing that the young man possessed considerable strength. Luo, why do you keep staring at us? Meng Qingluo, noticing her gaze, asked with a smile. It was because Meng Qingluo's medicine had saved his son after he suffered from heat stroke. She was his son's savior, and he had always held deep gratitude in his heart. Nothing much. Meng Qingluo replied with a smile. I merely think that both you and uncle possess great strength, carrying 100 pounds as if it were nothing. Her words elicited hearty laughter from the 2 men. Of course, a slender girl like you couldn't possibly bear such a load. There was an unspoken thought that Meng Qingluo did not voice. This was grain, not stone. If given another 200 pounds, he would still carry it with the same ease. Uncle Meng, however, voiced it. Luo, your brother Qingluo is simply in high spirits. High spirits? Meng Qingluo was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at her uncle. Uncle Meng laughed heartily again. Luo, are you daft? What are we carrying on our shoulders? Grain, she exclaimed in realization. The weight they bore was not merely sustenance, but the very hope of an entire village, and thus, their spirits soared. Brother Qingluo, uncle, just how much can you both carry? Meng Qingluo feigned an eager curiosity, all the while calculating how much silver she ought to prepare to procure what she desired. Dear Luo, have you forgotten? Your uncle can carry over 300 pounds of wild boar down from the mountain without a hitch. As for me, brother Qingluo, while I may not possess your uncle's strength, I could manage 200 pounds as well. You two are truly remarkable. Meng Qingluo's eyes twinkled with admiration. Indeed, those from ancient times consumed more and possessed greater strength. It seems modern individuals have regressed, relying solely on intellect while neglecting physical prowess. They can hardly lift a burden, and even carrying 20 pounds of rice up to the 5th floor leaves them breathless. The admiration in her gaze stirred a surge of pride in the 2 robust men. As they continued on their way, an opportunity presented itself. The trio passed a lavishly decorated silver shop, where the silhouettes of affluent ladies graced its interior. No matter the calamities, they seemed to have no effect on the vanity of those noble women. Brother Qingluo remarked. After a while, they found themselves in a deserted alley. Meng Qingluo tugged at her uncle's sleeve. Uncle, brother Qingluo, let's take a moment. I found something while passing by the silver shop. I'd like you to see what it is. Uncle Meng and brother Qingluo set down their burdens. With curiosity, Uncle Meng reached for the box in Meng Qingluo's hands. It was quite exquisite, and he wondered what might be inside. Brother Qingluo leaned in to see as well, pondering what it could be. It appeared somewhat like jewelry. Uncle Meng, still unconcerned, spoke as he opened the box. Upon fully unveiling its contents, both pairs of curious eyes were left in awe. After a brief moment, Uncle Meng regained his composure, his expression now a blend of complexity as he regarded Meng Qingluo. He suddenly understood why their father had sent Luo to the city. Are those gold bracelets? Brother Qingluo stammered, struggling to articulate his astonishment. Yes, Meng Qingluo nodded, equally astonished. Not long ago, I felt my foot strike something while walking. I picked it up since the box was quite lovely. I had no idea it contained a pair of gold bracelets. Ah, Luo, your luck is simply extraordinary. Brother Changshao exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief, his gaze clear of greed or envy. Uncle Meng weighed the bracelets in his hand. They were solid, likely totaling 3 ounces, and of an attractive design, suggesting considerable value. Ah, Luo, since you found them, they are yours to keep. With that, Uncle Meng placed the bracelets back into the box and effortlessly tucked it into Meng Qingluo's satchel. Indeed, they are yours, Ah Luo. Keep them as your good fortune. Perhaps for your dowry in the future, Brother Changshao added promptly. Their reactions, while anticipated by Meng Qingluo, still filled her with satisfaction. Rather than respond immediately, she tilted her head thoughtfully and said, Brother Changshao, Uncle, although these items are my luck, they might also represent the fortune of our entire Meng family and the villagers of Mengjia. What do you mean by that? The 2 men inquired. I noticed how you both were troubled about the silver for purchasing grain, and I wished for a little silver to assist you. It seems heaven has heard my silent plea and sent us this fortune. Shall we take these bracelets to the pawn shop? We can see how much they fetch and then plan our next steps. Aren't you going to reconsider? These are gold bracelets. Hearing Meng Qingluo's resolve, the 2 robust men were nearly brought to tears with gratitude. No second thoughts. I've said it, this is heaven favoring the people of Mengjia village. If I hoard it all, wouldn't that disappoint heaven? Since the bracelets were Meng Qingluo's find, Brother Changshao and Uncle Meng felt it was best to respect her decision. They sought out a pawn shop, and Meng Qingluo presented the bracelets, leaving the box in her satchel, which she had cleverly concealed in her space, not wishing to gift the pawnbroker with her tool of trickery. The pair of gold bracelets was wrapped in a tattered handkerchief, fitting their refugee guise. Uncle, you go inside. Brother Changshao and I will wait by the door. Uncle Meng took the items and entered the shop, hearing Meng Qingluo's reminder, remember to haggle. Uncle Meng chuckled, amused that little Luo thought he lacked experience. Understood, you worrywart. Moments later, he emerged, unable to suppress the joy radiating from his face. From his expression, Meng Qingluo inferred he had secured a favorable price. Once they reached a secluded spot, she asked, Uncle, how much did the pawn shop offer? To her surprise, Uncle Meng smiled mysteriously. Guess. 10 taels? Uncle Meng shook his head, grinning widely. Ah Luo, our luck is indeed splendid. The pawnbroker's master, seeing the unique design and pristine condition of the bracelets, had a gentleman of noble bearing express interest in purchasing them as a birthday gift for his wife. With that, Uncle Meng unveiled the handkerchief, revealing 3 gleaming silver ingots that dazzled Meng Qingluo's eyes. Heaven has truly favored me, she exclaimed. 1 tael of gold equals 10 taels of silver, plus craftsmanship. These bracelets are indeed worth over 30 taels. According to her initial estimation, the pawn shop would not offer much, perhaps around 10 taels at most, but Meng Qingluo's eyes sparkled with delight. She retrieved 1 ingot for Brother Changshao and another for Uncle Meng, keeping 1 for herself. Here, let us share. I'll keep 10 taels. And you 2 can decide how much grain to purchase with the remaining 20 taels. The rest is for you. Well. Uncle Meng and Brother Changshao exchanged bewildered glances, contemplating the silver and each other. Should they accept? Was Luo being overly generous? We'll just take enough for grain. The rest we want to need, they echoed in unison. If you don't want it, then I want to take this 10 taels either. We'll buy grain with it all, Meng Qingluo threatened, pretending to pull the silver ingot back into her satchel. All right, we'll accept it. They were not foolish. While they wished to support their village, they wouldn't spoil the villagers. As the elders often said, a grain of rice brings gratitude, while a bushel brings resentment. After deliberation, Brother Changshao and Uncle Meng decided each would contribute 6 taels for additional coarse rice and mixed flour while keeping 4 taels to take home. Having contributed 2 taels each the previous night, they aimed to save wherever possible. Hearing their plans, Meng Qingluo felt reassured that they would procure a substantial amount of grain and flour. Brother Changshao, Uncle, you 2 go buy some grain. I'll head over there to purchase a few other items, Meng Qingluo indicated toward the street corner. You're just a young girl. It's not proper for you to walk alone. Whatever you wish to buy, I'll accompany you shortly, Uncle Meng insisted. Uncle, it's south right at the street corner. I'm hungry and want to buy some meat buns to eat. I want to stray far, Meng Qingluo replied, already taking off. Uncle Meng glanced at the bun shop, which indeed was at the street corner, and seeing Meng Qingluo dash away, knowing the child was merely craving meat, he chose not to protest further. Changshao, Hurry and purchase the grain. We cannot leave a Luo alone, he urged. Understood. The two hastened their movements. Meng Qingluo raced over as if she were in battle, purchasing meat buns, steamed buns, a roasted chicken, and a pound of marinated meat. She bought only a little of each, carefully wrapping them and placing them in her backpack. Then, taking advantage of the distraction around her, she discreetly rearranged the items within her space. Just as she finished, Uncle Meng and Changxiao arrived, each carrying 2 bags of grain. Noticing the discrepancy in the quantity, Meng Qingluo realized they had other plans but refrained from questioning them in front of others. Uncle, Brother Changxiao, come quickly and enjoy the wontons. This place serves the best, she exclaimed. Uncle Meng and Changxiao glanced at the table before Meng Qingluo, where she had already begun to eat. 2 large bowls of wontons awaited them, evidently prepared for their enjoyment. In the center sat a large bowl containing 6 hefty meat buns and 3 fragrant egg pancakes. Uncle Meng took a seat, and so did Changxiao, both somewhat embarrassed. Uncle, Brother Changxiao, please eat. Why hesitate? It's been ages since I've had meat. I'm nearly dying of craving. Today, I'm treating you both. I've come into a bit of silver, so there's no need for embarrassment. Ultimately, their hesitation succumbed to the irresistible aroma wafting from the table. They eagerly dug into their bowls. Oh, this is exquisite. They hadn't eaten their fill in nearly half a month, let alone enjoyed meat. As the two immersed themselves in their meal, Meng Qingluo reached for an egg pancake and took a bite. Delicious. Never had she felt such joy from eating a pancake infused with the flavor of eggs. In a whirlwind, all the food vanished from the table, leaving the 3 satisfied. Gazing at the empty tabletop, Uncle Meng and Changxiao appeared somewhat dazed, their faces slightly flushed. They had claimed they wouldn't eat, yet had indulged more than anyone else. Luo, are you full? I can buy you 2 more, Changxiao said, somewhat shyly reaching for the silver in his pocket. I'm full, let us go. Finally, having tasted meat and eggs, Meng Qingluo was in high spirits. All right, let us go. Having finished eating, Uncle Meng's earlier reluctance dissipated, and he stood up, leading the way out of the establishment. Once they were away from prying eyes, Meng Qingluo learned that a portion of the grain had been left in the shop. Uncle Meng explained that they had decided to carry out only part of it at once to avoid drawing too much attention. At the city gates, Grandpa Meng and the village head had sent people to meet them. Entering the city required silver, but leaving it was unmonitored. Upon reaching the city gate, they indeed found Grandpa Meng and the village head waiting with a group of people. After handing over their grain, Uncle Meng and Changxiao immediately turned back into the city. The guards assumed they were relatives delivering grain and, upon a glance, did not intervene. Meng Qingluo did not follow them back. Her task was complete, and the remaining grain was manageable for her uncle and Changxiao. The city was relatively safe, devoid of large groups of refugees. Following Grandpa Meng and his entourage, they returned to Mengjia village. Along the short journey, some villagers eyed the grain on their shoulders with envy. Yet, seeing the glimmering sharp knives in the hands of those surrounding the grain, they could only swallow their envy and shrink back. Everyone beamed at the sight of the 2 large bags of mixed grain and 2 large bags of brown rice. Their joy heightened upon hearing that there was still a small portion left in the city. All right, everyone can disperse now. Once Changxiao and Luo return, we'll distribute the grain, 1 bag per family, the village head waved to the villagers. The villagers dispersed, leaving only the Meng family and the village head. Luo, how was your trip into the city? Was it smooth? Grandpa Meng inquired with concern. Meng Qingluo nodded. Yes, Grandpa, it went quite well. Are you aware of the expenses? The village head asked. I have some idea, but for specifics, it's best to wait for Brother Changxiao and Uncle to return and have them calculate it for you, she replied, preferring not to involve herself with financial matters. As for the bracelet she found, she felt it was better for Grandpa to handle how to explain it to the villagers. Chapter 35, A Silent Feast. All right, the village head thought, realizing his impatience. As the village head departed, Aunt Yang brought over a bowl of porridge and a mixed grain pancake for Meng Qingluo. Luo, you must be hungry? Mother, I'm not hungry. I've already eaten in the city. I'll save this for dinner. Meng Qingluo waved her hand dismissively. Upon hearing she had already eaten, the family exchanged curious glances, but no one dared to question her. They were puzzled about how she could afford to buy food. After a moment, they speculated it might have been Uncle Meng who gave her the money, as she had mentioned wanting to buy sweets and cakes on her way out. Meng Qingluo glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, then pulled out a bag of candy from her backpack and handed each family member a piece. She even insisted that Grandpa try one. In truth, these were milk candies from her space, wrapped in cowhide paper after she peeled off the outer layer. Mother, these are delicious. Seven Lang exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he leaned against his mother. If they're tasty, eat them quickly. We mustn't let anyone take them. Aunt San urged, also savoring a piece. She found them delightful, the candies differing from those her sister usually brought back, rich with a creamy flavor. Her words alerted several of the boys, including the simple-minded father. The boys covered their mouths and quietly enjoyed the candy, while their father followed suit, covering his mouth with his large hand, his clear eyes darting around. Meng Qingluo couldn't help but smile. Once everyone had nearly finished their treats, she quietly retrieved an oil paper package containing earth chicken cakes, which she had previously enjoyed in the capital. She didn't need to explain their origin. Here are the cakes I promised everyone. Take them and enjoy. Meng Qingluo distributed one to each family member, as they received the cakes, following her instructions. The children devoured them in just a few bites. The earth chicken cakes were small enough for adults to consume in one bite. The children felt a deep sense of happiness. They had enjoyed both candy and cake today. Even back in their hometown, such treats were reserved for festivals and celebrations. In poorer families within the village, there were often no treats during holidays. If it weren't for the numerous refugees surrounding them, they might have thought they were not on a path of escape, but rather on a delightful journey. Sister, do you have any more delicious treats? Eight Lang whispered to Meng Qingluo, his little eyes fixated on the contents of her backpack. The other young men turned their gazes towards Meng Qingluo upon hearing the commotion. Meng Qingluo remarked, a pair of 10 piercing eyes. She felt somewhat affronted and expressed her gratitude. How dare you? Yangshi softly scolded Balang, tugging at his ear. Your sister has no silver on her. All these items were purchased by your uncle, who is merely indulgent of your greedy whims. Mother, please be gentle. It hurts. Sister, save me, cried Balang. The other adults, including the elder, chuckled and shook their heads, choosing not to intervene. Among the 10 boys, Balang had the greatest appetite. Being the most gluttonous, even his younger brother, Shi Lang, exhibited more maturity than he. Meng Qingluo, smiling, freed his ear from their mother's grasp and softly said, there are indeed more delicacies, but we cannot reveal them just yet. Their enticing aroma would surely attract unwanted attention. Her response momentarily stunned everyone. Is there really more food? Even the usually indifferent matriarch of the Meng family turned her attention to her, whispering, Luo, your uncles didn't bring much silver into the city. Yet they've bought so much grain. Where did all these goodies come from? Grandmother, I purchased them all myself, Meng Qingluo replied with a smile. Daughter, what have you found now? Yangshi exclaimed in surprise. Meng Qingluo chuckled, nodding to her mother and grandfather. I found some items and pawned a few for silver. I gave part of it to my uncles for grain, and kept some for myself to bring back delicious treats to indulge everyone. Since the family had inquired, Meng Qingluo chose not to conceal the truth, knowing that when her uncles returned, everyone would learn of it. Upon hearing her words, her Aunt Zhao sighed, Luo, your fortune truly shines. We all share in your good luck. Why am I not as fortunate? Her comment earned her a stern glare from Meng Sanbua. However, Meng Leoi's expression turned serious. This matter must remain confidential. When they return, I shall explain it to them, and when speaking to the villagers, we shall say it was the 3 of them who found it together. Understood, grandfather, the others replied in unison. With newfound silver and ample grain, it was clear they would not keep it from everyone, though the credit would rest with the 3, sparing Luo from exposure. Meng Qingluo felt immense gratitude for her grandfather and family's protective instincts and did not oppose his plans. At that moment, she indeed needed to remain as inconspicuous as possible. As dusk descended once more, the messenger from the village had successfully brought back Meng Dabo and Meng Chongxiao, who returned unscathed, with the additional grain. Both Meng Lirong and Meng Leoi, concerned about attracting attention due to their grain purchases, decided to depart under the cover of night, distancing themselves from potential trouble. That evening, each household relished a hearty meal. The Meng family enjoyed the most lavish feast, serving thick rice porridge for the first time without wild greens. In addition to the porridge, they savored the large meat buns, egg pancakes, and a roasted chicken that Meng Qingluo had brought back. To avoid the scent of meat escaping, They dared not heat the dishes, opting instead to consume them directly alongside the hot porridge. In the sweltering summer, cold food posed less risk of spoilage. While the wealthy dined in silence, the Meng family indulged in their grand repast. The 10 boys, including the foolish father, feasted with greasy lips. Aside from the sounds of slurping porridge and chewing, little else was heard. Meng Debo, who had enjoyed a good meal at midday, was still savoring those flavors when yet another feast awaited him that evening. Life was so bountiful that even celestial beings would envy their fortune. If not for the untimely circumstances, he would have loved to share a drink with his father and third brother. Meng Qingluo watched as her family reveled in their satisfaction, her heart lightened by their joy, even as she remained alert to the sounds of approaching footsteps. She was determined to use her limited abilities to safeguard them, ensuring they fared better than others on their arduous journey. In her previous life, she had her grandparents, uncles, and aunts, as well as her parents and their siblings. When her grandparents and parents were alive, they had shared a united and harmonious family. Alas, her parents had passed away too soon, and she had found herself in this new place far too early. Surely, her relatives back there must be heartbroken. Soon, the 15th day of the 8th month, a day of reunion would arrive, and she longed to see them dearly. Yet, regrettably, she could never return. "Luo, hurry and eat," Yangshe urged. Noticing her daughter pausing with her chopsticks, lost in thought, she quickly placed the last piece of pancake into Meng Qingluo's bowl. "Mother, I am already full. I cannot eat any more," Meng Qingluo replied, snapping back to reality and transferring the pancake to her father's bowl. Her father, being a man with a hearty appetite, would surely relish the additional pancake. Chapter 36. Preparing to traverse mountains and valleys. Looking at the pancake that had landed in his bowl, her father beamed at his daughter with an endearing smile. "Luo, you are such a good girl." Meng Qingluo chuckled softly. "Indeed, she is." Having finished her meal, Meng Lapa observed the tender interaction between father and daughter, a smile spreading across her face, though her eyes soon glistened with unshed tears. As the family enjoyed their happiness and satisfaction, a gentle sobbing suddenly broke the atmosphere, prompting everyone to look up. "Grandmother, why are you crying?" Tenlang, sitting beside Meng Lapa, reached out to wipe her tears. Upon seeing Meng Lapa's tears, the others felt as though their food had lost its flavor, though fortunately, they had nearly finished their meal. They all understood the reason behind her tears. She was worried about her elder and younger aunts, who had been outside the city for over a day without any sign of them. They wondered if they had managed to escape the calamity. If they had they entered the city and left northward? After all, they had departed later than the Meng family and had been delayed for 3 additional days due to the bitter orange incident. Based on the information provided by Gong Lingjun regarding the timing and location of the bandit attack, it was evident that their group had traveled far faster than those from Meng village. "Do not cry, grandmother." Perhaps the elder and younger aunts grew impatient and have already entered the city, then headed north. Their families are not large and they can afford the silver for entry. Meng Qingluo comforted the elderly lady. "Indeed, do not weep, dear wife, Luo is right," exclaimed another family member. "When you cry, a June follows suit." Turning her head, Meng Lapa saw Gong Lingjun sitting obediently, gazing at her with tear-filled eyes. She quickly stifled her tears and quelled her worries, nodding, "I trust Luo. She is a fortunate child. Gather your things, we must prepare to depart." Over there, Meng Lirong had already begun urging the villagers to pack their belongings in preparation for the journey. Under the cover of night, the people of Meng village quietly set out, continuing their northward trek. Meanwhile, another group, witnessing Meng village leave without stirring the others, stealthily followed suit. An hour later, Meng Qingluo and her party arrived at the foot of the mountain. Gazing up at the towering peaks that pierced the heavens, her heart sank into despair. The mountains were far too high and the woods too dense. The only advantage here was that in such deep mountains, there was no fear of lacking spring water, wild vegetables, wild fruits, or even medicinal herbs. Of course, this came with the condition that one must not fear for their life. One must possess the capability. Meng Qingluo slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, longing to turn back, to take her family home, hand over a few dozen taels of silver, and simply pass through the city. How blissful that would be! As she stared at the lofty mountains, all her doubts vanished. She understood why the refugees would rather wait hopelessly outside Yunzhou Prefecture than seek alternative paths. Due to their emaciated bodies, devoid of strength, They lacked the vigor to traverse the path without encountering ferocious beasts. Confronted by such predators, death would be inevitable. Waiting outside the city gates, there could be wealthy families or officials who, upon witnessing their plight, might offer them a meager bowl of porridge, perhaps allowing them to cling to life for a little longer. The heavens seemed insurmountably high. How could they possibly overcome this? It was a matter of life and death. Up ahead, the village women had already begun to shout. Far from the outskirts of Yunzhou, the only souls present were the villagers of Mengjia village, who no longer felt the need to tread cautiously. Their voices had grown louder. However, that was merely the villagers' assumption. Shortly after their departure, Meng Qingluo noticed that they were being followed. The individuals maintained a distance of about 500 meters, seemingly cautious not to disturb them. After some contemplation, she discerned their identity. As long as they bore no ill will or intent to harm the villagers, they were welcome to follow. This road was not one she had paved. Everyone could walk their own path. Silence. You foolish woman, what are you shouting about? Can you afford to take the main road instead of the mountain path? A man chastised his wife. The woman fell silent, but she was not the only villager harboring such thoughts. One villager approached the elder Meng and the village head. Uncle San, village head, is there a way for us to cross this mountain? Elder Meng merely raised his eyelids, remaining silent. The village head glanced at the questioner. Is there a better solution? If you had one, you wouldn't be seeking our counsel. The inquirer remained mute, exchanging glances with others. If they had a better plan, they would not be consulting the two of them. Then, lacking any alternative, we must grit our teeth and press on for the sake of survival, the village head said gravely. Moreover, you need not worry excessively. We have a large group and ample supplies of medicine and food, and we can find water in the mountains. Thanks to the good fortune of Uncle San's family, our situation is far better than those refugees waiting outside the city to perish. You must trust that as long as we unite as a village, we shall surely conquer this mountain. The villagers observed the unfolding events, and seeing that those few had ceased their discourse, the village head's words reassured them. No further objections were raised. Let us all find a sheltered spot to rest here. At dawn tomorrow, we shall begin our ascent. Everyone should rest well tonight. But since we are at the foot of the mountain, we must remain vigilant against wild animals descending from above. According to tradition, tonight it is the turn of the families to take watch, 8 individuals for the first half of the night and another 8 for the latter half. Having made the necessary arrangements, the village head returned to his own spot to rest. Although he was considerably younger than Elder Meng, he was still a grandfather. Having to shoulder the burdens of leadership after more than a month of arduous travel, he felt genuinely fatigued. Yet, for the sake of his family, he had no choice but to bear this weight. Fortunately, he had the support of Uncle San's family. Without them, he doubted he would possess the strength to reach the capital. They sought a new place to call home. Dinner had already been consumed. With no pressing tasks left, everyone spread their belongings and lay down to sleep. Meng Qingluo carefully tucked 2 little ones under their blankets, then laid down herself, using a burlap sack as a mat and resting her head on a bundle, ready to sleep. Tonight, it was her family's turn to keep watch. Meng Dalong would take the first half, while Meng Sanhua would take the latter half. Meng Qingluo cast a glance at her brother's tall silhouette nearby and, with a sense of security, closed her eyes. The night passed peacefully, with no wild animals descending and no other dangers arising. At the break of dawn, the villagers, having slept soundly, opened their eyes. In that moment, a single thought filled their hearts. They were grateful to have safely endured another night. The women hurried to prepare breakfast, making pancakes and other items to eat on the road. Once they began their ascent, they would not be cooking lunch, fearing it would delay their progress and to conserve food. Thus, they needed to prepare some pancakes and dry rations to stave off hunger if needed. Meng Qingluo struggled to sit up, her first priority to ensure the 2 children were well fed. This morning, it was Yang who was preparing breakfast. She was simmering porridge in a large clay pot, adding a bit of dried wild vegetables. In another iron pot, she was frying rice, which, once cooked and cooled, would be packed into cloth bags for dry rations. When hunger struck, one could grab a handful to chew on, washed down with a bit of water to alleviate their hunger. Meng Qingluo fed the children and dashed over to Yang's side. Mother, what are you making? I've cooked wild vegetable porridge, and I'm frying some rice for us to eat on the journey, Yang replied gently, casting a warm glance at her daughter. The spirited Yang had reserved all her tenderness for this daughter. If any of the boys provoked her, they would receive a reprimand. often accompanied by a twist of the ear or a smack on the backside. Is that all? Just porridge? Meng Qingluo frowned. Mother, only porridge, 1 tea fill our bellies. Silly child, everyone still has enough in their stomachs from the food you bought last night. We don't need to eat lavishly this morning. Besides, while the food may appear plentiful, it doesn't last long, and we must save it for the long haul, Yang patiently explained. Had it been the 3 boys, she would have likely scolded them first and then twisted their ears. Mother, just wait. Meng Qingluo returned to her backpack and retrieved 22 meat buns, 22 large steamed buns, and 22 greasy egg pancakes. It looked like a lot, but when distributed among the family, it would amount to just 1 of each per person. Originally, there were 24 members of the Meng family, and now with Gong Lingjun, there were 25. The 3 babies wouldn't eat, so each person would receive 1 of the 22 items. Luo, how much did you buy? Yang exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at her. This is just for breakfast. We have some other items left for tonight, Meng Qingluo reassured her. Today, we'll be traveling all day, so mother should heat these up so everyone can eat enough to have strength for the journey. Shouldn't we save some for breakfast tomorrow? Yang hesitated, reluctant to part with any food. It's hot, the buns and pancakes want to keep. We need to eat them this morning. As for the steamed buns, you can save those for tomorrow morning. All right. Yang joyfully accepted the steamed buns and placed the other items on the warm porridge to heat. The fragrant aroma of porridge mingled with the scents of eggs and meat began to waft through the air. Still asleep, Meng Qingluo suddenly sat up, dazed. He sniffed the air, glancing at his father, who sported a messy head of hair, equally bewildered. Father, there's meat to eat. The father's eyes immediately lit up. Shirling, there's meat. The boy understood and nodded vigorously, yes. Father, sister is the best. She bought us candy, cakes, meat buns, and roast chicken. Meng Qingluo approached, overhearing the 2 voracious eaters discussing food, and, in a good mood, ruffled Shirling's tousled hair. Seeing his daughter's small hand in Shirling's hair, the father pondered for a moment before leaning his large head towards her. Surprised by the sudden approach of his large head, Meng Qingluo paused. What are you doing? Luo, dear, the father urged, exasperated. Finally understanding his father's intent, Meng Qingluo smiled and, with a gentle motion, smoothed his unruly hair. Good boy, father. Yes, good boy. The foolish father beamed with delight, his small eyes gleaming with pride as he glanced over at Shirling across the table. Shirling, bewildered, blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend the meaning of the foolish father's words. Meng Qingluo, having understood, nearly burst into laughter. How endearing her foolish father was. The enticing aroma wafting from the pot attracted other members of the Meng family. Excitement surged in the hearts of all the young men. They were about to indulge in a delightful feast once again. This delightful scent also reached the noses of the neighboring villagers. Oh, how fragrant! Who is feasting on chicken eggs or perhaps meat? Judging by the direction, it could either be the Li Zhang's household or the San Shugong's. Both families had ventured into the city the previous day, and with some extra silver on hand, they must have procured something wonderful for the children to enjoy. Alas! Such envy stirred within. They had many sons, earning silver, while we could scarcely compete. Fortunately, these families only whispered a few remarks amongst themselves, harboring envy in their hearts, without anyone daring to approach the Meng family to see what they were eating or to beg for a morsel for their own children. It wasn't that they lacked the desire, rather, the patriarch's formidable presence deterred them. The elderly gentleman held a high status, having witnessed much of the world. His household was filled with sons and grandsons, and his daughters had married well. They always walked at the back of the procession, receiving care from all corners. Should they provoke the patriarch, causing the Li Zhang to expel them from the group, their entire family would be left without a means of livelihood. The old gentleman overheard the villagers' murmurs and turned to young Shi, inquiring, "Is the porridge ready?" "Yes, hurry and finish eating, lest some become envious," he advised. "All right, everyone. Serve yourselves." Luo just mentioned, each person gets a meat bun, a pancake, and a bowl of dry vegetable porridge, ample for all. What goes into your stomach is the safest. The young boys of the Meng family, undeterred by the heat, swiftly grabbed a meat bun in one hand, a pancake in the other, and filled their bowls with porridge, placing them on the ground before seating themselves to chomp on the buns and pancakes while slurping the porridge. In just 6 or 7 minutes, all 10 boys had devoured their meals. Meng Qingluo glanced at the dry vegetable porridge in her bowl and then at the unfinished pancake in her hand. Was she really that slow at eating? In her past life as a soldier, consuming meals quickly had been one of her essential skills. Meat, I want to eat meat, exclaimed the 4-year-old Bao Miao, waddling over with his short legs, repeating the word meat. His grandmother followed closely behind. Luo, hurry and eat, Yangshi urged with a glance, signaling Meng Qingluo to hastily finish the remaining pancake. Has the scent attracted them? The third aunt, having finished her last spoonful of porridge, stood up to wash her bowl. The eldest and second aunts, Pan and Su, followed suit, refusing to be outdone, quickly finishing their porridge before getting up to follow the third aunt. Yangshi noticed her own bowl was empty as well. What are you looking at? Hurry up and drink your porridge. If you don't, it will be gone. Yangshi shot her daughter an exasperated glare. Meng Qingluo promptly stuffed the pancake into her mouth, chewing a couple of times before washing it down with the porridge. Once Yangshi saw she had finished, she snatched the bowl and chopsticks from her hand and hurried off as if chased by a dog. Third brother, third sister-in-law, are you having breakfast? Hu Posey beamed, her weathered face resembling a chrysanthemum blooming in the autumn breeze. Aren't you watching? The grandmother replied, lifting her eyelids slightly as she calmly continued to eat her porridge. Juna, eat quickly. You're taking longer than your brothers. Bao Miao had already positioned himself in front of Gong Lingjun, his eyes fixated on the meat bun in his hands, prompting a reprimand from his grandmother. Chapter 38. Over Mountains and Hills. Third brother, did your family buy meat buns yesterday? That must have cost quite a bit of silver. Unlike my family, we have more people eating than working. Bao Miao hasn't had such luxurious food in a long time. Seeing that the grandmother was uninterested in engaging with him, Hu Posey cast a pitiful glance towards the old gentleman. Meng Qingluo observed her grandfather and grandmother, nearly bursting into laughter. The old man held a half-eaten meat bun, his expression stiff, caught between eating and not eating, while the grandmother rolled her eyes at Hu Posey, executing a series of impressive eye rolls. In the end, the half-bun never made it to the old man's mouth and was given to Meng Bao Miao. Amidst the unwelcoming atmosphere from the Meng family, Hu Posey could not take advantage of the situation and left with her grandson. After the meal, the women began to tidy up, preparing to head up the mountain. Meng Qingluo approached the only 2 livestock, 2 donkeys. She led them away from the villagers' gaze to feed them water and food. The reason for feeding them together was that Meng Qingluo wished to avoid the stark contrast between the village chief's emaciated donkey and her own plump, shiny one, which could raise suspicions. The warmth was fleeting. While a few aunts and her mother busied themselves with cleaning, suddenly, someone who had been following them rushed towards them. Having finished feeding the donkeys, Meng Qingluo, like the other villagers, was seated, waiting for her family to finish their tasks. Something's wrong. The men noticed the approaching figures and quickly formed a line, wielding their weapons to protect the women and children behind them. Meng Qingluo stood up and, from a distance, recognized the leading tall, thin youth. Grandfather, it's those people. De Lang immediately declared. Indeed, it is them. Meng Laojun nodded. He, along with the eldest and Meng Lijing, had already noticed that someone was trailing them. Although they were aware that this group had been following them at a distance, they had remained vigilant without alarming the villagers. Why had they suddenly altered their plan and approached? Meng Qingluo furrowed her brow. Her previous assessment had not been incorrect. The sudden appearance of these individuals must indicate some major event had transpired. Soon, the group drew within 100 meters of Meng Qingluo and her family. Observing their alert demeanor, it was clear they had misunderstood the situation. The tall, thin youth and an elderly man gestured for their companions to halt before exchanging a few words. Subsequently, only the 2 of them approached. The elder drew near, offering a salute to Meng Laojun and Meng Lijing before speaking. You need not feel alarmed, we bear no ill will. The elder, slightly older than Meng Lijing, referred to Meng Laojun as old brother and Meng Lijing as brother. The saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face, and witnessing the amiable demeanor of their visitors, the villagers exhaled in relief, while Meng Laojun and Meng Lijing also returned the gesture, curious about the reason for their visit. I am Qin, a hunter from Shizhou. And this is my eldest son, Qin Yuliang. The others behind are my family and brothers and nephews. Like you, we fled here due to the calamities in Shizhou, as we could no longer survive in our hometown. I have observed that your villagers adhere to rules and stand united, reflecting the capable management of your leaders. In pursuit of survival, I, lacking in talent, followed you from a distance without seeking your permission, intending not to disturb you. However, We recently received news that after we departed last night, a sudden upheaval of refugees erupted outside Yunzhou Prefecture in the middle of the night, attempting to force their way into the city. The government office dispatched bailiffs and the city guards mobilized soldiers to expel the refugees outside the city, resulting in numerous casualties among them. All the refugees resting there were affected, and many who had no desire to take the back roads found themselves with no choice but to come this way at dawn. To avoid encountering them, we must hasten our pace to get ahead. Upon hearing the words of Old Chin, the crowd sighed in relief, yet their hearts became heavy once more. Old Master Meng and Village Chief Meng expressed their gratitude to the two gentlemen and promptly turned to urge the villagers to set off quickly. Fortunately, breakfast had been consumed, and their belongings were packed. The villagers carried their loads, whether on their backs, shoulders, or in their hands, as they began their ascent up the mountain. The unrest among the refugees was indeed a dire matter, and everyone felt a sense of apprehension. Meng Qingluo continued to carry little Bao while managing her own bundle. De Bao was being carried by Mrs. Yang, and with the absence of carts and donkeys, the heavier items were all borne by the men. Although father was somewhat simple-minded, he possessed considerable strength, shouldering the large iron pot used for cooking and the earthenware pot for rice in a large basket. The most substantial and vital item, the family's grain, was hoisted upon Uncle Ming's shoulders and carried in his hands. Besides the three little children, every adult was laden with various belongings. 5 pounds of preserved meat was treated as a treasure by Aunt Zhao, who concealed it in her basket, refusing to share it with anyone. Meng Qingluo cast a helpless glance at her. Fortunately, it was salty enough to remain edible, or else it would have surely spoiled long ago. The villagers of Meng family village had managed to rest well these past days, were well fed and not parched, allowing them to walk with agility. Even the children, encouraged by the adults, were energetically scampering along with their short legs. At night, free from the nuisance of mosquitoes, the children slept soundly. The inflamed spots from mosquito bites were treated by Meng Qingluo and Grandma with medicinal washes and ointments, alleviating the discomfort. Some of the medicine had been procured from the city, while others were brought from her own storage. Since Grandma had some knowledge of medicine, all the purchased remedies were kept at Meng Qingluo's home. She voluntarily took the medicines, placing them in her basket so that no one would notice the changes in quantity. The villagers of Meng family village walked swiftly ahead, while the Qin family maintained a respectful distance of several hundred meters behind them. This behavior pleased old Master Meng, Village Chief Meng, and Meng Qingluo, as they dared not fully trust those of a different surname during these turbulent times. At the foot of the mountain, the area was still strewn with dry grass and barren trees. After traversing most of the day, the greenery started to appear as they ascended. "Mother, look! Look! Wild vegetables!" The children exclaimed joyfully. "Oh, father, look! Look! There's a rabbit!" Seven Lang, who was ahead of Meng Qingluo, shouted excitedly. They decided to rest and eat something. Village Chief Meng surveyed the surroundings, noting the rare expanse of green grass. After climbing for half a morning, everyone was tired, and the path ahead would only become more treacherous, making it hard to find a place to rest later. After a vigorous morning of travel, they had distanced themselves significantly from the other refugees below. They had forgotten how long it had been since they had seen such greenery, and the sight lifted everyone's spirits. The Ming family found a patch of land and pulled out their bedding, sheets, or burlap sacks from their bundles to lay on the ground. The family either sat, lay down, or curled up, enjoying the cool mountain breeze while eating dry rations and drinking water, taking a moment to rest their eyes. In Chapter 39, titled Naming the Two Little Ones, old Master Meng glanced at Meng Qingluo, who was amusing little Bao, and then at De Bao, who was quietly observing the surroundings in his elder brother's arms. After tapping his smoking pipe, he called out to his granddaughter, Luo. Meng Qingluo turned to look at her grandfather. When the two children were younger, we never gave them proper names, nor did we register them in the family tree. Once we settle down, we must include them in the genealogy and household registration. You need to think of their names for the journey ahead. What do you think? Though hesitant at first, old Master Meng finally voiced his thoughts. He had refrained from mentioning it earlier due to the children's emotional burdens. However, having observed that they were gradually forgetting the events in the capital, it seemed their hearts had begun to heal, allowing him to bring it up. "All right, let me think." Meng Qingluo replied with a smile. Tilting her head in contemplation, she decided, De Bao shall henceforth be named Meng Chongping, and little Bao shall be Meng Chong'an. While these names may seem ordinary, she had no grand aspirations for them, wishing only for their lives to be safe and healthy. This is the heartfelt desire of every mother, not to expect greatness from their children, but to hope for their happiness and well-being throughout their lives. Yes, Chomping and Chang'an are excellent names. Old Master Meng nodded in agreement, turning to tease Dabao in his son's arms. Dabao, from now on, you shall be called Chomping. Do you like this name? Dabao, who had been gazing around, fixed his eyes on his great-grandfather, his delicate face lighting up with a response. Our Chomping has spoken. He says he likes it, doesn't he? Chomping echoed again. Old Master Meng and Meng Qingluo both laughed, realizing that Dabao truly understood and was responding to his great-grandfather. Haha, Dabao likes the name his mother gave him. And little Bao, how about you? Do you like yours? Meng Qingluo asked, holding little Bao and turning her little face toward her, looking into her eyes. I like it. My name sounds even better than my brother's. Little Bao giggled, and Meng Qingluo couldn't contain her joy, laughing heartily and showering kisses on little Bao's cheeks. Old Master Meng observed, bemused, at how his granddaughter was becoming less concerned about her demeanor. Did not daughters from noble families typically conceal their smiles? Never mind. What does it matter? Little A Luo is now part of our family, a standard village girl, unrelated to those affluent households. Sensing her mother's delight, little Bao became exuberant, constantly chattering and waving her little hands, her feet kicking against Meng Qingluo's legs. Dabao calmly regarded his excited younger brother, casting a disdainful glance at him. Immature. In the next moment, Mother, hasn't he kissed me yet? Meng Qingluo was astonished as she turned to Dabao. Realizing he understood the implication of his words, was he feeling jealous of little Bao? Indeed, I shouldn't show favoritism. I must be fair. Meng Qingluo handed little Bao to her grandfather and took Dabao from her simple-minded husband, showering him with several kisses on his little face. At last, Dabao felt satisfied, closing his eyes and dozing off in his mother's embrace. The family members, upon hearing that Meng Qingluo had named the two children, all praised her for choosing such beautiful and meaningful names. Unlike other families, where boys were often named Dog Egg, San Mao, Pillar, Fortune, or Treasure, and girls were named Peach, Pear, Flower, or Fragrance. Luo, I need to relieve myself. Would you accompany me? Mrs. Yang approached her. Of course. The mother and daughter walked side by side toward the nearby woods. Suddenly, as Mrs. Yang stepped on something in the thick underbrush, she jumped back, exclaiming, "What happened?" What happened? My daughter, there's a corpse. A corpse? I stepped on a dead person. Mrs. Yang pointed at the ground, her face turning pale. Meng Qingluo furrowed her brows and glanced down at her feet. Mother, it's alive. Alive? You scared me to death. Yangshi patted her chest, still feeling the remnants of shock. Meng Qingluo stared speechlessly at the man lying on the ground, his face flattened by her mother's foot, still bearing the imprint of a shoe. Mother, you've squashed the old man's face flat, haha. Meng Qingluo couldn't contain her laughter any longer. Hey, you naughty girl. Don't laugh at me. Hurry up and think of a way to save him. Why isn't he making any noise if he's not dead? Yangshi, feeling a pang of guilt, took charge for the first time. All right, let me see. Mother, you go find a place to relieve yourself first. If he wakes up, you won't be able to do that. Oh. Yangshi hurried off. Don't go too far. Call me if anything happens. Understood. Once Yangshi was out of earshot, Meng Qingluo reached down to check the man's pulse. Surprisingly, he had merely fainted. Although the man appeared somewhat elderly, he was in remarkably good health. He was neither dehydrated nor starving. His clothing, while not of the finest quality, was decent enough, albeit torn in places, with scratches on his hands, face, and neck. Furthermore, Meng Qingluo detected a faint scent of herbs emanating from the elderly man. Suddenly recalling something, Meng Qingluo stood up and scanned her surroundings. Sure enough, beneath a nearby tree, she discovered a small backpack, surrounded by scattered herbs, a hoe for digging, and a long rope for climbing. These items confirmed her suspicion that the man was either a herbalist or a physician. It remained a mystery how he had fallen from the mountain and knocked himself unconscious. Turning him over to inspect, she found a large bump on the back of his head, oozing faint traces of blood. His external injuries comprised mainly scrapes and scratches, which were not severe, with the primary injuries being a fractured left hand and the bump on his head. While waiting for Yangshi to return, Meng Qingluo fed the old man some water from an ancient well and administered acupuncture. The external wounds would have to be treated by her grandmother once they returned home. Aluo, how is he? Has he woken up? No, the old man hit his head quite hard. We need to carry him back so Grandma can take a look. All right. You go relieve yourself first. After you're done, we'll carry him back together. The old man was neither tall nor stout. And with Meng Qingluo and Yang Shi each lifting one end, they managed to carry him back. Fourth sister-in-law, Qingluo, why are you two bringing back a dead man? How ominous. They ran into Hu Pozi, who had just returned from the latrine. When Shui Yang awoke, he found himself being carried. His mind was racing to recall how he had ended up in this predicament, his last memory being the moment he lost his footing and fell down the mountain. He quickly realized he must have been rescued and was just about to express his gratitude to those carrying him when he overheard Hu Pozi's ominous remarks. Feeling a surge of indignation, the old man opened his eyes wide and retorted in the direction of the voice, "Who's dead? Who's being ominous? I see it's you, old woman. Who's the dead one? A ghost? A ghost? Help!" Hu Pozi's cheeks trembled as she turned and fled, screaming in terror. Shui Yang, Yang Shi, Meng Qingluo. The mother and daughter exchanged a knowing glance and stepped forward. Regardless of whether the old man had truly awakened or not, he was injured, and they needed to carry him back. Put me down. I can walk on my own. Shui Yang protested, feeling embarrassed to be carried by the two women. Walk? Are you out of your mind? Yang Shi glared at him. You have a bump on your head, and your left hand is broken, not to mention all the other injuries. Shui Yang. Phew, so fierce. Even fiercer than my wife back in the day. The commotion had attracted the attention of those resting on the grass. Amidst the chaos, they finally understood what was happening. Why are you making such a fuss? Meng Leazizi scolded Hu Pozi, and he and Meng Debao immediately stood up and walked over to Meng Qingluo and the others. Upon realizing they were indeed carrying someone, they inquired about the situation and, after some thought, took the old man into their arms, carrying him back to the grassy area. Struggling in vain against their grip, Shui Yang lamented, "Boo, boo, robbers, bandits. This whole family is too fierce, utterly unreasonable." While they had saved his life, he felt guilty towards his wife, lamenting that in his old age he had been embraced by a man. He felt sullied. He was no longer pure. Was this what they meant by losing one's virtue late in life? If Meng Qingluo were to know that the elderly man, with hair and beard as white as snow, harbored such youthful fantasies, she would surely laugh until her stomach ached. And if Meng Debao were to find out, he might very well drop the old man right there on the spot. Thus, the ragtag group fleeing from disaster now included a peculiar old man. With white hair and beard, his neck tilted to one side, his left hand dangling before him, and his legs limping, he carried his treasured medicine basket upon his back. While Meng Laopa was not skilled in treating falls and injuries, Meng Qingluo could not reveal her abilities, and all actions were directed by the old man as he instructed her family, using the herbs she had gathered from his basket. Shui Yang explained that he was a physician who had intended to travel from province to offer his services in the wake of a severe drought. Unfortunately, he had been robbed of his food, water, and money by desperate refugees. With no other options, he had decided to climb the mountain to gather medicinal herbs to sell or to treat others in exchange for food, only to lose his footing and tumble down. Before losing consciousness, his only thought had been, "It's over. I want to be able to save anyone else, and I've put myself in jeopardy." Originally, having one more person meant sharing rations and water, and the villagers had intended to drive the old man away. However, upon hearing that he was a highly skilled physician, they fell silent. "Little girl, do you possess any medical skills?" The old man whispered conspiratorially to Meng Qingluo. As fellow healers, he could not hide the truth of her assistance before his awakening, especially since it was just her and Yang Shi present, making it easy to connect the dots. Meng Qingluo did not directly deny it, but shot him a warning glance with her beautiful fox-like eyes, laden with caution. "Old man, dare you meddle?" "Meddle. And I'll send you packing." Shui Yang was uncertain why the girl was reluctant to reveal her medical expertise, but was wise enough to understand. "Rest assured, I won't disclose it to anyone else." "Young lady, where do you keep your silver needles? What do you want them for?" Meng Qingluo eyed him suspiciously. Fear not. Fear not. I have no ulterior motives. I simply feel that I'm taking advantage of your hospitality, eating and drinking from your provisions, and aside from my medical skills, I'm of no use. I noticed your father seems to be a bit slow-witted. He must have had a fall during his childhood, right? I lost my silver needles when I fell down the mountain, but I know you have some. May I borrow them? Oh, quite clever, old man. You wish to treat my father's head? Meng Qingluo's eyes sparkled with interest. Recalling the memories of her former self, she remembered that her father wasn't actually born slow-witted. According to her grandmother, it was at the age of just over 5 that he had suffered a fall, hitting his head much like the old man. Ever since he regained consciousness, he had only grown physically, not mentally. Her grandmother often lamented how he was once bright and articulate, resembling her younger brother, Tianling. Whenever this topic arose, her grandmother expressed deep regret, while her grandfather felt guilty, believing they had failed to care for him properly, causing him to miss out on a full life. Now over 30, the sooner he received treatment, the better. Although she could not intervene openly, the old man's skills seemed commendable, and if he could help, it would be a blessing. Indeed, the old man, with an air of arrogance, raised his neck and declared, "Little one, I have no desire to reveal my identity, lest I frighten you to death. Then you would be begging me to attend to your father's condition." Meng Qingluo chuckled lightly. "Old man, what is your surname?" "It matters not." Shui Yang waved his hand dismissively. "It does matter. Since we shall be traveling together for quite some time, I cannot keep calling you old man. And my family cannot keep referring to you as the elderly gentleman, can we?" "Shui." The old man interjected with a single word, saying no more. "Shui? That name sounds rather familiar," she pondered, trying to recall where she had heard it before, but to no avail. "You are about the same age as my grandfather, so I shall call you Shui Grandpa from now on. Suit yourself. However, I must correct you, I am significantly older than your grandfather. I am 76 this year, which makes me 7 years your elder. 7 years is quite the age difference. 7 years is still considered childhood in the modern world. One would just be starting elementary school. Where does this half-grown notion come from?" Meng Qingluo rolled her eyes and skipped over to her family. "Grandfather, grandmother, mother. Shui Grandpa. The one we just rescued says his surname is Shui and that he is 76 years old. He also claims he can cure father's illness." Nearby, old man Shui thought, "How chatty this little girl is. She has repeated my words verbatim. Moreover, when did I say I could completely cure it?" Before he could complete his silent musings, he found himself surrounded by over 20 members of the Meng family. "Divine Doctor, can you truly heal my son's ailment?" The elderly gentleman's face was alight with excitement. "Divine Doctor, there is hope in your eyes," Mrs. Meng added, filled with anticipation. It must be said that the elderly couple had indeed guessed correctly. He was revered as the Divine Doctor by the world. His stories were legendary, known from the emperor to the common folk. Swallowing hard, he felt somewhat intimidated by the Meng family's eager gazes, as if they might devour him. "While I cannot guarantee a complete cure, give me 3 months and I assure you the child's condition will improve significantly." "Splendid." The elderly gentleman rubbed his hands together in delight. "Divine Doctor, we do not expect you to restore him to full health, merely to improve his situation." "Yes, yes." "Divine Doctor, please proceed with the treatment without pressure," Mrs. Meng compassionately added. Chapter 41, Divine Dr. Shui. "When can we commence the treatment?" Uncle Meng inquired, his tone filled with joy. "My brother's head has been examined by many doctors, all asserting it to be a difficult case. The more competent physicians have remarked that there are lingering issues from the injury, and it must resolve itself over time. It has been decades, and looking at my brother, it is evident that the problems have not diminished. In a few days, I must attend to my own injuries first. My neck is crooked, and my hand is broken." "Very well, we shall wait until your own health is restored," the elder Meng addressed him respectfully. "There is no need to call me Divine Doctor. Simply refer to me as Old Man Shui or Grandfather Shui." He waved his hand dismissively. With this excuse, he could finally remain with them legitimately. It was no small feat. "Grandfather Shui?" Old Man Shui turned to Meng Qingluo, the cleverest of the family. "I believe Grandfather Shui should examine my father's head today," she declared, half-jokingly. "The sooner he is treated, the sooner he can recover. Why wait? Free labor should be exploited without hesitation. Mind you, my hand is still injured." Old Man Shui shot her a glare. "Your left hand is injured, your right hand is perfectly capable," Meng Qingluo stated calmly, glancing at his well hand. "My neck is also crooked," Old Man Meng retorted in frustration. "It's merely a slight twist. It's not as if your eyes are impaired and you cannot see the acupoints." Old Man Shui, The Meng family. Additionally, I can assist you, Meng Qingluo added. Very well, if you are to assist, let us begin the treatment now, the old man gestured with his good hand. The Meng family stood utterly astonished. The dynamic between Meng Qingluo and the old man was not one of her pleading for him to treat her father, but rather him beseeching her for assistance. Needles were to be inserted into the head. It was no trivial matter. They found a quiet spot with old man, Uncle Meng, and a length standing guard to keep the villagers at bay. Meng Qingluo retrieved a pair of silver needles and a pair of gold needles from her travel bag. Upon seeing the intricate gold needles, old Dr. Xue's pupils dilated, his eyes widening in surprise. After a moment, he looked at her with a complex expression. Child, your father's ailment does not require my intervention. Are you attempting to leverage my name? Meng Qingluo nodded. Indeed, Grandfather Xue. I have had extraordinary encounters and have refrained from showcasing my abilities before my family. Meeting you is my opportunity, as well as my father's. We cannot delay any longer. The sooner we treat his condition, the better. Moreover, Grandfather Xue, I am aware of your true identity. You are the renowned divine Dr. Xue, known throughout the great Yan kingdom, from royalty to commoners, young and old alike. Old man Xue regarded her silently, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Indeed. You know my identity, so you choose to trust me, sharing secrets even your family is unaware of? No. Meng Qingluo shook her head. I do not trust you because of your reputation, but because you are a fellow practitioner, a healer with a benevolent heart. Your good deeds have convinced me that you are a trustworthy doctor. I am certain you will not expose my secrets and instead will help shield them. To her family. She was the sweet and obedient granddaughter, the considerate daughter in her mother's eyes. She could not afford to ruin that image. Old man Xue chuckled. What a noble heart you possess. In that case, I shall shamelessly ask you to call me master, and you shall be my apprentice from this day forth. Splendid. That is precisely my intention. Two forthright individuals, two kindred spirits, with no need for further words. Thus Meng Qingluo became the cherished disciple of the renowned divine Dr. Xue, master of both medicine and poison in the great Yan. Master, shall we proceed to treat my father first? Once the chaos has subsided and everyone is settled, I will formally present tea to you as per the customs of apprenticeship. Very well, very well. Ha ha, splendid. And so, they made this joyful decision. After resting for an hour, they continued their journey. Along the way, the Meng family was astonished to discover that old man Xue had transformed from the old man to master in Meng Qingluo's speech. Moreover, old man Xue had agreed to it. Old man Meng pulled Meng Qingluo aside. Luo, when did you take the divine doctor as your master? Just now. When I was treating father. He remarked that my assistance was commendable and recognized my talent in the art of healing. I thought to myself, with his exceptional skills, it would be foolish not to learn from him, so I agreed to call him master. The elder Meng, however, I have informed him that while he does not concern himself with the formalities of apprenticeship, once we are settled, we shall properly honor him according to the customs of his school. Did the divine doctor agree? He did. Wonderful. The elder Meng joyfully patted Meng Qingluo on the shoulder. Since the divine doctor has taken note of you, it is your fortune, Luo. Be sure to study diligently under your master and remember to honor him well. Do not take advantage of him. Understood, grandfather. Not far away, upon hearing the elder Meng's words urging Meng Qingluo to treat him well, old Dr. Xue chuckled broadly. Huh. The little fox may be cunning, but she cannot outwit me. Does she think of me as merely a tool? I could not care less whether she sincerely wishes to learn medicine. Now that she has pledged herself as my disciple, her provisions will henceforth be my responsibility. Birar. It's so cold. A gust of mountain wind swept by, causing Jiao Lang to huddle his neck. The air is indeed chilly, such is the nature of high mountains, where the temperature fluctuates from the summit to the mid-slope and further down to the valley. As dusk approaches, the villagers of Mengjia have reached the mountainside after a long day of travel. Their sensations have shifted from warmth to coolness, and now to an unmistakable chill. Changxiao, take Tiger and the others to seek out your uncle Xingzi. Scout ahead to determine if there are any large caves or safer locations where we might rest for the night. We are now nearing the depths of the mountains, and without a secure place to stay, we will find it impossible to sleep peacefully tonight. Without a sheltering cave, we would be mere targets for wild beasts. Understood, father. And don't forget to look for water while you're at it. With that, the group departed, leaving Meng Qingluo to gaze after their retreating figures. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to old Xue master. How long have you roamed these mountains? Do you know where any caves might be? Fortunately, Meng Qingluo had the foresight to inquire of the old man. When night fell and they were preparing to continue their journey with torches in hand, Uncle Meng and his group returned. They brought back two pieces of news, one good and one bad. The good news was that they had discovered a small mountain stream not far ahead, which contained water. The bad news was that they had failed to locate a large cave that could accommodate over 100 people. Master, you mentioned that there are two large caves on the mountainside. Where might they be? Old Shui closed his eyes in thought, glancing around before saying, "Bring me the two treasures your uncle possesses. I will examine the terrain and devise a plan." Uncle Meng held two items from overseas, a telescope and a powerful flashlight, both of which were well known to everyone, including Old Shui. Chapter 42, A tooth may fall, yet it can regrow. Before long, the treasures were retrieved. Under the beam of the flashlight, Old Shui peered around the mountain with the telescope for a while before addressing Old Meng. "Old Meng, I will lead the way. Follow closely behind me." Under the guidance of the esteemed healer, the villagers of Mengjia successfully located the two large caves. They dispatched several individuals to enter the cave first, clearing away the wild grass, stones, and igniting some dry hay to fumigate the interior. After diligently tidying up the cave, it was deemed suitable for habitation. However, they soon realized that although the cave was spacious, the number of villagers was considerable. With both people and belongings inside, there would barely be enough room for them to lie down completely, forcing them to recline instead. The cave was discovered by Old Shui, and the Meng family was the first to enter, choosing a dry, clean, and flat area. In such circumstances, no one was inclined to be courteous, despite being villagers. They were also family. The safety of their own kin came first. The Meng Lijiang family likewise chose to settle in the adjacent cave. "That is my late husband's third brother. They entered first, so it should be our turn next. Old Shui is my Luo's master. What right do you have to claim this place from us?" As the family settled in and began arranging their belongings, preparing to lay out their bedding, they were suddenly interrupted by a commotion outside. The noise unmistakably belonged to fourth Aunt Hu, and Meng Qingluo could easily envision the smug expression on her face as she spoke. Meng old lady rolled her eyes at Old Meng and then turned her back to engage the little one still nestled in the basket, teasing him playfully. Old Meng frowned, stood up, shook his head, and stepped outside, grumbling, "Fourth sister-in-law, what are you fussing about now? The cave is spacious enough for everyone to squeeze in. Don't block the entrance, let them in quickly." With Old Meng's command, Aunt Hu ceased her complaints, and the family she had been contesting with felt too embarrassed to continue the quarrel, stepping aside to allow entry. Seizing the opportunity, Aunt Hu thrust her backside forward and led her family of 4 into the cave, settling beside Meng Qingluo's family. "Old Meng, she's on my left. You should find a spot on my right to rest," Old Meng said, feeling somewhat awkward addressing the other family. "All right, third uncle." Fortunately, the other family, respecting Old Meng's stature, did not hold a grudge against Aunt Hu. Without carts or wheelbarrows, the 2 donkeys were tied at the cave entrance, and over 100 individuals, along with their belongings, squeezed into the 2 caves. The odor was indescribably foul and pungent. "Uncle, how far is the stream with water from here?" Meng Qingluo inquired. "Not too far." Uncle Meng had been attentive to their route and calculating the distance to the stream for water. Hearing it was not far, Meng Qingluo felt a surge of joy. At last, she and the 2 children could wash their hair, bathe, and change their clothes. "Grandfather, should we inform everyone to take their containers and fetch water?" "It's necessary, but don't worry. Your Lijiang uncle will make the arrangements," the old man nodded. The journey to find water was arduous, but once they discovered it, the villagers were eager to collect it. Meng Qingluo refrained from mentioning her desire to boil water for bathing. If everyone started boiling water, the stream would surely run dry that night. The men fetched water while the women prepared to cook over a fire in the open area outside the cave. The children gathered around the fire, warming themselves or playing. During the midday break, industrious women foraged nearby, discovering wild vegetables and even some mushrooms. Meng Qingluo's family gathered a substantial amount of wild greens and mushrooms. Despite his limp, Uncle Meng remained an adept hunter, while Meng Qingluo tended to her foolish father with acupuncture. He took Erlang into the woods and managed to catch a rabbit and a mountain chicken. Thus, that evening, Meng Qingluo's family enjoyed a bountiful dinner, consisting of their usual flatbreads, fresh wild greens porridge, a pot of mushroom chicken soup, and a large bowl of steamed salted cured meat. The rabbit was skinned, cleaned, and marinated for consumption the following day. The salted cured meat was a generous portion that Meng Qingluo had insisted on taking from Aunt Zhao. Meng Qingluo remarked, "We are still on the outskirts of the deep mountains. Tomorrow we will begin to traverse the true heart of the wilderness. The less weight we carry, the better. Besides, the meat can be procured again once we settle down, so there's no need to burden ourselves with it for such a long journey." Though the Meng family did not vocalize it, they had an unspoken understanding. Meng Qingluo was truly a fortunate individual, blessed with good luck. Hence, while Aunt Zhao might have argued if it were anyone else making such a demand, when it came from her, a portion was obliged to be offered. After all, it was not just a Luo who would partake. After traveling such a long distance, it was beneficial for both adults and children to have some meat and replenish their salt intake. As the evening meal consisted of rice porridge, not coarse rice, Meng Qingluo prepared 2 small bowls in advance, mixing the wild vegetables into the porridge, adding a generous spoonful of chicken soup to each, and handing 1 bowl to Yang, feeding both Dabao and Xiaobao. The 2 little treasures were already 10 months old. Relying solely on formula was not sufficient to satisfy their hunger, and they were ready for solid foods. When they first arrived, both children were too frail, and Meng Qingluo hesitated to feed them anything beyond formula. However, after nurturing them for over half a month, the little ones had gained some weight and strength, their legs sturdy enough to bear them while standing, and their digestive systems had improved. Whenever the opportunity arose, Meng Qingluo began to introduce them to other foods beyond formula, such as secretly offering them a couple of cherries from her space, removing the pits before feeding them. The space contained various fruits and vegetable-based rice formulas, which she endeavored to use to ensure the children's nutritional balance. Although Meng Qingluo had no prior experience raising children in her previous life, she had observed others doing so. One of her leaders in the military had a chubby baby who had been brought to the unit at 10 months old, standing steadily while holding onto a chair, with short legs full of energy. "Wah, sister. Sister, what is it? What happened to your mouth?" Meng Qingluo finished feeding the little one and washing the bowl when she saw Shi Lang rush in, covering his mouth and weeping. "Sister, I lost a tooth. Without my teeth, I can't chew meat, and if I can't chew meat, what joy is there in living?" As he thought of the elderly women in the village, their toothless grins, lamenting how they couldn't chew meat, Shi Lang's sorrow deepened, and he felt an overwhelming urge to roll on the ground like those old women. Meng Qingluo pried open his mouth to inspect, discovering a missing molar with a trace of blood on the gum, realizing he was beginning to lose his baby teeth. Seeing him cry so dramatically, she initially assumed he had lost it in a fight with the village children. Amused, she asked, "Why are you crying?" "This is only temporary. Once your new teeth grow in, you'll be able to chew again." Shi Lang immediately stopped crying, his eyes wide with wonder as he looked at Meng Qingluo and asked, "Really? They can grow back?" "Of course they can. Why not ask your brothers if they lost teeth when they were young?" Hearing that they would indeed grow back lifted Shi Lang's spirits, but he lamented that he still looked rather unsightly without teeth. Holding out his blood-stained baby tooth, he asked, "Sister, what should I do with this?" "Take it to mother. She will keep it for you." "Oh." Shi Lang scampered off, happily handing the tooth to Yang, and then excitedly seeking his brothers to play. That evening, Meng Qingluo successfully prepared hot water for herself and the 2 children for baths, washing their hair and dressing them in clean clothes. The fragrant scent of her hair mingled with the children's gentle bath soap aroma, and she felt a profound sense of fulfillment. After their bath, the children's fair skin and delicate features were revealed, no longer the pitifully thin little ones they had been. "These 2 children are truly beautiful," Zhao remarked, gazing at the 2 clean bundles in Yang and Meng Qingluo's arms, marveling at their charm. The Meng family was known for their good looks, passed down from their grandparents, but even they paled in comparison to the 2 little ones. "Of course. Just look at who their mother is. Our Luo is quite lovely too. She may have lost weight and tan from the journey, but once we settle down, she'll regain her beauty. In the words of the scholars, she will bloom like snow and grace." Yang beamed with pride. Yes, like jade and snow." Wulong chimed in. "Indeed. Our Wulong's education is paying off. He knows everything." Yang encouraged. "Wulong, once we find stability, you must strive to excel and bring honor to our family." Wulong was already a student, and had not for the famine, he would have been preparing to take the Scholar S exam this year. "And I will," Wulong replied confidently. Meng Qingluo remained silent, listening to her family share light-hearted banter. occasionally kissing the little one's cheek and then reaching over to affectionately kiss the eldest to prevent jealousy. As night deepened, the mountains took on their true form. The night owls hooted, and distant howls of wolves and bears echoed, occasionally accompanied by the roar of tigers. "Be vigilant. Let us keep the fire at the cave entrance blazing brightly," ordered the elder Meng, his voice echoing through the night. Meng Qingluo, too, dared not sleep soundly, fearing a pack of wolves or a bear might emerge from the depths of the mountains and wreak havoc upon them. Earlier that day, her third uncle had brought live mountain chickens and rabbits, which she attempted to store in her space, but to her dismay, only lifeless items could be placed there. This meant that in the face of danger, she would be unable to hide her children away safely. Fortunately, the night passed without incident, and everyone awakened unharmed. The clearing at the cave entrance buzzed with activity as the women prepared breakfast and packed provisions, the stream nearby offering ample water, a luxury they had long since missed. This morning, it was Aunt Pan's turn to cook, while Aunt Zhao assisted her. Meng Qingluo, along with Yang and Su, took a group of children to the stream to wash up. Standing on the stones by the creek, they used the clear water to scrub the children's faces clean and freshen themselves up as well. Throughout this process, the children's eyes remained fixed on Meng Qingluo, following her every move with an adoring gaze that brought laughter from Yang and Su. Look at them. They truly recognize their mother now. They weren't this spirited before. They were just little then, now they're growing and can recognize people. Meng Qingluo laughed. Of course. If they weren't more lively and alert now, all my efforts would be in vain. Since my arrival, they have never lacked for milk or rice porridge. The spring water from my space has always been mixed into their meals. Observing them, she guessed that in a couple of months, they would be able to stand steadily. And perhaps by the time they were a little over 1 year old, they would walk. She pondered when they would first call her mother. Su playfully hooked her finger around the little one's tiny hands. The two toddlers glanced at Su for just a moment before returning their gaze to Meng Qingluo, as if to say, "Go ahead and tease us, but don't distract us from admiring our beautiful mother." Well, it's hard to say. Some children walk before they talk, and others talk before they walk, Yang mused. "Mother, Aunt, it's time to go. We need to set off after breakfast." Upon hearing they would be departing again, Yang and Su sighed in unison. Su remarked, "If only this could be our home." Yang laughed, "In these deep mountains, home is filled with fright. Who knows what might come down from the hills to bite us at night?" Meng Qingluo remained silent, aware that this sentiment echoed in all their hearts. Having been away from Meng family village for so long and constantly on the move, everyone yearned for stability. The relentless journey had worn them down, leaving them weary and uncertain. "Mother, Aunt, once we settle down, we will rest well, sleeping until we wake naturally every day, enjoying delicious meals. I'll even brew wine for Master and Grandfather and the uncles." Su smiled. "Indeed, if we could settle down, waking when we please and feasting daily. What a wonderful life that would be. I heard that in the palace, the empress and concubines must rise early to pay their respects. Even the affluent have their rigid routines, far stricter than our farming lives." Meng Qingluo refrained from sharing that her envisioned life was not merely a whimsical fantasy. In her previous life, most people, when not working, enjoyed freedom, sleeping until they chose to rise, eating whatever they pleased, whether dining out or ordering takeout. In this sweltering weather, they would lounge on their sofas, indulging in air conditioning, Wi-Fi, and watermelon while reading novels, watching videos, or playing games on their phones. If Yang and Su knew that in that world, a simple tap on a phone could have food delivered within half an hour, they might think it was a life of deities. Not only them, but even she reflected on it now, that was a life only the gods could lead. Unlike now, where they were always on edge, lacking water or food, constantly wary of others, marching onward with the burden of their backpacks, now replaced by small children. Alas! Meng Qingluo initially intended to paint a rosy picture for her mother and aunt to stave off hunger, yet ended up feeling melancholic. When would these hardships come to an end? She felt as though she might crack under the pressure. Set forth onward yet again. There was no path ahead. They would have to forge their own way. In the midst of the verdant wilderness, young men wielded axes and sickles, vigorously cleaving the obstructing branches and severing the overgrown reeds and plants that obscured their path. They struggled to carve out a narrow passage, drenched in sweat and labor. The previous group of path clearers, exhausted, yielded their task to the next. Chapter 44. Meng Qingluo takes action. The Qin family, who had been trailing the villagers of Mengjia, had not been seen since last night. The elder of the Qin family, a man of considerable wisdom, understood that following too closely would not only provoke the villagers' aversion, but also incite unwarranted wariness. Thus, while the villagers of Mengjia sheltered in a cave, the Qin family camped out on a grassy knoll, erecting tents. The elder's initial intention was to offer assistance to the villagers in the depths of the mountains. However, he soon recognized that among them were not only fortunate individuals, but also extraordinary talents and masters, rendering his good intentions potentially counterproductive. "Master, are you able to walk?" Meng Qingluo inquired of the elderly man ahead of her, who was hanging his hands limping slightly, and bearing a medicine basket with a uniquely quaint appearance, his white brows and beard adding to his distinguished countenance. "If I cannot walk, will you carry me or what?" Elder Shui rolled his eyes, secretly musing that this ungrateful disciple had finally thought of her master and showed concern. "Carrying is out of the question," Meng Qingluo nodded, panting heavily. "I wish others would carry me." Elder Shui decisively turned his gaze away, indignantly presenting the back of his head to her. He found conversing with her disheartening, as she was a girl devoid of respect for her elders and teachers. Suddenly, a piercing shriek erupted from the front, accompanied by the sound of stomping feet. A snake! A snake! A large snake! In a group of 100, the commotion at the front escalated, leaving Meng Qingluo and her family at the rear, merely spectators to the chaos. After a moment's thought, she directed her brother Meng Sanlang, passed the word forward, one person relays to another, asking if there is any issue or if anyone requires medical attention. Meng Sanlang, the most unobtrusive among the 10 brothers, typically silent and shy, surprised Meng Qingluo by promptly conveying her message to those ahead. It became evident that beneath his bashful demeanor lay a keen awareness, reminiscent of the time she discovered her father's exceptional hearing. Before long, the message returned, indicating that there was no significant danger. A large snake had passed by but was driven away by Meng Debao's sprinkling of realgar. Such incidents became frequent, with encounters of snakes, large spiders, and even a near run-in with a bear. Fortunately, the path clearers, equipped with the telescope provided by Meng Qingluo, spotted the threats early and circumvented them. After traversing 2 hours without dire incidents, the group sought respite in a relatively flat area where they could gaze at the sky. "What shall we do? When will we surmount this mountain?" one voiced anxiously. "Did you not see that snake? Its scales were black, as thick as a large bowl, and it flicked its long red tongue, its belly round and full." Yes, I saw." The villagers said that snake was already sated and feared the scent of realgar. Otherwise, we might have had a confrontation. And that spider. Good heavens, who would have thought a spider could grow so large? With 8 fuzzy legs and a body adorned in vibrant colors, and snaring unsuspecting birds in its web? What of it? My brother Samuel said if it weren't for Luo's keen eyes, we would have walked straight into the bear's den. A creature bold enough to challenge the largest of bugs. The village women murmured anxiously, their hearts racing. Until today, they merely felt the fatigue of climbing. And even after discovering a water source last night, their spirits had lifted, momentarily believing the days of hardship were behind them. However, today's venture into the dense forest instilled a deep-seated fear within them. Hearing the women's discussions, Meng Qingluo's expression grew grave as she glanced at the 2 sleeping children. She had previously harbored a glimmer of hope, thinking she could retreat into her space with the children if trouble arose. Yet reality struck her with a harsh reminder. She had previously spent time in primitive forests, accompanying comrades on missions in the southwest. Now, this mountain, while perilous, was devoid of the incessant rains and the repulsive forest leeches that once plagued their journeys. Had those been present, traversing this terrain would have been an even greater challenge for them. Determined to apply her knowledge from her past military training, she resolved to lead everyone out of this wilderness swiftly, for neither she nor anyone else could predict whether misfortune or the dawn would arrive first. "Uncle, may I borrow the long-distance viewing lens?" She tightened her clothing at the sleeves and ankles, sprinkled insect-repellent powder on her wrists and neck, and covered her face. Grasping the telescope from Meng Debao, she swiftly climbed a tall, straight tree nearby. "Meng Debao, is that still my niece? Young, is that still my daughter?" The elder Meng's eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions. His precious granddaughter had irrevocably changed, growing stronger and more resolute, declaring she would no longer be bullied. "Elder Shui, so my disciple is indeed formidable. My judgment was astute. The villagers of Mengjia, which child of the Meng family is climbing that tree? Is it Barlang?" Barlang, no, no, it's not me. Little Barlang watched in awe as his sister swiftly disappeared into the foliage, trembling with insecurity. He had prided himself on climbing a few dozen feet during play with his friends, but now his sister scaled heights far beyond his own, faster too. What could he boast about? His spirit crushed, Barlang wished he could throw himself at his father's legs and weep out his grievances. Everyone craned their necks, resembling pilgrims. Even though the figure atop the tree was now obscured from view. Out of sight, lost in the dense foliage. Finally, Meng Qingluo reached the treetop, steadying herself as she pulled out her military-grade binoculars. At that moment, the world unfolded before her eyes. In the distance, soldiers swarmed the city walls of Yunzhou, akin to ants descending upon the refugees on the mountain, with the Qin family trailing behind them, eager to traverse the mountain. Even deep within the mountains, a yellow-furred tiger lounged at the cave entrance with its mate, while an agitated bear chased two wild boars. Nearby, goats grazed leisurely. Two spotted deer engaged in a playful tussle, rabbits sought water by the stream, and a mountain chicken laid eggs in its nest, amidst the sway of medicinal herbs. Meng Qingluo surveyed the contours of the mountain, its elevation, and her current position. They needed to ascend, but it did not necessitate scaling the highest peak. Their goal was merely to circumvent the Yunzhou city, avoiding the sentries outside the walls and the soldiers' line of sight. Chapter 45. The short-lived Prince Yanji. Without the telescope, had she not climbed high, they would have stumbled blindly like other refugees, relying solely on luck. After mentally charting the most suitable ascent and descent routes, she descended from the tree. Sister, what did you see? Barlang approached, his face alight with admiration. Meng Qingluo removed her headgear and adjusted her clothing before responding. Her curiosity piqued. She yearned to ascend and take a closer look. Barlang, does my beloved sister no longer care for me? So, love can indeed fade away, correct? Unperturbed by the astonished gazes of the villagers, Meng Qingluo conveyed to Meng Lijing the elder, and her uncle, those who held sway in the village, what she had observed from the tree, along with her analysis of the forthcoming route. As she articulated her thoughts with clarity and substantiation, Meng Lijing's expression shifted from surprise to astonishment. Luo, from where did you acquire such knowledge? Meng Qingluo lifted her chin, addressing him directly. Uncle Lijing, have you forgotten what my esteemed father does? Though he does not acknowledge me, I am undeniably his offspring. There are certain truths that cannot be dismissed. Blood ties do not cease to exist simply because one chooses to ignore them. Her words were blunt and devoid of sentiment. Meng Lijing's eyes softened with regret. Luo, I apologize. It was inappropriate of me to pry. Please continue. No matter, she waved her hand dismissively. I have grown indifferent to such matters. As she sketched a rudimentary map in the dirt, she continued. Given the soldiers deployed from the city walls and the multitude of refugees flooding to the foot of the mountain, it is evident that the insurrection must have resulted in the failure of the displaced populace. We can proceed, but there is no need to ascend much further. From here to there lies a mountain pass. If we traverse this pass and descend approximately 4 or 5 li, we shall find respite. Old Shui had been quietly listening to their discourse, astonished to learn that Meng Qingluo was not merely the biological daughter of the Meng family, but possessed an additional noble identity. The formidable General Meng, a favorite of the current emperor, had even arranged a marriage for his legitimate daughter with the heir of the Yan Prince. The Yan Prince, being the emperor's own brother, commanded an army of 300,000, renowned for his valor and strategy, often referred to as the God of War. He and General Meng stood sentinel over the borders for the emperor. Were it not for the unwavering loyalty of his brother, the emperor's throne might not have remained secure amidst the scheming of other princes. Yunzhou was the fiefdom of the Qi prince, while Shizhou belonged to the Jin prince, both of whom were formidable adversaries. Thus, when he heard that the Yunzhou government had denied entry to the refugees from Shizhou, it came as no surprise. Reflecting on the past, 2 years prior, he had learned that the emperor had initially declared that only the legitimate daughters were worthy of becoming the heir's consort. Subsequently, due to unforeseen circumstances, the emperor amended his stance to include any legitimate daughter. Nevertheless, this change bore little fruit, as neither the Yan prince nor his heir accepted the proposal, citing the heir's frail constitution at birth, which prompted concerns about the longevity of the general's daughter. Could it be? Shui Yang scrutinized Meng Qingluo once more, finding her strikingly familiar. He recalled having seen her at a royal banquet. Although she was an entirely different person then, her demeanor, her aura, how they had transformed. It was no wonder he had not connected her to the general's household. And what of her 2 children? Whose progeny were they? Ultimately, he resolved to disregard her past transformations. She was his pupil from the moment she entered his medical domain, and he would henceforth protect her. After their deliberations, Meng Qingluo returned to Yang's side, her smile radiating warmth as she embraced her mother. Addressing her with a voice loud enough for all to hear, "Mother, regardless of how a Luo may change, I remain a Luo, still your daughter. You need not worry." Resolute, Meng Qingluo decided that rather than conceal her differences from the original owner of this identity, it would be more prudent to gradually reveal her transformation to her family and the villagers. Habituation would breed acceptance, and in time, they would acclimatize to her evolution. With old Shui as her mentor in the healing arts, she could deflect any other burdens onto the shoulders of her negligent father. "Sister, will you teach me to climb trees in the future?" Bailang approached Meng Qingluo eagerly, his eyes shining with anticipation. "My grandfather possesses formidable martial skills, but lacks internal energy and lightness of foot, so Bailang has only learned external martial arts." Meng Qingluo regarded him with a knowing glance. "Do you truly wish to learn?" "Yes," he replied enthusiastically. "Very well. Sister, you are the best." Meng Qingluo nodded, and Bailang's face lit up with a broad smile as he leaped with joy, racing off to share the news with his friends. Though Meng Qingluo had acquiesced verbally, her thoughts lingered on the need to find a skilled martial artist to instruct him once their flight from peril concluded and stability returned. Bailang's passion for martial arts, coupled with his energetic disposition and resilience, made him well-suited for training. Having laid a solid foundation by following his grandfather from a young age, he might indeed become a master under the right tutelage. "Luo, I hear your mother say you enjoy fresh wild vegetables. Here." Sister Changxiao approached, presenting her with a generous bundle of mushrooms and a handful of wild greens. "Thank you, sister. Do you have some for yourself?" Meng Qingluo accepted the offering without reservation. "Indeed, indeed," Sister Changxiao replied with a twinkle in her eye. "Though the mountain trails are arduous, there is ample water and food available. Foraging for wild vegetables and fruits is not a challenge." Sister Changxiao was industrious and capable, her appearance quite pleasing, her small, expressive eyes sparkling with life. Meng Qingluo smiled as she observed her retreating figure, appreciating her gratitude and diligence. The village matriarch had an eye for selecting daughters-in-law. Though it was unfortunate that Sister Changxiao's lifespan had been curtailed, her eldest son had married but passed away before he could hold his first grandchild. Meng Qingluo planned to prepare the mushrooms and wild greens for dinner once they settled down for the night. The group subsisted on their rations, consuming them with lukewarm water before continuing their journey. This time, Meng Qingluo took the lead, her chosen route mapped out in her mind, and the others would follow her lead. While most in the village regarded her as fortunate, given the trust placed in her by Meng Lijing and the elder, a few still harbored doubts. What can a mere girl possibly know? Even if she has been to the capital, what of it? The capital is accessible by official roads. She traveled there by carriage, not by traversing mountains on foot. And what of her father being a general? Just because he is a general does not mean she possesses his martial prowess or combat skills. Yet, while murmurs of dissent lingered in the air, no one dared voice their skepticism openly, for fear of being cast out by Meng Lijing, left to fend for themselves in the depths of the forest, vulnerable to wolves. After traversing for approximately 2 hours, as darkness descended, Meng Qingluo ascended another tree to survey the terrain once more. Just as she had anticipated, her route was indeed correct. Chapter 46. The wolves have arrived. Sliding down the tree, she called out, "Grandfather, Uncle Lijing, we are nearing the mountain pass I mentioned. There is a protruding cliff ahead, and not far off, a stream provides water. We can rest there tonight, and in the morning, we shall cross the pass and descend the mountain." Descending the mountain would signify that they had circumvented the Yunzhou city and were en route to their next destination. Upon hearing her words, smiles spread across the faces of her companions. As they approached the cliff, they discovered it formed a square shape, an ideal resting place in the heart of the mountains, second only to caves. "Let us go and fetch water." They set down their belongings, prioritizing the need to collect water for boiling. After enduring a month without sufficient water, they had grown accustomed to resolving their hydration needs upon arriving at each new location. At midnight, a wolf's howl pierced the stillness, awakening the drowsy men on watch and rousing many others from their slumber. Meng Qingluo's eyes flew open. It was said that wolves are cunning, And her earlier observations had indeed proven true, for she had seen no sign of a pack during the day. Oh no, the wolves have come. It is a pack of wolves. Look, over there, gleaming green eyes abound. The women, terrified, retreat in haste, while the startled children gaze at the horrifying wolf eyes nearby, bursting into tears. Fortunately, the location chosen by Meng Qingluo is in the shape of a factory, ensuring that no one's back is exposed to the gaze of the wolves, allowing everyone a place to take refuge. The women tend to their wailing children, urging the men to remain calm, to arm themselves as before, and to encircle the women and children, safeguarding their own territory, the homes of the elderly and the second family, gathering more firewood to stoke the two fires until they blaze fiercely. Old Master Meng, calm in the face of danger, issues a series of commands, then leads his sons, Uncle Meng, third Uncle Meng, along with Dalin, Erlang, and Sanling forward, even taking Baling along. These grandsons, having trained in martial arts under his guidance since childhood, possess skills that, while the situation is perilous, present a valuable opportunity for them to hone their abilities. Meng Qingluo glances at her family charging ahead, then at the two little ones nestled in the basket, pondering how she might assist them shortly. To her surprise, the two small bundles awaken, struggling to sit up in the basket, their tiny hands gripping the sides, eyes peering intently through the gaps, eager to witness the commotion. Meng Qingluo, the expressions on the little ones' faces reveal not fear, but rather a hint of excitement. Their spirited demeanor is such that they seem ready to cheer for their great-grandfather, grandfather, and uncles. Do Dabong and Xiaobao fear the wolves? Intrigued, Meng Qingluo notes that this is the first time she has observed such peculiar reactions from the otherwise well-behaved little ones. Xiaobao calls out to her, drooling in anticipation. Meng Qingluo, remarkably, she comprehends the meaning behind her little one's utterance. He declares, wolf meat is delicious. Turning to Dabong, who, with a stoic expression, tilts his head, casts a disdainful glance at his younger brother, and then looks back at her with a snort of derision. Meng Qingluo, once again. She instantly grasps Dabong's meaning. Do they dare approach? None shall return. Be careful, Balong. As Yang's sharp scream pierces the air, Meng Qingluo's gaze catches sight of her brother straying from their grandfather's protective embrace, struggling fiercely against a wolf. As she witnesses the wolf's claws aiming for Baling's chest, Meng Qingluo swiftly releases a silver needle, striking the wolf's paw. With a howl, the creature limps away, tail between its legs. Mother, take this. Look after the two children. Meng Qingluo hands the electric baton from her father to Yang, swiftly moving to Baling's side. Seeing their mother rush to help, Xiaobao grows anxious, calling out to his brother with drool streaming. Dabong, coldly averting his gaze, huffs, serves you right for being greedy. With a frosty expression, he scans the ground, spotting numerous slain wolves. Convinced this is sufficient, he raises his head, pouts, and imitates the cries of other children, wailing loudly. After all, he reasons, he is not the only one crying. All the little ones are frightened and weeping, right? Unbeknownst to anyone, when his piercing cries erupt, the alpha wolf, startled, raises its head and howls at the sky before fleeing into the distance. The other wolves, receiving the signal, follow suit, disappearing into the night. Upon hearing Dabong's cries, Meng Qingluo returns to her children, only to find that not a single tear graces Dabong's face. His eyes, bright and alert, are fixed on her. Could it be a hallucination? Dabong isn't crying? Meng Qingluo regards the two little ones with suspicion. Are you all right, Aluo? Yang rises to inspect Meng Qingluo, her eyes widening in alarm upon spotting blood on her. Are you hurt? No, it's the wolf's blood. Meng Qingluo shakes her head. Following closely behind, Balong exclaims, Mother, I too went to fight the wolves. Why don't you ask if I'm hurt? As the wolf pack retreats, the villagers assess their injuries, discovering that aside from two men with minor wounds from wolf claws, no one else has sustained serious injuries. Nor has anyone succumbed to the jaws of the wolves. Old Man Shui tends to the injured, applying medicine and assuring his family it's nothing serious. Just avoid exertion and water for the next 2 days, and they will heal in 5. Meanwhile, Meng Lerzhang organizes the uninjured youth to count the slain wolves, revealing a considerable bounty, 15 wolves in total, over half of which were dispatched by the Meng family. Third uncle, how shall we handle these wolves? Meng Lerzhang inquires, grinning. Though the initial encounter with the wolves was terrifying, it has turned into a fortunate outcome. Skin them all. As the weather is warm, Salt the hides and distribute several pounds to each household. Furthermore, let us prepare the pelts and store them by the water in the mountains. It won't be a burden. We must continue our journey tomorrow. Old Master Meng exhales heavily, his age evident in his diminished stamina. Very well. Set aside 5 pelts for my family. My wife is sensitive to the cold, and my little Luo is as well. The rest can be sold along with the wolf meat once we descend the mountain, the old man adds thoughtfully. Understood, third uncle. During the latter half of the night in the mountains, there is a flurry of activity. The men skin the wolves and prepare the hides, while the women rub salt on the butchered meat, each household receiving approximately 10 pounds. The villagers, who have long been deprived of meat, eye the wolf meat hungrily. Had they not feared that cooking it at night might attract other wild beasts, they would have begun roasting it immediately. As the villagers labor diligently, Dr. Shui tosses some herbs he gathered into the fire, which suddenly emits a strong, peculiar aroma that wafts with the mountain breeze, effectively masking the scent of blood from the slain wolves. Meng Qingluo pauses while retrieving her sprayer from her space, marveling at the doctor's prowess. The next day, they begin their descent. Meng Qingluo leads the way once more. Chapter 47. Xiaobao's fortune under Meng Qingluo's guidance. The villagers, after resting one more night on their way down the mountain, finally emerge unscathed from the terrifying wilderness by the evening of the following day. On their descent, luck is on their side, as several families stumble upon ginseng as thick as a thumb, while others discover 5-year-old Rashur mushrooms. Yang, Meng Qingluo's mother, finds both a century-old and a 50-year-old ginseng. Of course, it is not she who spots them, rather, it is Xiaobao who, eager to relieve himself, directs Yang to the discovery while she carries him. Xiaobao tugs at his grandmother's hand, pointing in a direction and exclaiming excitedly, prompting Yang to call Meng Qingluo over to see what the fuss is about. To her astonishment, they find 2 large ginseng roots. Delighted, Yang beams with joy, hugging Xiaobao and showering him with kisses on his cheeks. These ginseng roots, being of considerable age, are exceedingly rare. Meng Qingluo, with Yang's permission, discreetly collects them, tossing them directly into the ancient well beside her space, mud and all. Meng Qingluo herself gathers several precious herbs, including a 20-year-old Rashur and a small piece of 3-7 root, which she too keeps secret, placing them by the ancient well. The space preserves their freshness, and she hopes to plant valuable herbs there once their trials are over. As they spot the official road from a distance, the villagers realize they have successfully circumvented the city of Yunzhou, and each one joyfully plops down beneath a tree to rest. What's this? Meng Qingluo sets Dabong down from her back, discovering that alongside him in the basket are 2 small creatures, one black and one white. Puppies? When did they sneak into her basket? Meng Qingluo gazes at the 2 lively, fluffy beings, each no larger than an adult's palm and distinctly different in appearance. However, Meng Qingluo was aware that they had just descended from the deep mountains. Where could the puppies have come from? If they were not dogs, then what could they possibly be? De Bao's large, sparkling eyes were fixed on his mother, and he wore an unabashed smile, his tiny hands clutching the 2 little dogs tightly to his chest, conveying his unmistakable desire. He wanted them. Meng Qingluo rolled her eyes in exasperation. Her eldest rarely smiled, and it was only when he sought something from her that he would grace her with a grin. Did De Bao like them? Ah, indeed. If you like them, then keep them. Meng Qingluo was indifferent. She had milk powder in her space, and whether it was 2 dogs or 200, she could easily afford to care for them. This was the first time the little one had expressed a desire for something, and as long as he was happy, that was all that mattered. Having descended the mountain, they were met once again with the scorching and arid weather. The group did not remain joyful for long, as the relentless heat and drought soon extinguished their smiles. Luo, how far are we from Yunzhou City now? Elder Meng and Meng Lijing approached. We've taken quite a detour. We should be about 40 miles away, Meng Qingluo replied as she slid down from a tree. So far. Meng Lijing was at a loss as to whether to feel pleased or disappointed. What is the matter, grandfather? Meng Qingluo inquired, glancing at the 2. I was just discussing with your Uncle Lijing that if we aren't too far off, we should rest here for the night and send 2 people back to Yunzhou City tomorrow to sell the items we acquired in the mountains. At least we could save some silver for future needs. If we don't sell them, who knows how long these precious items will last in this dreadful weather. If they spoil, they will be of no use to us, the old man explained to Meng Qingluo. Grandfather, how many items do we have in total? There are 10 wolf pelts, 5 rabbit skins, several hundred pounds of wolf meat, 6 ginseng roots, 5 mushrooms of Ganoderma, some sanchi, and a variety of other less valuable herbs and mountain fruits. Meng Qingluo pondered for a moment. While the pelts could be preserved, the other items were difficult to store. In this dreadful weather, keeping them for even a day or two would be fortunate. They must be sold. We don't even know where the next major city is. Meng Qingluo nodded in agreement. Shui Yang, listening to the discussion, reflected that returning to Yunzhou City was the best course of action, as the nearest large city, Guangzhou, was 700 miles away and was under the dominion of Prince Yan. Other small towns were over 100 miles away, and the prices in those towns would be significantly lower, often half the expected value. Let us take advantage of the cooler night to send a few capable individuals to rest outside the city, and as soon as the gates open tomorrow morning, they can enter and sell the goods before returning, the elder Shui suggested. My master is right. There's no need to wait until tomorrow. Let us go now. Meng Qingluo concurred. Meng Lijing instructed each household in the village to send out a representative to discuss and estimate the value of each item, establishing a standard price so that those selling wouldn't be caught in a difficult position. If the price was slightly higher or lower than estimated, it would certainly sell. However, if it was significantly lower, it would be better to bring it back. The prices for pelts and wolf meat were familiar to everyone, while Elder Shui was well-versed in the pricing of herbs, and soon they had established wolf pelts at 300 yuan each, wolf meat at 20 yuan per pound, rabbit skins at 10 yuan each, and ginseng and Ganoderma priced at 5 taels or more per piece, depending on their age and appearance. As they deliberated on who should make the trip, considering that entering the city required 3 taels of silver per person, they ultimately recommended Meng Chongshao, Uncle Meng, and the old man to go. This time, Meng Qingluo did not declare her intention to join, but the old man insisted, Luo, your presence would bring me peace of mind. He had a premonition that with Luo's good fortune, their endeavor would be successful. Meng Lijing, shrewd and perceptive, immediately suggested, why not do it as we did last time? Let the 3 young ones go. They are quick on their feet and sharp-minded. With Meng Qingluo and the others going, there were no objections. After all, who could argue with the luck they had experienced last time? In truth, Meng Qingluo was reluctant to go, with 3 people. She couldn't cheat by riding, and the journey of 30 to 40 miles would take an entire night. Did she seek punishment? Yet, seeing the hopeful expressions of her grandfather, Meng Lijing, and Uncle Meng, she swallowed her words of refusal. All right, I will go. Under the night sky, the 3 returned to the imposing city gate. Gazing at the 3 large characters above the gate, their expressions were exceedingly complex. Meng Chongshao adjusted the large basket on his back, Luo, Uncle Xingzi. Here we are again? Indeed, we are back. It is merely a shift from the southern gate to the northern gate. The direction has simply been altered. Meng Qingluo replied with a mix of exasperation and amusement. After trudging through the mountains for days and nights, dancing with wolves and mingling with snakes, facing life and death, we did it all to circumvent this place, and yet, in less than 1 night, we have returned. Here we are again. Just like the saying, after years of hard work, we return to square one. Meng Qingluo exclaimed. Luo, Chongshao, the city gate is opening. In the morning light, the northern gate of Yunzhou City slowly swung open, and many citizens carrying burdens, transporting goods, and leading donkeys quickly lined up to enter the city, following suit behind Meng Qingluo and her companions. Chapter 48. The 2 treasures communicate freely. The northern gate was not as tightly guarded as the southern gate. The soldiers did not even check their identities and allowed them entry with just 3 copper coins. The disparity from 3 taels of silver to 3 copper coins was staggering, and the 3 exchanged bewildered glances. Once inside the city, Meng Chongshao still wore an expression of disbelief. We're in already? That was so easy. It seems that those entering through the northern gate are not refugees. Most are local citizens of Yunzhou, hence the management is not as strict, Uncle Meng speculated. Regardless, it doesn't matter. What is important is that we got in smoothly. Meng Chongshao joyfully waved his hand, nearly jumping in glee, his exuberance evident as they walked. Shall we sell the pelts first, or the herbs? Uncle Meng inquired. Let us sell the herbs first, at that same medical hall as last time. It has a decent reputation, and the owner seems quite benevolent. The staff are kind and 1T drive a hard bargain, Meng Qingluo decided. The 3 quickly inquired for directions and soon arrived at the familiar medical hall. It was the same staff member as before, and perhaps due to the trio's distinctiveness, he even remembered them. As they entered, he greeted them enthusiastically. "Oh, it's you three. Here to buy medicine?" "We've come to sell medicinal herbs." Uncle Meng replied with a smile. "Selling medicinal herbs? What do you have?" The young clerk's eyes lit up. "Quick, let me see." When the clerk saw that Uncle Meng's basket contained wild ginseng, ganoderma, and sanchi, he was delighted. "Our owner has been worrying about the lack of ganoderma for medicinal use. This is like a timely gift. Quickly, follow me to the backyard." Meng Qingluo and her companions exchanged glances, smiles spreading across their faces. They had made the right choice. Half an hour later, their basket was empty and Uncle Meng held silver notes and loose coins in his arms. Why is that? It turned out they had coincidentally encountered the owner of the medical hall inspecting the premises. Upon learning that they had not only fine medicinal herbs, but also well-prepared pelts and fresh pickled wolf meat, he grandly declared, "I'll buy it all." "A luo. You truly are our lucky star," Meng Qiangxiao exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "It's also your good fortune," Meng Qingluo replied with a smile. The three then purchased some provisions for the journey before exiting the city. As the sun began to dip toward the west, they returned to the resting place of the villagers. On the flat ground, everyone set up simple tents to shield themselves from the sun and to rest while waiting for the return of the three. "They're back. Sister and uncle are back," little Jiolong exclaimed with keen eyes, joyfully waving at the trio. "Come, sit down and take a break." The crowd welcomed the three back into the tent. Meng Qingluo took a couple of sips of water before heading towards the two bundles, only to find the little ones fast asleep. She gently kissed their cheeks, and her previously restless heart was instantly at ease. "What have the children eaten?" Meng Qingluo inquired of Yang. "They had rice porridge in the morning, enriched with the fresh wolf meat paste you suggested, and at noon, I specially steamed some wild egg custard for them, along with mountain fruit juice." "Oh, and they drank water, the one you had prepared in that bag," Yang replied with meticulous detail. Inside the tent, Uncle Meng took out a cloth bag from the basket, pouring out silver notes, small coins, and copper coins before everyone. "We are fortunate to have encountered a generous owner of a medical shop. He paid 500 won for each wolf skin, which amounts to 5 taels of silver for 10 skins. The rabbit skins fetched 15 won each. And we have 300 jin of wolf meat, priced at 20 won per jin. The ginseng and lingji, although not of the highest quality, are rare. Combined with 30 jin of sanchi, these three items alone totaled 210 taels, making up the bulk of our earnings. Adding some other less valuable herbs and mountain fruits, the shopkeeper compensated us with a total of 225 taels and 100 won. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. Such a sum of silver was a rarity for them even at home, let alone during their flight from disaster. We spent no silver entering the city, merely 3 copper coins each, and additionally procured some food, salt, and medicinal powders for the journey, totaling 20 taels of silver. Therefore, we have 205 taels and 100 won left. Brother Datu, please assist everyone in counting it. After the village head and the representatives counted the coins, he addressed the assembly. "This silver will be kept with me for now, and once we settle down, we shall determine whether to divide it equally among families or pool it together based on the circumstances. Does anyone have any objections?" "No objections. No objections," the representatives replied promptly. After traveling together, they all understood the necessity of unity. Otherwise, they could easily end up like the corpses scattered along the road, failing to reach their destination. Having circumvented Yuno City and emerged from the mountains, they were now one step closer to their goal. Internal strife was not an option at this juncture. As they prepared to set off again, with no questions regarding the road ahead, they were now guided by Old Shui's insights. He informed them of a small town where they could rest, and that 700 miles away lay a city named Guangzhou, which belonged to the war god, King Yan. The territory of the Yan King should be able to accommodate them. Even if the Yan King chose not to shelter the refugees, Guangzhou was merely a step away from the capital city. With newfound hope and the absence of other refugees looming menacingly, their loads filled with provisions and water, the group pressed on with renewed vigor, despite the heat and fatigue. While waiting for Meng Qingluo and the others, the capable carpenter Meng Jianghu led the villagers in crafting several carts, providing one to the village head and another to Meng Qingluo, hitched to the donkeys of their respective households. Remarkably, the 2 donkeys had survived the arduous journey through the mountains. Under Meng Qingluo's careful attention, they not only thrived, but also appeared lively, their coats gleaming and robust, ready to serve their purpose. The rest of the Meng family enjoyed a peaceful night's rest, except for Meng Qingluo and Uncle Meng, who traveled back and forth for about 70 to 80 miles. Concerned, the family urged Meng Qingluo to rest on the donkey cart. Uncle Meng, being an adult and a man, was expected to endure a little longer. Lying on the thin mattress atop the cart, Meng Qingluo closed her eyes to rest, with the two little bundles placed on either side of her. The two little ones had awoken fully refreshed and were energetically sitting there, playfully tugging at the fur of the sheep. Oh no, not the sheep but the dogs. Chongping held a white-furred dog, while Chang'an cradled a black-furred one, both tightly embraced by the children, who were pulling their fur, making them shiver. The two toddlers engaged in joyful chatter, oblivious to whether their beautiful mother could understand. As long as they understood each other, their communication was lively, often punctuated with little hand gestures and playful nudges. Meng Qingluo dozed off amidst this cheerful exchange, and when she awoke, the night was beginning to envelop the surroundings. Sweating from her slumber, she touched her damp clothes and couldn't help but exclaim, "Anxiety and depression preventing sleep? Perhaps I just wasn't tired enough. When utterly exhausted, I could even sleep in the foulest pigsty." Chapter 49. It's raining. Boom. Boom. The thunder rolled in from afar. Dark clouds slowly gathered, and the wind began to pick up. Under the forceful gusts, the amassed clouds drifted toward Meng Qingluo and the others. Is it going to rain? Is it really going to rain? Finally, rain is coming. How refreshing. The wind is so strong. How long has it been since we saw rain? The crowd erupted in delighted shouts, both adults and children running back and forth within the ranks to share the joyous news. Is this drought finally coming to an end? Will our journey of fleeing finally conclude? The village head and the elder Meng exchanged glances filled with immense astonishment. This long-awaited rainfall was a blessing. Elder, village head, let's not get too carried away with joy. We must quickly find a place to shelter from the rain. After such heat, if we get soaked now, it could lead to a chill. Meng Qingluo promptly reminded the elder and the village head, her excitement tempered by practicality. Yes, a Luo is right. We must find shelter quickly. Master, are you familiar with this area? Meng Qingluo asked old Shui. Fairly well, if we go a few hundred meters further. There is a rather large earth temple where we can seek refuge from the rain. Really? Meng Qingluo's delight was palpable as she exclaimed, "Oh my master. Bringing you along on this journey was the best decision I made. You are like a walking map." What is a map? Old Shui furrowed his brows. Struggling to comprehend the novel vocabulary of his disciple, even he, an encyclopedia of knowledge, was perplexed. It means a chart. A chart. Meng Qingluo laughed heartily. A walking, living chart? What in the world? Old Shui pondered for a long while and still couldn't grasp the meaning. He simply accepted that his disciple was complimenting him. Everyone, hurry along. There's a temple ahead where we can shelter from the rain. Without regard for the banter between teacher and student, the village head shouted to the villagers. No sooner had he spoken than large raindrops began to plummet down upon them, interspersed with hail as large as beans. The villagers took off running, while the children shouted in glee, "It's hailing! It's hailing! It's going to smash the dogs, the chickens, and the little sprouts. Summer is here! Summer is here!" Thunder and hail fall from the sky, while children close the doors for a good sleep. Raining, it's raining. As over 100 people hastily squeezed into the earth temple, the rain poured down in torrents behind them. Meng Qingluo retrieved a towel to dry the rain from the heads of the two children before wiping her own face and then handing it to Yang. "Mother, here. Make sure you don't catch a chill. The rain is light in front, primarily hail. I hardly got wet, no need to wipe." Yang glanced at the gleaming towel in her daughter's hand, recognizing it was yet another fine item. Meng Qingluo, feeling too lazy to argue, waved the towel over her mother's head in a haphazard manner, efficiently wiping away the rainwater and droplets from her face. The action was rather rough. In her heart, Yang was momentarily touched, but the next moment, a cloud of worry began to envelop her thoughts. Her daughter, once gentle and serene, now moved with a swiftness akin to that of a man, capable of climbing trees and slaying wolves, as well as studying medicine and guiding others. It was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Truly, heaven had favored them. The rain had neither come too early nor too late. And it was only when the land temple offered them shelter that it had finally descended. The heavens were indeed generous to the people of Meng family village. Yes, indeed. As I ponder this, it seems that the good fortune of Uncle Mengsan's family has inspired the entire village. Within the temple, large and small bonfires had been lit, with adults and children gathered around, drying their clothes, heating water, and preparing meals. Outside, a tempest raged, but inside the land temple, there was a sense of tranquility and harmony. Old Shui quietly approached Meng Qingluo, saying, "Disciple, your master is starving. If he perishes from hunger, who will guide you?" Meng Qingluo rolled her eyes. He was always thinking about food. However, at least he had the decency to speak to her discreetly. Though she grumbled internally, she could not allow her resourceful assistant to starve, who would protect her medical expertise otherwise. "Here, eat this, but keep your distance from others," she said as she pulled 2 large meat buns from her bundle and stealthily placed them in his palm. Old Shui tucked them into his bosom and scurried to a distant corner, turning his back to the crowd, joyfully devouring the buns while reflecting. "Though my disciple can be quite sharp-tongued and cunning, she is still quite good to me." Nearby, Chang'an wobbled and stood up while clutching her mother's hand, her face radiant with excitement. Look at that. Little Bao has made progress. She can stand now," Meng Qingluo praised gleefully. Though the children were not born of her, she would accompany them throughout their lives, witnessing each of their firsts, their first stand, their first steps, their first call of mother. What a beautiful word companionship is, and how joyous it is to bear witness to such moments. Meanwhile, upon hearing their mother praise the younger sibling, Dabao seemed eager to assert himself, supporting himself against the basket and shaking his little legs to stand up as well, exclaiming excitedly, "Ah, mother, look at me. I can stand too." However, the next moment, with a loud thud, the basket tipped forward, sending both the child and the basket crashing to the ground. Meng Qingluo gasped, "Oh no. Dabao's handsome little face might get flattened." She rushed over to lift the basket, finding Dabao gazing up at her, bewildered, wondering why he had fallen. To her surprise, he had not cried or been frightened. Instead, he fixed her with a curious stare. Meng Qingluo looked down to find that the cushioning beneath him came from 2 little puppies, who had unwittingly cushioned his fall. The black puppy lay atop the white one, with the basket resting on the black one, providing a soft landing for the fall. She picked up the dazed pups, relieved to see their eyes still twinkling with life, albeit with a silly, dazed expression. "Luo, come eat. Your third uncle has finished eating early and came to help look after the 2 little treasures." "Got it, coming," Meng Qingluo replied, leaving the 2 puppies, who were now slightly dazed from the impact, still oblivious to their surroundings, finally coming to the attention of Hunter Mengsan. In the darkness of the night, with the fire dim, Mengsan initially paid them little mind. However, the striking whiteness of the white puppy soon caught his eye. "What is this?" He bent down, reaching for the white dog, only to touch the black puppy as well. Startled, he dropped them, and the 2 puppies landed on the ground once more, their heads spinning as if they had been intoxicated, seeing stars before their eyes. "Luo! Luo!" Mengsan called out repeatedly, nearly kicking the 2 dazed puppies away. "What is it, third uncle?" Meng Qingluo dashed over, bowl in hand. "Luo. Are these 2 on the ground the ones you caught for the little treasures to play with?" Mengsan's gaze was complex, knowing that the 2 children had always been tended to by their mother, and Meng Qingluo was surely aware of this. "Oh, you mean the puppies?" "They weren't caught by me. They crawled into the basket themselves." Dabao insisted on keeping them. Mengsan was perplexed. Dabao wanted them? How does he know what he wants? Yes, he wanted them. I noticed it yesterday after we descended the mountain. He seemed to bond well with the 2 puppies, so I thought I would keep them as toys for Dabao and Xiaobao. Adults rise each day to walk, and the 2 children would surely be bored sitting in the basket. Just over half a month ago, they merely lay in the basket, eating and sleeping. Now, the transformation was remarkable. It felt as though they had grown 2 months in just half a month. Mengsan was left speechless, and he reminded her, "Luo, where did these puppies come from in the mountains? What are they? Wolf cubs?" She responded, "They all look quite similar in their youth. I don't recognize them." "Do you, third uncle?" Mengsan murmured something under his breath, and Meng Qingluo inhaled sharply. "They aren't wolf cubs, are they? When my foot was well, I practically lived in the mountains daily. I wouldn't mistake them. Even the tiniest pup, I can recognize." Meng Qingluo hesitated. "I need to ask Dabao. If he truly likes them, we can keep them. Growing up together, they retained too much wildness after being domesticated." In the end, De Bao's response was the same as the previous day. He eagerly gathered the two puppies into his arms, clearly wanting to keep them and refusing to let them go. Watching this scene unfold, Meng San was at a loss for words. As the night passed, everyone hoped that the next day would bring fair weather, allowing them to continue on their journey. However, the sky remained overcast. Although the rain was not as torrential as the day before, it still fell heavily. Even wrapped in cloaks and wearing hats, one would still get wet, and the group dared not venture out, choosing instead to remain sheltered in the land temple. In mid-August, having reached the northern region, the downpour caused a sudden drop in temperature, prompting everyone to don thicker garments. Yet, it was still cold, so cold that they shivered, wishing to stoke the fire, but the temple's firewood was running low. Meng Qingluo also dressed the two children in warm clothing before stepping to the temple door, gazing up at the sky. The previous day's rain had brought unexpected surprises, but who would have thought that merely a day later, this surprise would turn into concern? To navigate the back roads, the villagers of Meng family village had traveled light, selling many items, including the thick cotton quilts that had seemed bulky and useless at the time. Only a few families had retained their thick quilts. Just as Meng Qingluo recalled this, she heard Meng Li shouting loudly, "Women, please count how many quilts or thick jackets we have to keep warm. Men, put on your cloaks and hats, and go gather branches and straw nearby. If this rain continues, within 3 days, the firewood we collect will be soaked through and won't burn. And if we have few warm clothes and blankets, we will freeze to death in this wretched temple." Everyone sprang into action, for no one knew how long the rain would continue. Ultimately, the women counted only 10 thick quilts and 13 men's jackets. As for the women's and children's jackets, there were hardly any, just about 20 pieces in total. The atmosphere tonight was markedly different from the previous day's tranquility. It was heavy with apprehension. The adults ceased their laughter, while the children nestled close to their mothers, warily observing the expressions of the grown-ups, refraining from their usual rambunctious play and singing. The Meng family numbered over 20, yet possessed only 2 quilts, a mere fraction of the 10 blankets available in the entire village. Initially, everyone had anticipated that upon reaching the small town mentioned by Old Man Shui, they would promptly don their thicker garments and quilts, for they had earned a modest sum selling medicinal herbs and wolf meat. However, fate took an unexpected turn. The heavens delivered a tumult of hail and torrential rain, halting their progress midway, rendering them immobile. Unbeknownst to the villagers at the Earth Deity's temple, their path was cleared by those ahead, allowing the later arrivals safe passage. Both the Qin family and the displaced villagers from Yunzhou were astonished to discover a narrow trail on the mountainside. What had previously been an unmarked path had transformed into a route through the sheer weight of foot traffic. The young men leading the charge from the Meng family were resolute. They cleared away branches and brush to ensure that their wives and children could traverse safely. The villagers from Meng and Qin worked in tandem, once more carving a path, allowing those who followed to proceed without further obstruction. Upon descending the mountain, the Qin family found themselves remarkably circumventing Yunzhou city, standing upon a broad official road. Qin Yuliang wore a complex expression. Experience had proven that adhering to his father's guidance, following the villagers, was undoubtedly wise. "Father," he mused, "there are indeed capable individuals among that group. Look at the paths we traversed. Not a single step was wasted in our journey." Old Man Qin smiled faintly, concealing his wisdom. Though a hunter, his keen eyes remained sharp. "Look yonder, it is raining." Qin Yuliang and Qin Xiaowu gazed northward, where autumn thunder rumbled and dark clouds churned, reminiscent of a dragon siphoning water, stirring the tempest. In stark contrast, the sun blazed down upon them, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. "Is it not said that summer rains are unpredictable?" Qin Xiaowu remarked skeptically. "Yet here we are in autumn, and such torrential downpours persist. How can it rain so heavily? It does not seem far from us. Are you oblivious to the weather of these past years?" Old Man Qin replied, concern etched in his brow. "We cannot judge based on the ordinary. I suspect that those villagers have encountered this deluge as well, though I wonder if they have found shelter. Father, shall we continue onward or take a moment to rest?" Qin Yuliang inquired. "Press on. We must maintain a respectful distance from them, yet not completely sever our connection. Your father has set his sights on that village. Wherever they go, we shall follow. We will find a resting place near them. Although we are not yet familiar, once we arrive, we will become fellow travelers from the West, bound by shared hardship. And we'll surely look out for one another." "Do you have such faith in them?" Qin Xiaowu scoffed. They seem no different from any other farming folk, save for a few who possess some martial skills. The young man, in his rebellious spirit, felt the need to challenge his father's authority, seeking to assert his own correctness and criticize his parents. Chapter 51. A sudden drop in temperature. His father often belittled him, claiming he lacked the intelligence of his elder brother, which only fueled his resentment. Old man Qin, exasperated, kicked at his younger son, exclaiming, "You truly are a fool. Father, why do you strike me? Had mother been here, she would have defended me." Silence. Qin Yuliang's eyes flashed with intensity as he admonished, "How old are you? Do you presume to know everything? Tell me, what have we encountered on this journey? What have we successfully avoided? We are seasoned hunters from the depths of the mountains. We possess the knowledge of how to evade danger and recognize threats. But what do they know? They are merely the farmers you dismiss." Yet this group of muddy-legged folk has successfully navigated the treacherous mountains, circumventing the sentries of Yunzhou, and avoided unnecessary detours. Their pathfinding is strikingly precise, as if the routes up and down the mountain are etched into their memories. Do not mock what you do not understand. Qin Yuliang, usually reticent, recalled how their mother had saved food and water for him and his brother during their escape, even as her own health waned. It was only at her final moments that he realized the extent of her sacrifices. This weighed heavily on him and his father, particularly as his younger brother often evoked their mother's memory during moments of distress, reopening their wounds anew. Qin Shiwu was taken aback by his brother's sudden outburst, tears welling in his eyes, unable to fall. His brother had never raised his voice at him before. Old man Qin sighed deeply, retreating to sit silently on a nearby luggage pile, lost in thought. He felt remorse for the children for depriving them of their mother. Reflect upon your actions. You are not a child anymore, yet you understand nothing. All you do is complain about others while assuming you are above reproach. Qin Yuliang snorted coldly, distancing himself to regain his composure. The others remained silent, offering no counsel to Qin Shiwu. On the path of hardship, it was often the women, the elderly, and the children who perished first. Their demise was not solely due to frailty. They understood that if the strong were to fall, the weak would follow. Thus, they clung to life, preserving hope for those still standing. If they too fell, all hope would be extinguished. In the Meng household, one quilt was shared among the women, while the other was divided among the boys. With such scarcity, they resorted to laying thin dry straw beneath them, the top quilt barely enough to cover them all, leaving the adults' feet exposed. Meng Debo, along with his sons and the elders, dozed by the fire, wrapped in the warmth of their thicker garments. In the dead of night, Meng Qingluo was roused from her slumber by the cold. Rising, she surveyed the scene. Aside from a few uncles keeping watch, the others were sprawled haphazardly around the fire, some shivering so much that they had torn rags from the altar to wrap themselves. The flames had dwindled significantly. Quietly, Meng Qingluo approached, checking the hands and feet of the two boys sleeping in the basket, tucking them in tighter. They were warm, nestled comfortably, one cradling a small dog as if it were a living furnace. Stealthily, she added kindling to the fire, coaxing it back to life before retreating. The watchful villagers acknowledged her efforts, but returned to their own thoughts, unperturbed. In the shadows, Meng Qingluo procured a dark, short-down jacket from her supplies, slipping it on beneath her outer garment. Gradually, warmth enveloped her, and she couldn't help but let out a sigh of contentment. As Meng Qingluo observed her mother and grandmother, along with several youngsters huddled together for warmth, she wrestled with her thoughts, ultimately refraining from retrieving a quilt from her space. Should her family discover it, she would find herself unable to provide a plausible explanation. They were all acutely aware of what existed and what did not, leaving her with no excuses to offer. If rain persisted into the following day, she would venture out of the temple to seek alternative solutions. Fortunately, the rain ceased the next day, although the downpour had abated. The oppressive heat seemed to have been swept away by the relentless rainfall. This year, the seasons had blurred, summer had faded directly into winter, with only autumn's biting winds remaining, slicing against her face like a blade. Villagers traversed the roads, shivering from the cold winds, wrapping themselves in every piece of clothing they could muster, whether thin or thick. "Ah Luo, come here and wear your mother's cotton coat," urged Yang, fearing for Meng Qingluo's well-being as she draped her only thick jacket over her daughter. "Mother, I'm not cold. You should wear it yourself," protested Meng Qingluo. The sudden chill felt akin to the depths of winter. How could her thin coat suffice against such a bite? "Quickly, put it on," insisted Yang. Mother, I truly am not cold. Feel my hand, it's warm, Meng Qingluo offered, placing her small hand into Yang's palm. Yang squeezed Meng Qingluo's hand, surprised by its warmth. Ah, it really is warm. Very well, then I shall wear it myself. The Meng family had ample resources when they had resided in Yunzhou Prefecture. They had only sold their cart and the donkey cart's compartment, retaining several thick quilts and clothing for all seasons that they had brought with them. Thus, as long as the rain did not resume and the cold did not further intensify, they had sufficient attire. In the Qi Wangfu of Yunzhou Prefecture, the Qi King lounged leisurely in the hall, sipping fine wine while enjoying a performance by a newly acquired beauty from the western regions. Your Highness, Hu Qizhang, the prefect of Yunzhou, has sent word that the refugees have all retreated to the deep mountains in the east, attempting to circumvent the prefecture and head north. Shall we send someone to drive them away? After a prolonged silence, the Qi King's gaze shifted from the beauty's sinuous movements to the individual kneeling before him. And with a disdainful laugh, he remarked, "Why bother? The mountains are teeming with wolves and tigers, crawling with snakes and insects. What purpose would it serve?" The kneeling figure hesitated, then replied, "If there is something to convey, please do so. Do not dally like a garrulous old woman. It distracts me from enjoying the music." Indeed, the man continued, Hu Chengzhang also reported that a few groups have indeed crossed over the mountains and headed north, and he is concerned. What? The Qi King straightened, clearly taken aback by this news. A hush fell over the hall, and just as everyone anticipated his fury, unexpectedly, he burst into laughter. Chapter 52. Onward, onward. Until the 9th day of the 9th month. One should never underestimate those peasants. Nevertheless, it is inconsequential. Inform Hu Qizhang to immediately issue a decree to all counties, instructing them to secure their gates and ensure that no refugee is allowed to settle within their jurisdiction. If they possess the capability to bypass Yunzhou, then let them rely on their wits to reach Guangzhou or the capital. Should any refugees reach the capital, no blame shall fall upon me. Everyone is aware of the recent upheaval I quelled there. I nearly perished alongside them. Yes, I understand and will act accordingly. The kneeling man rose and retreated before departing to attend to his duties. Behind him, the sound of the beauty's bells chimed once more. A delightful melody that stirred one's heart. As the weather grew colder, movement became all the more essential. After another day of travel, Meng Qingluo and her companions finally arrived at the small city mentioned by the old man Shui. The city was indeed small. Its walls were not as imposing as those of Yunzhou, nor were its gates as sturdy. Yet, its reception of refugees was no different from that of Yunzhou. Why are we not allowed to enter the city? Indeed, how can they treat us this way? There are only a few of us. We are not the thousands waiting outside Yunzhou. It is utterly disheartening, so distressing. I feel like crying, after all this time. We cannot even find a town that will let us rest. The crowd murmured, yet Meng Qingluo had anticipated this outcome. For along the journey, whenever there was a moment of respite, the old man Shui had quietly analyzed the current situation of the great Yan for her. In summary, the late emperor had 10 sons, 8 of whom survived to adulthood. Of these 8, aside from one who ascended as emperor, the other 7 were not only alive, but had also been granted titles as princes by the late emperor. Reflecting on the infamous 8 Princes Rebellion in our history, one might wonder if the late emperor had unwittingly doomed his sons. Consider this. The 7 princes, each with sons and grandsons, all possessing land, troops, and wealth. With everyone being of noble lineage, it is hard to believe that they would harbor no feelings of disrespect towards one another. The eldest of the 8, the current emperor Yan Laosan, is the biological son of the Empress Dowager, who was formerly the Empress. Thus, despite his mediocre governance, he was destined to ascend the throne due to his status as the eldest legitimate son. The Empress Dowager also has another son, Yan Wanyanlawu, the second legitimate son, who is both cultured and martial, bravely defending the southern border, with Guangzhou as his fief. Their homeland, Shizhou, is under the jurisdiction of Jin Wang, who is said to love literature and talented individuals, treating the common folk kindly. However, misfortune has plagued him, leading some to claim he feigns benevolence while committing heinous acts behind closed doors, earning the wrath of heaven. His mother held a low rank in the palace and died under suspicious circumstances when he was 10. Upon growing up, he discovered that her death was orchestrated, with all evidence pointing to the Qi King's mother, Consort Shu. From then on, Jin Wang regarded the Qi King and his mother as enemies. seizing every opportunity to undermine them. This ongoing animosity has led to a bitter rivalry, with both sides refusing to relent. As for the Qi king, he is rumored to be a simpleton, uninterested in learning or martial arts. He has read little and wields a sword poorly, making him the least scholarly and skilled among the princes, a frivolous dandy who indulges in beauty and fine food. For such a man to treat his subjects well is commendable. To expect him to show kindness to the subjects of his adversaries is akin to dreaming in broad daylight. Enough of this commotion, let us proceed as before. We will send a few individuals into the city to procure supplies before we seek another resting place. Each family should gather their needs and report back here, announced Meng Qingluo, deeply incensed by the stinginess of the officials. You will not accommodate us? Very well, we shall not linger. But at least allow us to enter the city to rest and buy necessary provisions. But there was nothing they could do. As the rain fell, streams filled with water. And the Meng family did not lack for water or grain. However, with the cold's arrival, they were in dire need of clothing, quilts, and remedies to ward off the chill. Thus, Meng Qingluo chose not to accompany the others into the city, but remained by the roadside with old man Shui, gathering Meng Qingluo, the elder Meng, and the men representing their families to discuss the current situation. Fearing they might not comprehend, Meng Qingluo patiently broke down the complexities of the circumstances until everyone fully understood. The message from the healer and Luo was clear: it was impossible for them to settle in Yunzhou, as the Qi king, due to his ties to the Jin Wang, did not welcome them. They do not extend a warm welcome. Thus, we must press onward. The Yan Wang is the emperor's brother and a renowned god of war. Surely, they will not disregard our plight, questioned Huzi from the water-seeking squad. This matter is not so straightforward. Old Shui shook his head. The Yan Wang is currently far in the southern frontier. His fiefdom, Guangzhou, is managed by his only son, the Yan Shizi, a figure I have yet to encounter. I have heard, however, that he suffers from a congenital ailment, rendering him physically frail. As for his disposition, I cannot speak. Should he be compassionate and sympathetic towards the common folk, he might take pity on us, seeing our meager numbers, and offer us refuge. But if he is like the Qi Wang, indifferent to the suffering of the populace, then we shall have no choice but to continue northward. The land beneath our feet is still 700 li from the Guangzhou city, and even farther from the capital, approximately 2 times 700 li or more. With our current pace of 50 li a day, we would require another month to reach our destination. If we travel less each day, it could extend to over a month, and by then, the chill of true winter will have set in, and the roads may become lethal. Whether welcomed or not, we must forge ahead. However, as long as we remain within the confines of Yunzhou, let us abandon any fantasies of settling down. Aside from a brief foray into the city for supplies, we must remain steadfast in our journey. In the end, old Meng made a resolute decision. Our goal is set. Onward we go, until the 9th day of the 9th month. Half a month later, on the 9th day of the 9th month, a day when dogwood is planted everywhere, Meng Qingluo and her companions reached the border between Yunzhou and Guangzhou. The boundary between the two provinces is neither a plain nor a river, but rather a towering mountain. Yet another ascent awaits us. The villagers of Mengjia looked at one another with eyes gleaming like wolves. Aluo, once we scale this mountain, shall we not enter Guangzhou city? Yang, somewhat incredulous, recalled her daughter's quiet assurance that she had a way to keep the family from having to move northward. Chapter 53. The Female Tyrant. She yearned for a place to settle down. Her anticipation had grown fervent. Meng Qingluo was inspecting the token she retrieved from her storage space when Yang inquired, smiling broadly. Indeed, we shall soon have a new home. Daughter, what plan do you have? Yang asked, her beautiful almond eyes blinking in curiosity. This. Meng Qingluo handed the object to Yang. Just this? Yang was puzzled, seeing only an iron lump. Mother, look closely. There are inscriptions upon it. Meng Qingluo replied with a grin. But I cannot read, Yang lamented, turning the token over in her hands, unable to decipher its meaning. Why not discuss it with your grandfather and the village chief? Yang suggested, glancing towards the two men deep in conversation. Meng Qingluo and old Meng were deliberating on how to settle in Guangzhou city, while old Shui listened intently. Given his past connections, he could likely secure a place for the Meng family, yet he had no means to accommodate the entire village. Though he was acquainted with the Empress Dowager, the Emperor, and even the Empress, he had no ties to the Yan Wang and his son. To secure the Meng family's safety, He would have to rely on the goodwill of others, which was akin to seeking distant water to quench a near fire. Let us first assess the situation upon reaching Guangzhou City before making any decisions. Discussions at this stage are futile, old Meng concluded. Uncle is right. We shall adapt as the situation unfolds. Meng Lerzhang nodded in agreement. Meng Qingluo withdrew her gaze, taking back the iron token from Yang-'s hand. I cannot yet ascertain how many can be secured by this token, hence I shall refrain from raising hopes only to let them down. Where did you acquire this token? Aluo? Yang inquired, her curiosity piqued. Do you remember the person I saved before we left the bitter orange pack? Yang nodded, recalling how her daughter's act of kindness had provided them with many valuable items, allowing the family to weather their most difficult times. Did that nobleman give this to you? Yang was astonished. Yes, Meng Qingluo confirmed. He entrusted me with this token, assuring me that he would assist me whenever I needed. At that time, Meng Qingluo had merely stowed the token away without further examination, thinking she had no idea when she might visit the capital or when that benefactor might prove useful. It was only recently, as her master repeatedly updated her on the current state of affairs, that she recalled she still did not know the identity of the person she had saved. Thus, she took the token from her storage to inspect it closely, and upon doing so, her heart soared with delight. To her surprise, the iron token was linked to the Yanwang's estate, regardless of its intended use, since it had been given to her as a token of trust. She felt a sense of obligation to seek assistance in return for the life she had saved. With such a powerful ally, one would be remiss not to take advantage of the opportunity. As for her previous life, after toiling so long, was it shameful to occasionally relax and take things easy? The villagers of Mingjia ascended along the rugged, winding mountain path. There are some wild vegetables over there. I'll go gather them, Aunt Zhao exclaimed, darting out of the group. Oh, there are some chicken foot mushrooms. I'll go pick them. Yang shouted excitedly. That persimmon tree is ripe, Balang. Hurry up and climb to pick some. Your sister loves autumn persimmons. Aunt Su chimed in. I'm coming, I'll go pick them right now. Ba Lang swiftly climbed to the treetop, his movements much more agile than before, pride swelling within him. His sister's method truly worked wonders. Meng Qingluo watched in good spirits as the village women busily gathered wild mushrooms and fruits, while the men chased after any animals they spotted. Laughter and joyous shouts echoed through the mountains, as chickens fluttered and eggs rolled, snakes slithered, and birds took flight. The wild hares dashed faster than ever, and the mountain chickens soared higher than they ever had, all in a desperate bid to escape the villagers' grasp. The villagers reveled in their bounty from the mountain. But not everyone was pleased by the scene unfolding. This is my road and that is my tree. If you wish to pass, leave behind some toll. Meng Qingluo felt a strange familiarity with those words. Could it be that a film crew from her past life was here filming a drama about bandit suppression? What do you intend to do? Old Ming's gaze turned steely as he regarded the band of ruffians that had suddenly appeared, commanding the young villagers that had been pursuing chickens and hares to halt their actions and arm themselves, standing behind him. Hey, old man, are you deaf? One brazenly dressed individual swaggered forward, shoving aside old Shui. Did you not hear our leader's words? Leave behind your toll. Silver, pay silver if you want to pass. Before them stood a motley crew of about 20 or 30 individuals, their attire haphazard and indicative of a disorganized rabble, save for their leader. This imposing figure was tall and clad entirely in black, with a missing eye concealed beneath a black eye patch, exuding an aura of menace akin to a vengeful spirit. Beside him, he led a robust chestnut horse, its coat gleaming and its large eyes sparkling with vitality, its tail flicking energetically, unmistakably a fine steed. Meng Qingluo initially dismissed the gang, confident in their own strength and numbers, knowing the villagers of Mingjia had the upper hand. Crack! A loud sound echoed, followed by a cry of pain. A shadow flitted past, followed by a series of sounds, and the swaying figure crouched down, letting out a loud cry. The crowd focused their gaze, revealing that the man's arm was bent at an unnatural angle, his face and mouth swollen grotesquely, like that of a pig's head, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, evidencing the brutality of the assault. I thought no one would dare to insult my grandfather and lay hands on my master in my presence, since you have crossed my boundaries. Let me show you the repercussions of such transgressions. At that moment, Meng Qingluo radiated an aura of hostility, her eyes cold as if infused with ice. The adversaries murmured, "The female demon?" The villagers of Mingjia exclaimed, "A Luo is truly formidable." The one-eyed dragon finally regarded these individuals with newfound respect. raising one eye to scan the crowd, ultimately resting on Elder Meng and a few others. The combat skills of the few before him appeared commendable, particularly that of the elderly man and the young girl. He had misjudged them, initially thinking they were mere refugees fleeing disaster, only to discover they were no ordinary folk. How about a contest between us? If you win, you may pass without a single coin taken from you. If you lose, you shall surrender all your possessions, declared the one-eyed dragon, his face a mask of arrogance and condescension directed at the elder. Chapter 54. The Counter-Robbery. It seemed the lesson had not been sufficient, as Meng Qingluo's expression hardened. What is your age, and what is my grandfather's age? What kind of creature bullies the elderly? I am nothing remarkable. Yet I never engage with women. The one-eyed dragon replied calmly. Even though the girl before him displayed undeniable agility, he dismissed her entirely. Oh, a true male chauvinist. One who disregards women, Meng Daolong stepped forward, pulling Meng Qingluo and the elder behind him for protection. You. The one-eyed dragon glanced at Daolong's hair, shaking his head. You haven't yet come of age, have you? I do not fight children. Hey, my little universe. Meng Qingluo retorted, almost bursting with exasperation. Did this man have his wits tangled? It was infuriating to witness someone so selective in a brawl, as if he were entitled to such absurdity. I shall surely bring you down, compel you to yield, and then kneel before me, calling me father while singing of your subjugation. This would surely bring you glory, wouldn't it? Seeing the disdain in the one-eyed dragon's single eye, Meng Debao's face flushed red with anger as he approached and threw a punch at the eye that was still functional. Why waste words? Let us fight. The villains often perish by their verbosity, did he not know? The one-eyed dragon caught Meng Debao's fist, and the two engaged in combat. Boys, charge. Our elder is already fighting. What are we waiting for? Shouted the man who had his arm broken, rising unsteadily and waving his uninjured hand, with fury in his eyes directed at Meng Qingluo. He thought, once the elder triumphed, he would break the delicate hands of this girl and mar her pretty face. Samao Xiangxiao Huzi, grab your weapons. Meng Lijing shouted, wielding a hoe. Though he lacked combat skills, he refused to let his spirit falter. Onward, let us crush them. Meng Qiangxiao responded to his father's rallying cry, charging ahead. The entire village, men and women alike, sprang into action. Meng Qiangxiao's sister-in-law gripped a large iron shovel, aiming it at the heads of their adversaries. Dare to insult our belongings? I shall bury you with a single blow. The elderly matriarch, trembling as she leaned on her firewood stick, jabbed it wildly at the foes. Cursing incessantly, you unworthy descendants, how could you disgrace your ancestors? I am embarrassed for your parents. Why not toss you into a chamber pot at birth to save face for your lineage? As she ranted. The foolish father stood protectively by young Shi and the little one, observing the contemptuous glances from the other side. Meng Debao's wife, Pan Shi, snatched a long hoe from young Shi and charged into the enemy ranks, declaring, I shall make you pay for insulting my father, for belittling my eldest son, for underestimating our Luo. Have we consumed your flesh and blood or trampled upon your ancestors? Meng Qingluo was astonished. She had not realized her aunt was so fierce. Noticing that their side was holding strong, Meng Qingluo's attention returned to her uncle battling the one-eyed dragon. Eldest uncle, kick him in the lower body, that's it. His leg skills are lacking. The elder, standing alongside Meng Qingluo, watched the duel closely, occasionally offering pointers. Eldest uncle, poke his eyes, one less is one less. He advised again. As the fight ensued, Meng Qingluo burst into laughter. The old man, still seated on the ground after being pushed by the broken-arm man, considered quietly reaching for some herbs from his medicine basket until he became engrossed in the scene unfolding before him, smiling at Meng Qingluo's joyful laughter. Fighting proved far more entertaining than his usual herb-related endeavors. This skirmish concluded perfectly, with the adversaries utterly defeated. You scoundrel! What skill is there in ambushing? The one-eyed dragon, pressed to the ground, shouted at Meng Qingluo. Unfazed, she grinned. Did you not claim to avoid fighting women? We are women, not gentlemen. I ambush because it pleases me. A scoundrel remains a scoundrel. Can I not knock you down while being one? With their leader subdued, the rest of the gang was either pinned down or had their hair seized. Where's your hideout? Meng Qingluo kicked the one-eyed dragon. He cast her a disdainful glance, implying, you thieving ambusher are unworthy to ask me. Not wishing to engage further, Meng Qingluo moved beside the broken-arm man, gently squeezing his severed wrist. Where's your lair? The pain from her touch sent him into a cold sweat, shrieking like a pig. Please, my lady, have mercy. We have no lair, none at all. Unmoved, Meng Qingluo continued to apply pressure. Not speaking, are we? Do you wish for the other hand to join the first? It hurts, please, my lady. We truly have no lair. Big brother, save me. Tell her we have no lair. Ultimately, the one-eyed dragon confessed they were not bandits from the mountains, but rather small-time ruffians from Yunzhou who had banded together amidst the chaos of disaster. He, having once roamed the underworld, had become their leader. This was their first attempt at robbery, yet they had unwittingly encountered a formidable opponent, as someone had delivered a harsh lesson on how to behave. Indeed, they had no lair. Then let us search you. Meng Qingluo exchanged a knowing glance with the elderly matriarch and Meng Chongxiao's sister-in-law. Subsequently, the village women thoroughly searched the group, stripping them of their outer garments, leaving even decent undergarments in tatters. Had it not been for Elder Meng's intervention, they would have stripped the intruders down to their bare skin, not even leaving their undergarments intact. The one-eyed dragon glanced at his remaining clothes, exhaling in relief. At least he still had some semblance of dignity left, or he would have faced utter humiliation. How could he continue to navigate the underworld after this? These people were no mere refugees. They were bandits, more ruthless than he had anticipated, seizing every coin and morsel of food, leaving nothing untouched, not even their clothing. One of the women was even rummaging through their hair, while others were brazenly reaching into their undergarments. Fearful cries escaped their lips as they clutched their loins, attempting to shield themselves but failing to protect their modesty, their wails echoing with a tragic resonance. From the trousers of the trembling man, the old woman extracted 3 pieces of broken silver and several copper coins. Casting a sidelong glance at him, she remarked, young fellow, you appear to be quite affluent. Do you have any more? If so, hand it over swiftly, lest I be compelled to search you myself. Let me make it clear, deceit will not serve you well. I am your ancestor, and even if you hide silver in the most secretive of places, I shall retrieve it. Chapter 55, Arrival at Guangzhou. There is nothing left. Truly nothing. Only 2 coins remain in my shoes. The trembling man, overwhelmed with fear, collapsed to the ground, relinquishing the 2 copper coins hidden in his shoes to the old woman. The onlookers watched as the village women extracted fragrant pieces of silver and copper from their trousers and shoes. Meng Qingluo, unable to contain her amusement, covered her nose and stepped back a few paces. The display of fierce tenacity was indeed admirable. Meng Dabe, binding the one-eyed dragon, tossed him onto his own horse. Face down, back up. The others used the rope that old Shui had brought for gathering herbs to bind his hands, stringing him together like a chain of grasshoppers, trailing behind Meng Jia village's procession under Meng Chongxiao's lead. As for the chestnut horse, Daba expressed his fondness for it, chattering incessantly to the magnificent beast along the way. Thus, Meng Qingluo's family had acquired not only a donkey and 2 puppies, but also a grand horse. The horse belonged to Meng Qingluo's family, and the other villagers held no objections. Had it not been for the combined efforts of Meng Dabe and Meng Qingluo in subduing the one-eyed dragon, they would have gained nothing and perhaps even lost their possessions to him, rendering any debate over the horse moot. In any case, they did not leave empty-handed today. They had not only stripped off many fine garments, but also extracted 20 taels of broken silver, 500 copper coins, a piece of subpar jade, 2 silver hairpins for men, and 2 5-tael silver ingots that the one-eyed dragon, fearing the old woman's probing, willingly produced, along with a set of his worn fur-lined coat and cotton trousers. A bountiful harvest indeed. Reaping rewards without toil is a delightful affair. The old woman walked among the group, her spirits buoyant, for she had been permitted by the village elder and the old man to keep the silver and copper coins she had extracted from the trembling man's trousers and shoes without having to turn them in. The elder and the village head were quite disgusted by her words, at worst. They would simply give her a lesser share when distributing silver and goods among the villagers later. The old woman polished the copper coins and silver pieces with the corner of her clothing, and even bit down on the silver to test its quality. Meng Qingluo, who inadvertently caught sight of this, was taken aback. On Yang's back, Daba twisted his head towards Meng Qingluo, babbling excitedly, his little eyes fixed intently on the chestnut horse held by his uncle. Daba clamored, while Xiaobao, eager to follow her brother, stirred in the basket on Yang's back. Meng Qingluo, exasperated, glanced at the 2 children, conferred with Meng Dabe, and decided to lift the one-eyed dragon off the horse, joining him with his companions. The 2 baskets were then placed atop the horse, secured with a wide flat pole, and the reins transferred from Meng Dabe's hands to Meng Qingluo's. The moment they were on the horse's back, Daba rose excitedly from the basket, extending his chubby little hands to tug at the horse's mane and pat its belly. Meng Qingluo worried that the chestnut horse might become irritable from the children's antics, but as long as the eldest child gently patted its belly and cooed, the horse remained docile, allowing the 2 small ones to play. Observing the children's uninvited presence and their obedient demeanor towards Daba, a familiar scene unfolded before Meng Qingluo's eyes, prompting her to ponder whether Daba possessed some innate ability to communicate with animals. Daba's joyful exclamation snapped Meng Qingluo back to reality. "Good boy, you have a big horse now, aren't you happy today?" she inquired with a smile. Happy," he chirped. Laughter erupted among the Meng family as they watched the little one cheer and nod enthusiastically. While family members rejoiced, on the opposite side, Xiao Bao, unable to spot her brother, could only gaze at the horse's well-defined muscles, her little fingers poking at its sturdy flesh, drooling as she pondered. "I wonder if horse meat is tasty? How does it compare to Arai and Bailong's meat?" The chestnut horse and Arai, cradled in Xiao Bao's arms, felt a shiver run down their spines, horrified at the thought that the little human might consider consuming horse meat, or even bear meat. Indeed. Prompted by Meng Sanbua's suggestion, and with Daba's approval, Meng Qingluo named the white-furred tiger cub Bai Lang and the black-furred bear cub Arai. The startled chestnut horse neighed loudly, while Arai struggled in Xiaobao's embrace, yowling in distress. Daba furrowed his tiny brow, scolding the horse with a series of ah sounds, as if reprimanding Xiaobao for her greed. Meng Qingluo watched Daba's expressive face with amusement. "Good boy, we haven't named the horse yet. What shall we call it?" she asked. In any case, Meng Qingluo named them according to their coat colors. Her gray donkey was simply called Xiao Huema, the tiger cub, possessing a bit of grandeur, was named Bai Lang, and the bear cub, inspired by a childhood animation, was named Hare. As for the horse with its red coat, she decisively named it Donghua, reflecting its vibrant and exuberant nature. "Donghua, let us go, keep up." The chestnut horse, grumbling under its breath, retorted. "You're the Donghua. Your whole family are Donghuaos." This is Guangzhou City," Yang exclaimed, gazing in awe at the formidable and majestic city. Even more so than Yunzhou. Perhaps due to the absence of a large number of disaster victims, the area outside Guangzhou City was eerily quiet. The ground outside the city walls was neat and clean, with even the large stones on the walls polished to a shine, only occasionally interrupted by the comings and goings of the townsfolk. The city gate bore the carved characters Guangzhou Fu in dark blue. On either side stood soldiers guarding the gate, while atop the city tower, patrol soldiers clad in gleaming armor and wielding newly minted red tassel spears strode with pride, their steps synchronized and imposing. The arrival of Meng Qingluo and her group appeared particularly incongruous and out of place before the grand city. They were clad in tattered garments, dragging their families along, some balancing large iron pots on their heads, others carrying baskets, with donkeys and horses trailing behind. Most notably, why were their people strung together like grasshoppers? Curious children chattered excitedly, while women raised their voices in discussion, and even the men exchanged whispers, their eyes darting curiously at the over 100 individuals before them. "Hey, isn't this a group of disaster victims from the western regions?" one soldier remarked. "Why are some of them tied together like criminals being exiled?" "Ha ha." Another soldier laughed heartily, unable to contain himself at the absurdity of the scene. "Well, it's quite impressive that they made it to Guangzhou. It seems they wish to enter the city. Quickly, let us ask the captain whether we should let them in." A more serious soldier chimed in, stifling his laughter. One soldier dashed off. Meng Liaozheng and the elder Meng approached the city gate to negotiate their entry with the guarding soldiers. Chapter 56. The Gluttonous Anin. The soldiers conversing with them were fresh recruits, mere boys of 15 or 16 years, who appeared somewhat troubled by the two men's discourse. "I must inquire with our superior, the centurion. If it were merely 1 or 2 individuals entering the city, a fee of 2 copper coins per person would suffice for passage. However, it is evident that you have journeyed from afar, and entering the city is not as simple as it seems. I am not authorized to make that decision." The rookie soldier exchanged a few words with his fellow sentry and then hurried up the city tower to report. Meng Lirong and the elder Meng returned to the group. "What did he say?" the young soldier asked. "He cannot make the decision. If it were just one or two people entering to purchase goods and then leaving, 2 copper coins each would be adequate. For us, however, we must seek approval from higher authorities. Meng Qingluo nodded, understanding the situation. Then let us wait here for a while. Just when Meng Qingluo and the elder thought they might have to wait several hours, or even a day or two for a resolution, a group of individuals emerged from the city gate after approximately half an hour. You there, come over, line up. No, not that way. Form a single file line and approach. The rookie soldier waved excitedly at the villagers from Mengjia village. Meng Qingluo, surprised, hoisted up his little treasure and followed behind Yang to form a line toward the city gate. The group included 2 rows of soldiers and several doctors carrying medical kits. An official in formal attire approached Meng Qingluo's party and inquired, "Who is the leader among you?" I am their village head." Meng Lirong quickly stepped forward. Upon hearing this, the official scrutinized him for a moment before gesturing toward a nearby table. "Where do you hail from? What is your name? Do you have your travel permits and household registration with you? Go over there to register." "Yes, my lord, we have everything," Meng Lirong replied, his face lighting up with joy. He proceeded to the table to register, and the official in formal attire continued. "You need to form 3 lines and proceed to those 3 doctors for a pulse check." The villagers complied. Meng Qingluo exchanged glances with the old man Shui. "Master, they are going to check if we have contracted the plague to determine whether we can enter the city. If things go well, we might be able to settle in Guangzhou, which is well managed under the governance of the crown prince." Outside the city, everything was orderly, the citizens behaved with decorum, and the officials were efficient in their duties. The soldiers stationed at the city walls exhibited a commendable spirit. Old man Shui nodded approvingly, stating, "The crown prince maintains strict discipline in his military, and he is both brave and strategic in battle. It is said that like father, like son, this vast Guangzhou is managed with remarkable order. I suspect that other than his frail health, the crown prince is indeed an extraordinary individual." The official Wu, inadvertently eavesdropping on the conversation between the master and disciple, could not help but smirk. "Of course, our crown prince is a paragon of both literary and martial prowess, unmatched by others of his rank. As for the state of his health, that remains a matter of public speculation, and we shall refrain from further comment." Although the first group of refugees had only just arrived, the crown prince had already conferred with the prefect and the officials regarding their accommodation. Thus, this group should feel fortunate to have been personally welcomed into the city by the official. Moreover, the crown prince had mentioned that if they were unwilling to settle in Guangzhou, the gates would be open to allow them to continue northward to wherever they wished to establish a new home. They were all subjects of the Great Yan, unfortunate victims of drought who had lost their homeland, yet here they still retained the right to choose their new abode. As Wu pondered these matters with a sense of self-importance, Meng Qingluo's little treasure, taking advantage of the doctor's momentary distraction, deftly tossed Arai out of the basket, leaned forward, and crawled out from under the basket. Arai, flattened beneath the weight, dared not make a sound, fearful that drawing attention would lead to his mother turning him into bear meat porridge. Little Bao crawled and soon found himself beneath a pair of deer-hide boots. On this 9th day of the 9th month, Yan Xiuzhu, returning from a climb, happened upon the scene before the city gate. Observing the orderly conduct of both sides, no quarrels, no disturbances, he halted his carriage to watch. After all, this was the first group of refugees to arrive in Guangzhou, and he felt a tinge of curiosity. He had received word of the expulsion and obstacles faced by the refugees in Yunzhou, especially since he had recently traveled there seeking a renowned physician. Aware of the dire circumstances of those displaced, reflecting on the plight of the unfortunate refugees, he could not help but sigh inwardly. The western Yun provinces were not his father's fiefdom, and even if he wished to intervene, he had no means to do so. The foolish Qi Wang believed he could prevent the refugees from heading northward, thinking it would appease the court. Now, with his uncle gravely ill, the crown prince on a diplomatic mission abroad, and Minna recovering from poisoning while still hidden within the royal palace, the situation was fraught with uncertainty. Returning to the present, he noted that the arrival of this first group of refugees indicated they possessed some capability, having traveled such a distance. However, to his astonishment, just as he steadied himself after dismounting, a clean little bundle suddenly emerged from the basket, rapidly crawling toward him. Seeing that the master was not angry and was instead curiously observing the small creature, the guards of the royal palace looked skyward, pondering, "Ah, what splendid weather we have today. The sky was a brilliant blue, as if washed by a loving mother. And the clouds floated like soft cotton used to stuff her winter coat. Little Bao, spotting the feet, promptly sat up, inadvertently sitting on Yan Xiaozhu's foot. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, he shifted and moved to a flatter surface before raising his head to meet the gaze of the man scrutinizing him, engaging in an exchange without any trepidation. The young man thought, why does this child seem so familiar? As he gazed at the small hands that the child raised, they clutched an unattractive, scruffy little dog. In the next moment, Yan Xiaozhu's pupils constricted. A bear cub? With keen interest, Yan Xiaozhu crouched down to meet the small figure's gaze. After a moment, he asked, "Are you offering it to me?" Little Bao nodded eagerly at the handsome man before him and then glanced toward the carriage. Inside, there were delicious treats, and he proposed, "I will trade you Arii for something tasty." Little Bao, be good, Meng Qingluo called back, turning to see, oh no, where was the little bundle? He looked around anxiously, only to find the child engaged in conversation with a young man, offering the bear cub with both hands, leaving him both amused and exasperated. He could not fathom what had caught the child's fancy, eagerly offering up his brother's bear cub for a trade. How generous of him! His brother would surely be upset. Yan Xiaozhu had yet to comprehend the child's intention to exchange the bear for food when a familiar voice rang out. Chapter 57, Reunion. Is it her? Yan Xiaozhu smiled, recalling how familiar the little bundle looked. After all, they had met not long ago, and the child had even urinated on his clothes. The scent remained unforgettable. In just over a month, the little one had been well cared for by their mother, becoming rounder and taller, making him unrecognizable at first glance. Meng Qingluo rushed over and scooped up the little bundle from the ground, patting his bottom. "Why were you wandering off?" "I turned my back for just a moment. And you disappeared." "It truly is you." Yan Xiaozhu smiled as he exchanged pleasantries, no longer exhibiting the tension of their first encounter. "Indeed, it has been a while. Is your nephew doing well?" Meng Qingluo smiled and nodded at him, reflecting that the hue of the person before her had improved significantly since their last encounter. He was now unhindered, yet often murmured her name, expressing an unfulfilled debt of gratitude for saving his life. Merely a trifling matter. By the way, what brings you here?" "My home is within the confines of Guangzhou City, so it is only natural for me to be here," Yan Xiaozhu replied with a smile, gesturing towards the villagers nearby. "Are those your family members? Have you found them?" "Indeed, they are my kin. All those who survived the calamity have gathered here. And my family is among them." "What are your plans now?" Yan Xiaozhu inquired with concern. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, resembling that of long-lost friends, devoid of exuberance or awkwardness. "We have been on the road for over 2 months, and the villagers are weary at heart, yearning for stability. However, we have been apprehensive about whether Guangzhou would welcome us. Given the current circumstances, there seems to be hope." Meng Qingluo glanced at the villagers in the distance, taking pulses and registering names, and smiled. "Do you still have the iron plaque I gave you?" "I do." "Present it to the official. He will arrange for you according to your needs." Yan Xiaozhu noticed Xiao Bao, who was gazing at him with eager eyes. He intended to exchange pleasantries further, but noticed that someone had begun to take notice of him. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he quickly briefed Meng Qingluo before hurrying onto the carriage. As the carriage departed, Meng Qingluo returned to the group, where old Master Meng and Meng Lijing were pleading softly with the local official, Wu Tongji. The decision had been made to settle in Guangzhou, but the villagers expressed a desire to have their entire community settled together, as they had fled the disaster as one. Wu Tongji conveyed that the sheer number of villagers made it impossible to accommodate them all in one location. They would need to be dispersed across 5 or 6 different areas. The villagers were alarmed. Their mainstay was Meng Lijing and old Master Meng. And if they were separated from these 2 families, they would be vulnerable to local oppression without recourse. It was not without reason that they had fled their homeland. It was a difficult decision, and they were being victimized. In ancient times, a household registration was conducted every 3 to 5 years, akin to a modern census. If individuals were found absent, their original registrations would be annulled. If one did not return to their original domicile before this annulment, re-entry would become exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, if one's original registration was revoked and they failed to establish a new home recognized by the authorities, they would become true refugees, devoid of land. If discovered, they would either be conscripted into military service or imprisoned. This situation paralleled modern-day statelessness. A person without registration today faces significant obstacles, unable to obtain identification or pursue education. In Dayen, household registrations were conducted every 3 years. The villagers felt that, even if they were separated, they would fervently wish to remain with the Meng family, resulting in a cacophony of voices at the city gate, akin to a bustling marketplace. Deciding to negotiate further with Wu Tongji, Old Master Meng and Meng Lijing contemplated offering a gesture of goodwill to see if they could secure more of their people being settled together. Observing Meng Lijing preparing to present a significant sum of silver to Wu Tongji, Meng Qingluo quickly intervened, pulling him aside. Uncle Lijing, do not offer too much silver. A small token will suffice. Also, when you present the silver, include this iron plaque and observe how he responds next. Upon receiving the plaque, Meng Lijing's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? Meng Qingluo nodded. It was given to me by the nobleman I saved. He mentioned having connections with the Wang family and that it might prove beneficial. Excellent, excellent. Luo, you are indeed a timely rein. Meng Lijing's eyes sparkled with delight as he retrieved 5 taels of silver to accompany the plaque before swiftly returning to present his offering to Wu Tongji. Wu Tongji, glancing down at the 5 taels of silver and the plaque, was momentarily puzzled. What is this? He mused. His pupils dilated in recognition. He had been informed of their arrival by the heir, who had previously instructed him to pay special attention to the refugees coming from Shizhou. If anyone presented the Wang family's iron plaque, they were to be given proper accommodations. He and the magistrate had already designated suitable locations for their settlement. Wu Tongji unceremoniously pocketed the silver, smiling broadly. I shall graciously accept your goodwill. Please treat the hard-working brothers here and the 3 doctors to tea upon your arrival in the city. And what of our settlement? Meng Lijing cautiously inquired. I just remembered. Not far from Guangzhou, about 30 miles away, there is a town called Jixiong Town, and within it, a picturesque village named Fulai Village. Fulai Village is spacious yet sparsely populated, making it an ideal location for your entire village. Wu Tongji chuckled, mentally patting himself on the back for his cleverness, as his earlier stern words would have been quite embarrassing otherwise. Thank you ever so much, Master Wu. Once we have settled, we shall return to Guangzhou to express our gratitude. Old Master Meng beamed, his mustache curling in delight. Though he recognized the plaque and the silver, he was unaware of the deeper implications and thus sincerely thanked the official before him. Of course. Fulai Village is under direct jurisdiction from our office, devoid of a county office. Henceforth, you shall be regarded as citizens of Guangzhou. It is only proper for us, as your officials, to arrange matters to please the populace. Wu Tongji stated with utmost sincerity. It was no jest. The heir had previously mentioned that those bearing the plaque were under his protection, and this was the perfect opportunity to strengthen their ties. Wu Tongji's unusually warm demeanor contrasted sharply with his earlier attitude, leaving Old Master Meng bewildered and Meng Lijing astonished. Nonetheless, this did not hinder the friendly exchanges among the 3, as they were all seasoned individuals, after all. Everything is settled. Upon entering the city, feel free to explore or proceed as you wish. I must return to the office, Wu Tongji said after conferring with his subordinates, dismissing the escort and granting Meng Qingluo's village complete trust and freedom. As for the one-eyed ruffians, after learning of their misdeeds, Wu Tongji arranged for them to be taken to the magistrate's prison, rather perplexed. However, upon his return to the city, he did not go to the office, but hurried to the Wang residence to report the recent events to the young Master Yan. As Meng Qingluo and her party entered Guangzhou, apart from a few who were in the know, the majority appeared bewildered as they stepped into the city, and just as perplexed when they exited. Uncle Lijing, 3rd uncle, where are we headed? Huzi stepped forward to inquire. To our new home. Meng Lijing replied cheerfully, addressing everyone. We finally have a new home. Oh, we have a new home. The villagers and children exclaimed with joy. Lijing, where's our new home? A woman in the crowd eagerly asked. The official mentioned it is a wonderful place with the fortuitous name, Guangzhou's Jixiong Town, Fulai Village. How splendid! Not only is it auspicious, but it also promises blessings. Yang Shi grinned widely. Uncle Lijing, how far is it from here? Not far, about 20 to 30 miles. We shall arrive today. Excellent. Everyone, let us hasten our steps. The villagers buzzed with excitement. The place was favorable, the name was auspicious, and hope lay before them. As Meng Qingluo and her companions entered the city, the Qin family also arrived. Father, it seems they have decided to stay in Guangzhou. Chen Yuliang speculated, observing the jubilant figures of the villagers. Isn't it better for them to remain in Guangzhou? Your elder aunt's eldest daughter, your cousin, is managing affairs at the Yan Wang mansion in Guangzhou. Should we go seek out our cousin? Indeed, we should. This moment is crucial. Securing a favorable placement will undoubtedly depend on connections. Moreover, I hope to leverage the goodwill of that village to arrange for our residents to be in close proximity to them. After speaking, the elder Chen produced a finely crafted jade pendant from his bosom and handed it to his eldest son. You shall enter the city and seek out your cousin at the Yan Wang mansion. With this pendant, she will certainly receive you. We shall wait for you outside the city. Very well, father, Chen Yuliang replied, carefully stowing the pendant away. Upon finding your cousin, do not beat around the bush. Directly inform her of the events that have transpired at home, including the circumstances of your mother's passing, leaving nothing concealed. Then, convey our intentions plainly, stating that I, your uncle, am seeking her assistance. Your aunt has previously written to me, mentioning that her daughter possesses a straightforward disposition, eschewing cunning and circumlocution. Understood, father. I shall go at once. The villagers from Meng's family could have paused in Guangzhou to rest before renting some donkey carts and ox carts to transport their belongings to Fulai village. However, they chose not to, opting instead to walk as they always had, carrying their burdens on their shoulders. Yet now, infused with hope, they no longer trudged aimlessly. Their spirits were high as they journeyed forth, taking breaks to chat and laugh along the way, resuming their trek after a moment's respite. I wonder if Fulai village has any rivers or ponds. As long as there is water, I can raise ducks again. When the time comes, I can pickle salted duck eggs to sell and support the household, said Cheng Xiao, her eyes sparkling with hope for the future. Chapter 58, A New Home. It must have. Zhao, the third aunt, laughed, her eyes twinkling like stars. If not, it would tarnish the name of Fulai village. Ah Luo. All of us from the village are counting on your good fortune. Chang Xiao shifted the topic back to Meng Qingluo. Now everyone knows that their arrangement together, especially in such close proximity to Guangzhou, is all thanks to that noble young man whom Ah Luo saved, who bestowed upon her some sort of token that caught the attention of that esteemed official, leading them to look favorably upon us. Indeed, chimed in Hu, the fourth grandmother. Ah Luo has always seemed blessed. Were it not for her subtle hint to scour for that band of robbers, how could she have acquired such a considerable sum of silver? She must save it well for when Bao Miao grows up and needs a wife. The other women, including the village headman, joined in the praise for Meng Qingluo. Throughout the journey, they had forgotten about her previous mischief, instead recalling her good fortune and the benefits she had brought them. Naturally, the Meng family was elated. Even the elder patriarch beamed with pride at the accolades, occasionally offering modest retorts. Haha, she is indeed blessed, but her fortune also brings good to you all. Yes, this child possesses no other noteworthy trait except her benevolence. In the face of the villagers' tidal wave of compliments, Meng Qingluo neither denied nor confirmed them, merely offering a humble smile that concealed her achievements. We have arrived. We have reached Jixiang town, our home, declared Wulong, the literate child, his youthful excitement causing him to dart about the group, reporting back and forth to his companions. Oh, how wonderful! Exclaimed Meng Lijing, wiping his eyes with his sleeve. At last we have arrived. The elder patriarch gazed at Jixiang town, bathed in the glow of the sunset, his eyes brimming with tears. Indeed, we have arrived. Meng Qingluo's gaze traversed the crimson horizon, surveying the town named Jixiang, which she had been journeying towards since her arrival. At last, would they settle down? She felt a genuine joy, who wished to rise each day disheveled, with nothing but walking ahead of them. Walking 50 or 60 li each day, not knowing whether the weather would bring sweltering heat or biting cold. Uncertain of where home lay or what their next destination would be. Jixiang town was a large and prosperous settlement, despite being classified as a town. It bore the stature of a county. The town mayor, Shen Wanshan, was a man of distinction, a successful scholar. Before him lay 2 documents concerning the resettlement of refugees, brought by Meng Lijing. Originally, the local constable, Wu, was supposed to accompany the escorting officers to facilitate the handover with the town. However, to demonstrate trust, the documents were entrusted to Meng Lijing. No one else came with you? Mayor Shen inquired, his brow furrowing. No, sir, replied the town officer, nodding. A total of 102 individuals, mostly women, children, and the elderly. Remarkable. Shen Wanshan's furrowed brow relaxed. It matters not where they come from or their capabilities. I shall follow the directives provided and proceed accordingly. As long as I act in accordance with the rules, I have never erred in these years. Yes, sir. There are also several small children being carried in baskets. Considering the situations in Shizhou and Yunzhou, it is evident that these individuals possess some level of capability. The town officer remarked. Then you shall proceed as instructed and deliver them to Fulai village, Shen Wanshan affirmed, nodding at the documents on the table. However, while Fulai village is indeed a good location, this sudden influx leaves us without any accommodations for such a large number. Proceed according to the rules. Shen Wanshan cast a dispassionate glance at the officer. Yes, I understand. The officer, surnamed Yu and named Yong, felt a shiver run through him at the mayor's gaze. Instantly comprehending the unspoken message, it is better to avoid complications. Indeed, why should he complicate matters further? He could simply lead these individuals to Fulai village and hand them over to the village chief. Whether they had proper lodging or not was the village chief's concern. Who knew if these individuals had any silver after traveling thousands of miles? The documents made no mention of specific resettlement funds. Did they expect these people to cover their own expenses? Moreover, the town mayor was known for his cautious nature, seeking to avoid trouble rather than seeking glory. He was merely a lowly officer, hardly in a position to expect anything remarkable from the mayor. Officer Yu Yong, clutching the documents, slowly stepped forward. Please follow me. The mayor has instructed me to escort you all to Fulai village. Meng Qingluo had long been adept at dealing with such individuals and immediately stepped forward with a smile. May I ask your esteemed name, officer? As he smiled, he discreetly slipped a silver coin into Yong's palm. As newcomers to this esteemed place, please accept this small token for tea. Yu Yong tightened his grip on the coin, estimating its worth to be about a tael. Knowing his monthly salary was only 2 taels, his expression brightened immediately. Then I shall gladly take on this task, esteemed officer. Please lead the way. Certainly. Make sure your group keeps up. We have about 10 li to Fulai village, and if we do not hurry, we may arrive by nightfall, which would not be ideal. Throughout the journey, Meng Qingluo remained close to Officer Yu Yong, inquiring about various matters concerning Fulai village and Jixiong town. Yu Yong remarked that Fulai village was indeed a fine place, with mountains and water, located near the town, and with few original residents, there would be minimal strife. Newcomers would not be overtly oppressed. Meng Qingluo nodded vigorously. It truly sounds like a wonderful place. However, Yu Yong's tone shifted, but precisely because there are few residents. You may find it challenging to secure lodging upon your arrival. Yu Yong could only remind them, considering the meager compensation involved. Meng Qingluo was taken aback. You, sir. How many households reside in Fulaiken? There are merely 7 households, a small village of 70 souls. However, the area is quite expansive, otherwise you wouldn't have been dispatched here. Meng Qingluo frowned, pondering how 7 households could accommodate everyone. Is everyone in the village of the same surname? Not quite. Half of them bear the surname Zhang, descendants who have lived here for generations. The others, surnames Gua and Su, moved here later. Nevertheless, the village chief is a Zhang. Understanding the situation, Meng Qingluo realized that the Zhang lineage in this village was not particularly numerous, consisting of only a handful of families, thus rendering them weak. In this regard, their arrival was advantageous. Their numbers surpassed those of the original villagers, mitigating any potential ostracism. Before darkness fully enveloped the sky, Meng Qingluo and her entourage arrived at Fulaiken. Approaching the village entrance, they discerned wisps of white smoke rising gently, accompanied by intermittent barks and the crowing of roosters. A modest river meandered before the village, while the lush mountains loomed behind. The banks were adorned with fertile fields, and a quaint stone bridge welcomed them into the village. Under the tranquil and picturesque ambience, the villagers, including Meng Qingluo, maintained a hushed reverence, fearing to disturb the serenity and scare away the beauty. Meng Qingluo mused that such a bucolic paradise stirred her heart, making her yearn to settle here, indeed, a stroke of fortune. As both Wu Tongji and Yu Yao had proclaimed Fulaiken a splendid locale, she noted a row of charming houses at the foot of the mountain on their side of the river, standing apart like villas. Who might reside there? As the people from Mingjia village entered, they were met with curious gazes from the locals, who wondered, haven't heard of any arrangements for disaster victims? And if they were indeed refugees, how come they have donkeys and horses? In our village, only the Zhang family possesses a cow, and the Guas have a donkey. No one else has horses. Children trailed behind, drawn to the majestic horse and the two small figures on its back. The two little ones, standing in their basket, curiously exchanged glances with the village children, babbling in a language they could not comprehend. "Mother, those two little brothers on the horse are so fair," exclaimed a girl of about 7 or 8, her hair styled in two playful buns, standing at her doorstep. "Indeed, they are fair. They don't seem like refugees. How can such children look so well? Fair and lovely, far surpassing the village children in beauty. Mother, look at the horse. A magnificent horse." A boy of about 4 or 5 dashed excitedly to his mother and sister. The people of Mingjia village were aware of the scrutiny directed at them and returned the gaze, receiving a mix of curiosity, pity, and disdain from the villagers. Yu Yang led the group to the village chief's doorstep and called out, "Village Chief Zhang, are you home?" "Yes, yes," came the response from the chief's abode. A fine house of blue bricks and tiles, the best in the village. Moments later, a tall man with a square face, large eyes, and a beard, roughly in his 40s, emerged. Upon seeing the ragged folks from Mengjia village, he was momentarily taken aback, but recognizing Yu Yang standing before him, he exclaimed, "Ah, you sir. What brings you here?" Yu Yang chuckled, handing over the official document. "I have come bearing this missive from above. Our party has arrived from Shizhou, as you know. Calamities have plagued Shizhou in recent years. Please ensure they are well accommodated." Village Chief Zhang accepted the document. "You sir, please come in for some tea?" "No, no. If I linger for tea, I'll miss dinner and face my wife's ire," Yu Yang replied, mounting his horse and departing. "Tea? What tea at this hour? We must be on our way." Village Chief Zhang regarded Yu Yang's retreating figure with a complex expression, then turned his gaze toward the imposing horse at the back of the group, momentarily pausing before addressing Meng Qingluo. "Are you all from the same village?" "Indeed. Village Chief Zhang, we all share the surname Meng." "You are the village's Lijing?" the chief inquired again. Meng Lijing nodded, "That I am." "Since you are the Lijing, our conversation will be straightforward. You have been sent here by the authorities, and naturally, you are to reside in our village, for which we extend our warm welcome. However, being the first group to arrive, I lack experience in accommodating newcomers. The document doesn't specify whether the government will provide funds or supplies for your settlement, which complicates matters. I can only allocate a portion of village land for your housing at no cost, but any fertile land will require you to purchase it." Meng Lijing, having received the document from Wu Tongji, was initially elated to have secured a place to settle, but upon hearing Village Chief Zhang's words, he sensed something amiss. He examined the document and found it lacking in specifics, merely instructing to arrange for them properly. Yet, having experience in officialdom, he knew the term properly was far too ambiguous. This was Wu Tongji's doing. Meanwhile, Wu Tongji, back at the Wangfu, sneezed twice suddenly, pondering who might be speaking of him. Indeed, there would be many. The group from Shizhou must have reached Fulaken by now, surely expressing their gratitude for the fine location he and the magistrate had selected for them. Meng Lijing thought to himself, yes, they ought to be grateful. It's all weighing on him. Very well, I shall confer with them and provide a response to Village Chief Zhang tomorrow. However, it is already evening. Where shall we reside? Village Chief Zhang contemplated, looking rather troubled. Well, as newcomers, it is inappropriate to assign you to different houses. First, you've just arrived in an unfamiliar place and likely prefer not to be separated. Second, being new, the villagers may feel apprehensive about you. Meng Lijing shook his head, assuring the chief, there is no need for concern, we shall not encroach upon others' homes. We are merely seeking a place to stay. Somewhere that can offer shelter from the wind. There is. Zhang Chief nodded eagerly at the village entrance. There is an unoccupied house. Though it is a bit small, you may find it somewhat cramped. We can manage a bit of crowding. We have traveled under the stars, and having a roof over our heads would be a blessing. Please, Village Chief Zhang, lead us there, Meng Lijing replied. All right, follow me, Village Chief Zhang said, relieved to encounter such reasonable individuals, for if they had caused a scene, he would have been at a loss for how to manage the situation. However, the dwelling was in disrepair, having been uninhabited for years. You will need to tidy it up before it is habitable. Gazing at the dilapidated structure, Village Chief Zhang felt a pang of guilt, wishing these people would not resort to demands, for he would have to harden his heart if they did. However, upon their arrival in the village, these individuals uttered not a single word, engaging only in negotiations with their appointed leader. Earlier on the road, the leader had discreetly slipped him a silver coin, stating that as newcomers, they would require his assistance in the future. Village head Zheng returned. Yet not before advising everyone that should they find themselves in need of anything, they were welcome to borrow from his home. He particularly cautioned them not to disturb the affluent residents across the river, whose identities remained unknown to him. The villagers of Mengjia, staring at the dilapidated abode before them, found themselves engulfed in a tempest of emotions, a bittersweet emlang of sorrow and nostalgia overwhelming their hearts. Some even shed tears. One would think they should rejoice upon reaching their destination, now sheltered from the elements, a far cry from sleeping under the open sky, yet the memories of their former homes in Mengjia village brought a profound ache to their souls. Once, the homes of Meng Qingluo and Meng Lijing had been grand structures of blue bricks and tiles, while others occupied earthen houses, with a few impoverished families residing in thatched huts. No matter how ramshackle those homes had been, they were still far superior to the current state, for they were their own. "All right, everyone, light the torches and get inside to tidy up," Meng Lijing called, shaken from his reverie by the myriad of emotions swirling within him. Meng Qingluo led her horse into the courtyard as dusk descended, surveying the surroundings. The courtyard was indeed worn and strewn with dying thatch, yet it boasted a half-decent wall and a tiled roof. Additionally, it was quite spacious, consisting of 6 rooms, a kitchen and a storeroom, with a latrine tucked away in a distant corner of the yard. As the villagers busied themselves with the cleanup, the men tended to the weeds, repaired the courtyard gate, and patched the walls. Inside, the women fetched their buckets and basins, making trips to the river to draw water for cleaning windows and the clay bed. In the northern regions, where wooden beds are customary, the villagers marveled at the unique heated Kong, touching, inspecting, and scrubbing it, albeit to no avail, as dust and dirt clung stubbornly to its surface. "What is this contraption?" someone from the Si family inquired. "Is it a bed? Could one possibly fall into that pit while sleeping?" Old Hu bellowed, her voice cutting through the air. Yang Shi rolled her eyes in response. "Fall? Do you think such a large person could simply disappear?" Yang Shi and Zhao Shi had already claimed one of the main rooms, diligently arranging their space. With a large family, including 3 small children, it was imperative that they not sleep outdoors exposed to the frost. While Yang Shi and Zhao Shi worked inside, Pan Shi and Su Shi assisted in the kitchen. Even the children were not idle, either helping to pull weeds in the courtyard or scouring the vicinity for firewood. Meng Qingluo unloaded the baskets containing her 2 children from the horse, bringing them into the tidy room prepared by Yang Shi, where the little ones, having enjoyed the journey, were now sound asleep, cradling their companions, Bai Lang and Hei Er. "Mother, I'm taking the horse and donkey out for a drink and some feed," Meng Qingluo announced to her mother, leading Xiao Hui and Da Hongzhao outside. The donkey tethered on the other side, upon hearing the commotion, began to stamp its hooves in earnest, straining to reach Meng Qingluo. Upon noticing this, the leader laughed. "Luo, why not take my donkey along as well?" "All right," Meng Qingluo replied cheerfully, guiding both donkeys and the horse toward the river. Behind her, Meng Lijing and Elder Meng exchanged murmurs. "These creatures are just like humans. They form attachments to those who feed them. Look at our donkey, it only recognizes a Luo now, while my family must coax it with our breath." Meng Qingluo chuckled softly, unaware that what she had fed was the ancient well water from her space. Through her experiments, she discovered that although the ancient well water lacked the miraculous restorative properties attributed to legends, it did expedite healing, alleviate pain, and promote vitality and complexion enhancement. The pristine appearance of the 2 little ones, along with Bai Lang and Hei, attested to its efficacy. This time, however, she had not fed them the ancient well water, but rather river water and hay found by the riverside. With ample provisions available, she saw no need to bestow upon them further luxuries, lest she attract unwanted attention. After over an hour of labor, the courtyard gate was finally mended, the weeds cleared, and the interior tidied up, with the Kang now ablaze. The once dilapidated house was revitalized under the villagers' efforts, exuding a refreshing aura. That evening, there was no distinction of your family or my family. Everyone gathered to share a meal. They prepared a large pot of warm wolf meat soup, enriched with mountain mushrooms and vibrant wild greens, alongside several pots of coarse rice porridge and fried, mixed grain pancakes, the aroma tantalizingly mouth-watering. Fortunately, the house was situated far from the other villagers, so the scent did not waft over, sparing them from whispers of, after fleeing thousands of miles, "They appear as wretched as one could imagine, their garments filthy enough to peel off a layer, their hair infested with lice, leaving one's scalp tingling at the sight." The only families faring slightly better seemed to be those with horses and donkeys. Within the shabby courtyard, the villagers paid little heed to the musings of the inhabitants of Fleeingthecomplex. They either sat or squatted, holding bowls of steaming porridge and sipping the hot soup. Uncle Meng sighed contentedly. Now this is what living truly feels like. No longer did they worry about the next day's journey or the looming threat of other refugees or wild beasts. They no longer had to ration water, fearful of perishing from thirst on the road. Indeed, once we rebuild our house and earn enough to buy land, we will have truly established a new home. Meng Qingluo added, lifting his head from his bowl. His sister-in-law, sitting beside him, smiled gently at his words, her gaze shifting affectionately to their eldest son Juzi, who was gnawing on a wolf bone. How wonderful, she thought, grateful that her family remained intact, her father-in-law, younger brother-in-law, children and husband all by her side. They had fled together, and they remained together, every last one of them. Yet, not all families shared the same fortune. Tiger, part of the water-fetching team, glanced at his family. They had left home as 8, but now only 6 remained. Their mother and younger sister had perished, mother from exhaustion on the road, and sister lost amidst the turmoil after the bitter orange pack dispersed. Meng Qingluo had fed the little one, while Yangshi had finished feeding the eldest. Mother, it's time to eat. Meng Qingluo offered a bowl of porridge to Yangshi, topped generously with wolf meat. She herself tore off a piece of pancake, balancing half wolf meat and half soup on her plate. Luo, Yangshi nudged her with her elbow. What is it, mother? Your grandmother must be thinking of your elder aunt and younger aunt. She is sitting there alone, wiping her tears, Yangshi replied softly. Meng Qingluo paused, realizing that in her focus on the safety of her family and those from Mingjia village, she had overlooked this matter. She should have inquired about that person along the way to see if there was any way to help locate them. How careless of me, she thought. Having met that individual twice, and even saved their nephew, yet completely forgetting to ask their name. Fortunately, the signboard she had asked the leader to retrieve from Lord Wu was now safely stored in her space. Chapter 60. The Relocation Plan. Although her initial intentions had been to latch onto a lucrative opportunity, thickening her skin to approach them, it could now be considered that she had established a connection, albeit a tenuous one. How could she not have even inquired about their name? As Meng Qingluo cast her gaze towards the direction of her relatives, she noticed not only her grandmother but also her aunts, their eyes glistening with tears. What troubles my mother and the others? She pondered. Oh, foolish child. It is because of you that our village has experienced no calamity and has reached this point. Now they can finally settle down without worrying for themselves, and instead, they begin to fret for their families, came the response. Meng Qingluo, at a loss for words, simply nodded in sorrow. So, they are concerned for their kin? Indeed. Yang nodded, her expression tinged with a sense of melancholic longing. Your mother, too, no longer knows where her family is and is even more oblivious to their well-being. In this regard, perhaps it is for the best. But mother, you have me and father and 3 younger brothers. Meng Qingluo reached out to caress Yang's hand gently. Let us eat. The wolf meat will grow cold and lose its flavor. Under the enticing aroma of the wolf meat, Yang's mood swiftly lifted, and she immersed herself in the delicious meal, momentarily forgetting her own origins. After the meal, the women washed up and tidied themselves, taking care of the children, while the men gathered around a fire pit in the courtyard, discussing future plans. Meng Lijing took a puff from his pipe, releasing a cloud of smoke before speaking. You all heard what village chief Zhang said today. The document did not specify how we shall be settled, nor do we know if the government will provide us with any silver or grain. But now it is September in the north and the weather is turning cold. We must hasten to build our homes without waiting for directives from above. The good news is that we can finally settle down. The village chief will allocate a piece of land to each household for free to construct our dwellings. Since it is free, it should not be too large. Given the village's advantageous location, my uncle and I propose that once the free land is marked, we commence construction. Whether large or small, good or bad, it matters not. What is important is that we have a place to reside. We can emulate the locals by installing a kang and using firewood for warmth during the winter. We will manage to get through this winter together. We are aware that we all fled from Mingjia village together, and our funds are dwindling. Besides building homes, we must also acquire household necessities. Therefore, the earnings from selling wolf skins and medicinal herbs, along with what we scavenged from those bandits, will be pooled together and divided among us. Young children under 5, regardless of gender, will not be counted in this division. Does anyone have any objections? No objections. We have no objections. The crowd shook their heads in agreement. Good then. Changshao, come forward and calculate how much silver we have and how much each household will receive. Tomorrow, we will head to the town to exchange the banknotes and pawn the jade pendant and silver hairpins, distributing the proceeds so everyone can start building their homes promptly. Understood, father. Meng Qingluo immediately began tallying up the figures. After selling the medicinal herbs and wolf skins, we have 180 taels left. We also extracted 30 taels and 501 from those bandits. We paid 5 taels to the gentleman surnamed Wu, 1 tael to the yamen runner, and 1 tael to village chief Zhang. Thus, we have 203 taels and 500 when remaining, along with 1 jade pendant and 2 silver hairpins. Based on the quality of the pendant and the design of the hairpins, Dr. Xue estimates they can be exchanged for about 5 taels. There are 20 infants under 5 in the village, including the 2 boys from the Luo family, the eldest daughter from the Delang family, my own Juzi, and Bao Miao. However, I must emphasize that the division must be fair. Our uncle's family, Ling Jun and Dr. Xue, should also receive their share. We cannot exclude them simply because they are outsiders. In total, there are 102 of us, and after excluding the 20 infants, we have 82 adults eligible for the division. This means that each person will receive approximately 2.5 taels. Even for those with the fewest members, like the 4th grandmother's family, they will still receive nearly 8 taels. Of course, the silver belonging to Grandma Hu, which carried its own scent, was never mentioned. Either they had not forgotten or chose not to bring it up out of consideration for her family's hardships, having extracted it from a rather unsavory source. Once Meng Qingluo finished speaking, the elder Meng tapped his pipe thoughtfully before slowly responding, with this silver, we can indeed construct a shelter from the wind and rain. However, for those with less silver, their houses may be smaller, while those with more can afford larger homes. I understand that this division, while fair, cannot be entirely equitable. Absolute fairness is a complex ideal. I trust in all of you. We share the Meng surname and have traversed this journey together, braving storms and near-death experiences. Our perspectives have shifted, and we will not quibble over trifles. Uncle, we will not hold grudges. This is already quite satisfactory. Tiger, with red-rimmed eyes, immediately affirmed. Yes, this is quite sufficient. We had saved less silver at home. We know well where this wealth has come from, and we are truly grateful. Samao chimed in. I have no objections, but I do worry that once we finish building our homes and acquire the necessary items, we will still need to purchase food for the winter. Without farmland, we will have to rely on buying vegetables, Nyozi expressed his concern. Seeing everyone readily agree, Elder Meng nodded approvingly. Nyozi is correct. We must not let ourselves be overwhelmed. We will find a way to survive this winter. Tomorrow, I will visit village chief Zhang again to seek his advice, exploring the possibility of acquiring additional silver or grain from above, or perhaps devising other means of generating income. For now, our priority is to construct our homes so that we can all move into our own spaces. It will be manageable for a few days, but in the long run, living so many in one courtyard could lead to trouble. Meng Qingluo, sitting at a distance, listened intently to the discussions about their current predicament, lost in thought. She understood that her grandfather and the village head were dividing the silver based on the number of people rather than households, as those with larger families contributed more labor. This meant that her family could potentially receive over 50 taels, sufficient to build a decent house. However, she was uncertain about how much silver they had remaining or whether they could use all of it for construction. Nonetheless, she was confident that the house they built would surpass the one in Mengjia village, and with the addition of her master and Gong Lingjun, even her younger brothers could share a room together. Yet, her master required a separate room, and besides, 10th brother was growing up. He could no longer share a room with their parents. Contemplating the ginseng in their possession, she knew its origins required no explanation. Her mother was aware, and she needed to discuss it with her. Perhaps they could sell a 50-year-old ginseng to allow her grandfather to construct a slightly larger house? As for the size, it need only be adequate for their needs. After all, they had come seeking refuge, and a grand, ostentatious dwelling would attract unwanted attention. Mother, how much silver do you think remains in our household? Meng Qingluo quietly inquired. Yang pondered for a moment, shaking her head. Not much. Last year, your 3rd uncle was injured by a large insect, and to save his life, our family's savings were nearly depleted. We likely have not saved much this past year. especially with preparations needed before fleeing. Yang held up 2 fingers. 20 taels? Meng Qingluo was astonished, realizing that it was quite an accomplishment for a peasant family to save that much in a year. However, Yang nodded and lowered her voice. This is only because your eldest aunt and younger aunt gave some silver to your grandfather and grandmother for emergencies on their journey. Otherwise, we might not even have 10 taels. I understand. Meng Qingluo pressed further. Mother, just now, grandfather and the uncles were discussing the division of silver for building houses. My family can receive over 50 taels. Is that enough to build a decent house? Absolutely. Yang nodded in agreement. Recognizing that the governance of this area by the Prince of Yen was commendable, prices had remained stable and indeed, 50 taels of silver could construct a splendid residence. However, their savings were limited. Could her father really invest all of it in building a house? Certainly not. Yang shook her head decisively, stating, our family is large. And winter is fast approaching. The northern winters are harsh. When people cannot earn money, they must huddle indoors, consuming provisions. The daily and monthly expenses, coupled with the need for winter clothing and bedding, accumulate swiftly. Moreover, your grandfather might wish to set aside a few silver coins to purchase an acre or 2 of land, which requires more than just a small sum. Mother, why don't we sell that younger stick we found on the mountain for grandfather? We can keep the older one for ourselves, suggested Yang. After a moment of hesitation, she gently patted Meng Qingluo's hand. Luo, those 2 sticks were discovered thanks to Little Inen, and they rightfully belong to you. I initially intended to keep them for a better price, so that when you find a suitable partner, you would not be looked down upon with your dowry. Your mother and father are not particularly capable. One lacks familial support, while the other possesses the intellect of an infant, oblivious to worldly affairs. We cannot assist you significantly. Even though your grandfather and grandmother dote on you, they have 4 sons and 10 grandsons, and in time, they will have great-grandchildren. They must consider their limitations when providing for you. Of course, I am not suggesting that your uncles and aunts are unkind. On the contrary, they are quite good. However, no matter how benevolent they may be, they cannot neglect their own needs and those of their children. They, too, must plan for themselves. With a sigh, Yang shifted her tone. Luo, the decisions regarding your possessions are yours alone. You need not seek your mother's counsel. At this juncture, your assistance to the family will be remembered, and this is also a way to help yourself. When the family flourishes, so shall you. Chapter 61, United We Stand. Luo understood. Meng Qingluo embraced Yang, her adoptive mother, who always considered her well-being. Mother, fret not. Even when Luo marries, I assure you that I will earn my own dowry with my capabilities. You need not worry about my 3 younger brothers, once we are settled. I will speak to grandfather about allowing them to continue their studies next year. Indeed, mother trusts you. Yang spoke no further, her heart filled with comfort, a smile gracing her lips. She recognized that her Luo had changed, becoming resolute, capable, and fortunate. The villagers of Meng family village experienced the most stable night since their escape from famine. As dawn broke, everyone rose, for there was much to accomplish. Meng Qiaoxiao took Uncle Meng to the town to exchange jade pendants and silver hairpins for small silver coins and copper coins, while Meng Lijing and Old Man Meng led representatives from each household to seek an appropriate location for land measurement from village chief Zheng. The weather was splendid, and the women busied themselves at home, washing and heating water for their own baths and for the children. During their arduous journey, they had not once enjoyed a proper wash. A peculiar odor lingered about them. After freshening themselves and the children, they took the soiled clothes to the riverbank for washing, laying out thicker garments under the sun to dry. In no time, the river's pebbles and the large stones along the shore were adorned in vibrant colors. Meng Qingluo and Yang joined in the washing, using shampoo that Meng Qingluo had secretly retrieved from her space and stored in a ceramic jar. Even the body wash was discreetly poured into a bamboo tube from her hidden cache. Following suit, she had also concocted laundry detergent specially for the children. The temptation to utilize these treasures was relentless. It felt unbearable to possess such riches without employing them. Fortunately, these luxuries were reserved for the children and Yang, who, despite her curiosity, never inquired about their origins. In a corner of the courtyard, Meng Qingluo took some shampoo from the small jar and lathered it into Yang's hair, rinsing it thoroughly with warm water afterward. Soon, the delightful fragrance of the shampoo filled the air, and Yang's long hair became much smoother. Sitting there, Yang joyfully dried her hair, exclaiming, "Luo, it smells so wonderful and feels so smooth. What is this miraculous shampoo? It is truly splendid. If you like it, mother, use it for your hair from now on without reservation. When it runs out, Luo will buy more in Guangzhou." Meng Qingluo continued to wash the eldest Chongping's hair while responding to Yang. Yang laughed heartily. Such a precious item should only be used occasionally. We could not afford to use it regularly. Meng Qingluo refrained from elaborating. As long as her space remained, they would always have access to such luxuries. "Mother, hold on to Changbao while I wash Xiaobao," she said, as Yang, having dried Chang'ao's hair, took him into her arms. The little one, freshly bathed and dressed in clean clothes, now radiated a subtle fragrance. Yang gently dried his hair with the clean white towel she had prepared for him, basking him in the warm sun. The little fellow's face was rosy, his hair fluffy, with a few stubborn tufts sticking up, resembling a little girl nestled in her embrace. It was a pity that the little one often wore a serious expression, his brows furrowed. He seemed to take after his father, Yang mused. When she glanced up, she found Xiaobao, freshly washed and cradled in her arms, smiling broadly, which made Yang smile in return. Perhaps after a bath and a thorough wash, he felt refreshed and comfortable, beaming at his grandmother and mother, revealing his teeth in a radiant smile. The sounds of laughter filled the courtyard, lifting everyone's spirits. On the journey home, the children enjoyed ample food, and both had begun sprouting their first teeth. Xiaobao had 2 on the top and 2 on the bottom, while Changbao had 3 on each, totaling 6. "Luo, my daughter, I want to wash my hair too." The foolish father, after finishing breakfast, followed his 3 sons outside to play. At that moment, he returned alone, noticing them sunbathing while washing their hair. He ruffled his hair and said to them, "All right, I shall wash too." Meng Qingluo smiled at Yang. "Mother, father is embracing cleanliness now." Yang nodded with a smile of contentment, observing him improve significantly. He was now capable of speaking more fluently and coherently, even reminding her to eat more and dress warmly. Such care had been absent before. The first time he urged her to eat more and not starve, she had secretly wept. No one wished for her husband's recovery more than she did. If he regained his health, he would become the family's pillar, providing her with support and the children with security. "You watch over the 2 treasures. I will wash your father." Yang placed Changbao in the basket and went to fetch more warm water. "All right," Meng Qingluo replied, contemplating acquiring a walker for the 2 children, which would help them strengthen their legs while allowing her to free her hands, ensuring they would not fall. The children were growing quickly and becoming increasingly lively. The basket she carried them in had toppled numerous times, but thankfully, they had always landed safely with the help of Bai Lang and Ariai. After 2 hours, as the women began preparing lunch, Uncle Meng and Meng Chongshao returned from the town. The pawned jade pendants and silver hairpins fetched a price similar to what old man Xue had estimated, totaling 5 taels and 500 won. Meanwhile, Meng and the village elders who had gone to measure the land returned, having found a suitable spot not far from their residence, separated from the residents of Yuanfilai village by a small hill. Thus, although they would still be part of Yuanfilai village, geographically, they would form a distinct community. Meng Lijing promptly instructed his eldest son to settle the accounts, distributing the silver among the heads of each household. The land had been measured, and the silver was in hand. By the afternoon, preparations could commence for the acquisition of bricks and tiles necessary for constructing the houses. As for the foundation, we could gather stones from the mountains ourselves. Regarding the timber required for building, Village Chief Zhang had mentioned that there was a communal forest in the village where everyone could fell trees, but it was imperative that no one cut indiscriminately. Each household should report their timber needs to Chief Zhang, and only upon his approval could they proceed with cutting. Those with the labor force, wishing to save silver, could also seek out clay to make bricks, and reeds could replace tiles, which they could harvest themselves from the mountains. With winter approaching, it was vital to construct sturdy shelters. After all, it was September and soon October would arrive. The weather here is not like that of our West Prefecture. Once October sets in, it will be freezing. Both Meng Lijing and Old Master Ming were deeply concerned, laboring diligently to ensure that everything was nearly in order. Subsequently, each family would apply their skills to commence the foundation laying for their homes. In the Meng Qingluo household, she presented a 50-year-old ginseng to Old Master Ming and shared her thoughts about the house she intended to build, emphasizing that while it might not be lavish, it must be comfortable and secure for the family. At that moment, Old Master Meng was preoccupied with how to allocate the silver he had received when Meng Qingluo pulled him into a room. With a furrowed brow, he was taken aback to see the large mallet in his granddaughter's hands, nearly stumbling in surprise. "Luo, where did this come from?" he exclaimed. Meng Qingluo quickly steadied him, smiling brightly. "I found it in the mountains of Yunzhou, hidden away for a time just like this." "Grandfather, you're not upset with me, are you?" Once steady, Old Master Meng affectionately ruffled her hair, shaking his head. "Silly Luo, you have always been too kind-hearted. Now that you have such foresight, I can only rejoice for you, not scold you. As the clan leader, I must consider the villagers in times of hardship, but I owe them nothing. And neither do my children and grandchildren. That's good enough for me, grandfather. Please take it and have uncle sell it in Guangzhou City tomorrow, so we can expedite the construction of our home." After a moment's contemplation, Old Master Meng accepted. "Luo, I will hold on to this for now, as we urgently need it. However, I will clarify matters with your uncles and aunts, and once the family is stable, we will set aside this sum as your dowry." "Grandfather, you are being too formal. I am part of this family, and I will contribute whenever I can. For instance, do you hear uncle and third uncle talking about saving the silver they earn from hunting? We are a united family, sharing both burdens and fortunes. This silver should be used for the collective good I have the ability to earn for myself. Besides, when the time comes for my marriage, will you and the uncles allow me to leave empty-handed?" "That cannot be." Old Master Meng raised his chin defiantly, huffing, "As long as I am alive. Should they dare to do so, I will banish them from the Meng family." All right, grandfather, let us speak of auspicious things. No talk of death. May you and grandmother live long lives, not just to see a Luo married in a grand procession, but also to witness her happiness and well-being for a lifetime." "Ah, that is what I love to hear. Now go and call your uncles and third uncle, as well as Delang, to come in." The tall, proud old man commanded his granddaughter. Truly a proud old man, Meng Qingluo laughed and shook her head as she exited the room to summon the others. Meanwhile, within the Yan Wangfu, young Yan Min had fully recovered and sat gazing out the intricately carved window, lost in thought. Cooped up in the royal residence with nowhere to go, he found the confinement in the small backyard utterly vexing. Grandfather Yuan, Your Highness?" Su Zhongyuan stepped into the room. "Where did my uncle go today?" Yan Min lamented, recalling how his uncle had taken the guards to climb the heights without him, feeling a surge of sadness and disappointment. How could he leave his adorable little nephew behind to enjoy such adventures alone? Shouldn't the bond between uncle and nephew be shared in both fortune and adversity? "Your Highness, the young master has not left the residence today. He is currently in the study handling official matters." "Not gone?" Yan Min's eyes brightened, and he sprang up, scampering off on his short legs. "Your Highness, slow down." In the study, Yan Xiaozhu had just seen off Hu Jifu and Wu Tongji as they conferred about the placement of disaster victims. This matter was of utmost importance for Guangzhou, a top priority. With 2 groups of disaster victims having arrived yesterday, more would soon follow, and likely in large numbers. They needed to prepare manpower, silver, and provisions to avoid chaos when the time came. The foremost policies for settling the disaster victims were, first, the victims could choose to stay in Guangzhou voluntarily, with no coercion. Second, for those who chose to remain, each household would receive 5 taels of silver as relocation assistance, and each person would be allocated 10 pounds of coarse rice monthly, continuing until the new harvest next year. This would require a significant amount of silver. And Yan Xiaozhu found himself rubbing his temples, contemplating discussing budget cuts with the estate steward and drafting a memorial to inform the emperor. Yesterday, in addition to the group he encountered, there was another interesting group. The first was familiar to him, while the latter was related to Bai Guanshi in the residence. Bai Guanshi had come to him, requesting to arrange for them to be settled near Fulai village. The steward, surnamed Bai, managed procurement and was connected to his mother through a close confidant, Chen Mama, who had served his mother since her youth. After his mother accompanied the king to the southern frontier, Chen Mama had followed suit. Given these connections, he felt obligated to accommodate Bai Guanshi's request. He wondered how the group from Mengjia village was faring now. How was that thin, dark-skinned female physician doing, and what of the 2 children? As he recalled the little round-faced girl with her cherubic smile, holding out a bear cub to him, a smile crept onto Yan Xiaozhu's lips. Just then, he noticed a small head peeking into the study, hesitant to enter. "Minner? Uncle. It's me, I'm here," Yan Min exclaimed, bouncing into the room. standing before the desk with his hands behind his back, gazing up at Yan Xiuzhu. What did you call me for? Wasn't it you who barged in uninvited? Yan Xiuzhu retorted playfully before recalling something, raising an eyebrow. Do you wish to go out and play? Yes. Yan Min immediately dashed into his uncle's embrace, placing his little hands on his uncle's legs, his big eyes sparkling with anticipation. Then go back and inform Grandfather Yuan to make preparations. We shall head to Jixing town tomorrow for a while. Understood. I'll go right now. Yan Min turned on his heel and ran off, thrilled to finally have the opportunity to play outside the palace. At Fulai village, by the riverside, Bachiro held onto the magnificent red horse, while Jiu Lang and Shi Lang each led a donkey, providing them with water. Ajia had declared that from this day forth, the responsibility of caring for the horse and donkeys would rest upon the three of them. If they managed to keep them well fed and not any thinner by the time of the new year, Ajia promised to reward each of them with the gifts they desired most. Bachiro's heart longed for a sharp, finely honed dagger, the perfect weapon to accompany him on hunting expeditions with his grandfather and uncle. Jiu Lang aspired to possess an abacus, marveling at the adeptness of the accountant who could make it click rhythmically, a skill he greatly admired and wished to emulate in his future endeavors. Shi Lang yearned for a bag of milk-flavored candies he had once tasted on the road, along with a shuttlecock that could soar high into the air, its feathers crafted from the most exquisite plumes of a wild chicken, envisioning the delight of playing with friends. Hey kid, is that your horse? A chubby boy, around 7 or 8 years old, approached them, exuding an air of arrogance. Bachiro glanced at the boy, recalling his family's admonition against instigating conflicts with village children, and thus nodded with a sense of pride, affirming, "Indeed, it is ours." The chubby boy frowned, a look of disdain washing over his face as he retorted, "Aren't you refugees? How could you afford to buy a horse? Did you steal it or rob it on the way?" Shi Lang bristled at this, feeling indignant. Although the horse had indeed been acquired through a scuffle involving his uncle and Ajia, it felt wrong for the chubby boy to voice such accusations. With hands on his hips and his head tilted like a teapot, Shi Lang declared defiantly, "Hey, little brother, do you underestimate us? So what if we are refugees? Ajia said we didn't steal or rob. We left our home due to a natural disaster and sought a new place to settle. Is there a crime in fleeing? No. I take pride in being a refugee. Let me tell you, I don't share this with just anyone, but my Ajia is remarkable. She can heal wounds, can hit faces until they swell like a pig's head, climbs the tallest trees, helps Bachiro fend off wolves, and buys us candies and cakes. She possesses many skills we are yet to learn, and I won't divulge them all. Just know that everything Ajia says is the truth." He continued. "And do we really lack the money to buy a horse? We do have it. Not only do we have silver for a horse, but we also have enough to build a house. You ought to reconsider your condescending attitude. It's unacceptable. As someone once said, acknowledging your mistakes and correcting them makes you a good child. You mustn't view others through a colored lens. Remember that saying about how one should always see a person in a new light after 3 days of separation." The chubby boy, with a row of crows flying overhead, gaped at the little one before him, wondering if he had heard correctly. Who is this child? Where did he come from? Why was he speaking so boldly? The chubby boy had come to flaunt his superiority as a local, only to find himself silenced by the unexpected retort from this smaller boy. After a moment of stunned silence, the chubby boy's cheeks flushed red and his shoulders slumped as he pondered why this boy, who was supposed to be an easy target for ridicule, was anything but. After a pause filled with hesitation, his eyes brightened as he asked, "Does your sister really know how to fight?" "Of course. My grandfather and uncle can too. Look, my brother Bachiro here is capable as well. Does no one in your family possess such skills?" "None." The chubby boy shook his head weakly, feeling a wave of defeat wash over him. He had intended to showcase his superiority as a village child, but ended up receiving a lesson instead. "How unfortunate for you. You have no one in your family who can fight." Shi Lang nodded sympathetically, stepping closer to the chubby boy, intending to offer a comforting pat on the shoulder, only to find his small hand couldn't reach. He settled for a gentle pat on the back of the boy's hand instead. "Can I join you in taking care of the horse?" the chubby boy asked anxiously, rubbing his hand where the little one had touched him, feeling the warmth lingering there. "That's a question for my brother Bachiro. Jiu Lang and I are responsible for the donkeys, while Bachiro takes care of the majestic red horse." The chubby boy looked at Bachiro with hopeful eyes, igniting a sense of camaraderie in Bachiro's heart. "Of course, as long as you listen to me." "All right. I will listen to you." Previously, all the village children listened to me, and now they shall listen to you too. The chubby boy, filled with excitement at the prospect of being associated with the imposing red horse, made a fervent vow. Absolutely. My surname is Meng. And I am the 8th son in my family, Meng Bichiro. What about you? Bichiro, I am called Guazijia. May I touch your horse? Go ahead. But wait. Your hands are too dirty. Go wash them in the river first, 3 times, no, 5 times. Only after that can you touch it. From now on, you shall call it donghua, a name given by my Ajia. Understood, Bichiro. The chubby boy dashed off toward the river to clean his hands. Meanwhile, Jiao Lang stood beside the donkey, his small frame straight and attentive, observing his brothers, Shi Lang and Bichiro, as they engaged in their spirited exchange. He thought to himself, my little brother is quite impressive. With just a few words, he's managed to rally a group around him. I won't have to worry about him being idle. He can easily follow in my footsteps as my clever advisor. As for him, well, as Ajia had said, he had a fondness for jingling silver coins. Relishing the delightful sounds of the abacus and coins clinking together, a symphony that resonated like a spring breeze rustling through the trees, raindrops tapping on rooftops, fish leaping from the water, or pearls cascading onto a jade plate. In truth, neither Shi Lang nor Jiao Lang had much knowledge. They merely repeated what Meng Qingluo had said a few times and retained the information. With Ajia's teachings guiding them, it was impossible not to stay on the right path. The following day, Meng Dabo set out early, riding on donghua, with ginseng tucked under his arm, a gift from Meng Qingluo. He was bound for Guangzhou City, tasked with 2 missions, selling the ginseng and purchasing a cart. With a horse in the family, acquiring a cart would make life much more convenient for their household. At noon, Meng Qingluo squatted by the riverbank, washing the old clothes of her little ones, which she had rummaged from their large bundle. They were suitable for all seasons, made from decent materials, and the undergarments crafted from fine cotton. Upon Dabo's return, joyous voices erupted from the children, exclaiming, "Hooray, we have a cart now!" A smile graced Meng Qingluo's lips as she caught sight of several carts pulling up in front of the wealthy family's villa across the river. The carts, surrounded by guards and servants, obscured her view of their owners. Not having paid them much mind, she wrung out the cleaned clothes and placed them in a wooden bucket to carry back to their temporary home. As she reached the entrance, she noticed the villagers gathered around her uncle, each wearing a beaming expression. Donghua had already been led into the courtyard, and the cart remained attached, looking decent enough, if not splendid. The young ones had climbed atop it, their laughter filling the air. As Meng Qingluo entered the courtyard, she happened upon her grandmother, who held the baby Pingping. Upon seeing her, Pingping reached out eagerly, seeking her mother's embrace. Meng Qingluo set down the wooden bucket, extended her hand to receive him, planted a kiss on his cheek, and then, with a curious expression, inquired of her grandmother, "Grandmother, what are they gathered around Uncle for?" Whether it pertained to selling ginseng or purchasing a cart, such matters were of joy to her family and had no bearing on the villagers. Moreover, they were unaware of the ginseng trade. Your uncle mentioned that today at the city gate of Guangzhou, he saw a notice from the government stating that each household of the relocated disaster victims would receive a settlement fee of 5 taels of silver, along with 10 jin of grain per person each month until the new grain arrives tomorrow. This has brought great joy to everyone. Now, whether for building homes or securing food, they need not fret about surviving the harsh winter. Even those families without a single tael of silver will not face starvation or freezing this winter. After saying this, her grandmother wiped the corners of her eyes. The villagers were all proclaiming that the Prince of Yan's heir was a good man, genuinely concerned for us disaster victims. They had also heard from old Master Shui that he was of frail constitution, and everyone hoped he would recover fully and live to a ripe old age. The mention of the Prince of Yan's heir conjured the image of the man she encountered yesterday at the city gate in Meng Qingluo's mind. He had given her the iron token of the Yan prince's residence. Could it be him? Yet, her master had said he had never met the prince's heir and that he was exceedingly weak. The person who had handed her the token appeared to be in perfect health, capable of traveling long distances to seek medical help for his nephew. Surely, he could not be the prince's heiress friend? What ailment afflicted the princess heir, she wondered. Could she and her master collaborate to heal him? Aluo, my dear, come here for a hug. I shall go hang the clothes, her grandmother remarked before leaving with the wooden bucket. Meng Qingluo held the child tightly at the doorway, listening to the villagers chattering excitedly. They were expressing that since the government had provided the settlement funds, they would not be frugal and were eager to build their homes quickly, eager to move out of this dilapidated courtyard. Families that had initially planned to make bricks from mud decided against it. Half of those who intended to cut thatch on the mountain resolved to tile their roofs instead, while the other half hesitated, saying it was still worthwhile to cut and dry thatch quickly. "Is Miss Meng present?" Suddenly, a deep voice resonated, quieting the villagers' discussions. Everyone turned to see a well-built middle-aged man, approximately 40 years old, standing there. Two attendants followed him, carrying a heavy vermilion box. "In our village, we all bear the surname Meng, and there are quite a few young ladies with that name. Which Miss Meng do you seek?" Old Master Meng, astute as ever, sensed the man's formidable presence and took the initiative to respond. The steward of Yen paused, realizing that his master had only mentioned Miss Meng without specifying a name. How could he know there were so many young ladies with that surname? A sudden spark of inspiration struck him, and he continued. "This young lady once saved my family's young master in Yunzhou and provided him with water." "Ah, yes. He possesses the iron token from the Yen prince's residence that your young master gave him. I have come today to express my gratitude on behalf of my young master." The matter of the young master of Yen Min being poisoned and seeking medical help was not to be disclosed lightly. Fortunately, the young master had mentioned it in passing. Noting that Miss Meng had provided water, he said that under the limited circumstances on the road to Yunzhou, he could not adequately express his gratitude. "Yesterday, upon learning that you utilized the royal token, my young master realized you had arrived in Fulai village, thus sending me to thank Miss Meng today." With that, the steward clasped his fist in salute to old Master Meng. After the steward's words, all eyes turned to Meng Qingluo, their gazes speaking volumes. "It is you, indeed." Meng Qingluo smiled politely at the villagers, gently placed the child into her grandfather's arms, and then turned to the steward, performing a slight courtesy, and admitted, "I am indeed she." The steward gazed at Meng Qingluo, exclaiming, "Ah, it truly is the slender, dark-skinned lady physician." Had Meng Qingluo been able to hear the steward's unspoken thoughts, she would likely have protested, "You are the one who is dark and thin, Miss Meng. These items are a token of appreciation from our young master. Please accept them." Thank you for your troubles. May I ask your esteemed surname? Please. Come inside for tea." Meng Qingluo nodded, refraining from unnecessary pleasantries. "My surname is Yen." "Thank you, young lady. It seems rather inconvenient here for you now. Let us discuss further another day. We shall leave these items in the courtyard, for we must return quickly to report to our young master. And we reside in the house across the river. Should you require any assistance, simply bring the token given to you by our young master and seek us out." The steward, having come in haste, departed just as swiftly. Once the items were placed, old Master Meng called for his sons, Darling and Erlang, instructing them to carry Meng Qingluo's gifts into the designated room for the female members of the Meng family. The box remained unopened. Out of respect for the person who had sent it, the villagers, despite their curiosity, refrained from probing, knowing it was a gift from a noble young master. Darling and Erlang felt no inclination to pry and soon left to attend to their own matters. Meng Qingluo was taken aback to discover that the house across the way belonged to that handsome young master, and they bore the surname Yen. Yen, being the imperial surname of the great Yen dynasty, did that young master also share that name? Curiosity piqued, she reached out to lift the lid of the wooden box, eager to uncover its contents. However, upon seeing what lay within, she swiftly closed it with a resounding thud. Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, she felt that her heart was now beating with more fervor than that of lovers reunited. While others may experience a fluttering heart, hers felt as though it contained a multitude of little deer colliding within. What had she just seen? For complete rows of gold ingots, 2 rows of gold ingots, and 2 rows of silver ingots. With 10 ingots per row, totaling 40, she gasped at the vast sum. Her mind struggled to calculate the total, and she needed assistance. "Who can help me count how much this is? I will give them a gold ingot, I promise." Meng Qingluo, glancing furtively at the door and courtyard, saw no one. The villagers were too busy rejoicing over the house construction to notice her. Stealthily, she pried the box open a crack, reaching in to retrieve a gold ingot and a silver ingot, examining them closely. To her astonishment, each ingot weighed 10 taels and appeared brand new, gleaming brightly. Though Meng Qingluo possessed a space where she would never want for food or drink, who would ever complain of having too much money? Anyone who claimed to dislike money was likely to find themselves confronted by her. Moreover, this was her first earnings in this great Yan dynasty. A reward earned through her own capabilities, her first pot of gold, thus filling her heart with delight. Meng Qingluo set aside 1 gold ingot and 1 silver ingot, stowing the rest in her space. Beneath the gold and silver ingots lay bolts of fabric. Upon opening the box, she discovered it contained a fair amount of items, jewelry, cosmetics, and materials for scholars, including xian paper, ink sticks, and brushes. Meng Qingluo rummaged through the box, feeling too lazy to inspect each item individually. Biting her lip in contemplation, she squatted down and embraced the contents, counting 1, 2, 3 down. With a whoosh, the items spilled across the bed, her movements both hasty and unrefined. Fortunately, they had chosen a spacious bed, otherwise, everything would have ended up on the floor. Having been born into a military family and later becoming a soldier herself, Meng Qingluo had always been somewhat of a rough-and-tumble woman, indifferent to the domestic arts. Just like when she first arrived and unexpectedly became a mother, had it not been for the presence of her spatial pocket, she would have surely believed that she would raise the 2 little ones into nothing but frail kittens. As for whether she could manage to raise them, that was out of the question. While she could potentially neglect herself, she could never abandon the 2 little bundles. Staring at the chaotic mess of items she had spilled from the box, Meng Qingluo was momentarily stunned. Fortunately, she heard Yang's voice calling from outside the courtyard, pleading, "Mother. Mother, come quickly, save your daughter." Upon hearing her voice, Yang pushed open the slightly ajar door and stepped inside. "Goodness, Luo, have you been robbed by a villain?" "No, not at all," Meng Qingluo replied with an awkward smile. Yang had been outside earlier and had not witnessed the arrival of the gifts. "Mother, these are the tokens of gratitude sent by that noble gentleman." "Tokens of gratitude?" Yang's eyes brightened, and she hurriedly rushed to the edge of the bed. "He has sent so much more?" "Indeed, Mother, regardless of whether he is wealthy or not, please help me organize and count these items, so we know what he has sent and if we should prepare some return gifts." "You child, how could you be so reckless? Such fine items. And you just dump them out of the box like that. They could get damaged." Alas, Yang began to worry. Realizing that her daughter was striding boldly down a path contrary to her former self, with no hope of turning back, Meng Qingluo smiled sheepishly at her mother. She found it difficult to explain her habits, having grown accustomed to such behavior in modern times. Whenever she traveled for business or stayed in hotels, she would open her suitcase and unceremoniously dump everything onto the bed, then simply take what she needed from there. The thought of painstakingly rummaging through a large suitcase 1 item at a time seemed too cumbersome. Chapter 64. The air is a poor air. These pieces of fabric were exquisite, made of fine cotton, and suitable for both children and adults. The jewelry was not ostentatious, aside from a pair of jade bracelets. The rest was made of silver, with simple yet elegant designs suitable for the elderly, middle-aged women, young ladies, and even small girls adorned with beaded flowers, as well as silver hairpins for men. There were also several sets of writing materials suitable for scholars, along with 2 small rattles for the children, 2 pairs of deerskin boots, and 2 thick tiger hats. "Luo, this noble gentleman is truly considerate. Look at all these items, each one is useful to our family. Not just flashy trinkets that are pretty but impractical." Yang meticulously organized the items back into the wooden box while chatting with Meng Qingluo, her fondness for the noble gentleman growing exponentially. He was wealthy and influential, having already sent them several gifts before, and now, upon learning of their arrival in Guangzhou, he had sent even more the very next day, not merely cold, hard silver coins, but thoughtful gifts. Meng Qingluo nodded in agreement with her mother's sentiments. Indeed, the timing of these gifts was impeccable, and although they appeared modest, it was clear that considerable thought had gone into selecting them. After Yang finished organizing everything on the bed and secured the box with a lock, she turned to notice 2 items still out of place in a corner of the bed. As she reached over to retrieve them, her eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, Mother. These are also gifts from that noble gentleman, placed atop the box. You rarely see such new and shiny items. Keep 1 silver ingot for yourself to enjoy, and save the gold one for grandfather and grandmother. When I have the means, I'll get you a gold ingot as well," Meng Qingluo said generously. Glancing at the 2 ingots in her mother's hands, Yang responded, "Enjoy? When did they have so much gold and silver to spare for leisure?" Just like those noble women in the capital, casually tossing around gold and silver trinkets. Had her daughter transformed into a deity of wealth? Her elder brother had just returned and informed the elder that a ginseng of good quality had fetched 120 taels. And that was merely the beginning of their earnings. Yang's mind raced with such thoughts. By the way, mother, there are many people living here now. It would be better to distribute the items from the box among the family. Keeping so much together can lead to trouble. Since you have already seen what's inside, it wouldn't be convenient to store them in the spatial pocket now. With so many women in the family, one pair of silver bracelets, one tea suffice. Let us give each person one, and the 2 beautiful beaded flowers can go to Daya. The men's silver hairpins are limited, so let us give them to grandfather and the elder uncle. The younger generation doesn't need them. As for the writing materials, let us prioritize those who are already studying. You can set aside items for the 2 little ones and keep what we need for our family, while giving the rest to grandfather for distribution. Yang contemplated this for a moment and nodded in agreement. All right, that pair of jade bracelets is clearly of good quality. I'll set them aside for you as part of your dowry. Dowry again. Meng Qingluo thought her mother was overly eager for her to marry. Having long given up on resisting, she waved her hand dismissively. Let it be your decision. What about the 2 little ones? The elder one is with grandfather in the village, and the younger one is out playing with Silang. They're probably off to the village to enjoy the festivities. After delivering the gifts, Steward Yen returned to the courtyard across the river, pondering how his young master had generously spent so much today to express his gratitude. Just yesterday, they had discussed the need to reduce expenditures and personnel at the royal residence due to the need to accommodate refugees and avoid unnecessary luxuries. In his view, the amount of silver given to the divine healer would merely be a trivial expense to other noble families, perhaps equivalent to an evening of indulgence or a sumptuous banquet. However, for his young master, it represented all the hard-earned savings accumulated over the years. It would be embarrassing to admit, but his young master was, in reality, a poor heir. Why? Over the past few years, natural disasters had been relentless, and the conflicts amongst the princes had plagued the kingdom, leading to a state treasury more barren than even the face of a servant. Military supplies were often in short supply, and while the princes defended the borders, his young master couldn't just stand by idly watching his parents grow gray with worry or witnessing soldiers perish from hunger and cold. Thus, all the meager earnings he had painstakingly gathered were funneled into plugging the gaping holes his father faced. If one were to say that the son was a burden to the father, it could equally be said that the prince was a burden to the son, much like the late emperor was a burden to the crown. What was the purpose of having so many sons? To imprison a few, to dispose of some, and to bestow titles upon all? It seemed that the Yen family had inherited the tradition of burdening their sons. The prince was relentless in his demands for silver and grain, but rarely offered a kind word. He and the princess were frolicking in the southern frontier, while their son felt like an unnecessary addition. He mused that his young master might as well change his name to Yen Surplus, akin to a stubborn patch of resilient grass that no one cared for. Under normal circumstances, given his young master's intelligence, there should have been enough resources to meet the demands of the prince. However, things were particularly tight this time due to the natural disasters and the influx of refugees in Guangzhou, which meant that funds and supplies were rapidly depleting. Consequently, his young master had become the poorest heir in the Great Yen dynasty. The formidable general's household wanted to marry their often-crying legitimate daughter to the young master to make her his consort. How naive. Her father, the formidable general, was also struggling in the northern frontier, lacking in resources. It was pitiful that a general had to tighten his belt and share meals and quarters with his soldiers, having not returned to the capital for many years. How foolish it would be for a poor man to marry another poor man. A union between 2 families that commanded a significant portion of the Great Yen's military forces, was that not a beautiful daydream? Fortuitously, the young heir of that household possessed remarkable intelligence, discerning that it was his imperial uncle testing his father, the king. He promptly disseminated rumors of his frail health from a young age, thus rejecting the proposed marriage. Initially, the tale was to revolve around the legitimate eldest daughter raised in the countryside, whose acceptance was granted by the emperor, the prince, and the general's estate. Deeming it a trivial matter, the emperor, too, understood that a girl raised in rural seclusion could hardly forge any substantial ties with the general's household, nor could the members of that household harbor significant feelings for her. What insights and cunning could she possibly possess to stir the winds of fortune? The emperor found her easily manageable. However, human greed knows no bounds, leading to a situation where the small devours the large. At Yan Xiuju's quaint villa, Atop the house across the river, beneath the city gate, one could gaze skyward, where all one could see were the guards of that very Yan Xiuzhu. Observing Meng Xilang cradling a small child he recognized, approaching their direction, they contemplated warning him to keep his distance, but ultimately chose to remain silent, continuing to gaze at the heavens. Meng Xilang, having heard that the handsome house across the way was home to the young noble who often delivered items to their family, felt a surge of curiosity and meandered along the river with the small treasure in his arms. Upon reaching the front entrance, he noted the vermilion gates firmly shut, an indication that visitors were unwelcome. With the child in his arms, and pointed eagerly to the side. Xilang glanced at the little one's gesture and surprisingly comprehended her intent. It was a signal for him to enter from that side. Driven by curiosity, Xilang slowly made his way around the house, guided by the little one. Fu Sanwe, are you not concerned about those two on the ground? Inquired another hidden guard. Yan Ing, nodding towards the pair below. If you think you can manage it, just remember, if the air punishes you by sending you to clean the latrines, don't say I didn't warn you. Fu Sanwe, with an expression of understanding, cautioned his companion. Bah, why should I bother? I certainly don't want to clean latrines, it's disgusting. Yan Ing retorted. My point is, did you not notice that the steward Yan just led two young servants out through that side door? It's unguarded and ajar now, those two could sneak in. And that side is adjacent to the air study. If they incite his ire while he grapples with money issues, we won't merely be cleaning latrines, we'll be tasked with mucking out the fields. By now, everyone in the royal household was aware that, due to the impending arrival of disaster victims in Guangzhou, their heir had become the most impoverished noble in the realm, with his savings outstripped by those of the hidden guards. Fat Ing, you must believe me, following me will still afford you the chance to muck out the fields. Fu Sanwe said, his face a mask of sagacity. Fu Sanwe, do you know something I do not if you insist on calling me Fat Ing? Yan Ing exclaimed, his expression brimming with curiosity, as if begging for revelation. He pondered, having only rested one day due to a stomach ailment on the 9th day of the 9th month. What momentous event might have transpired that he was unaware of? What do I know? I only know that if those two boys enter the house and are caught by the air, he won't be angry but rather pleased. For the little one in their arms is the child of the divine healer who saved the young prince. Oh. Yan Ing nodded in sudden understanding. Look over there. Steward Yan has returned. The box the young servant held is gone. The divine healer accepted it. Really accepted it? Fu Sanue's eyes widened in astonishment, then his expression turned sorrowful. Our master is now even poorer. Upon hearing this, Yan Ing also felt the weight of sorrow. Indeed, if their master was impoverished, their own salaries would remain in limbo for an indeterminate time. It has been 3 months now, 3 months. Fu Sanwe emphasized, shaking 3 fingers. The depth of his melancholy deepening. Who told your father to name you Fu Sanwe? Yan Ing, feeling a twinge of schadenfreude, quipped. You've only been owed 1 month's salary. Comparatively, I possess a certain sense of superiority. On the ground, beside the side door, Xilang, under an S guidance, gently pushed open the partially ajar side door and stepped inside. Is anyone there? He called out, but no response came. Though playful, Xilang understood that intruding uninvited was rather impolite, and hesitated to ask in, shall we go in? Yes. There are delicious treats inside. Just as Yan Xiuzhu emerged from his study, he suddenly heard the innocent voice of a child and paused, straining to listen, thinking he might have misheard. Quickly come in, fourth uncle. Hearing the little one's enthusiastic urging, Xilang hesitated but stepped further inside. Is anyone there? Hearing the familiar voice of the little one, Yan Xiuzhu's lips curled into a smile as he emerged from beneath the tree. Indeed, there is someone. His gentle voice rang like precious jade striking against stone. Xilang looked towards Yan Xiuzhu, standing elegantly beneath the osmanthus tree, feeling somewhat self-conscious. He was undeniably striking. He had always prided himself as the handsomest among his 10 brothers, yet the grace and demeanor of the man before him, along with his breathtaking countenance, rendered him utterly eclipsed. I hope I am not disturbing you, Xilang stammered, snapping back to reality, his face a mask of apology. Not at all. I know you did not come here on your own accord, but rather it is the little one who sought me, correct? Yan Xiuzhu remarked. His demeanor cool yet his gaze warm as it fell upon an in Xilang's arms. Eh? Xilang exclaimed, astonished. How did he know? Little one. Did you come to find me to deliver your little puppy? Yan Shouju inquired, stepping closer to the two children, his interest piqued. Anan raised her hands, unhesitatingly offering the small bear in her grasp to the man before her, then pointed towards the direction of Yan Shouju's study. Yan Shouju glanced at the bear and then at the direction Anan indicated, taking a moment to comprehend. After a brief pause, he understood. Cradling the bear in one arm and lifting Anan in the other, he declared, "Let us go." Upon reaching the study, Anan pointed inside, and Yan Shouju, puzzled, wondered if they were to enter his study. It held only books, documents, and correspondence. There was nothing of value therein. "Very well, to the study we shall go." Yan Shouju carried Anan into the study, while Silang respectfully waited outside. He had heard his grandfather and sister mention that the studies of noble families were sacred spaces not to be entered lightly. Anan was young and naive. He must not act without understanding. Inside the study, Yan Shouju, caught between amusement and exasperation, gazed at the plate of pastries on the table, then at the composed little one, and finally at the bear, now curled up in a ball on the table. It dawned on him what the little one meant. The pastries were indeed exquisite, crafted by Granny Yu, who had once worked in the imperial kitchen and, having aged, came to serve at the Yan household, diligently attending to his meals. Yesterday, he had stored these pastries in his carriage in anticipation of hunger after descending from the mountain. Granny Yu had prepared them early in the morning. Today, Steward Yan had retrieved them from the carriage and placed them directly in the study. The cool weather had preserved them, and he hadn't the heart to discard them, intending to snack on them when hunger struck. "Little one, is your nose akin to that of a dog? How could you possibly know this?" Yan Shouju chuckled. "And you wish to trade your precious bear for my pastries? You must be at a loss." The little bear seemed to say, "Do not worry about me. First, I shall enjoy your delightful pastries, and then I shall return home with my bear." Yan Shouju, first amused, then somewhat wistful, realized he had not been considerate enough. When delivering gifts to Miss Meng today, he should have instructed Steward Yan to bring along some treats for the children. The pastries were delightfully soft, suitable for children. Yan Shouju retrieved a clean cloth, wrapped a piece, and brought it to the little one's mouth. "Here you go, my dear. Although these aren't particularly fresh today, just indulge in a piece to satisfy your cravings. Your uncle will send someone to fetch freshly made ones shortly, all right?" The little gourmand beamed with delight, finally savoring the long-desired treat, acquired through the most tragic of exchanges involving his pet, Erhei. Once the little treasure had finished eating, Yan Shouju personally offered him some water, wiped his mouth clean, and handed him over to Meng Silang. "It's time for lunch. We wouldn't want your family to worry. You should take the little one back now and bring Anan over to play when you have the chance." "My apologies, young Master Yan, for the disturbance." Silang extended his hands to receive Anan. The little bundle of joy was ecstatic, having relished the pastries and still clinging to his beloved bear. Yan Shouju arranged for the remaining pastries to be packaged for the little one to take home for his absent twin brother. In his excitement, the child babbled incoherently, the first clear utterance being "Dai, father," calling out to Yan Shouju with a chubby hand-waving, drooling in the process. Yan Shouju and Meng Silang were initially taken aback and bewildered, then astonished. "Anan can speak now? He called you father?" Silang exclaimed. Yan Shouju pondered. "Did he refer to me as father? He seems quite fond of me." A sudden lightness washed over him, as if he were floating, his mind, heart, and feet all felt weightless. Meanwhile, the housekeeper, Yan, who was on his way to the study, halted in his tracks, bewildered. When did the young master have a child? Can he really call someone father? Should I inform the prince and princess so they can share in the joy? Imagining a grand scene of paternity recognition, the housekeeper wore a beaming smile. Realizing the implications, Meng Silang quickly apologized to Yan Shouju and made his exit with the little one. The thought of his grandfather discovering he was carrying the little bundle around while calling the esteemed young master father filled him with dread. "Oh, there will certainly be a stir over this," he thought, envisioning a severe reprimand from his grandfather followed by a lecture from his mother. As Meng Silang hurriedly left with Anan, Yan Shouju remained momentarily rooted in place, his ears slightly reddening. The notion of being called father by a child before even marrying was quite exhilarating. Strangely, he found no aversion to it. Rather, he relished the moment, feeling a delightful embarrassment. He adored the little one, who was both charming and adorably foolish yet cunning when it came to food. "Young master, time to regain your senses." The housekeeper called out multiple times before Yan finally snapped back to reality, noticing the housekeeper's worried expression. "What is it?" he asked, straightening his face. My lord. Did I just hear that little one call you father? Yan Xiuzhu shot him a look that conveyed you are overthinking it. That's Miss Meng's child, the younger twin. Have you delivered the items? Oh, it's Miss Meng's child then, the housekeeper replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice, having missed out on a juicy piece of gossip. Yes, it has been delivered, and she accepted it readily. Good to hear. She seems to have a straightforward demeanor, unlike those high-born ladies in the capital who are often petty and cold-hearted. By the way, do you know the name of Miss Meng? Not really. I heard from old Wu yesterday that everyone in her village has the surname Meng. I suspect she does too. It wouldn't be hard to find out. You could either inquire or check the registration book when we return to the residence. With that, Yan Xiuzhu turned and drifted back to the study, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, hidden from the housekeeper's view. Meanwhile, on the roof, Fu Sanwei looked proudly at Yanning. Well, what do you think? I told you I was right. Stick with me, and you'll never be cleaning the latrine. Yanning nodded in agreement, flattering him. Indeed, Brother Sanwei, you are impressive. I admire you greatly. Fu Sanwei, appearing serious, suddenly entered Yan Xiuzhu's study. You need to return to the residence to do two things. Yan Xiuzhu, seated at the table, tapped his long, slender fingers on the surface. First, tell Granny Yu to prepare several snacks suitable for 1-year-old children. Second, fetch the registration book for the villagers from the Meng family. Fu Sanwei protested, but as your loyal bodyguard, isn't it a bit excessive to send me for something trivial like snacks and records? Can't Fat Eagle or other guards handle that? By the way, remind Granny Yu to make extra snacks since there are 2 little ones to feed. Yan Xiuzhu added with emphasis. Understood, my lord. Fu Sanwei could grumble internally, but dared not openly defy Yan Xiuzhu's orders. The young master had his methods of governance that could make one feel worse than death without resorting to threats. Meng Xilang dashed home, cradling the little one in his arms, while Anan giggled, thinking his uncle was playing with him. At home, Meng Qingluo, secretly applying a whitening face mask and sipping a cup of spring water, jumped up upon hearing her child's sweet giggles echoing in the courtyard. She tossed aside her mask, discarding it into her spatial pocket, and sprang up as swiftly as if she had heard a reveille during her military days. Ah, Jie, with the towel still in hand. Meng Xilang pushed the door open. Yes, I'm back. Meng Qingluo subtly tossed the towel into her spatial pocket. Jie, I need to tell you something. Xilang hesitated. Speak. Why the hesitation? She chided. Boys shouldn't be so fussy. I took the little one to that pretty house across the street. Oh. Meng Qingluo nodded. How did you end up there? When curiosity struck, I couldn't resist. Xilang decided to be truthful and recounted the entire incident to Meng Qingluo. Upon hearing the complete story, Meng Qingluo exclaimed, so her child has made quite the accomplishment. Not only did he exchange his pet for food, but he also recognized a father. The key point was that she had long awaited the moment when her child would call her mother, imagining the overwhelming joy of hearing those words. Yet, her gluttonous son went out and had that moment stolen by that man she had met twice. Oh dear, how heartbreaking it is that he called father first instead of mother. What a poignant regret and painful realization. As she glanced at the small bag of fragrant pastries Xilang had brought back, she rubbed her forehead in disbelief and picked up the little one, playfully swatting his bottom in frustration. Why are you so greedy? If your brother were me, he wouldn't utter a word even if he starved. She lamented, looking into the innocent eyes of her child, which resembled her own. Seeing that his sister was not angry, Xilang sighed in relief, realizing he had narrowly escaped a reprimand. Meng Qingluo opened the meticulously wrapped pastries, admiring their exquisite appearance and high-quality ingredients. They were indeed delightful treats. There are a total of over 10 pieces. I gave one to each of the 2 children, saved one for myself, and then offered another to Xilang. The remaining pieces were carefully wrapped for Xilang to deliver to grandfather and grandmother. Within my spatial realm, an abundance of snacks and delicacies awaited, and the cravings of Xiaobao served as a gentle reminder that I ought to indulge the 2 children with some delightful treats when the opportunity arose. We are no longer trudging along the path of famine, free from the constant vigilance against others. In due time, when the house is completed and we move into the new abode, I shall relish the freedom of having a room to myself. Before long, Xilang returned, though his eyes were slightly reddened, and he clutched the uneaten snacks in his hands. What is wrong? Who scolded you? Meng Qingluo inquired. It's not me. No one scolded me. Xilang shook his head. I found grandmother by the corner of the wall, holding onto our cousin June and wiping her tears. She was worried about aunt and little aunt, so I didn't approach her and quietly returned. You hold on to Xiaobao. Give me what you have in your hands. I'll go check on grandmother. Meng Qingluo had been contemplating this matter for some time, yet had not fully resolved to act according to her own thoughts. However, witnessing the elderly woman's repeated tears left no room for delay. Later that afternoon, when Steward Yen came again to deliver snacks for the two children, Meng Qingluo accompanied him to seek out Yen Xiuzhu. Steward Yen, may I boldly inquire about your master's identity? What is his connection to the Yen Wangfu? Steward Yen chuckled. I shall not conceal it from you, Miss Meng. My master is none other than the heir to the Yen family, the sole son of Lord Yen. Meng Qingluo was somewhat taken aback, but soon comprehended. It was not uncommon for princes and lords to feign illness or ignorance for their own and their family's safety. Noticing that Meng Qingluo exhibited little reaction to the revelation of her master's identity and showed no sign of astonishment, Steward Yen deduced that she, being the disciple of a divine healer, must have already surmised that his master was pretending to be ill. Her demeanor was remarkably composed, indeed. A divine healer is not to be trifled with, and she is no ordinary peasant girl. With the knowledge of his identity, Meng Qingluo could now implement half of her plans, with the remaining half hinging on mutual agreement. Luo, where are you off to? An elderly figure, his hair and beard completely white, his neck now straightened and his limping gait corrected, albeit with one hand still in a sling, appeared before the two. Just across the way and back. Meng Qingluo replied cheerfully to her master. Oh, did they leave me anything to eat at home? Yes, it's heating in the pot. Hurry back, you've only just arrived and haven't even rested, yet you've dashed off to gather herbs. Meng Qingluo chided the little old man playfully. Upon hearing that food was set aside for him, the elderly man disregarded Meng Qingluo's gentle admonishments and swiftly departed with his basket of herbs. Steward Yen felt a sense of familiarity with the old man, yet could not recall where he had seen him before. Curiously, he asked Meng Qingluo, Miss Meng, who was that just now? Surely it wasn't grandfather. I met your grandfather just this morning. Oh, that divine healer Shui Yang, my master, Meng Qingluo deliberately stated, thus legitimizing her medical prowess in the eyes of all present. I knew it. Steward Yen exclaimed with excitement. I recognized him. I once saw him in the palace when he treated the empress. No wonder. He clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Indeed, Meng Qingluo agreed. My master travels extensively to treat others. This recent drought has truly taken a toll on him, causing him to appear even more worn and haggard. The shared topic of conversation drew Meng Qingluo and Steward Yen closer together, allowing them to engage in lively banter as they made their way. Upon arriving at Yen Xiuzhu's residence, Meng Qingluo had already gleaned some information about him. Moreover, she learned that Yen Xiuzhu was impoverished, a poor heir who, despite his frugality, often fell behind in paying the salaries of his guards. Steward Yen humorously relayed this as a jest, prompting Meng Qingluo to burst into laughter. What a pitiful heir. In the study, Yen Xiuzhu was engrossed in reviewing the registration records of the villagers from Mengjia village, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Upon flipping through the pages, one name leapt out at him, Meng Qingluo. Mengjia village, Qini County, Shizhou Prefecture, Meng Qingluo. The very woman who had once been engaged to him and had been cast aside by the general's residence, only to be sent back to Qini County, was indeed the mother of those two children. The divine healer who had once saved his nephew. When his uncle had sought to arrange a marriage, he had dispatched someone to investigate her situation and learned that she was a gentle and dutiful woman, raised in a pampered environment. However, was his previous information erroneous? The woman standing before him now exuded a straightforwardness that was far from the gentle and demure persona he had envisioned. When had she mastered such remarkable medical skills? Was her master truly divine healer Shui? And whose children were those two? Though she had two little ones. She did not style her hair in a married woman-esque fashion, but rather as a young maiden. Did this imply she was not wed? Were the two children not her biological offspring, but instead found along the way? At that moment, Yen Xiuzhu perceived Meng Qingluo as an enormous enigma. One that awaited his gradual exploration to unveil the ultimate truth. He even began to doubt the competence of his subordinates. How could they misreport information about a girl from a small village? What good were they to him? Tomorrow, he would assign Fu Sanhua to reassign tasks and provide a thorough reprimand. They could not abandon their duties merely because he had not disbursed their salaries or because they held grievances. Just as Yan Xiaozhu pondered Meng Qingluo, Steward Yan ushered her directly into his presence. Yan Xiaozhu placed a book atop the registration ledger, not wishing for Meng Qingluo to discern that he was investigating her, as it felt akin to prying with ill intentions. In the past, Steward Yan would have knocked before entering the study, but today was exceptional. The guest had saved the young prince's life, and thus, in gratitude, he let her in without reservation. Meng Qingluo was oblivious to Yan Xiaozhu's subtle actions. Instead, she gazed intently at his handsome face for quite some time. Not out of admiration for his striking features, but because she was incensed. Earlier, she had been grateful for his care of the villagers, for the generous gifts of gold and silver he had sent her way. Yet this very man had brazenly taken her first experience from her. Although this first experience was not the same as the other, it still pained her deeply. She felt a surge of jealousy and an overwhelming urge to punch that handsome face. Feeling the intensity of Meng Qingluo's gaze, Yan Xiaozhu felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of unease creeping in, though he could not fathom why. "Do you need something from me?" "Yes," Meng Qingluo replied as she settled into a chair at the table, accepting the cup of tea that Steward Yan had served her. After taking a sip, she got straight to the point. "I have a request for the heiress assistance, but of course, I want to ask for your help without offering something in return. Assistance is only natural. Please do tell." Yan Xiaozhu responded without hesitation. "It should not be so." Meng Qingluo waved her hand dismissively initially. "I offered to help your nephew with the poison for a purpose. Now that you have arranged such a splendid place for our entire village to settle and have bestowed so many valuable gifts upon me, we are even. What I am about to discuss pertains to another matter. When our family initially fled from disaster, my elder aunt and younger aunt did not accompany us. It was only by chance that I encountered my younger aunt's child, which revealed that they had been ambushed by bandits. Fortunately, my younger cousin managed to escape. However, there has been no news from either of those families, neither living nor deceased. On the treacherous path of our escape, I lacked the energy to search for them. Thus, I now wish to leverage the influence of the heir to post missing person notices by the city gates of Guangzhou, in hopes that if they have also arrived in Guangzhou, they might find us." "This is a trivial matter," Yan Xiaozhu remarked, suddenly pausing as a thought struck him. "What is the matter? Is it inconvenient?" Meng Qingluo, noticing his abrupt halt, felt a flicker of concern. "Not at all. I merely wish to inquire about the surnames of your elder and younger aunt's families." That. Let me recall," Meng Qingluo replied, meticulously searching her mind. "My elder aunt is named Meng Qingluo, and her husband's surname is Yu. My uncle is Yu Dazhuang. They have 2 sons and a daughter. My younger aunt is named Meng Qingluo, and her husband's surname is Gong. My uncle is Gong Rikai, and they too have 2 sons and a daughter. The cousin we saved is the youngest son of my younger aunt's family, named Gong Lingjun." "Please wait a moment," Yan Xiaozhu exclaimed, stepping out of the study. Meng Qingluo then overheard him asking, "Housekeeper Yan, what has become of the group we brought back last time with Uncle Fu? Their origins are also from Shizhou. Where have you arranged for them to stay?" "They are still residing in a village outside the city, expressing their wish to repay the heir for his life-saving grace by helping us work there. I was contemplating informing you, so we could arrange for them alongside the relocation of the disaster victims." "Why do you ask all of a sudden?" "I simply want to know their names." Those individuals are not from the same family. They belong to 2 families, and they are connected by marriage. One man, Yu Dazhuang, was previously a bodyguard, and the other, a scholar surnamed Gong, is said to be a teacher at home." Meng Qingluo could no longer remain seated in the study and rushed out. "Housekeeper Yan, which village are they residing in, and how far is it from us?" "Not far. It's south along the road towards Jixing town after exiting Guangzhou." "Why? Do you know them?" "Yes, I do. The names align with those of my 2 uncles, but I am unsure," Meng Qingluo said, looking at Yan Xiaozhu excitedly. "How did you come across them?" As Meng Qingluo walked home, she remained somewhat dazed, never expecting that Yan Xiaozhu had saved both her aunt's families. Such is the nature of fate. What is meant to come will inevitably arrive, and what is destined to depart cannot be retained. Yan Xiaozhu explained that after rescuing his nephew Yan Min, they hastened their journey back to Guangzhou. On the 4th day, they encountered a group of bandits robbing by the roadside, who had already taken lives. The sounds of wailing and cries attracted their attention. In the past, Yan Min's poison would have rendered him unable to act, and he could have merely sent a few shadow guards to eliminate the bandits and rescue the victims. However, with the poison now cured and his water skin replenished with the water gifted by Meng Qingluo, he felt inclined to intervene. After rescuing those people, he instructed their carts to follow behind his, masquerading as his attendants and their families. They passed through Yunzhou smoothly and arrived safely in Guangzhou. Meng Qingluo's initial intention had been rather simple. She recognized Yan Xiaozhu's extraordinary status and sought to attach herself to him for support. Upon her arrival in this era, she was utterly bewildered, filled with anxiety. Little did she know that her actions would set off a chain of events, indirectly rescuing the families of her elder and younger aunts, while also alleviating the hardships faced along the journey. She saved Yan Min, and in return, Yan Xiaozhu provided food and arranged for their accommodation, offering generous gifts as gratitude. Now Yan Xiaozhu had saved her aunts' families, sparing dozens of lives. Alas, how could she possibly quantify such a debt? It is said that a life-saving grace should be repaid with one's own life. Perhaps that would be acceptable. Yet, this life debt was not hers alone to bear, but rather that of her mischievous little cousin, whom she decided to offer to Yan Xiaozhu. The little glutton, Nen, protested. Why should I bear the debt of gratitude owed to my aunt? Absolutely not. Dahe lamented, the life of a bear is arduous. I wish to be charming and capable. Yet now I must shoulder the responsibility of repaying a debt of gratitude. When Meng Qingluo returned to their humble abode, she found their family room filled with adults, while the 10 young boys stood in a row, bowing their heads to listen to their grandfather's lecture. Amusingly, even her father stood among them, seemingly still a child needing guidance. Meng Qingluo, careful not to disturb her family, approached quietly to eavesdrop. It turned out that after their mother had left behind 4 rooms of usable items and gifts for the 2 children, everything was given to their grandfather, who intended to distribute them among other family members. His aim was to instill gratitude in them. They should not accept benefits simply because she was their niece, sister, or elder. Logically, they should be the ones purchasing gifts for her, yet it had all reversed. He wanted them to remember well and never forget. In summary, he decreed, in the future, if a luo instructs you to go east, you must never go west. If a luo says something is white, even if it is clearly black, you must assert it is white. If a luo is right, even if wrong, it is right. After hearing this, Meng Qingluo couldn't help but chuckle. Was she truly so domineering? That would be unreasonable. To declare white as black and right as wrong, only a tyrant would act thus. The matter of ginseng and gold ingots was not mentioned by her grandfather, as several of the younger boys were too small. Despite their cleverness, the potential for careless gossip posed a risk. Old Master Meng was concerned. His granddaughter's fortune seemed extraordinary. In just 2 days, not only had the ginseng sold for an impressive sum, but the family of the 4th son had secretly gifted him a gold ingot, a brilliant piece weighing 10 taels. A luo's exact words were, it was given by that esteemed young master. Grandfather and grandmother surely have never seen such a new and heavy gold ingot. Keep it for yourself and grandma to enjoy. His heart warmed. His wife was deeply touched, shedding tears of gratitude. He had seen gold ingots during his days as a bodyguard, but never one so pristine. He had never imagined that in his old age he would possess a gold ingot that had once made him envious in his youth. He had dreamed of saving enough to exchange for a few taels to keep as family heirlooms, and now his wish had been fulfilled by his beloved granddaughter. Once the lecture had concluded, Meng Qingluo boldly strode in with a bright smile. Grandfather, grandmother, I have wonderful news to share. The entire family turned their attention toward her, eager to hear what she had to say. Even the eldest son in Yang's arms and the youngest in second aunt's embrace eagerly looked at her, their eyes imploring, Mother, please tell us. I have news about my elder and younger aunts. Really? Both old Master Meng and his wife stood up from the kang, the latter nearly stumbling in her excitement. Gong Lingjun hurriedly ran over, tugging at Meng Qingluo's sleeve. Sister, where are my parents? Ah, June, there's no need to rush. Meng Qingluo gently patted his head and turned to her grandparents, saying, this news was relayed to me by young Master Yen from across the way. He fortuitously rescued our aunt and little aunt while returning from Guangzhou, and without hesitation, he brought them back to Guangzhou City. Currently, our aunt and little aunt are residing at the estate of Duke Yen, which is not far from here. Wonderful. Praise be to Amitabha. The heavens have shown mercy. Anna Luo is truly blessed. Mrs. Meng exclaimed, her words tumbling over themselves in excitement as she knelt back onto the kang, hands clasped in prayer, nearly overwhelmed with gratitude towards the divine. It was indeed they who had delivered the fortunate A. Luo to their home. She felt an even greater gratitude towards young Master Yen. Were it not for him, their children would have faced a tragic fate along the way. With this confirmed news, The Meng family could not afford to delay. Uncle Meng quickly procured some red dates and prepared the cart. Once the cart was ready, Gong Lingjun swiftly climbed aboard, while old Mr. Meng and Mrs. Meng were assisted onto the carriage by Uncle Meng, who then drove it towards the village exit. Uncle, when you go to see young Master Yan, they mentioned that they would send someone to accompany you. Understood, a Luo. Meng Qingluo watched the carriage hastily depart, her eyes filled with concern. What she had refrained from mentioning was that young Master Yan had indicated there had already been casualties when he went to rescue the two families. She was uncertain about who had been injured or who had suffered. She could only be certain that both her aunts and uncle were safe. But regarding the fate of the children from the two families, the steward Yan had said he could not provide clarity. As she turned around, she was met by 3 pairs of anxious eyes watching her, and her first instinct was to startle in surprise, followed by a soft sigh of resignation. Her second aunt's eyes were already red as she spoke. Meng Qingluo stepped forward, embracing each of her 3 aunts, offering comfort. I understand that you are all worried about your family. I have just discussed a plan with young Master Yan. There is no need to fret. As long as they can come to Guangzhou, we will be able to make contact. Upon hearing that Meng Qingluo had devised a plan, the 3 aunts were moved to tears, and they rushed forward to envelop her in a tight embrace, weeping profusely. Hey, no, please don't cry. Why are you crying? Meng Qingluo remained stiff as the 3 women clung to her, utterly at a loss. Faced with these emotional women, she felt completely helpless. She was not a friend to women, nor a director of the Women's Federation. In her previous life, she had been a tough woman, resolving conflicts with comrades in the military directly, whether in gratitude or disagreement. When expressing gratitude, she would throw a couple of light punches, and if tensions flared, they would head to the training grounds to sweat it out in a spar. But these women, be it the elderly Mrs. Meng, her mother Yang, or the 3 aunts, were like fragile water, easily moved to tears whether in joy or sorrow, all directed at her mother. Meng Qingluo sought rescue from her mother, who stood a short distance away, observing her daughter's helplessness with a mix of amusement and concern. Yang approached, pulling the 3 sisters away. All right, enough of the tears. A Luo has grown up under your watch. It is only fitting that she does what she can for you. Quickly, you 3 go find Wulong and write down the names of your family members and where they live. Let a Luo take it to young Master Yan. Perhaps you will see them soon. Upon hearing Yang's words, the 3 aunts ceased crying and released Meng Qingluo to find Wulong and write the necessary information. Oh dear, mother. You truly have a way with things. I cannot bear to see women cry, Meng Qingluo said, linking her arm with Yang's and playfully shaking it, showering her mother with compliments. Yang shot her a look of exasperation, brushing her daughter's hand away. What do you mean you can't bear to see women cry? Luo, you are a woman too. Oh, mother, look, it's getting late. I should go see where the little ones have wandered off to. And I'm also worried about father, who knows where he has gone off to play. I must find them. Meng Qingluo quickly changed the subject and dashed away. Yang sighed, why is my hand so itchy? I feel like I could hit someone. As Meng Qingluo stepped out of the dilapidated courtyard, she slowed her pace, contemplating in her mind, first, what would be an appropriate return gift for the substantial items young Master Yan had given her? Second, what sort of business should she pursue with him to earn some silver? Young Master Yan was in dire need of funds, as was she. Both of them impoverished, yet their circumstances differed. She was truly wealthy despite appearing poor, while he feigned wealth but was genuinely destitute. What a pitiable little fellow. Yet, he also commanded respect, being a man of action with the well-being of the common folk in his heart. Young Master Yan's silver was either spent on the disaster victims or primarily on the soldiers of the Great Yan dynasty. As a former soldier herself, she harbored deep emotional ties and nostalgia for that identity, and she was eager to partner with him. Fool. You big fool, just bring it here. Give it to me, it's mine. My treasure, give it to me. Suddenly, Meng Qingluo heard her father's voice from the riverbank, filled with indignation and grievance, accompanied by another man's mocking laughter. Her brow furrowed in concern as she changed direction and hurried towards the riverbank. Upon getting closer, she spotted 2 individuals, one a stranger, and the other undoubtedly her father, who was desperately trying to snatch something back from the other man, his long hair disheveled and looking quite disheveled himself. Meng Qingluo's gaze swept over her father's head, and she understood immediately. Her father's foolishness was not true foolishness, but rather a childish nature. After undergoing acupuncture treatment and supported by the ancient well water from their space, he had shown significant improvement, becoming more hygienic and vain. Today, her mother had left behind a silver hairpin meant for men, which he had spotted and insisted on wearing. Their mother, fearing he might lose it, initially refused. But her father threw a childish tantrum. When she saw this, she allowed him to wear it. After all, a mere hairpin, even if it were gold, would not be a loss they could not bear. Once adorned with the silver hairpin, her father's spirits soared as he wandered around the village, proudly flaunting his new hairstyle and treasure, convinced of his own beauty. Meng Qingluo dashed forward, pulling her father behind her and snatching the hairpin from the other man's grasp, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling. The entire sequence was executed fluidly, like flowing water, leaving onlookers in astonishment, and a wave of exhilaration surged within her. Meanwhile, a man and a child hastily approaching from across the river widened their eyes in shock. "Father, are you all right?" Meng Qingluo anxiously examined him, checking for any injuries on his face, relieved to find none, though his hair was in disarray. "My daughter, he tried to steal my treasure." Her father's eyes brimmed with grievance as he pointed at the man sprawled on the ground. Unable to bear the sight of her father's woeful expression, Meng Qingluo stepped forward and delivered another hard kick to the man. "Whose family are you from in Fuli village? Before you attempt to snatch something, you should inquire if the Meng Qingluo family is one you can bully." The individuals on the ground were just about to struggle to their feet when Meng Qingluo delivered a kick, causing them to roll their eyes back and faint. Noticing the absence of any response, Meng Qingluo scrutinized the unconscious face and concluded, "Well, they're out cold." She shook her foot, feeling a slight ache from the 2 kicks. It seemed her body had weakened. She resolved to resume her training and regain the skills she possessed in her previous life. Stretching her neck, rotating her waist, and shaking her legs, Meng Qingluo inadvertently lifted her gaze to the opposite bank of the river, where a large figure stood alongside a smaller one. Had she been observed throughout this ordeal? Meng Qingluo offered an awkward smile to the pair across the river, assuring them he tripped on his own. "I didn't kick him," Yan Xiuzhi retorted, "though I may be impoverished, my sight is certainly intact." Yan Min chimed in. "So this is the true nature of my esteemed sister, the miraculous doctor. Young Master Yan, little Prince Yan, please continue to enjoy the scenery over there. It's truly delightful. I shall escort my father back now." Despite Meng Qingluo's thick skin, a hint of embarrassment washed over her as she grasped her father's large hand and headed back. However, Yan Xiuzhi spoke up, "Miss Meng, is that truly your father?" Yes, indeed, he is my father. Had you arrived just a moment later, I would have taken action." Yan Xiuzhi's expression remained cool, yet his words radiated warmth. "Really?" Meng Qingluo paused, blinking her striking fox-like eyes at the figures across the river. "Thank you, young Master Yan." With that, she departed. Yan Xiuzhi turned to the tree-sitting Fu Sanwei with a calm demeanor, instructing, "Wake that person on the ground and inquire about their origins. Whoever they are, return them from whence they came, and move that hand which stole the hairpin." Mingniu village, with its picturesque mountains and waters, harbored only a handful of residents, as it served as a retreat for Yan Xiuzhi. The details of the village's demographics, how many households, the number of men and women, their names, and their temperaments, were well known to him. Indeed, for his safety, his hidden guards had meticulously gathered information, ensuring that not a single soul could escape their watchful eyes. The Meng family's relocation, orchestrated through Governor Hu and Assistant Wu, would not have occurred without his consent. The unfamiliar individual he had just encountered was likely a visitor to Mingniu village for familial reasons or other matters. Meng Qingluo returned to her dilapidated courtyard with her simple-minded father. Inside, 2 little treasures had already returned, each cradling a pet, while De Lang's daughter, Deya, sat opposite the trio, engaged in a delightful babbling conversation. Seeing Meng Qingluo return with her father, Yang Shi felt her previously itching hands now at ease. She truly had gone to seek her father. However, upon noticing her husband's disheveled hair, she inquired, "What happened to your father's hair?" Meng Qingluo sought to alleviate Yang Shi's concerns, explaining, "The hairpin fell out, causing his hair to come undone. Please help him repin it." Yang Shi took the hairpin from her daughter's hand and proceeded to tidy her husband's hair. Meng Qingluo then stepped out of the dilapidated courtyard and swiftly made her way back to the riverbank, only to witness a shadow carrying the unconscious individual away. Yan Xiuzhi and Yan Min had already departed, and she could only glimpse the retreating figures of the uncle and nephew. A complex mix of emotions stirred within Meng Qingluo. So, young Master Yan had anticipated her return and intervened on her behalf? Meanwhile, in the neighboring Mingyo village, Shirlizhi was hauled back to his dilapidated dwelling like a small chicken, only to be unceremoniously tossed onto the ground like a dead dog. Feiying no. Yan Ing had received instructions from his superior, his brother Sanyu, to bring the man back, and in the process, he had broken one of Shirlizhi's hands, which explained why he remained unconscious. Yan Ing fetched a large basin of water from the kitchen and dumped it over Shirlizhi's head. A startled cry erupted as the man awoke. Shirlizhi blinked, and his first sight was of a figure clad in black, wearing a mask adorned with fangs. A ghost? Shirlizhi shrieked, tilting his head away and promptly fainting once more. Having regained consciousness twice and fainted thrice, Yan Ing found the situation exceedingly dull, delivering a kick to the prostrate figure before departing. That evening, with Meng Dabe and the grandparents absent, Meng Qingluo quickly fell asleep on the king. This marked the first day of her new life in Fula village, a day filled with numerous events, exciting, thrilling, yet exhausting. Meng Qingluo's day had been exhilarating, but the Qin family's day had been even more tumultuous. They had found lodgings at an inn in Guangzhou City the previous day, departing after breakfast that morning. As Bai Guanshi needed to report to young Master Yan, they could only proceed once they received a response from him. By the time Bai Guanshi returned with their answer, the day was already far advanced, prompting their decision to depart. That morning, Bai Guanshi arrived with the documents for their settlement, provisions for sustenance, and a 50-tael silver note, explaining that it was for purchasing winter clothing for their elderly uncle. The residence allocated to them by the government was quite satisfactory, situated in Mingyo village, adjacent to Fula village, separated only by a mountain. Roughly a few miles' journey around it. They met with the town chief, Shen Wanshan, who treated them with the same indifference he showed to the residents of Mingjia village, dispatching a constable with documents to escort them to Mingyo village. This constable was once again surnamed Yu. Yes, he was Yu Yong's brother, Yu Mao, who was off today. Likewise, old man Qin had instructed his son Qin Yuliang to bribe Yu Mao with a tael of silver. Although Yu Mao was Yu Yong's brother, their personalities were vastly different. Yu Yong was slippery yet harbored a sense of justice, while Yu Mao was a smiling tiger with a greedy heart and ruthless methods. His name, filled with schemes, belied the hopes their father had for them to flourish together, for which he had spent 250 wen to secure a name steeped in meaning. The intention behind their father's and the teacher's choice was to ensure the brothers would possess both courage and cunning, hand in hand, to bring glory to their family. Yu Mao, feeling disdain for the meager silver offered by the Qin family, maintained a facade of warmth and cheerfulness, even fooling the shrewd old man Qin. Along the way, Yu Mao regaled the Qin family with tales of the picturesque scenery in Jixing town and Mingyo village, sharing only the well-known platitudes while conveniently omitting details about the villagers' temperaments or the village chief's disposition. When Qin Yuliang inquired further, he deftly deflected the questions with laughter. Like Yu Yong, Yu Mao tossed the documents into the hands of the village chief of Mingyo, Shi Yaokai, offering a few brief instructions before taking his leave, forgetting the freshly issued notice regarding the resettlement of disaster victims in his pocket. Once Yu Mao departed, Shi Yaokai cast a sidelong glance at the ragtag group before him, remaining silent. Upon noticing this, old man Qin exchanged glances with his son, Qin Yuliang, who understood the cue and stepped forward, slipping a tael of silver into Shi Yaocai's palm. To their surprise, Shi Yaocai did not shy away from the crowd. He opened his palm to inspect the silver, tossing it lightly as though dissatisfied with the amount, and then declared, "Since you've managed to reach this point, and the documents are in order, as the village chief, I shall accommodate you. That vacant land at the foot of the mountain across the river is designated for you. You may erect a shelter there." Qin Yuliang and his father exchanged glances, realizing their tale of silver had merely secured a verbal commitment from him. Chapter 69. A bag of seeds and 10 seeds. Villager sure, the mountain across is high, and setting up a shelter at its foot may invite wild creatures down at night, posing a threat to women and children. Might you find an unoccupied house in the village? We shall pause for a time and commence building our own abode by tomorrow. There is indeed a vacant residence. Shi Yaokai pointed to a somewhat dilapidated courtyard in the distance. That one. Qin Laoda's face brightened at this news. Yes, I shall rent it for 2 taels of silver per month. Shi Yaokai shot a sidelong glance at Qin Lao and, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, That is a house in the village. Naturally, you cannot stay there for free. Qingluo too understood that this man was likely one who was easily swayed by money, taking advantage of their plight as refugees. As such, they would pay the silver to rent it, ensuring they owed no favors to this man and could each live independently. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west, he merely hoped they would not find themselves in need of assistance from others, nor would they require aid from him in the future. A month should suffice for them to construct their own dwelling. Enduring the bitter taste of swallowing their pride, very well, we shall rent it. Please, villager Shi, draft the contract. Only then did Shi Yaokai rise and enter the house, quickly penning the contract. Both parties affixed their handprints, each retaining a copy, while Qin Yuliang handed over 2 taels of silver. The Qin family, silent, proceeded to the shabby house to begin tidying it up. Qinluo too, being elderly, refrained from engaging in such trivial matters and instead strolled outside with his hands clasped behind his back, pockets filled with some pine nut candy given to him by his niece from the Wang family that morning. He intended to gather information in the village, attempting to infiltrate the enemy's ranks to better understand the situation there. His thoughts drifted to Meng, the people from Mengjia village who had settled in Fulai village. How were they faring? Did they have a place to stay? Were they also facing difficulties and exclusion from the locals like they were? Fleeing from disaster was no easy task, nor was settling down. He resolved to find time to visit and chat with his fellow villagers from Mengjia to inquire about their circumstances. The next day, Meng Qingluo approached Wulong with a book in hand. Wulong, help me write a few documents. Although Meng Qingluo could recognize the characters of the Dian dynasty, she was unable to write them, or rather, her handwriting was quite unsightly. Sister, what do you wish to write? Wulong asked, promptly bringing out the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone that Meng Qingluo had gifted him the day before. Lacking a table, he set them on the box from which young Master Yen had delivered goods yesterday. Leaning over to write. I will read and you write. After half an hour, Wulong finished writing. Curiously glancing at the book in Meng Qingluo's hand, he asked, Sister, why do the characters in your book seem to be missing limbs? A matter for adults, do not inquire. Meng Qingluo tucked the book into her pocket, effectively casting it back into her space. Oh, Wulong continued, Sister, what is a potato? And what is spinach? The documents he had just written were instructions on how to cultivate these 2 items, yet he had never eaten them nor even heard of them. A matter for adults. Do not inquire. Wulong replied, all right, I won't ask anymore. After all, Grandpa had said that whatever Sister said was correct, and whatever she wished to do should be pursued without question. Meng Qingluo slung a small bundle over her shoulder and walked toward the riverbank. In the study, Yan Xiaozhu gazed at the objects Meng Qingluo had extracted from her bundle with curiosity. What is this? A gift in return. A return gift? Observing 10 egg-sized, unidentifiable objects with a greenish skin and small sprouts, along with a package of brown, diamond-shaped seeds resembling sesame wrapped in cowhide paper, Yan Xiaozhu felt incredulous. What are these 2 items? He asked Meng Qingluo, suppressing his inner doubt. This packet of seeds is called, no, spinach. When cultivated, it yields a green leafy vegetable, akin to greens. These 10 are potatoes, also seeds. So, the gift I received today consists of a small packet of seeds and 10 potatoes. It was quite an unusual experience to receive seeds as a return gift. Noticing Yan Xiaozhu's astonished expression, Meng Qingluo smirked, teasingly asking, do you think my return gift is acceptable? Is it not? Of course it is, splendid. Meng Qingluo chuckled, bemused by how this handsome young master was at odds with his own feelings. These 2 vegetables did not even exist in Dian, far exceeding his realm of comprehension. She extracted several sheets of paper that Wulong had written and handed them to Yan Xiaozhu, saying with a smile, young Master Yan, it would be more genuine if you praised it after reading. Reflecting on how close they had come to becoming a couple, and now she was deliberately teasing him. 2 faint blushes crept up Yan Xiaozhu's ears as he pretended to examine the papers Meng Qingluo had handed him. Meng Qingluo glanced at his elegantly long fingers, distinctly knuckled and quite beautiful yet. Young Master Yan, you're holding it upside down. Huh? Upside down? Upon checking his hand, Yan Xiaozhu discovered it was indeed upside down, his face turning crimson. Miss Meng, I kindly ask you to refrain from reminding me of such things in person. This young master does not lack for dignity, you know? Surprised that her mere words could redden the face of this striking young master, Meng Qingluo decided not to tease him further. Young Master Yan, these 2 items are both a return gift for you and will henceforth belong to you. Please take your time to examine them. She shifted the topic. I primarily wish to discuss a matter of collaboration with you. Collaboration? Yan Xiuju's blush faded as he looked at her with curiosity, wondering what she intended to propose. What do you have in mind? With a bold gesture, Meng Qingluo retrieved 2 bottles of liquor from her bundle, each containing 400 milliliters. Yan Xiuju observed her actions, reminiscent of their first meeting when she had pulled out silver needles from her bag. He once again felt that her humble package contained nothing but treasures. Returning his gaze to the 2 antiquated ceramic bottles on the table, he inquired, "What is contained within these?" Meng Qingluo opened one bottle, and instantly the fragrance of alcohol wafted from it, causing even the teetotaler Yan Xiuju's eyes to brighten. "This is indeed fine liquor. Naturally, my items are of high quality." Meng Qingluo sealed the bottle and fixed her gaze on Yan Xiuju's face, keenly observing even the slightest change in his expression. "This is the item with which I propose our collaboration. In the cold northern climate, whether as gifts or at the dining table, such items are indispensable. We could pursue high-end avenues, selling to affluent families, wealthy merchants, and nobility, with prices ranging from dozens to hundreds of taels per bottle. You can determine the pricing strategy, as you are far more familiar with those lofty households and noble lineages. I will supply the liquor, so you need not worry about that. You simply need to utilize your own channels and methods to sell it. The profits will be divided in a 3-to-7 ratio, with me taking 3 and you 7. As for why I take only 3, I shall be frank, it is in consideration of your service to the military and the people. Of course, the most crucial point is that the source of this liquor must remain undisclosed. You and your associates must not inquire or investigate. Should I discover any attempts to investigate, we would have to cancel our collaboration and any future dealings. I trust in your integrity, and should others grow envious and seek to investigate, I believe your influence can shield me." Meng Qingluo spoke confidently, laying out all her thoughts to Yan Xiuju, then turned her gaze toward him, asking, "What do you think, young master?" Yan Xiuju was profoundly astonished, staring blankly at the woman who spoke eloquently before him, her aura exuding both dominance and confidence, interspersed with an unmistakable hint of menace. Yes, menace. He had not misperceived. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent had crossed Miss Meng's eyes, albeit momentarily, yet he had noticed. He could only surmise that should he dare to pry into matters best left untouched, she would not be the accommodating partner she professed to be. And he would surely meet his demise. Contemplating her medical skills and recalling the nimble prowess he had witnessed just yesterday, he feared that he would not even have the opportunity to uncover anything before facing a dire fate. A physician proficient in both medicine and poison, coupled with a remarkable agility, could easily orchestrate someone's demise if they set their mind to it. At that moment, Yan Xiuju envisioned a beautiful woman, gently approaching him with a bowl of medicine, tenderly urging him, "Come now, drink your medicine." Startled by the vivid imagery conjured in his mind, he hastily dismissed such chaotic thoughts and straightened his posture. Yan Xiuju nodded, raising a finger in solemn oath. "Very well, as you say, Miss Meng. I shall neither inquire nor investigate. Should anyone else probe, I will obstruct them. If I were to break this vow, may the heavens strike me down." He couldn't possibly forfeit such a splendid opportunity. That would be sheer folly. To turn away from a bounty of silver was simply not in his character. "Agreed. Let us formalize this with a contract." Meng Qingluo was quite pleased with Yan Xiuju's demeanor and produced 2 sheets of paper, handing them to him. Upon inspection, Yan Xiuju noted that the terms of their collaboration were meticulously outlined, and she had already signed at the bottom. However, the handwriting, albeit legible, exuded a certain youthful naivete, indicating that she could benefit from further practice. After perusing the documents, he found no need for alterations and promptly affixed his name to both contracts, retaining one for himself and presenting the other to Meng Qingluo. Upon receiving it, she admired the strength and elegance of his calligraphy, which conveyed both vigor and grace. "Ah, he is indeed handsome, possesses beautiful hands, and writes exquisitely." After a moment of appreciation and silent admiration, she stated, "Have your man come find me in 5 days. I will take him to procure wine. For the first batch, I shall provide you with 1,000 bottles." "Excellent." Once she concluded her instructions, Meng Qingluo collected her belongings and left, whistling cheerfully. Once she departed, Yan Xiuju attentively examined the papers she had given him. The first sheet detailed the conditions necessary for cultivating potatoes, including optimal temperatures, suitable soil, ideal planting months, growth cycles, and preparation methods for consumption. The second sheet focused on spinach, with equally thorough cultivation instructions. Upon finishing, Yan Xiaozhu was greatly astonished. Should these potatoes be successfully cultivated, they would indeed be a boon for the common folk of the Dian dynasty. As for the spinach, it could be grown year-round, and crucially, it could be planted immediately. Miss Meng had mentioned that once they had a substantial harvest, leveraging his status, they could promote these vegetables to the tables of affluent families in the capital and beyond. During winter, the scarcity of leafy greens meant that, even at exorbitant prices, they would find eager buyers. However, when selling, it must be presented with an air of sophistication. It could not simply be called spinach, but rather emerald spinach. At this realization, Yan Xiaozhu suddenly understood why Meng Qingluo had laughed at him earlier. It was noted that these seeds were not native to the Dian dynasty but had been acquired from overseas. He had no familiarity with them. How could he assess their value? Oh, how embarrassing. Yet, he then considered that if these two crops flourished, the return gift would be substantial and far more valuable than the trifles he had previously offered her. The worth of these crops could alleviate some of the grain shortages in the Dian dynasty and address the winter vegetable deficit. Yan Xiaozhu resolved that he could not linger in Fleeingthecomplex any longer. He must hasten back to seek out seasoned farmers from nearby villages to experiment with cultivating these crops. Additionally, he needed to find someone knowledgeable in wine tasting to determine pricing and expedite sales. Potatoes and spinach were precious commodities, yet as vegetables, they had growth cycles. They could not be harvested immediately, and he was in urgent need of silver, which depended on the wine provided by Miss Meng. Yen Butler. Yen Butler. No response came. Fu Sanwei, where is Yen Butler? On the rooftop, Fu Sanwei glanced at the distant figure of Yen Butler, who was amusing himself with children at the bridge. Tell him to return quickly. We are preparing to depart for the Wangfu. Inform Uncle Fu that we must return immediately due to urgent matters. Just as he was about to sneak away to join a group of children in the opposite village, little Yan Min heard Fu Sanwei's message and froze. Disbelief etched across his face. What? Why? We've only stayed 1 night and 2 days, and we're leaving already? Does my uncle not worry about exhausting his adorable and incredibly handsome nephew? Why was he so undeniably handsome? Because he had noticed that the children across the river were not as attractive as he was. At that moment, he was the most dashing child in Fleeingthecomplex. Just as he was reveling in this delightful and vain feeling, he was to return to the Wangfu's courtyard alone, left to bask in his beauty and sorrow. It was utterly unfair. Yan Butler entered the study with a smile. Young master, why the sudden urge to return? Yan Xiaozhu, momentarily indulging in childlike pride, raised his head defiantly to earn silver. Yan Butler's eyes widened. Earn silver? Oh no, this is terrible. His young master seemed to be driven mad by thoughts of wealth. Just yesterday, he had confided in him about feeling troubled and had come to Fleeingthecomplex to clear his mind, only to stay a night and now be consumed by the desire to return to earn silver. His master was pitiful, so pitiful. Should he consider parting with his meager savings to assist his master through this crisis? Yan Butler's startled expression did not escape Yan Xiaozhu's notice, and he could not help but chuckle, feeling rather emboldened. Enough with that ghastly look. It's not as you think. I'm not losing my mind. I've devised a plan. Once we return to the Wangfu, I'll explain everything. I have it all arranged. Oh. Yan Butler nodded, relieved that his master was not mad. Suddenly, with a beaming smile, he added, guess who I just held? Held? Connecting this to Fu Sanwei's earlier message, a smile spread across Yan Xiaozhu's face. Is it that rascal in again? Yan Butler shook his head. No, it's Meng Qingluo's eldest son, Chomping. By the way, young master, I have something to say that I'm not sure if I should. Yan Xiaozhu shot him a look, urging him not to dawdle. He was eager to return and earn silver. I believe that Chomping resembles you quite a bit as a child. You should see it for yourself. Really? Yan Xiaozhu paused. A month ago, when he had seen Chomping, the child had been thin and dark, resembling a little kitten. He had not perceived any resemblance then, but this time, all he had seen was Xiao Bao, who looked remarkably like his mother, Miss Meng. Esteemed heir, I have inquired and discovered that Miss Meng's master is none other than the renowned physician Xue. The 2 children, Chomping and Chang'an, are indeed born of Miss Meng. Having arrived last year, their first birthday celebrated on the first day of the 10th month. Miss Meng's full name is Meng Qingluo. Do you recall the illustrious eldest daughter of the mighty general's household, who was once to be bestowed upon you as your consort by the emperor? Of course, I remember. Yan Xiaozhu replied gravely, nodding. The child's first birthday falls on the first day of the 10th month, which, when combined with the 10 months of gestation, implies that Miss Meng was with child during that critical juncture last year, precisely when the emperor was arranging marriages. She was in the capital at the general's mansion. And I too was present in the capital. Suddenly, Yan Xiaozhu recalled an unpleasant incident that he had long sought to forget. He had an aversion to untidiness, both physically and mentally. However, during his time in the capital, he had unwittingly fallen victim to a scheme devised by the Crown Prince of Qi, Yan Xiaoming. Having grown up witnessing the harmonious relationship between his parents, devoid of concubines or rival siblings, he had always aspired to maintain his own purity, wishing to find a partner with whom he could share a lifetime of joy, free from interlopers. While other heirs indulged in numerous affairs, the Crown Prince of Qi was among the worst, seeking to tarnish that which Yan Xiaozhu held dear. Such individuals, unable to possess happiness themselves, often conspired to drag others into the depths of despair, reveling in the darkness like a mole in the night. It seemed imperative for him to dispatch someone to the capital to investigate what transpired with Miss Meng. Yan Xiaozhu clenched his hands by his sides, then gradually relaxed. He needed to uncover the truth behind Miss Meng's experiences in the general's mansion. How did she come to have her 2 children? Who was their father? Furthermore, after the incident where he was deceived and carried back from the Yihong courtyard, was the girl he encountered truly from there? If not, then who could she be? A fierce glint flickered in Yan Xiaozhu's eyes as anger surged within him. Investigate. It must be thoroughly examined. He departed from Fleeingthecomplex in haste, returning to the Wang residence. Meanwhile, Meng Qingluo returned to her humble abode, discovering Wulong still bent over a box, scribbling something. Wulong, what are you writing? Sister, you're back. I'm composing a letter to father. Grandfather mentioned that since we have made a decision, we ought to inform father to alleviate his worries. We were just about to write to him before departing from Mingjia village. Intrigued, Meng Qingluo asked, do you know where to send it? Wulong chuckled, sister, have you forgotten? Father is in the southern frontier. In his last letter, he inquired about your well-being and expressed how much he misses you. If he were to learn that you had forgotten where he is, it would surely break his heart. With a teasing glint in his eyes, Wulong added, I'll include this in the letter, and perhaps it will stir father to return home. He reminisced about how young he and his brother were when their father left. Around 8 or 9 years old. It's been 5 years, and I truly miss him. Their mother sometimes rose in the middle of the night to secretly wipe away her tears, while the siblings pretended to be asleep. Acutely aware that their mother longed for their father and worried for his well-being in the outside world, fearing for his safety in battle. A blush crept across Meng Qingluo's cheeks as she finally remarked, 5 years ago, I was not much older, so how could I remember everything? Haha, I do recall though. That father was exceptionally fond of me, often buying me hairpins of various colors, allowing me to change them daily. With a sigh of relief, she felt a warmth in her heart. Young Wulong, enlightened, gave Meng Qingluo a knowing look, relieved that she still remembered the gifts their father had once bestowed upon her. At that moment, in the southern frontier, the weather was warm, with lush, rolling hills as far as the eye could see. A military garrison nestled within this verdant landscape was home to Meng Lai, Meng Qingluo's second uncle. Dressed in military attire, he held the reins of a horse, leisurely observing it graze. Today was his day off, and he had little to attend to, so he took the horse out to feed it. In his recent correspondence, their father had mentioned a severe drought in Shizhou, indicating that the entire village was preparing to escape north in search of refuge, promising to write once they had settled. Lately, he had heard murmurs among the soldiers regarding the dire conditions in Shizhou and Yunzhou, where the land lay barren and countless lives were lost, while the local lords and the court remained indifferent. Have you received any news from home? Called out Chen Xiliang, a fellow villager from Qini County, approaching with a worried expression. No, Meng Lai shook his head. What about you? Neither. Chen Xiliang replied, concern etched on his face. My aunt is frantic and sent me to inquire about you. We are both worried for our families traveling the escape route. I share your concerns. Like you, I have not heard from my father since he wrote before leaving. It has been disheartening. Meng Lai sighed. Chen Xiliang was a distant relative of the esteemed Lady Yan, having been saved by Meng Lai during a recent skirmish. Their shared origins forged a connection, leading to Meng Lai's transfer to the prince's personal guard, providing him with a more significant role. As the afternoon wore on in Fleeingthecomplex, Meng Qingluo awaited the return of her uncle, grandfather, and grandmother. When they still had not arrived by midday, she decided to venture out after finishing her meal, informing Yang Shi to watch over the two little ones during their nap. Yang Shi assumed she was off to discuss matters with young Master Yan across the way and readily agreed. However, Meng Qingluo was not seeking him, rather. She was heading to the town to resolve a matter concerning wine. Once she left the village, she hastened towards the town. Upon arrival, she found a pawnshop and spent a few taels of silver to rent a small courtyard. She then entered her space to remove the modern packaging from the 1,000 bottles of wine she intended to present to Yan Xiaoju in 5 days, stacking them neatly before locking the courtyard door and returning home. Not long after Meng Qingluo arrived back, her uncle returned, riding a chestnut horse. The moment he entered, everyone around the dilapidated courtyard rushed out, eager to surround the three of them, having already heard of the misfortunes faced by Meng Qingluo's aunts and uncles. Third uncle. Third aunt. How are Chunhua and Chunlan faring? Meng Lijing, who had been squatting in the yard smoking, inquired. They are well, quite well, the elderly couple replied, their expressions calm, revealing a hint of happiness, albeit not entirely so. As the villagers gathered around to inquire about their parents, Uncle Meng squeezed through the crowd, ushering the large red dates into the courtyard and unloading the horse cart. Ball, take the big red dates to give them some water and a bit of fodder. They've been running about and must be quite tired. Meng Qingluo called out to her brother. Oh. Meng Baylor led the horse away. And only then did Meng Qingluo turn to Uncle Meng and ask about their two aunts. Uncle Meng nodded, then shook his head. There were both good and bad tidings. The good news was that both of your aunts and their husbands, along with several cousins, had been saved by young Master Yan. The unfortunate news was that several others from your aunts' families had perished. Your eldest aunt's household suffered greatly while protecting a few children from the clutches of robbers. Another brother was also lost. In your second aunt's family, all the brothers were lost. But a few from her household survived mainly because your eldest aunt's family provided substantial assistance. Otherwise, your second aunt has been so emaciated these days that she resembles a mere wisp of paper, lying in bed with little more than a breath left in her. She is consumed by thoughts of Ling Jun, living in constant guilt. She mentioned that the chaos was so overwhelming and perilous that everyone frantically followed young Master Yan for a long time, only realizing that Ling Jun was missing after they had already passed Yunzhou City. By then, it was impossible to return and search for him. Uncle Meng sighed, recalling the image of the little sister, feeling a profound ache in his heart. Meng Qingluo asked so. Ling Jun was forgotten in the midst of their heightened anxiety by her aunt and uncle? Such a poor child. If Ling Jun were to know, the psychological shadow cast upon him must be immense. What are they two families planning to do now? They have said they will temporarily reside in the village, assisting young Master Yan's family for the time being. After a while, they hope he can help arrange a place for them in Guangzhou, preferably in a village nearby. Today, Steward Yan also mentioned that they can leave at any time. Of course, they are willing to stay on the farm to lend a hand. And he understands their eagerness to repay their debt of gratitude. Now that Ling Jun has returned, the two families are practically reunited. Your second aunt's spirits have noticeably improved. Last night, she managed to eat a bowl of rice and drink a bowl of soup, even chatting with your grandmother for half the night. Meng Qingluo nodded. As long as they had their own arrangements, that was sufficient. Having located their eldest and second aunts, the morale of their household, especially their grandmother, had visibly brightened. And their grandfather wore a smile, cheerfully bustling about the foundation of the new house. Meng Qingluo's house was to be grand. In addition to the land generously allocated by the village, her grandfather had purchased an additional acre. He listened to his granddaughter's suggestions. And with the family's finances in good order, they aimed to construct a better, larger home, surrounded by a tall wall. To facilitate the future return of Arai and Biling from the mountains, a back door was also planned to be opened in the wall facing the mountains. While the men and boys busied themselves at the house's foundation, the women began planting vegetables in the fields on the third day since their arrival in the village, taking advantage of the remaining warm weather to plant as much as they could. Radishes, beets, cabbages, and the spinach seeds Meng Qingluo had received from young Master Yan were all sown. Unable to clear the land in time, Meng Qingluo's family sought out the village chief to purchase an acre of dry land, while others, under Meng Lijing's guidance, pooled their resources to acquire another acre. Although small in size when divided among many, each family could still cultivate a plot for their own sustenance. Time flew by, and by the end of September, the villagers began relocating to their newly constructed homes joyously. Meng Qingluo's house was still large but had not yet been roofed, requiring a few more days before they could move in. On the first day of October, the two little treasures celebrated their first birthday. The Meng family initially intended to celebrate their arrival in the new home, but due to construction delays, they had to hold the festivities in their old, dilapidated house. On that day, the two little ones donned vibrant festive attire, adorned with tiger hats gifted by Yan Xiaozhu and deer-hide boots he had sent. They were wrapped in red jackets crafted by their grandmother Yang, making the two little bundles appear like exquisite porcelain figurines. Moreover, they wore longevity locks and silver bracelets gifted by their great-grandparents. Other grandparents, along with several uncles, also presented their gifts. Although Yan Xiaozhu himself could not attend, he had sent Steward Yan to deliver delicious treats and a piece of jade for each child. The jade, made of the finest mutton fat jade, was exquisitely carved. When separated, they formed two pieces, but when joined, they created a single whole, adorned with patterns of clouds and a dragon, albeit a four-clawed one. Not a dragon born of a genuine lineage. When Meng Qingluo received this gift, she was filled with perplexity, wondering why Yan Xiaozhu had chosen to send jade with a dragon motif to the children. Yet, she recognized that it diverged from conventional customs. She later pondered that perhaps he was too impoverished, having gifted the jade he wore in his youth to the children. In light of his financial struggles, she decided to forgive him, but the jade was certainly not suitable for the children to wear, so she tucked it away in her storage space. As for the birthday presents, the two little treasures expressed their delight, exclaiming their fondness for everything. They even briefly engaged in a game of fortune-telling, placing various items on the king. Surprisingly, the eldest child grasped a square seal, one borrowed from the village chief for official use, while the youngest seized the fragrant treats sent by Yan Xiaozhu. Meng Qingluo gazed at her younger son in exasperation. Can't you take a cue from your brother? Are you destined to be a glutton for life? However, she resigned herself to the fact that her only wish was for their safety and well-being, especially since she had ample provisions in her storage space. Now 1 year old, the two little treasures had begun to waddle and take their first steps, also starting to learn to speak, albeit one word at a time, calling for mother, grandmother, and uncle. Just as Meng Qingluo felt exasperated that her youngest did not call for her first, her eldest son fulfilled her wishes, bringing her joy for several days. She showered her eldest with kisses, turning his cheeks rosy with affection. The eldest child thought, mother is too easy to please. The potatoes and spinach Meng Qingluo had given to Yan Xiaozhu, with the diligent efforts of the experienced gardeners at the Yan Wangfu estate, had begun to sprout from the ground. However, due to temperature considerations, the spinach was planted in an open vegetable patch, while the precious 10 potato seeds were nestled in a temperature-controlled greenhouse. After handing over the seeds to Yan Xiaozhu, Meng Qingluo took a back seat, as her skills lay only with firearms, surgical instruments, and silver needles, not in farming. She merely inquired when Steward Yan visited to fetch wine, listening with pleasure as he reported that the seedlings were thriving well, feeling glad for Yan Xiaozhu and the people of Dayan. The wine sent to Yan Xiaozhu had already become a hot commodity in the capital, with 2 batches delivered in September, one of 1,000 bottles and the other of 3,000. The modern brew, known for its high purity and potency, provided a delightful experience, albeit in limited quantities, and had skyrocketed in price. At just 100 taels a bottle, the affluent elite, who had a penchant for fine wine, would readily part with their wealth, deeming it worth every penny. A lower price would not suffice, primarily because the wine was irresistibly intoxicating, leaving one disoriented and wandering. Calling out from alley to alley, open the door. Do you know whose house I belong to? Take me home. In merely half a month, the capital's populace will be able to sing 2 lines of a tune extolling the virtues of this wine, having partaken in our wine. One breathes freely and coughs no more. Having savored our wine, one invigorates the essence and breathes sweetly. Indeed, the merriment of the drinkers is palpable. And Yan Xiaozhu finds delight in counting the silver, to the point of cramping his hand. 100 taels per bottle, for 1,000 bottles. A staggering total of 400,000 taels. With only a mere 10% expended on costs, the remaining profit, after deducting the 30% owed to Meng Qingluo, leaves him with a net gain of 250,200 taels, all for himself. This wealth is sufficient to resettle 50,400 households, though this estimate only accounts for the relocation fee of 5 taels per household, excluding the funds required for purchasing the relief grain to be distributed. On the 6th day of October, the weather was splendid, with the sun shining brightly. Meng Qingluo's family finally moved into their new home, bidding farewell to their dilapidated dwelling. After their relocation, the old house was left vacant and subsequently returned to village chief Zhang, properly organized. The Meng family was overjoyed. The new house surpassed their previous residence in Mengjia village, exuding grandeur. Each family member was afforded their own room, regardless of age, including Sanbao, who also had his own space. The rooms were furnished with newly purchased furniture, and even the curtains were uniform. The boys' rooms were adorned in blue, the girls in pink, and the adults in a jubilant maroon. Besides the sleeping quarters, there was a kitchen, a living room, 3 studies, a medicine room, and several guest rooms. One study was designated for the elder and Uncle Meng to conduct their affairs, while the other 2 were for the scholarly pursuits of the children, including Wulong. The medicine room was primarily for the use of old man Shui, though Meng Qingluo would also utilize it. Meng Qingluo gazed at her brand new, spacious, and bright room. Her smile wide with joy. It had not been easy, but she finally possessed a room of her own. From now on, she could enter her space at will and do as she pleased. Ah, the taste of freedom. That day, in celebration of their new residence, the Meng family ventured into town to procure meat, chicken, duck, fish, and lamb. In the evening, they gathered at 2 tables, closing the doors to celebrate heartily. Naturally, this occasion was distinct from previous ones. Having settled after fleeing from disaster, the villagers had not hosted any banquets, and the Meng family certainly would not draw attention to themselves, inviting only village chief Zhang and the village elder Meng to share a meal. The wine, a fine variety from the capital, was brought forth by Meng Qingluo. They consumed 2.5 bottles, leaving behind the remaining half for the appreciative village chief Zhang to take home. He felt justified in his indulgence, but half a month later, when he fortuitously learned during an official visit to Guangzhou City that the wine he had enjoyed at Meng Qingluo's home cost 100 taels per bottle, he was so astonished that he stumbled and broke into a cold sweat. The leftover half bottle meant he had unwittingly consumed 200 taels worth of wine, and although he hadn't drunk it all alone, he had still pocketed 50 taels of silver without batting an eye. Oh, how unfortunate. He felt he had wronged the Meng family, the villagers of Fulai, and his ancestors. He was nothing but a squanderer. Rumor had it that the 3 bottles of wine had been gifted to Meng Qingluo by the wealthy young gentleman residing across the street. What a misfortune. Meng Qingluo had encountered someone so ignorant of value. Truly, she had suffered a loss. That night, while the Meng family celebrated their new abode, Yan Xiuzhu sat in his study at the Wangfu, listening to Fu Sanyue's report. My lord, regarding the esteemed Meng physician and Miss Meng's family, the matter is quite intricate. My subordinates have expended considerable effort and funds to enlist the assistance of the renowned secret pavilion to investigate, and after meticulous inquiry over the past half-month, it has come to light that although old Madame Meng, An Yiwen, is indeed the legitimate mother of General Meng, she is not his biological mother, but rather his stepmother and aunt. His biological mother, the twin sister of old Madame, bore only one son with the late formidable general, who is none other than Miss Meng's father, Meng Xiangfei. The remaining brothers were all born to his stepmother. Chapter 73. Where lies the truth? That cunning old woman. Old Madame Meng is indeed a master of manipulation. No one knew she had usurped her sister's position and assumed the role of the principal wife, while everyone in the capital believed her to be the rightful spouse of the late general. She is a sweet-faced yet bitter-hearted individual. Had her own sons not turned out to be inept, lacking both literary and martial prowess, and had the young Meng Xiangfei not proven himself capable in military command, having been groomed by the late general in the army, after the general's demise, it is unlikely he would have inherited military power at all. Survival to adulthood would have been uncertain. Upon reflecting on this, Fu Sanwei sighed inwardly, never having anticipated that the formidable General Meng was, in fact, a pitiable orphan. My lord, the letter. Before Fu Sanwei could conclude his report, Steward Yen entered the room, holding a letter. Whose correspondence is this? Yan Xiuzhu inquired, glancing at it. It is from His Royal Highness. Steward Yen placed the letter on the table, hesitating. Yan Xiuzhu needed no further inspection to surmise its contents. He rubbed his brow with a long finger. How much is being requested this time? Steward Yen opened his mouth but did not dare to speak. Yan Xiuzhu cast a sidelong glance at him, lifted his teacup, and took a sip, needing a moment of quietude. After a moment's contemplation, he casually opened the letter to read, only to instantly spew a mouthful of tea onto the very paper. The silver he had just earned. His father was nothing but a gluttonous beast. Furious, Yan Xiaozhu tossed the letter onto the table and addressed Steward Yan. He only knows how to bully me. He had already written to the emperor, claiming poverty, and his majesty allocated 20,000 taels and 50,000 caddies of grain. What good is that for tens of thousands of troops? Replied to him, instructing him to petition the emperor once more, stating that I have no silver. The paltry sum I just earned is intended for resettling the disaster victims. Now, the refugees from several provinces are flooding into Guangzhou. The emperor previously decreed that I should retain them and not allow them to proceed to the capital, yet where is the silver for their sustenance? Yes, my lord. Steward Yan cast a sympathetic glance at his master before departing the study to compose a letter. Continue. Yan Xiaozhu's expression remained frosty as he turned to Fu Sanwei. Fu Sanwei discreetly observed the lord's demeanor, wondering if he should continue. The subsequent information would surely incite the lord's ire. Speak, he urged. Oh. Fu Sanwei quivered slightly. Furthermore, the death of Miss Meng's mother, Lu, was also orchestrated by her. Initially, Lu entered the family with the late formidable general's approval and was the object of Meng Xiangfei's affections. However, she passed shortly after giving birth to Miss Meng. The woman Meng Xiangfei later married was arranged by old Madame Meng, a distant niece of hers. As for Miss Meng, she was nurtured in the general's household for only 3 months. Her mother, Lu, named her Meng Qingluo, hoping her vitality would be as resilient as the wild green vines in nature, wishing for her life to be evergreen and flourishing. Just 7 days after Meng Qingluo's birth, General Meng suffered a significant defeat at the border and was grievously injured. Coincidentally, old Madame Meng also sustained a head injury, and with Lu's declining health, old Madame Meng declared that Meng Qingluo was a bane to her elders and sought to send her away. Initially, Lu resisted this notion, however. Perhaps sensing the animosity of old Madame Meng and realizing her own deteriorating health, she ultimately decided to relinquish her child, hoping it would ensure her own survival. Perhaps it was fate that led Madame Lu, despite her frail health, to the renowned Fuguang Temple in the capital to pray for her child's well-being. There, the esteemed monk master Juewu delivered a chilling prophecy. Her child must be given away, or they would not survive past the age of 16. He specified where the child should be placed, indicating that only a destined person could ensure their safe passage through life. General Meng was stationed far away in the northern frontier, and with Madame Lu's family being weak and remote from the capital, she found herself alone in a daunting city, without support or recourse. Ultimately, she chose to acquiesce to Master Juewu's words. As you know, my lord. The subsequent events unfolded as follows. Miss Meng was taken in by the Meng patriarch and raised with care until the time came for her return to the general's residence. Her year at the general's household was less than pleasant. While her grandmother and stepmother treated her kindly in public, behind closed doors, they permitted the servants to mistreat her. Her living conditions were inferior to those of the servants, even as she was adorned in finery for appearances. Furthermore, the entire household concealed the truth from her, claiming that her grandmother was her biological grandmother, that her stepmother was her true mother, and that her stepmother's children were her siblings. Although Miss Meng was pure-hearted and kind, she was not foolish. She eventually uncovered the fade surrounding her. Her family was a fabrication, their affections were hollow, her biological mother had long since passed, and her father, General Meng, had only returned home 4 times since her birth, once after her mother's death and once more to marry her stepmother. Unbeknownst to him, the general was entirely oblivious to the reality of her situation and wrote to her urging obedience to her grandmother and stepmother. The general's household had brought her back solely to elevate their status through her connection to you, my lord. Miss Meng refused to be a mere pawn in their game. She longed to return to Mingjia village, where the Meng family treated her with genuine kindness, surpassing that of blood relations. However, the malicious old crone, Madame Meng, threatened her if she did not remain in the capital to marry into the royal family. Her adoptive family in Mingjia village would be made to pay with their lives. Fu Sanwei, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger, wishing to confront and discipline that vile woman from the general's residence. Then, in an unexpected turn, the formidable general's household decided to replace Miss Meng with another legitimate daughter for the marriage to the heir. This was due to their discovery of Miss Meng's pregnancy, rendering her no longer useful for their ambitions. To avoid embarrassment, they cast her back to Mengjia village. They knew that while Miss Meng might have had a chance at marrying into the Yen royal house, they could not allow her younger sister this opportunity, as the emperor would surely object. Yet, in their desperate pursuit of wealth and status, they were willing to gamble. Thus, it was evident that the general's household could mistreat Miss Meng and use her as a pawn, but they would not risk harm to her unborn child. Yan Xiaoju was taken aback to learn of the trials Miss Meng had endured in the general's residence. He closed his eyes to gather himself before calmly analyzing the situation. Yes, his subordinate had not discovered the identity of the man responsible for Miss Meng's pregnancy or who had inflicted harm upon her. Fu Sanwei lowered her eyes, acknowledging her inadequacy. Continue the investigation until we have results. What of my matter concerning that incident at Yihong Courtyard? My lord, I have only managed to ascertain that the girl appeared in your chamber without reason. The records from that night indicate she was not one of the courtesans from the building. However, her identity remains shrouded in mystery, as even the inhabitants of Yihong Courtyard are unaware of how she came to be there. I must take responsibility for this, as I did not verify the girl's identity before returning to you that day, having instinctively assumed she belonged to Yihong Courtyard. This is not your fault. Yan Xiaoju waved his hand dismissively, his mind drifting to the distasteful visage of Yan Xiaoming, which ignited his ire. The day after that incident, Yan Xiaoming had boasted proudly from atop his horse, laughing heartily, inquiring whether the courtesan from Yihong Courtyard had been to his liking. In his youthful arrogance, he had assumed the girl who compromised his chastity was one of theirs. He had not sought vengeance upon her, considering it mercy, and did not bother to ask which girl from the building she was. After a moment, Yan Xiaoju continued, return to the capital and persist in your investigations. Both matters must be pursued. I suspect Miss Meng's situation is not as simple as it appears. While it seems the majority of the general's household lacks a motive to harm her, we cannot be certain that a select few do not. Yes. But Fu Sanwei gazed at Yan Xiaoju with a look of pity, hesitant to speak further. What is it? My lord, does Steward Yan still have funds available? We still owe money to the secret archives. Yan Xiaoju replied, go and collect it. It is crucial we clarify these two matters. He had a strong intuition that those two children were his, but without confirming this, to acknowledge them prematurely would lead Miss Meng to think he was either foolish or coveting her children, perhaps resulting in her retaliation against him. At that moment, Yan Xiaoju was filled with trepidation, hoping the children were indeed his, yet fearing that Miss Meng would never acknowledge him again. What would he do if she vanished with the children, leaving him unable to find them? Indeed. Fu Sanwei perked up, a smile of eager anticipation on his face. My lord, what about our stipends? Yan Xiaoju shot him a sidelong glance. Next month, all 4 months' worth will be distributed to you. You have seen the proceeds from last month's wine sales. The funds are barely sufficient to assist the disaster victims. Your lord's biological father has also written requesting more money and grain. Your stipends will be disbursed once the wine from this month is sold. Next month again. Fu Sanyue's smile gradually faded, his shoulders slumping as he departed Yan Xiaoju's study, feeling disheartened as he returned to the capital to resume his work. In Fula village, at Meng Qingluo's home, she entered the study, which had yet to be filled with books, save for a set of writing materials laid out neatly on a spacious desk. Her grandfather sat behind the desk, his cheeks flushed from the previous night's revelry, exuding an air of authority. Grandfather, did you summon me for something? Yes. The old man nodded, closing the door. I have something important to discuss with you. Oh. Meng Qingluo gently secured the door and sat across from her grandfather, her hands resting naturally on her lap, her posture upright, embodying the image of an obedient child. Luo, I have this for you. The old man retrieved a piece of paper from the drawer and handed it to her. Meng Qingluo accepted it. It was an old sheet, yellowed with age, and the handwriting was somewhat faded, yet the quality of the paper was exceptional, not something an ordinary family could afford. Meng Qingluo, the legitimate daughter of the formidable general, born to Meng Qingluo, she carefully discerned the writing and read aloud. This is none other than the original owner, who is now herself. The document detailed her name, identity, birth date, and the reason for her abandonment, all clearly articulated. Grandfather, where did this come from? It was found with you when I discovered you in your swaddling clothes. The old man replied, continuing, when I found you, you were merely 3 months old. The document states that you would bring misfortune to your elders. Thus, your grandmother, Madame Meng, intended to give you away. Your biological mother, unable to bear it, entrusted you to a fated person. It was this document that prevented me from stopping the General S household from taking you when they claimed your mother was ill from missing you. Had I known you would suffer, I would have fought tooth and nail against it. Luo, I have refrained from asking you in the past. But now I must inquire. Even if your grandmother treats you poorly and your father neglects you at the border, do you not still have your biological mother? A tiger does not eat its young, let alone one's own mother. Furthermore, it is evident from the contents of this aged, yellowed paper that Luo's biological mother possessed a love for her child that was no less profound than that of any other mother. This antiquated sheet has awakened all the memories that Meng Qingluo had buried deep within her mind. Previously, she held only a vague impression of the original owner's life in the general's residence, enduring a life of torment, with neither warmth in winter nor respite from the heat in summer. As memories surged forth, the aura surrounding Meng Qingluo grew increasingly frigid. After a moment, with reddened eyes, she declared, "Grandfather, my biological mother has long since passed away. I fear the grass on her grave has grown several feet high." The old gentleman was taken aback. How could this be? They came to fetch you, claiming your mother missed you so dearly that it made her ill. Grandfather, they were all deceiving me. Even after I returned to the general's residence, they concealed the truth, allowing my current stepmother to masquerade as my real mother, merely to ensure my compliance in marrying into the Yan royal family. Reflecting on the events from her memories, Meng Qingluo continued, "The matriarch of the general's residence is not my true grandmother. She is the second wife of my grandfather, the younger sister of my biological grandmother. My true grandmother, the current Lady Meng, is a heartless and ruthless individual, capable of devouring a person whole. Grandfather, you and the family are my only true kin in this lifetime. Those in the general's residence who tormented me will face my retribution. I shall not let any of them escape justice." The old gentleman was astounded to learn that the people in the general's residence were even more shameless than he had imagined. They had brought Luo back solely to climb the social ladder, resorting to one lie after another. "Grandfather, I also have a younger sister named Meng Qingbi and a brother named Meng Qingcheng. Both are children of my stepmother. During my time in the general's residence, they bullied me relentlessly. In public, they pretended to be exceedingly kind, but when we were alone, they forced me to bark like a dog and made me lie on the ground for them to ride upon. It was only after I overheard some servants conversing that I began to realize the truth." Hearing Meng Qingluo's words, the old man trembled with rage, tears streaming down his face. "Is this still humanity? Is this still humanity? My little Luo, who is cherished like a princess, has endured such severe trials and humiliation." Rising to his feet, he embraced Meng Qingluo, weeping bitterly, his heart shattered. "My poor Luo, tomorrow I shall go to the capital. Even if it costs me my frail old life, I will burn those scoundrels in the general's residence to ashes." No wonder the child had returned increasingly silent. What could she possibly say to them? Being a considerate child, she feared that revealing the truth would only burden them further. "Grandfather, do not weep. Luo wishes to reveal the factual truth to you, so you shall no longer be deceived by those in the general's residence. As for vengeance, I shall exact it with my own hands. That will bring me solace." Meng Qingluo took out a handkerchief to dry her grandfather's tears. Chapter 75. Vengeance must be handled personally very well. Luo shall seek vengeance herself. "What need have you for me, or your uncles and brothers? Just say the word." "Luo. Who is the father of those two little ones?" Meng Qingluo searched her mind once more and shook her head. "Grandfather, I truly do not know. That day, I quarreled with the matriarch of the general's residence, declaring my intent to return to Meng family village and refusing to marry into the Yan royal family. Then the matriarch uttered threats and did not provide me with any food for an entire day." Meng Qingluo refrained from disclosing that the matriarch had threatened her with the safety of her grandfather's family, sparing the old man further guilt. In the general's residence, I had no servants or maids to command. That night, I was starving and too frightened to venture into the kitchen for food, fearing I would be caught. So, I took the silver you had given me when I left, which still had some remnants, and stealthily crawled through a dog hole to the street to buy something to eat. Aside from the matriarch and my stepmother, who were obliged to take me out for social engagements, I rarely had the opportunity to go outside. They always insisted I remain at home, preparing for marriage, fearing that the princess and the heir would disapprove of my frequent outings. Not long after stepping outside, I became disoriented. Eventually, I found myself in a brightly lit alley adorned with numerous red lanterns, where the aroma of food and wine wafted enticingly. Unable to resist, I searched for a dog hole at the back of the establishment and slipped inside. Meng Qingluo recalled that the original owner was genuinely famished. Having already suffered from hunger and not having consumed a morsel all day, there was not even a drop of hot water. She only wished to sneak into that lively place to see if she could procure something to eat. In hindsight, that establishment was likely a brothel, and a prosperous one at that. However, as she had entered through the back door, she did not see any signage and was unaware of its name. Had she been taken to the capital, she would undoubtedly be able to locate it. The original owner's memories halted after she had stealthily crawled through the dog hole into a room. Thereafter, there were gaps as if certain memories had been erased. Followed by the morning when she awoke to find her innocence lost, a piece of a man's jade pendant having fallen from the bed. To avoid detection, upon waking, she sensed something was amiss and was gripped by fear and panic. Clutching the jade pendant, she again stealthily crawled out through the dog hole in the back courtyard and slipped back into the general's residence. Thus, this fragmented memory is key to uncovering the true culprit, yet the original owner had lost it. Upon discovering her pregnancy, the original owner felt a mix of terror and joy. She could finally escape the clutches of the general's residence and return home. The old crone was furious upon learning this, wishing for her demise, but lacking the courage to act, merely sending someone to escort her back. Upon hearing that she had wanted to return home and had been starved into venturing outside to find food, resulting in the loss of her innocence, the old gentleman could no longer contain himself, covering his face as he sobbed uncontrollably. "It is all my fault. It is all my fault." The sound of the old man's anguished cries echoed from the study, startling the entire family. Meng Debo dashed over, bursting through the door. Having lost his shoes and dashing barefoot, Meng Laopa was equally alarmed and rushed to the scene, having just been filled with joy moments before. The family crowded into the study, shocked to witness the old man weeping sorrowfully, alongside the tear-stained Meng Qingluo. "Aluo, what has happened to your grandfather?" cried the old lady in alarm. "Grandmother, I am sorry. I have caused grandfather to cry. Please comfort him. I shall take my leave now." Meng Qingluo gave space to her family and grandfather, rising to leave the study and returning to her own room. On her small bed, the two children slept soundly, and she delicately placed the yellowed paper into her space, cherishing it. It was a letter from her biological mother, Lu Shi, filled with heartfelt love for her daughter, yet tinged with helplessness. All her memories returned to her. She recalled everything. Her biological mother, Lu Shi, was the daughter of a fifth-rank civil official, who had caught the eye of the general's grandfather, who sought to arrange a marriage with her despicable father. Lu Shi was not only beautiful but possessed a gracious nature, making her quite appealing to her father. After Lu Shi's passing, her despicable father returned home to grieve, only to discover that his daughter had been given away. As for her whereabouts, the old crone had not divulged this information, fearing he would reclaim her, merely stating that she brought misfortune to her family and that the family who adopted her treated her well, so he need not worry. Having spent his childhood in the military camp with his grandfather, her father was unaware of the cruelty of her grandmother, who was skilled at deceit. Each letter he received painted a picture of her thriving in the general's residence, even claiming that a good marriage had been arranged for her to wed the heir of the Yan royal family. Marrying into the Yan royal family as the heir's legitimate wife was indeed a favorable match, and thus her father believed it. Her despicable father, upon reflection, was also a pitiable figure, having lived most of his life ensnared in lies, perhaps still unaware that he was not the biological child of her kind grandmother, but rather of his aunt, who usurped his mother's position, claimed his mother's husband, bullied his mother's granddaughter, and mistreated her child. Meng Qingluo pondered for a long time, her suspicions mounting. Perhaps the death of her biological grandmother and mother was intricately linked to that wretched old crone. The old matriarch's possessiveness was overwhelming, as she yearned to maintain absolute control over the general's residence, allowing no semblance of deviation. Resolute, Meng Qingluo decided that now that the matters in the capital had been laid bare to her family, she must venture into the city to seek the truth, to exact vengeance where owed and to repay kindnesses rendered. However, she needed a perfect pretext, otherwise her grandfather, grandmother, and mother would only fret over her well-being. The affairs in the capital had already caused them enough worry and sorrow. She wished not to add to their burdens. That evening, Meng Qingluo finally had the opportunity to enter the space openly. Upon stepping into the realm, she made a beeline for the ancient well to inspect her herbs. The plants she had cast into this realm remained exactly as she had left them, haphazardly strewn about. Observing the surroundings of the well, she noted that only a patch of muddy earth was available for planting, while the rest was composed of cement or adorned with ceramic tiles. An idea sparked within her to enlarge the planting area. She dashed off to the marketplace to procure a hoe, returning to toil in an effort to unearth new soil. Yet, despite her relentless digging, the cement remained steadfastly unyielding. Disheartened, she set down the hoe, realizing that this space could not be altered. It remained in its original form. Fortunately, there was still a small patch of mud where she could plant a modest quantity of herbs, though she harbored deep doubts about their growth. With a sense of resignation, Meng Qingluo attempted to plant the finest ginseng, along with some resher and sanchi that she had unearthed from the mountains. With these seeds planted, the muddy area around the ancient well was filled to capacity. She no longer harbored grand expectations. Whatever could be cultivated was better than nothing at all. After fetching some well water to nourish her new plants, she concluded her task, washing her hands and brushing off the dirt. Preparing to wait and see if her herbs would thrive within this space and how long it would take for them to mature. The following morning, Meng Qingluo rose at dawn, the first light barely breaking on the horizon. Having resolved to seek vengeance against those in the general's residence, she understood the necessity of honing the skills from her past life. This youthful body was brimming with potential, and with diligence, she would undoubtedly reclaim her former prowess, especially with the enhancement of the spiritual spring within her space. Dressed and ready, she found her two treasures still deep in slumber. With nimble fingers, she gathered her long hair into a bun and stepped outside. The household was already stirring. Aunts and her mother were busy preparing breakfast, washing clothes, and sweeping the floors. The 10 young lads were also up, gearing up for their morning exercises. This had always been the routine in Mengjia village. Even if the boys did not pursue martial arts, they would rise early to maintain their health, for the arduous journey of survival demanded resilience. And many had persevered thanks to their prior training. Now that they had settled, it was time to resume this practice. "Ah, Luo, why are you up so early?" Uncle Meng turned to her, a flicker of concern in his eyes quickly replaced by a smile. "I'm just here to get some exercise and go for a run," she replied cheerfully. "I'll join you for a run, sister," exclaimed Shi Lang immediately. "I want to join too." Jiolong chimed in, eager to follow along. "Very well. All 10 of you will accompany Ah Luo for a few laps every morning. Afterward, those who wish to practice martial arts can do so, while others can engage in their studies or learn to read." Uncle Meng nodded approvingly. From that day forth, regardless of wind or rain, or even sunny or snowy days, the mornings in Fulai village would see 10 youths running along the riverside, led by a girl with her hair in a bun. Over time, this became a vibrant part of the village's landscape. When fewer participants showed up, the villagers would often inquire, "Why hasn't your eldest son come out for his morning run today?" Or, "Where has Ah Luo gone? Why haven't we seen her this morning?" After their run, upon returning, Meng Qingluo noticed that her grandfather, who usually rose early, had yet to stir. She learned from her grandmother, who was hanging the laundry in the courtyard, that he was unwell. A wave of guilt washed over her. Her grandfather had fallen ill because he had heeded her advice. She hurried to pour a bowl of hot water, adding some spring water from the ancient well, and entered her grandfather's room, where Uncle Meng was also present. Her grandfather reclined against the bed, eyes half open, engaged in a light conversation with Uncle Meng. "Grandfather, drink some water," she exclaimed, feigning ignorance as she beamed and offered the bowl. Seeing his granddaughter's cheerful face, the old man accepted the bowl without hesitation, feeling that as long as he could behold her lively smile each day, his headaches would dissipate. From her sleeve, the space, Meng Qingluo produced a sheet of paper filled with meticulous notes detailing the steps for distilling liquor, the requisite equipment, and the recipe. "Grandfather, here," she said, eager to share. Her grandfather, now with something to occupy his mind, diverted his attention away from his ailment. "What is this?" he inquired. "A new recipe and method for brewing liquor," Meng Qingluo replied mischievously, tilting her head with a playful smile. As her grandfather examined the paper, he noticed the characters were small, about the size of a large ant. Not penned with a brush, yet the strokes were sharp and possessed a certain elegance. It hardly resembled the clumsy handwriting of his granddaughter, who had often despaired over her less-than-perfect calligraphy during her youth. needing to be consoled with sweets when she felt disheartened by her own inelegance. Though the characters were diminutive, they were legible, and after reading through the notes, his eyes widened in astonishment. Ah, Luo, this is a secret recipe for liquor. What are you giving your grandfather? Of course, it's for brewing. Meng Qingluo shrugged nonchalantly. Haven't you and Uncle Liar Zheng been discussing ways to help the villagers of Mengjia earn a living? This is it. Ah, Luo, this cannot be accepted, her grandfather replied firmly. Although I do not know the origins of this recipe, it belongs to you. And you should pass it down to Liu Bao, and he in turn to his children. Grandfather, you are a clever old man. Why are you thinking in such a convoluted manner now? The recipe should remain within our family. We can divide the brewing process into several segments, with certain individuals responsible while the villagers help with the labor, and the earnings can be shared among us. This is not merely a win-win situation. It is a means of mutual profit. Meng Qingluo interjected playfully, rolling her eyes at her grandfather. That girl, always so cheeky, he thought. After some contemplation, he decided that only he and his eldest son would be privy to the secret of the recipe. Since his eldest son was present, his granddaughter showed no hesitation, indicating her trust in him. Furthermore, given his advancing age, many matters would soon require his eldest son's involvement. If this liquor could indeed be brewed as his granddaughter suggested, it would benefit everyone. The villagers would find a means to earn a living, and the household would secure a source of income. With 10 grandchildren gradually growing up, expenses would inevitably rise, not only for daily needs, but also for their education and marriages. Money seemed to flow away like water. Most importantly, he could now proudly earn silver for his granddaughter's dowry. This was indeed a splendid opportunity. With clarity of thought, he felt invigorated, his headache dissipating. Rising from his bed, he prepared to eat and engage in work. Uncle Meng watched in amazement as the frail old man, who had seemed on the verge of passing just moments ago, was now filled with vitality. After Meng Qingluo had coaxed the old master, she stepped outside and made her way to her master's apothecary. Inside the room, a small, white-haired old man puffed out his cheeks, pouting as he fiddled with the herbs. Upon hearing Meng Qingluo's footsteps, he paused momentarily before resuming his task, subtly tilting his head towards the door. He refused to look at her. Master, it's time for a meal. You've stayed up all night without washing your face. What do you intend to accomplish? Meng Qingluo gazed at her irritable master, feeling both touched and pained. The old man, upon hearing her words, had his beard bristle with indignation, finally breaking his silence. What can I do? I'll concoct the most potent poison to eliminate those scoundrels. How dare they bully my disciple as if I were dead? All right, master. There's no need for the deadliest poison. Just prepare some effective medicine, yes. Something that won't kill, but will make them wish they were dead for my self-defense in the future. Eh? The old man's eyes sparkled with interest. That is a plan. Raise your head and remember this. You are my disciple, Shueshini, and the 180th inheritor of Yaowang Valley. When I'm laid to rest, you shall become the valley's master. If an inheritor of Yaowang Valley is bullied by those worldly rascals without a means to retaliate, I would be the laughingstock, bringing shame upon Yaowang Valley and yourself. Meng Qingluo thought, how did the conversation suddenly shift, and she became the inheritor of Yaowang Valley? Chapter 77. Brewing Plans. Concerning the affairs of Yaowang Valley, I will explain more to you later. For now, let me prepare some good stuff. With that, the old man returned to his herbs. Master, there's no rush. Go wash your hands and have breakfast first. After a good meal, you can rest, as I have something else for you to do. What is it? Meng Qingluo produced a prescription for a beauty ointment, explaining that if it could be made, it would serve as her dowry in the future. Earn a dowry, you say? The old man perked up at this, eagerly accepting the prescription without asking for its details, stuffing it into his robes before shuffling out to wash up. As Meng Qingluo exited the apothecary, she pondered how she still needed to coax Yang. Feeling exasperated, this generation of adults is truly difficult to manage. After a satisfying breakfast, Meng Qingluo visited the town again, as the first batch of wine for the month had yet to be delivered to Yan Xiuzhu. Upon reaching the town, she first stopped by the blacksmith's shop before heading to the rented courtyard to make space for the wine. This time, she kept 3,000 bottles and decided to leave a letter for him. In the letter, she inquired if he could recommend a skilled winemaker. Asked for iron sheets needed for distillation equipment, as the blacksmith mentioned that the Great Yan dynasty had strict regulations on wrought iron, and invited him to invest as she would still rely on him for sales channels. Moreover, if the wine business expanded, it would be unwise without a solid backing. Upon returning home, Meng Qingluo encountered two familiar strangers, the Qin father and son, Qin Laotu and Qin Yuliang. Meng Leoi and Meng Lijing were engaged in conversation with them. Meng Qingluo shyly smiled at the duo, offering a silent greeting. Before noticing the items they had brought, a piece of pork weighing about 2 jin and 2 boxes of decent pastries. It seemed the two had entered the house just after her. She overheard Qin Laotu say to Leoi, fellow villager, if you hadn't mentioned it, we wouldn't have known about the cash assistance and relief grain. Meng Qingluo furrowed her brow, as this matter had been announced by the government the day after they arrived. How could they not know? Meng Leoi and Meng Lijing immediately regarded him with seriousness. We arrived at Mingyo village the day after you reached Fulai village. When we left early in the morning, the notice hadn't yet been posted at the city gate. Upon reaching the town, neither the town head nor the yamen servant informed us about this matter. In Mingyo village, the village head is as greedy as his name suggests and would never tell us. Since we arrived, we've been busy building houses, and no one has visited the town. Apart from us, there were no other disaster victims, so we've been unaware. I thought we were all from Shizhou, traveling closely together to Guangzhou. Today, my son and I came to chat with you, hoping to find some kinship. So that was the case? In 100 people, there are 100 circumstances. Fellow villager, you've endured hardships. Please go to the town tomorrow to inquire about the situation. Our cash and grain are collected from the town and should have been received on the 3rd day. Yan Shitzi from Guangzhou is a considerate man and wouldn't allow us to have and you not. Meng Lijing encouraged. All right, no need to wait until tomorrow. Let us go right away. Qin Laotu nodded, though he secretly mused about their inability to stay in Fulai village, seeing how their group had gone to Mingyo village. Nothing had gone smoothly. The town was not far, it would be fine to go in the afternoon, and you both must have lunch at our home today. Meng Leoi insisted. Thank you, Meng Laho. I had indeed planned to have lunch here, but with this matter arising, we can't wait to ask. If we can collect it, we need it urgently. Every family has built houses and is short on cash and grain. Well, then come next time. The two villages are close, and you can reach us in no time. Meng Leoi understood their impatience and did not press further. Certainly. In the future, we may have to rely on your good fortune to take care of us. Good to say, good to say. After the two departed, Meng Qingluo reflected on the situation. She needed to inform Yan Shitzi, ensuring that the hard-earned money did not end up in the hands of the greedy officials instead of the disaster victims. Luo. Yes? Grandfather just discussed with Datu, but none of us know how to brew wine. The old man had overlooked this in his morning excitement. When Meng Lijing arrived, the two began discussing who in the village could assist in brewing, only to discover the most crucial issue. No one in Mingjia village knew how to make wine. The two felt utterly despondent. Grandfather, you need not worry about this. I will send someone across to inform Yan Gongzi. He will handle these matters and will surely send a winemaker when the time comes. Upon hearing Meng Qingluo had anticipated this, the two ceased their discussions and awaited the arrival of Yan Gongzi's messenger. This matter could not be rushed. Winter was approaching, and the brewing recipe required multiple types of grain to be combined. The two then set off to discuss matters with village chief Zheng. Mother. Turning around to see two little bundles waddling towards her, Meng Qingluo felt a rush of joy at their excitement, their little arms outstretched as they rushed towards her like chicks flocking to a hen. Baling and Arai had also grown considerably, trailing behind the two little ones like black and white generals, ever ready to make sacrifices via cushion. With these two protectors, Meng Qingluo and her family need not worry about the little ones tripping and injuring an important part of their bodies. Daya, being 6 months older than the two toddlers, could walk steadily now. The three of them were playmates, with Daya taking on the role of the big sister, chasing after the two while admonishing, Pingping, Ainin, slow down. Walk slowly, be careful not to fall. The two little treasures showed no regard for their elder sister, as they both nestled into Meng Qingluo's embrace, their eyes sparkling with delight. Mother. Meng Qingluo chuckled, gently ruffling their hair, then beckoned Daya over. Auntie has brought you some delicious treats. With a flourish, she reached into her bundle, producing 3 vibrant oranges, as if by magic. Wow! Exclaimed the 3 little ones in astonishment. Peel them yourselves. Meng Qingluo handed each child an orange and retrieved another from her space, expertly peeling it as a demonstration. The trio tilted their heads in observation, quickly grasping the task. Chapter 78, Beef Stew with Potatoes. Standing in place, they set to work peeling with enthusiasm. Ping Ping, with her keen intellect and steady demeanor, soon finished her orange and popped it into her mouth. Daya, being the eldest, was the second to succeed. Only little Anin, the food enthusiast, was reluctant to exert his brain and, in his eagerness, attempted to bite into the unpeeled fruit, grimacing as the sour skin offended his taste buds. Meng Qingluo couldn't help but chuckle, opting not to intervene, enjoying the spectacle of her youngest son. Daya, witnessing her little brother's struggle, momentarily paused in surprise before offering her peeled orange to Anin, taking the half-eaten one from him with a look of utmost seriousness. "Luo, what have you brought for Daya to eat?" inquired the amiable Pan, who had just entered. "She is the elder sister and mustn't snatch food from her younger siblings. The treats are meant for the two obedient treasures. She is not taking food from anyone. You and the elder brother have taught her well to be considerate of her siblings," Meng Qingluo replied, playfully placing a segment of the peeled orange into Pan's mouth. As the sweet, tangy juice burst forth, Pan nodded in delight, exclaiming, "Delicious." Meng Qingluo then handed her the remaining segments, gesturing towards the items she had previously retrieved from the table when the living room was empty. Young Master Yen brought some exquisite oranges from the capital. He sent several pounds back for us, and of course, our three little treasures are included. "Oh, another gift from young Master Yen. Is my mother cooking today?" Meng Qingluo inquired after enjoying an orange herself. "Today it's Aunt C's turn," Pan confirmed. Meng Qingluo picked up 2 bags from the table and headed to the kitchen. "Mother, here," she called. "What is it?" Yang, who was busy cooking, looked up. "Oranges. Oh, such fine oranges. You should eat them. I've had one already." "Then give some to your father. Father has a few pounds, and everyone at home can have some." Hearing this, Yang accepted the oranges from her hand. "Luo, what else do you have? Beef and potatoes?" Yang's expression shifted. "Where did this come from?" "The farming oxen of Dayen must be registered with the government. Slaughtering them is strictly controlled. Only old, sick, or injured cattle can be processed with proper authorization," she replied, concern evident in her voice. "Mother, there's no need to worry. These were given by young Master Yen, along with the oranges," Meng Qingluo reassured her. "Oh, more gifts from young Master Yen? What a generous young man. And what are potatoes?" Yang asked, intrigued. "Potatoes are a type of vegetable, edible and imported from across the sea. Young Master Yen acquired some and gifted me a bit to prepare beef stew with potatoes for the spring planting next year." "Stew with potatoes? I've never made that," Yang exclaimed, wide-eyed. "I can't cook, but I know how to handle it. I'll guide you through the process. Your cooking is superb, so I'm sure you'll do wonderfully." Meng Qingluo, though adept with words, was rather inept in the kitchen, possessing knowledge without the ability to execute. "As long as you know the steps, that's sufficient." She instructed Yang on peeling the potatoes, cutting them into chunks, and washing them clean, then proceeded to prepare the beef. "Cut it into pieces and blanch it," she instructed. "Mother, I'll guide you through the steps while you cook." After a considerable time, through their combined efforts, one directing and the other executing, they successfully crafted a delightful beef stew with potatoes. "Mother, try a piece. It's delicious." Meng Qingluo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she fed a piece of beef to Yang. The hardships of fleeing to this era had reshaped her palate. She now relished meat. Yang nodded, savoring the dish. "It's well cooked, tender, and savory." She sampled a piece of potato and Meng Qingluo followed suit, placing her chopsticks down with a satisfied smile. "So this is the taste of potatoes. They're delightfully creamy." Meng Qingluo mused that, even with a few missing ingredients, the beef stew with potatoes was absolutely delectable. What a wonderful aroma. What delicious meal has mother prepared for lunch?" The enticing scent drew the entire family closer. "Is that the smell of beef?" Old Shui, who had been napping all morning, awoke, lured by the aroma. Beef, his favorite. Unfortunately, the authorities forbade the casual slaughter of cattle, so he had to suppress his cravings, occasionally managing to procure a bit for himself under the guise of illness. Ever since his wife's passing, he had not enjoyed a proper meal, much less tasted beef. Indeed, his decision to accept a capable apprentice had proven wise. He now had a family, daily hot meals, and even beef to savor. "Master, are you awake? It's time for lunch." Meng Qingluo knocked on the door. "I'm awake. I'll be up shortly." "Hurry, I'm coming in soon." Meng Qingluo stood by the door, listening to the rustling sounds of him getting dressed. Before long, the old man opened the door, asking, "What's up?" "Here, Something I bought in town. Meng Qingluo, not particularly skilled in needlework, had purchased 2 sets of clothing for the old man at the market, one for inner wear and one for outer. The old man had fled alongside their family, and aside from the clothes he wore, he had no money, relying on the ill-fitting old garments of his grandson. Grandfather's clothes are too small for him to wear, she stated. What? Clothes? Meng Qingluo presented the garments before him, saying, a token of respect from your disciple. Really for me? Old Shui smiled broadly, snatching the clothes eagerly. Not at all hesitant, as if he feared Meng Qingluo would snatch them back. She chuckled and shook her head, as if I would buy them for someone else. Hurry up, lunch is waiting. Today's meal includes beef, so if you don't hurry, my 10 brothers might gobble it all up. Moments later, Meng Qingluo felt a gust of wind as her master dashed away, leaving her bemused. Did he truly take her jest to heart? Or was it simply his love for beef that drove him? She seemed to have gained a deeper understanding of him. That evening, Steward Yan returned to the Wang residence from Jixing town, delivering a letter to Yan Xiuzhu. Miss Meng has included a note with the wine, addressed to you. It appears she has matters to discuss with you. As Yan Xiuzhu opened the envelope, he inquired, how many bottles did we bring back today? 3,000. Excellent. Yan Xiuzhu nodded, glancing at the letter's contents. Miss Meng expressed a desire to secure a plot of land near Fleeingthecomplex to establish a workshop for brewing wine. However, she lacks both a brewmaster and the necessary equipment, which must be made of tin and requires our assistance. Chapter 79. Father Goes to School. Steward Yan. This matter must be entrusted to you. Yan Xiuzhu returned the letter to Steward Yan. Certainly, young master, I shall attend to it with utmost diligence. Steward Yan was acutely aware of the young master's keen interest in collaborating with Miss Meng. With Miss Meng's assistance, the young master would be able to alleviate his pressing financial needs. Miss Meng was indeed the young master's fortunate benefactor and a source of wealth, thus, he must ensure her comfort and satisfaction. Yan Xiuzhu, though not as contemplative as Steward Yan, felt a surge of happiness nonetheless. The fact that Meng Qingluo sought him out during her time of difficulty and considered him first for business opportunities indicated that he held some significance in her eyes, rather than being merely a useless burden. The greatest fear for an individual is the absence of utility. He pondered whether Fu Sanwei would uncover new leads in the capital and unveil the truth of past events. At that moment, at the dining table of the Meng household, the patriarch announced 2 significant matters. The first decree stated that, apart from the eldest, second, and third sons who had already learned to read and practiced martial arts, the other 7 sons were to attend a private school in the town the following day to commence their literacy education, regardless of their capacity to learn. The implication was clear. Those who excel would pursue the imperial examination. Those who struggle may at least recognize a few characters. This arrangement had been mutually agreed upon by him, Uncle Meng, and Uncle San, as well as Meng Qingluo. His granddaughter's words resonated, no matter how dire the circumstances. The children must not suffer. Education must not be compromised. Upon hearing this, the 7 sons exhibited a range of expressions. The 4th son protested, no. I do not wish to, I simply want to live off others. The 5th son, however, welcomed the opportunity, excited to strive towards becoming a scholar once more. The 6th and 7th sons, lacking strong opinions, simply followed in the footsteps of their elder brothers. The 8th son exclaimed, whose idea was this? It must be elder sister's. She asserts that to be a general, one must possess both martial and literary skills. Very well, I shall follow her lead. The 9th son declared, no. I too do not wish to, I only want to learn arithmetic from elder sister and become a capable accountant. The youngest son lamented, I am still small. Grandfather cannot see me, cannot see me. Observing the various expressions of his 7 grandsons, the patriarch maintained his composure and continued, you shall attend school. But household chores must not be neglected. Henceforth, every morning, you shall practice martial arts and run, enjoy a hearty breakfast, and head to the town school. After classes, you will return for lunch and assist with household duties. As winter approaches, we must stockpile firewood. This place cannot compare to the Meng family village, where heavy snowfall seals the mountains, rendering them inaccessible. In winter, we require ample fuel for cooking and heating. The patriarch's reasoning for this arrangement was twofold. First, the town was conveniently close. Second, to conserve funds, as the annual tuition for 7 children would be a staggering expense, compounded by the costs of lodging and meals at the private school. Their ability to enroll all 7 in school was thanks to the fortune brought by his granddaughter. Luo. Understood, grandfather. The 7 sons responded in unison, although each harbored their own thoughts. They recognized the financial burden this would impose on the family and understood the necessity of diligent study. Father, I too wish to attend school and learn to read. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the conversation among the elder and his grandsons. All eyes turned towards the simple-minded 5th son, Meng Qingluo. What did you say, Qingluo? The patriarch inquired, straining to hear. Clenching his fists in excitement, he directed his attention to his youngest son seated across from him. The simple-minded father blinked his wide eyes and smiled at the patriarch, his long eyelashes fluttering like delicate butterfly wings. Father, I too wish to attend school and learn to read. Very well, very well. Qingluo shall go too. You shall all go together to learn. The patriarch's clenched fists relaxed, his mind ablaze with jubilant fireworks, vibrant and everlasting. Divine doctor, thank you, thank you. The patriarch bowed deeply to old Shui, expressing profound gratitude. No need for thanks, no need for thanks. Old Shui waved his hand dismissively, accustomed to such displays, despite having claimed half of his apprentice's credit this time. Thank you, divine doctor. Oh, my Qingluo is going to recover. He will recover. Grandmother Meng covered her mouth, weeping with joy. Madame Yang also sat there, dabbing at her tears. She had witnessed her husband's gradual improvement, but today, hearing him articulate so many thoughts and articulate his desires, especially regarding education, was a first. It was akin to a young maiden embarking on her wedding day for the first time. Her husband would indeed recover, truly recover. The 8th and 9th sons were also moved to tears, while the youngest, seeing his family's emotional display, joined in their weeping, though he was bewildered by the situation. From now on, father would still be his father, but he would no longer be just a playmate. Meng Qingluo smiled at her father and then glanced at the prideful little old man and her excited family. How wonderful it was. My dear family. May you find brightness in spring, warmth in winter, umbrellas in the rain, and lights in the dark. May time remain kind and old friends never part. May you be cherished and understood, and may all the good souls you encounter in your future be worthy of your kindness. There was yet another piece of good news to share. The divine doctor and Luo would soon treat the 3rd son's leg. The divine doctor had already examined him, confirming that his leg was treatable. Previously, they had been unable to do so while traveling, but now that they had settled, this was the perfect time for treatment. The sooner they acted, the better. After the initial excitement, the patriarch regained his composure and announced another significant matter. This time, the 3rd household was elated. Uncle Sanmeng had already been informed of this news, so while he felt excitement, he maintained a calm facade. Aunt Zhao and the 6th and 7th sons turned their eager gazes towards him, their eyes sparkling with disbelief, as if they had never recognized their own husband, father, before. Is it true? Will he really recover? They believed fervently that if Uncle San had improved significantly, their father would surely follow suit. The following morning, Meng Qingluo and the 7 sons rose early as usual to run, but this time, an additional figure joined them, father. After completing their run and enjoying breakfast, the 7 sons set off, destination, Jixiang Town. Father trailed behind the 7 little ones, carrying a pastel pink backpack crafted by Mother Yang during the night, his spirits high. Meng Qingluo had taught Yang how to make the backpack, as she often directed while Yang executed the tasks, whether it was cooking or sewing. The other 7 sons gazed enviously at their father's backpack, for none of them possessed one. Seeing that he alone had a backpack, the pride in his little eyes was unmistakable. His daughter favored him. A tall figure, bearing a small backpack, set off towards school, greeted by the rising sun. The sun shines brightly, the flowers smile at me, the little birds chirp morning, morning, morning. Why do you carry a little backpack? As the group vanished from the village entrance, Meng Qingluo hummed a cheerful tune on her way home, where 2 little treasures awaited her return for nursing. Chapter 80. Hit the headlines. Upon arriving at Zhang's private school, the 7 sons and their simple-minded father were received by Master Jiang, the school's head. Upon noticing the additional figure following the 7 children, Master Jiang was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't village head Zhang stated that only the 7 sons of the Meng family were coming today? Yet, he said nothing further, after all. The village head had some rapport with his father and had assured him that as long as the tuition was paid, the number of children made no difference. The fifth son retrieved a bundle from his book basket containing 16 taels of silver, the tuition for all 8 of them. The annual tuition at Zhang's private school was 2 taels of silver per student, excluding writing materials and living expenses. They were considered midterm arrivals and would pay for a full year. Gongzi Wulong respectfully presented the silver to the esteemed Master Jiang. Master Jiang, I am Meng Qingluo. Having already passed the childhood examination, my former teacher granted me the distinguished name Meng Yanhua. These are my brothers, Si Lang and Lu Lang. And this elder is my uncle, Meng Wujin. Due to a childhood misfortune, he faced some challenges, but he has since recovered, thus joining us in our studies. Wulong clearly introduced his brothers and uncle to Master Jiang. Master Jiang accepted the silver from his hands, counted it, and nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from mentioning that Meng Wujin was now an adult or that he had once been deemed unsuitable for the private school. Besides Master Jiang, the Jiang family school boasted 3 other instructors, each responsible for classes A, B, and C respectively. Class A was comprised of students with a solid foundation, already childhood scholars or on the brink of becoming one, and Wulong was assigned to Class A. Class B consisted of students who had begun their education and could recognize the 100 family surnames, the 1,000-character essay, and the 3-character classic. Lu Lang and Qi Lang were placed in Class B. Class C was for those who had not yet learned to read, or who could recognize only a few characters. Si Lang, Ba Lang, Jiao Lang, Shi Lang, and their father were all assigned to Class C. The Meng family, comprising 8 uncles and nephews, quickly gained notoriety upon entering Zhang's private school. Why? Because education was a luxury in this era. Even sending 1 or 2 children to school was a tremendous burden for families, yet here was the Meng family, sending 8. Rumor had it they had fled from Shizhou due to famine, which was nothing short of sensational news, bound to headline the Jiang family school. Even the 3 instructors of classes A, B, and C sought verification from Master Jiang, and upon receiving his confirmation, they could not help but congregate to observe the other Meng students who were not in their classes. A few days later, Yan Xiuzhu received a letter forwarded from Fleeingthecomplex, penned by Meng Qingluo. After reading the letter, he promptly dispatched several subordinates from the royal palace. The next day, Governor Hu and Registrar Wu were summoned into the prince's study. As soon as they entered, Governor Hu stepped on a sharp shard of porcelain, the razor edge piercing through his shoe and into his flesh. With a grimace, Hu suppressed a gasp of pain, kneeling on the ground as he observed the prince sitting silently behind the desk, his expression dark and brooding. Wu, cowering behind Hu, felt compelled to kneel as well, though he discreetly avoided the shards, choosing a spot free of broken porcelain to kneel upon. Uncertain of the prince's intentions, the atmosphere grew stifling, making it difficult for the 2 kneeling men to breathe. Reluctantly, Hu gathered his courage and asked, "What business do you have with us, Your Highness?" Yan Xiuzhu remained silent, only tossing several sheets of paper containing the findings of his inquiries onto the desk in front of Hu. Upon glancing at a single page, beads of sweat began to pour down Hu's forehead. The audacity of these individuals was astounding. Did they not comprehend who the prince was and the extent of his influence? The prince was so impoverished that he had to reduce the royal expenditures, and both he and Wu were living frugally. Yet, beneath them, others were embezzling disaster relief funds. Enough kneeling, you may rise. After what seemed like an eternity, Yan Xiuzhu finally spoke, granting them permission to stand. Your Highness, we say nothing. I only concern myself with the final outcome. Execute whatever measures are necessary, be it execution, imprisonment, or severe punishment. Do not make me instruct you in detail. Yes, yes. I understand, Your Highness. I shall attend to it immediately. Governor Hu limped out of the study, followed closely by Registrar Wu, who quietly patted his racing heart, relieved to still be alive. Once outside the palace, the 2 climbed into a carriage, where Hu handed the papers to Wu for inspection. Look at the prince's methods. It details how much silver was embezzled, where it was allocated, how much remains, and where it is concealed. Heavens! I curse their 18th generation. Wu exclaimed, suddenly incensed. Is he tired of living? If he wishes to perish, he need not drag us along with him. Hu closed his eyes, instructing the driver to make a stop at the medical clinic. His feet and knees were bleeding profusely. My lord, are you unwell? The driver inquired. Hu shot him a glare. You'll know if I am well or not if you try it yourself. Had he known his petty schemes would not have spared him the punishment, he might have acted differently. Little did Wu, seated opposite him, realized that his cleverness was being derided internally by his superior. Taking a deep breath, Hu continued, "Observe the document. The first individuals under scrutiny are Yu Mao, Shenwanshan, and the village head of Mingyo village." Clearly, the initial oversight stemmed from them, drawing the prince's attention. "We must promptly dispatch individuals to apprehend Yu Mao and bring him to the magistrate's prison. His funds have not been spent at home. A significant portion has been squandered on extramarital affairs and brothels. The prince cannot abide officials neglecting their families. His head is surely on the line." As for Shenwanshan, though he played no direct role, his inaction will cost him his position as town head. Regarding that Shiryao Kai from Mingyo village, his very name suggests ill repute. He should not hold the position of village head. Let him return to farming instead. For other towns, we must send individuals disguised as merchants to investigate each village, uncovering how much silver and grain they have received, and identifying any who have received nothing at all. Very well, I shall return and take charge of this matter. Upon reaching the clinic, my lord, please attend to your leg and have it bandaged before returning. For the time being, we must forego any thoughts of rest or returning home to our wives and children." Wu sighed heavily. The highest authority had erupted in fury, and their subordinates had committed a grave blunder. They would have to work diligently to provide an explanation, lest the prince's wrath be directed at them. A metallic scent wafted through the air, and Wu cast a sympathetic glance at Governor Hu was bleeding from his legs and feet, his lips pale. Fortuitously, he was clever enough to avoid such suffering himself. Chapter 81. Imprisoned in the Dungeon. Shenwanshan stared incredulously at the group before him. Disbelief etched on his face as he addressed Wu. "Registrar Wu, have you made a mistake?" After bandaging his wounds, Governor Hu returned to the magistrate's office and, after conferring with Wu, decided that Wu would personally lead the officers to Jixiong town. Wu scoffed. "I rather think the prince has erred." "The prince?" Shenwanshan's face paled at the realization of the gravity of the situation. "Is it true that even the prince is aware of this?" Wu, please listen to my defense. You must understand that Yu Mao indeed neglected to provide the documents to village headshire. However, the residents of Mingyo village learned of this days ago and came to collect their entitlements. I distributed everything to them without keeping a single copper coin or grain for myself." Shenwanshan pleaded urgently. "Had you embezzled anything, would you still be able to stand here and speak with me? Today, you will be detained and brought back to the magistrate's office and imprisoned. No more excuses. Where's Yu Mao now?" "He is on leave today. His brother, Yu Yong, is at the magistrate's office." "What do you want with him?" "Bring Yu Yong here and lead us to his home." Wu insisted, unwilling to waste another moment. "Very well," Shenwanshan replied just as Yu Yong entered, seeking to speak with him. "Town head, I have discovered, apologies for the interruption, town head, but you have guests." Yu Yong hastily retreated upon entering the room. "You are Yu Yong?" Wu inquired. Could it be that you are the esteemed Wu Tongji? And you all?" It was only then that Yu Yong discerned the group conversing with the town mayor, recognizing his superiors and colleagues among them, save for the two newcomers. "Indeed." Wu Tongji nodded, his demeanor towards Yu Yong softened. Although he was a brother to Yu Mao, he was unaware of the matter at hand. "Lead us to your residence." "How far is it from here?" Not far, not far." Yu Yong quickly shook his head. The situation had erupted so unexpectedly that even Shenwanshan was oblivious. He himself was equally in the dark. Turning to the others, he proclaimed, "It is my honor for you to visit." The group exchanged wry smiles, knowing that soon enough, he would no longer feel honored. Under the guidance of Shenwanshan and Yu Yong, Wu Tongji and his entourage swiftly arrived at Yu Yong's home. The courtyard, which boasted 2 entrances, was tastefully adorned, a testament to the prosperity of a family with 2 sons serving in the government. "Wu Tongji, please come in." "Shin." The town mayor invited. "We shall remain outside. Summon your brother." At that moment, Yu Yong, though reluctant to admit it, sensed something amiss. Yet he could not fathom why Wu Tongji would personally seek out his brother. Upon entering, Yu Yong heard voices from the courtyard greeting him, inquiring why he had returned so early that day. "Sister-in-law, where is Mao?" Yu Yong asked. "I do not know. He is on leave today. He went out last night and hasn't returned." "Don't you know, big brother?" "I do not know." Yu Yong shook his head. "Is big brother looking for Mao?" "It is not I who seeks him. Others are looking for him. I shall go find him now." No matter how large Jixiang town was, it was not vast. Moreover, he could guess where his brother typically frequented. As a man, he understood such matters, yet his affections lay solely with his beloved wife, which kept him from certain establishments. However, reflecting on it, he realized it was daytime and those places would likely be closed. While Yu Yong searched unsuccessfully, Wu Tongji knew precisely where to look. Recalling the location mentioned on the son's note, he instructed Yu Yong to take them there once he emerged. In less than the time it took to drink a bowl of tea, they arrived at the destination. A woman in her 20s answered the door. Upon seeing Wu Tongji and Shen Wanshan in their official attire, as well as the officers behind them in their dark uniforms, she initially appeared startled, but then smiled charmingly at the group. "Are you gentlemen here to see Ah Mao? Is Ah Mao here?" Yu Yong asked, his expression one of incredulity. Recognizing the woman as the infamous widow Yi of Jixiang Town. Could it be that his brother Ah Mao? What a shameless fellow, indeed, with such dubious tastes. Yes, he is Ah Yong. The widow Yi cast a flirtatious glance towards Yu Yong, sending shivers down his spine. Frowning, he retorted, "Do not call me that. Bring Ah Mao out and tell him I am looking for him." "Yes, Ah Yong." Yi sashayed into the house, her hips swaying and handkerchief in hand. After a while, Yu Mao emerged lazily from within, still donning his coat, his legs barely straightened, yawning as though he had been up to mischief the previous night. "Big brother, what do you want with me?" Before Yu Yong could respond, Wu Tongji gestured, prompting the officers behind him to rush forward. One kicking Yu Mao to the ground while another pinned him down. A third officer entered the inner room, forcibly bringing out the shrieking widow Yi. "Why are you locking me up? I have committed no crime," she shouted, but her pleas fell on deaf ears. At this moment, Yu Mao, previously dazed, was fully alert. Glaring at Wu Tongji. "On what grounds do you imprison me?" Wu Tongji did not meet his gaze, instead instructing the other two officers. "Search the hidden compartment by the widow Ye's bedside. There are 10 banknotes of 50 taels each and 10 ingots of 10 taels. All are disaster relief funds. Count them carefully, do not take more or less." "Yes, my lord." The officers promptly proceeded to search the premises, and shortly thereafter, they emerged with the very silver and notes Wu Tongji had specified. "My lord." The officer presented the items to Wu Tongji. He leaned in to inspect them, nodding in agreement, confirming them as official funds. Realizing his misdeeds had been unveiled, Yu Mao's face drained of color, and he lowered his head in despair. After a moment, he lifted his gaze to his brother Yu Yong, anguish etched on his face. "Big brother, you actually brought people to capture your own brother." "No, it is not me, I did not know." Yu Yong was stunned, grappling with the sudden turn of events, his brother having embezzled disaster relief funds. Hadn't he always been the clever one? How could he stoop so low? It was common knowledge that mishandling disaster funds could lead to dire consequences. Wu Tongji, observing Yu Yong's panic, kindly interjected, "Do not blame your brother. He was entirely unaware of your actions. Fortunately, he remained ignorant. Otherwise, both of you would be in grave trouble today." Shen Wanshan stood frozen, realization dawning upon him. This was the price of his hard-earned position as town mayor. A decade of toil obliterated by the actions of the very person he had trusted. In a fit of rage, Shen Wanshan lunged at Yu Mao, delivering a powerful punch to his nose, causing blood to flow profusely. Still unsatisfied, he continued to rain blows upon Yu Mao, resembling a madman in his wrath. Chapter 82. The Young Master Returns. The two officers holding Yu Mao back made a token effort to intervene, for they noticed Wu Tongji gazing skyward, seemingly oblivious, not even casting a glance their way. They understood his desire to strike Yu Mao but were restrained by their own station. "Enough, let us go." Once Shen Wanshan had vented his frustrations, Wu Tongji finally spoke, leading the way out of the courtyard. Wu Tongji, accompanied by his men, escorted Yu Mao and the widow Yi away, while Shen Wanshan returned to the town office, his expression one of utter desolation. Yu Yong, in a state of confusion and anxiety, still had work to attend to, carrying a decree from Wu Tongji to Mingyo village. The document clearly stated the appointment of the newly arrived Qindaju, also known as Old Man Qin, as the village head of Mingyo, overseeing both the village and the Qin family's populace. As for Shi Yaokai, he was to toil in the Qin family village until death, forbidden from leaving even for family visits without official permission. This effectively stripped him of his position as village head and placed him under house arrest. Yu Yong summoned the villagers of Mingyo, as well as the entire Qin family, to the threshing ground, where he announced the news, presenting the dismissal decree to Shi Yaokai and the appointment decree to Qindaju. The announcement sent shockwaves through Mingyo village, under Shi Yaocai's leadership. Many had looked down upon the Qin family, who were merely refugees, openly ostracizing them. Now he was to be their head? Wouldn't this lead to retribution come autumn? It was well known that the village head was officially appointed, while the villagers elected their own leader. Now, with the government imposing an official village head without allowing them to elect their own, the Qin family would dominate, leaving the villagers with no recourse. The more audacious villagers protested loudly, while a smirk crept onto Shi Yaocai's lips, thinking that becoming the village head was not as easy as they believed. Yet, before his sneer could fade, Yu Yong declared, "You may shout and voice your grievances now. Speak your mind, but after today, if anyone attempts to stir trouble again, you may take it to the magistrate. I can no longer manage you all, but surely Governor Hu can? And Deputy Wu can as well, can't he? The heir apparent can certainly handle it, right? If Shi Yaocai, as the village chief, neglects his duties and treats the matters above as mere background noise, it would be tantamount to disregarding the authority of the heir. Should you escalate your disturbances and provoke the heir, causing discontent between Chen Lerzhang and myself, I shall preemptively relocate each of your households from Mingyo village, one family to each town. After all, there are plenty of towns in Guangzhou, and the likes of you are not too burdensome to accommodate." Upon finishing his stern admonition, Yu Yong fell silent, standing there to observe the villagers of all ages. In his heart, he mused, "Go on, shout if you dare. I am in no mood today. My brother has been taken away, and my life hangs in the balance. Yet I must also deal with your trivial matters." Listening to Yu Yong's fierce declarations, the villagers dared not raise their voices. They all fell silent. The prospect of being scattered to distant towns was no jest. After Yu Yong departed, the entire Qin family was puzzled by the unfolding events, and promptly dispatched Qin Yuliang to the town to inquire. Upon his return, they learned that the town's constable, Yu Mao, had concocted an excuse to persuade town head Shin Wanzhan to sign off on funds meant for disaster relief, claiming he would personally deliver them to the victims. However, while he did indeed deliver something, each household received a mere 2 taels of silver as relocation assistance. In total, Yu Mao had embezzled 1,000 taels. This scandal cost Shin Wanzhan his position as town head and also resulted in the loss of Shi Yaocai's village chief role. Naturally, Yu Mao's head would not remain intact either. It is known that the laws of the Dian dynasty decree that officials who embezzle more than 100 taels are exiled to the frontier, and those who steal 1,000 taels face execution. Although these laws are often disregarded in other princes' territories due to natural disasters and warfare, they have been enforced rigorously in Guangzhou. Governor Hu and Deputy Wu had been busy for quite some time, and fortunately, they discovered that while there were indeed corrupt individuals, they were few in number, with only 2 or 3 like Yu Mao who were audacious enough to court death. After completing their tasks, they reported to Yan Xiuzhu, who merely conveyed his decision. The position of head of Jixiong town would be temporarily filled by Deputy Wu, while his role within the government remained unchanged. However, with Deputy Wu attending to affairs in Jixiong town, Governor Hu would have to manage the matters of the prefectural office. This meant that the 2 of them would henceforth receive the salaries of 2 individuals while performing the duties of 3, all while shuttling back and forth between the prefecture and Jixiong town. Upon exiting the Yan royal residence, both men stood in a daze, glancing at each other in confusion. Were they being demoted or simply expected to work harder? What was the heir's true intention? Such news inevitably reached Fulai village, where village head Zheng shared these developments with Meng Lerzhang and the elder Meng. Upon learning that old Qin had ascended to the position of Lerzhang, overseeing the entire Mingyo village, the 2 were uncertain whether to rejoice or lament on his behalf. Meng Qingluo, overhearing their discussions, realized that her letter had indeed made an impact. She had not anticipated that the heir's methods would be so efficient. Indeed, without a certain degree of cunning, how could Guangzhou be managed with such order? This approach pleased her immensely, albeit it seemed somewhat impoverished. "It began to snow," Yang Shi exclaimed in astonishment from the doorway. Meng Qingluo looked up and saw, indeed, it was snowing. The winter snowfall in Shizhou is typically sparse. It snows, yet not this early or heavily. Usually, it wouldn't occur until November or December, so this early snowfall was quite unexpected. Initially, the snowflakes were small, drifting gently in the wind, but gradually they thickened and became larger. Pingping and Anin, the 2 little bundles of joy, donned their round coats and played in the yard with Ariai and Bailing. Upon seeing the snow, they squealed in delight, extending their tiny hands to catch the flakes. "Pingping and Anin, your hands will get cold." No more playing. Yang Shi called out, intending to bring the two little ones indoors. Mother, they are boys. They aren't so delicate. Let them play a bit longer. Meng Qingluo chuckled. This was indeed the first snowfall the two little ones had ever witnessed. It seemed they understood their mother's words as they dashed about the courtyard with Ariai and Bailing. A tiger and a bear, chasing after the snowflakes, their laughter echoing through the small yard, bringing joy to all who heard it. Meng Laozu, Meng Lerzhang, and village head Zhang paused their conversation, smiling as they watched the two little ones frolicking in the snow. Luo, your children are truly adorable. Village head Zhang couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, they grow more charming by the day. When we left our hometown in Shizhou, they were but tiny bundles. And now they can run, walk, and speak. How swiftly time passes. Meng Lerzhang added. Meng Laozu remained silent, a proud smile gracing his face. Such delightful and beautiful children belonged to his family, born of his beloved Luo. Others could not replicate such a fortune. Meanwhile, 700 miles away in the capital, snow was also falling from the sky. The little maid Honger, having completed her errands, skipped joyfully along the path home when she suddenly halted, rubbing her eyes. Surely she had not misseen, her young master had returned. Wasn't he serving alongside the Yan heir in Guangzhou? Why had he returned to the capital without entering the family estate? Chapter 83, Drawing Closer to the Truth. That figure looked so forlorn. Squatting by the roadside against the snow and wind, seemingly munching on something. Had her young master fallen to such a lowly state? Or had he offended the Yan heir and been sent back? Honger whispered to herself. Young master, is that you? She called, rushing toward him. At that moment, Fu Sanhua, who was squatting by the roadside and gnawing on bread from his bag, heard her. Oh dear, run. It's little Hong, that blabbering maid of hers. If she realizes I'm back, her mother will know too. Wait, had she mistaken him? The figure by the roadside vanished, casting doubt once more in Honger's mind. Looking around, she confirmed there was indeed no one there, and with disappointment, she left, turning back 3 times. Once Honger had departed, Fu Sanhua jumped down from the wall, brushing off the snowflakes and hurrying away. When he had left home this year, he had quarreled with his rigid father, vowing never to touch a single copper coin from the estate. He would rather starve than use his father's earnings. He would earn his own silver and spend it as he wished. Yet now, the heir owed him 4 months' salary, leaving him so impoverished that he was reduced to gnawing on bread and drinking cold water. What home could he return to? He knew his mother had high standards. She would lavishly spend on purchases, and if they were too cheap, she would disdain them. It was better not to buy at all. He had just stealthily climbed onto the rooftop to sneak a glance at her. She appeared well, her complexion rosy, her voice loud as she berated his father for being a lazy good-for-nothing. As long as the two of them were well, he would not enter the estate. As Fu Sanhua walked along the main street, grumbling to himself, he pondered the matters the heir had tasked him with, still finding it perplexing how Miss Meng had left the estate only to fall victim to harm. Even more puzzling was how she had ended up in the Yihong courtyard, climbing into the heir's bed. Surely, at that time, Miss Meng had no knowledge of martial arts. Even if she had learned some skills from old Meng, he was not versed in internal power or lightness skills, and Fu Sanhua had detected no aura of internal energy about her. Without internal energy or lightness skills, how could she have escaped the estate? Was she abducted? Yet, he could find no trace of anyone. If someone had indeed taken action back then, there would have been some clues left behind. He was unable to uncover any information, and neither could the secret search pavilion, without a single result. He found himself at a loss to explain his situation to the young master upon returning to Guangzhou. Cousin, little cousin, is that you? Fu Sanhua's body stiffened. Had he ventured out today without consulting the auspicious calendar leading to such misfortune? He had just narrowly escaped the loquacious Xiao Hong, and now he had encountered his own willful cousin? Not daring to look back, Fu Sanhua pulled up his collar, shrinking his neck and burying his head within the fabric, hastily slipping into a narrow alley. He is not my little cousin, he is not my little cousin. My cousin did not see him, my cousin did not see him. Cousin, cousin. The girl clad in a red cloak leapt down from the carriage and chased after him into the alley, her speed remarkably swift. It was indeed her cousin just now, and he had not responded to her. Once she cornered him, she would make him pay. Fu Sanhua trudged forward, a look of despair overtaking him. How was it that his cousin clung to him like sticky candy, impossible to shake off? Little cousin, I see you. You cannot escape. If you hide any longer, I shall inform Auntie that you have returned. From childhood, he had never managed to win at hide-and-seek against her. He was baffled by how she always managed to find him. Driven to desperation by his cousin's relentless pursuit, Fu Sanwei resorted to an old trick, jumping atop a wall to conceal himself. After waiting for a while in silence, he leapt down once more, only to find himself staring directly into a pair of bright, large eyes. The girl in red glared at him, her cheeks puffed up like the family's pet hamster. Fu Sanwei rubbed his forehead and asked, "Cousin, where on earth have you been hiding?" The girl, Ai Lianyue, puffing up her cheeks, pointed to a dog hole at the base of the wall. "Duh. I crawled through there and saw you." "A dog hole? Crawling through a dog hole?" Fu Sanwei glanced at the mud stains on his cousin's attire, and a sudden realization dawned upon him. He understood now. "Thank you, Aiu." He sincerely expressed his gratitude, adding, "Aiu, I have important matters to attend to while escorting the young master back to the capital. You must help me keep this a secret. Do not tell my mother or anyone else. When the new year arrives, I shall bring you a gift." "Thank you for what?" she inquired. "Thank you for helping me keep the secret." Fu Sanwei certainly would not mention that she had inadvertently reminded him of the situation. Ai Lianyue blinked, delighted that her little cousin was being so earnest in his gratitude, requesting her to help him maintain secrecy. They had their own little secret now. Would her little cousin keep his promise? He will, he certainly will. Then I want a pair of jade hairpins from the Luzhu Pavilion. Will you give them to me? Very well, very well. Jade hairpins it is, from the Luzhu Pavilion. Cousin, I must take my leave now. I need to hurry back to Guangzhou, for the young master is awaiting me there. If I return too late, I shall face punishment. With that, Fu Sanwei hastily departed. Ai Lianyue watched her cousin's retreating figure, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, before twirling with glee, her hands cradling her face. Today was such a happy day. Her cousin promised to give her jade hairpins. All right, she would keep his secret about returning and would not tell Auntie. That evening, under the cover of night, Fu Sanwei quietly made his way to the back courtyard of the mighty general's residence. Indeed, there was a dog hole beneath the courtyard wall, just large enough for a slender girl to crawl through, conveniently located near the small courtyard where Miss Meng had stayed while at the general's. He then proceeded to the back courtyard of the Yihang courtyard, where he discovered another dog hole, though it had been recently blocked up, evidenced by the fresh markings on the wall. The crucial realization struck him. Although the general's residence was somewhat distant from the Yihang courtyard, it was not too far to walk. He had overlooked this detail, and his previous assumptions had led him down a dead end. He had never considered that aside from martial prowess, there could be other unconventional methods that an ordinary person might employ. Who would expect a young lady of a noble family to crawl through a dog hole? Oh, but wait, his cousin would. Fu Sanwei felt himself drawing ever closer to the truth. In Fulai village, 7 young men and their father, Meng Wujin, returned just before the snow began to fall. Standing at the entrance of their home, their grandmother sighed in relief as she spotted the vague silhouettes of 8 figures emerging through the snowy curtain. No matter how old they grew, they remained her precious children, especially since Meng Wujin had only recently begun to improve. Ever since he had started attending school in town, it had become her daily ritual to estimate the time and stand at the door, or walk to the village entrance, waiting for their return. Whether it was sunny, rainy, windy, or snowy like now, her heart would only settle when she saw her youngest son's tall figure appear. "Are they back?" Meng Qingluo inquired. Observing the instant her grandmother relaxed. "Yes, they have returned," her grandmother answered with a smile as she entered the house. The children moved quickly, soon flooding into the home, animatedly discussing events that had transpired at the private school or what their teacher had said. The house was instantly filled with chatter. Even the 2 youngest, Pingping and Ainen, joined in, their little legs racing over as they tried to stretch up on tiptoe, calling out uncle, grandfather. "Ah, good," Meng Wujin responded cheerfully, reaching out to pat the heads of the 2 treasures. He recalled that his own father had used to do the same to him, and he had cherished those moments. The 2 little ones, basking in their grandfather's praise, strutted around the living room with their pets, resembling victorious little generals. Sister, let me tell you a secret." The most talkative of the bunch, Xiao Tailan, dashed over to Meng Qingluo. Although he claimed it was a secret, his voice was rather loud. "What is it?" Meng Qingluo asked with a smile. "Today, the teacher asked us to recite a passage and 4th brother and 8th brother couldn't even recite it correctly. How silly they are." Xiao Tailan declared, his face twisted in disdain. Little traitor! Meng Xilang and Meng Balan exclaimed in unison, aghast that he would betray them. Hadn't they told him not to speak of it at home? Really? What did you have to recite? Meng Qingluo asked, suppressing laughter and genuinely intrigued. The beginning of man is inherently good. If not taught, nature will change. The path of teaching is valuable when it is focused. Xiao Tailan recited, then added. But they got it all wrong and even got slapped by the teacher. His little mouth babbled on, revealing all the embarrassing moments of 4th and 8th brothers at the private school. Meng Qingluo and the rest of the family burst into laughter, leaving the 2 brothers blushing in anger, wishing they could toss Xiao Tailan out by the scruff of his neck. Did he really recite it? Meng Qingluo inquired, halting her laughter, somewhat surprised. Yes, father is incredibly clever, even more so than me and 9th brother. He can read and recite faster than 5th brother. At this, Xiao Tailan's expression suddenly turned gloomy. Once, father had played with them as a companion, now he studied alongside them as a peer. And he found himself unable to surpass him. Was he truly father's son? Or had he been picked up by his mother by the river in Mengjia village? After all, sister was also picked up by grandfather from the roadside in the capital. She was the daughter of the general's household, a true young lady. By this logic, perhaps he too was adopted. Who exactly was he? What was his true identity? Perhaps he might be the son of the county magistrate or the offspring of a wealthy landowner. Although his biological parents may be affluent and influential, he still cherishes his current father, mother, elder sister, and the home he shares with them. Much like his sister, who holds them dear while harboring disdain for the people of the general's residence. Little Shiro was lost in thought, his mind wandering far beyond the horizon, as the weight of his burgeoning concerns settled upon his small shoulders. Regrettably, his mother, Mrs. Yang, remained unaware of his fanciful musings, yet if she were to catch wind of even a fragment of them, the consequences could very well be a feast of bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat, or perhaps even 2 servings. The snow fell heavily but ceased swiftly. Meng Qingluo had gathered all the necessary items for treating her 3rd uncle's leg, with the sole challenge remaining being the need to re-break and reset his leg. The initial physician, whether due to a tremor in his hands or a deficiency in skill, had misaligned the bones. To rectify this, it would require a precise and moderate force to break the leg again at the original fracture site. This task was beyond Meng Qingluo's capabilities, as well as those of her grandfather and the others. It necessitated the expertise of a highly skilled martial artist. After careful consideration, she concluded that her only recourse was to seek the assistance of Yan Xiuzhu. She had witnessed the prowess of the shadow guards around him, masters of stealth and agility, capable of appearing and vanishing without a trace. Their skill was truly impressive, igniting a sense of envy within her. Upon receiving Meng Qingluo's plea for help, Yan Xiuzhu prepared to dispatch Fei Yingying to undertake the task, as he was the most skilled among his guards, second only to Fu Sanwei. However, Fu Sanwei had yet to return from the capital. Upon hearing this, Fei Yingying sensed an opportunity to showcase his abilities, eagerly rubbing his hands together, poised for action. Indeed, when it came to breaking someone's leg, he was unparalleled. If he wanted to break 2 segments, he would, and if he desired 3, he could do so without causing any splinters. Although Sanwei could also perform the task, he lacked the ruthless precision of Yingying, who, despite being the head of the guards, was still the son of an official and the youngest in his family, possessing a gentler hand and a softer heart. Just as Fei Yingying was preparing to make a name for himself before the heir, Fu Sanwei returned from the capital, weary from his journey. He dismounted at the entrance of the royal residence, handed the reins to a servant, and, without casting a glance in Yingying's direction, hurried into the heir's study. The two conversed for a full half-hour within the study, the content of their discussion a mystery to all. Subsequently, they set off for Fulai village. Yan Xiuzhu, accompanied by Yan Min, embarked once more towards Jixiang town, intending to stay for several days, as Yan Min had not had enough time there previously. Observing his lord closely, Yan Ying discerned a somewhat dazed expression on the heir's face. This bewilderment struck him as he nearly stumbled into the carriage, only to be steadied by the ever-watchful Yan steward standing beside him. Yan Ying cast a glance at Fu Sanwei but dared not inquire, fearing his words might reach the heir's ears. Instead, he communicated through a look, questioning, "What has happened to the heir? What did you discuss?" Fu Sanwei, bewildered, shot him a glance. "Yingying, have your eyes gone awry after our time apart?" With the combined assistance of Fu Sanwei and his master, Meng Qingluo's leg was swiftly treated, and all that remained was for him to rest comfortably in bed. The long winter offered no urgency for farming or hunting, allowing Meng Qingluo the peace to recuperate. While Meng Qingluo diligently attended to her uncle's recovery, Yan Xiuzhu, residing in the opposite house, found it increasingly difficult to find peace, his heart ablaze with turmoil. Fu Sanwei suggested that it was highly probable Miss Meng had emerged from the general's den, only to infiltrate the rear courtyard of the Yihong courtyard. The subsequent events, whether they transpired or not, remained uninvestigated. Of course, this was merely a strong possibility, not a certainty. Upon hearing this, he longed to confront Miss Meng and inquire. Yet how could he broach the subject? What if he were mistaken? The repercussions of being beaten were trivial, but the potential for Miss Meng to misconstrue his intentions loomed large. Upon learning that Yan Xiuzhu had arrived in Fulai village, Meng Qingluo sought him out, wishing to express her gratitude for his assistance in facilitating her uncle's treatment, as well as to ascertain whether he had mistakenly sent the jade pendant intended for the twins' first birthday.